Man in Hokage guarding Konoha for 100 years, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1_Reborn Hokage World, I choose Invincible Mode. The sunset lingered, and the sunset glow reflected the huge rock head in the distance. So familiar and real. Dreamy. Am I playing a Hokage game? Why did I suddenly play myself? This is the game world. No, how can this picture feel so real? Could it be that this is the real Hokage world? Hokage was impressively carved. Only one avatar. That's the early days of Konoha. Zhang Chen subconsciously touched his forehead. The forehead is wide. Must be a handsome guy. Fuck, I don't even have a forehead. So who am I? No memory. Which village do I belong to? Everything is different from other crossings. Zhang Chen has no memory. There is no identity in this world. Brand new existence. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the world of Hokage. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical voice sounded. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh, and finally felt relieved. In any case, as long as there is a system, everything can be understood. System-kun, I have no memory of this life, who am I? The name of the host world is Ghost Sword. You have successfully bound the swordsman system. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen's brain circuits accelerated desperately. The name of Ghost Blade was the name of the game he played Hokage games in the 21st century. Could this real visual sense really be the Hokage game world? System-kun, is this the game world? No, this is the real Hokage world, where you don't have any relatives. And of course you can become anyone's relatives, it's all up to the host's own choice. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen sneered, the implication of this was that he was alone. So sad and lonely. Shouldn't you give me a cute sister or something? No matter how bad it is, it will become a royal sister fan's sister. No, you have to create a relative for me, it must be Sister Loli or Sister Yu, Sister Fan. Otherwise Lao Su will resign and will not be able to cross. You're playing out of the way a bit. Cough, master, don't worry, I can arrange a chance for you to recognize a sister according to your instructions. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen immediately became interested when he heard it, and rubbed his hands. Success. Then Hyuga Hinata will be my god sister. Open black lens bracket owner. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hiyashi, hasn't even been born yet, aren't you embarrassing me? Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen just suddenly realized that now is the age of Senju Hashirama. The Hyuga family in his mind did not even have Hiyashi and Hazashi born. He sighed helplessly. Then can you send me to Naruto's era? I don't like this era. I can't do this, but the owner can choose to extract it from the system. If the immortality attribute is extracted, wouldn't it be easy to wait until that era? Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, he really has this attribute, and he will show his skills again in the Naruto era. Isn't it beautiful? Open the lottery system. Open black lens bracket ding. Open the novice lottery system for the host, the lottery is only once. The turntable is spinning, please call the host to stop. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, folded his hands, and worshipped all kinds of gods in his heart. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Frozen Age attribute. This attribute can be frozen according to the host's wishes, and the number of years before unblocking can be set by yourself. During the freezing period, the host will hide in a dimension that no one in the world can find. Close black lens bracket. Although the immortality attribute was not drawn, this attribute can basically satisfy his wishes. Just accept it. Open black lens bracket ding. Please host select system type. Option 1. Upgrade type. The host can become stronger through a little upgrade of the system. Option 2. Invincible. The host's combat power can directly become the ceiling of the world, but there is no joy in life. Close black lens bracket. When Zhang Chen heard this, he cursed loudly. The joy of life. I think your system doesn't understand life. Who can be directly invincible and struggle to upgrade? When I'm a fool. I choose the second option. That's not right. Don't everyone else just open and upgrade? Why don't you just buy a full-level account without even opening it? Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, watching the sunset in the sky. That's because others didn't give him a full-level number. Do you imagine that he will experience an invincible life with a full-level number? Xiao Kun, I think you are also very loyal, so I will tell you the truth. This ninja the world may be killed by a Jonin, Akatsuki or even more powerful ninja one day. The person who wants to protect can't protect it, and the person who wants to pretend can't pretend. Even survival depends on luck and the aura of the protagonist. Do you think it's interesting? It's bullshit. The system didn't respond for a long time. Maybe Zhang Chen's words were too real to make the system speechless. Master, your understanding is too realistic. I really accept it. You are the first host to teach the system since several Eternals. I accept it. I will call you Big Brother in the future. Close black lens bracket. It's done. That's all right, little brother. Brother, I still have work to do. The next step is to release the first task. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen stood up and patted the dirt on his body, pinched his waist and said, "Success. Come on, little brother, I will definitely support your work. You try to choose the reward I need and choose the task. For example, I'm quite hungry right now. Give a task to earn some money to eat." Okay, brother, the system detects that Uchiha Madara will launch the meteorite skill in an hour. When the entire Konoha will face extinction, you must prevent the village from being destroyed. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen originally thought that the first mission would be to find someone to escort a VIP or something. This is Fuck's first mission to crush the meteorite. This is called SSS level. Little brother, it's not my brother talking about you. Are you a professional pit brother? This meteorite is so big, can I use my face to stop it? Brother, your current strength is the ceiling of the entire ninja world. When I transfer all your skills to your brain, you will feel that this task is not difficult. Close black lens bracket. Boom. The names and pictures of various moves appeared in Zhang Chen's mind one by one, and the names of all kinds of awesome dangling sky were endless like the water of the Yangtze River. After a long while, Zhang Chen only felt that the strength of his body was constantly emerging, and the situation in the entire Konoha village was projected in his mind like a film negative. I wipe. How does this picture look familiar? Observation hockey. Zhang Chen grinned excitedly, and closed his eyes again to feel the surrounding environment. Thousands of miles away, in the Valley of the End, the two figures galloped at lightning speed and collided. I saw that neither of them had hand seal ninjutsu, but they emerged one after another. Zhang Chen recognized these two great gods at a glance. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The tailed beast, wrapped Kyubi, 9 tails, in a full-body Susanoo coat, and tailed beast bomb continued to form in the sky. Senju Hashirama bit her fingers and slapped the ground, shouting loudly. Spirituality. 5-fold Rashomon. Also activate Mokuden, wood style, Hobi, wood expulsion, to avoid tailed beast bomb. Boom. Bang. Chapter 2-Mysterious Boy, Knife Splits Meteorite. Hashirama came out of the Mokuden, wood style, Hobi, wood expulsion technique and glared at the full-body Uchiha Madara and exclaimed. Has our efforts so far been in vain? Has our friendship and our village really come to an end? Answer me, Madara. Madara was furious when she heard the word, companion, and released her whole body of chakra to shout. You, preaching to me, that's what you're guarding, and I just want to destroy it. Go to hell, Hash Lama. No way. Hashirama closed her eyes and clapped her hands. Explosive said. Sage art. Mokuden, wood style. Shin Sisenju. For a time, the duel between the two top players in the world entered a white-hot stage. Shin Sisenju and full-body Kyubi, 9 tails, fight together. Crashed. Destruction. And Uchiha Madara fell to the ground panting heavily, looking at Hashirama who was also tired. Madara's mouth curled into an arc, and she couldn't stop laughing. He turned on Rinnegan to use the only remaining chakra in this last technique. Llama. This art is your last gift. Despair. After speaking, Uchiha Madara vomited blood. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, a smug smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and the breeze brushed his cheeks. Madara, dead. Hashirama stood beside Madara clutching his chest, watching his last smile, sitting quietly and watching the falling meteorite from the sky. He knew it was the direction of Konoha village. However, now that he is seriously injured, it is impossible for him to return to the village in a short period of time, and his body may not survive for a few days. Tobirama, the village will be handed over to you. You must stop this meteorite. After saying that, Hashirama fell to the ground exhausted. Zhang Chen withdrew from watching this battle and took a deep breath. He had watched the Hokage anime and naturally knew how exciting the two of them were fighting, but when he observed it himself, the excitement stayed there. It's hard to die in my heart for a long time. The meteorites in the sky are getting closer and closer, and the entire Konoha village is gradually dimmed, and the sight of the clouds covering the sun creates an endless sense of oppression. Lord Tobirama, the sky. The sky. Jonin kept shouting with a grim face. Don't shout. I can see. Senju Tobirama stared at the meteorite with both eyes, thinking about what to do. With such a large meteorite, there is only one way to avoid the destruction of the village. Use the magic of Hiraishin to bring the meteorite to the farthest place from the village. However, this method does not work at all. The place marked by Hiraishin of Tobirama is not far from the village, and the meteorite falls so fast that even if it is moved to other places, the persecution caused by the meteorite falling to the ground is enough to kill Konoha and even other countries. Extinguish. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo ran to Tobirama and looked at the meteorites in the sky. Hiruzen leaned over to Tobirama and said, Master, can this meteorite Shodai first, Sama, S. Mokuden, wood style, hold up? Hiruzen, S. innocent words touched Tobirama, S. heart deeply. Yes, if my brother is here, can this meteorite be supported by Mokuden, wood style? Right now, there's nothing I can do. Inside the village of Konoha. Run, the sky is falling. Countless villagers rushed out like crazy. Mom, I'm afraid. Abandoned little girl in the crowd squatted on the ground with her face full of mud. I don't want to die yet. The desperate man fell to his knees, his eyes full of despair. Tobirama watched the noise in the village. All the ninjas gathered in front of him. Tobirama gave an order. All Chunin Jonin evacuate as soon as possible with the people in the village, as many as you can save. Genin escapes on his own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of ninjas disappeared before Tobirama. A Jonin picked up the crying girl on the ground, disappeared with both feet, and reappeared on the roof in the distance. Chunin took the children with some ninjutsu skills and jumped on the house and ran wildly outside the village. Genin ran wildly on the ground on his own. Tobirama frowned. He knew that no matter how he escaped, he couldn't escape the impact of the meteor, and he looked up at the sky. Hearth ashes. Is Konoha just like that? However, at the moment when everyone was desperate, a figure appeared in front of Tobirama, standing on the bluestone fence. The figure is dressed in a black windbreaker, the windbreaker behind him swaying in the wind, and the flowing silver hair looks extremely handsome. The figure is about the same size as Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it looks like a boy of 12 or 13 years old, even 3 or 4 years younger than Hiruzen and Danzo. Tobirama took a few steps forward. If I can help you break this meteorite, can I borrow your Thor sword? The boy turned his face to look at the three of them. Hiruzen looked at the boy's grimace mask and was shocked. Danzo's eyes snapped open, and he murmured in his heart. This mask is so handsome, I want to get one in the future. Tobirama walked to the boy in a few steps, took out the Thunder God sword and threw it in front of the boy, cupped his hands and shouted. Since you have this confidence, why not try it? I don't know the name of the hero. Ghost knife. Zhang Chen took the Thunder God sword and disappeared in place with a swipe, sound. When he appeared again, he had already jumped into the air. Zhang Chen placed the Thunder God Sword behind him, closed his eyes, and the entire body of the Thunder God Sword was covered with black light. One move, crazy slash. Countless slashes, like fireworks in the sky, continuously impacted the meteorite. Everyone below stopped and looked at Zhang Chen's figure in the sky, and the slashing that was so frantic to ultimate. Crack, bang, boom. The meteorite that covered the sky was broken into countless pieces like a cut watermelon, forming countless stones more than 10 meters square in the sky, falling like fireworks scattered by the goddess. Tobirama was stunned, such a feat. Shocked. But it's not over. These thousands of meteorite blocks can also easily destroy the village of Konoha. Tobirama jumped into the air and slapped his palms, and with a loud bang, a huge wave formed around him. Zhang Chen turned his head to look at Tobirama. He knew that Tobirama could use sweeten, water style, in places with no water, and it was super powerful. But right now is the village, and such a large-scale sweeten, water style, is afraid that the village will also be destroyed. Zhang Chen stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. Stop, believe I can break these rubble. Zhang Chen's voice was like a god's voice coming from the sky, and the whole village could hear it clearly. Is this a god? Could this be the legendary god? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Reflecting the setting sun, Zhang Chen's figure was radiant, adding a bit of magical color. Tobirama stopped the sweeten, water style activation. The water vapor around his body gradually dissipated, and he stood on the photo studio and stared at Zhang Chen's figure. Seeing that the meteorite had arrived at Zhang Chen's side, he put the Thunder God Sword behind his back and mobilized the strength of his whole body. At this time, Zhang Chen was already covered with the breath of death. With the 360-degree rotation of Thor's sword, a deafening sound rang out. Om, Ka, boom. These slashes, like the explosion of an atomic bomb, centered on Zhang Chen, forming slashing ripples thousands of meters away, blasting the meteorites in this sky into pieces. Chapter 3 thousands of miles away, at the top of a snow-capped mountain. The huge boulders in the sky turned into an overwhelming sandstorm, and the huge meteorite a few minutes ago has turned into nothing at this moment. Zhang Chen's figure gradually fell, and once again stood on the stone Jinchuriki column on the rooftop of the studio, facing the yellow sand that filled the sky. His figure was so ethereal and sacred. Yuan Fei Hirazan stared at Zhang Chen's figure, clenched his hands in excitement, and deified the name, Ghost Blade, as a god. Danzo opened his mouth and let the sand blow into his mouth, but he didn't respond at all. He stared at the mask excitedly, and swore from then on. This mask is your belief in the future. Senju Tobirama stepped forward and stretched out his hand, exuding a long-lost smile in excitement. Zhang Chen has watched Hokage for so long, and he has never seen the second-generation Hokage smile. This is the first time I see Tobirama smiling. It's really ugly, haha. He threw the Thor sword at Tobirama, spread his hand and said. Senju Tobirama-sama, if you really want to thank me, do something real. Tobirama froze in place. What practical? Danzo leaned over to Tobirama and whispered something. Tobirama suddenly realized and said in a panic. Ghost Knife-kun, you saved the whole village, I'll give you whatever you want. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. No matter which world he was in, it was absolutely impossible to have no money. The currency of Hokage is 2, and 1 tael is 10 yen, which is equivalent to 6 cents in the 21st century. If that's the case, 300,000 taels to save the entire village is not too much, right? Yep, shouldn't be too much. Zhang Chen stretched out 3 fingers and said softly, 300,000 taels. When Tobirama heard it, he almost fell to the ground. This guy opened his mouth like a lion, and the hero image he had longed for was gone. However, the price of yen in saving the entire village is not much at all. Tobirama immediately arranged for someone to prepare the money. Ghost-kun, which village are you from? Can you stay in Konoha since you saved Konoha? Tobarama's words are very sincere. In his heart, with the strength of this young man, he can be cultivated as a Hokage in the future. It is definitely the strongest existence in the 5 shadows, and the village will also become the strongest ninja village. Consider the long-term development of the village. This boy must stay. Zhang Chen didn't want to stay here. At this time, he didn't even have a ninja school, he didn't have a few people he knew well, and he didn't even have his favorite Hinata. Of course, the love here is not love, it's just because Zhang Chen is a simple lolicon and only wants a sister loli. Lord Tobarama, I'm used to being alone and don't like restraint, and the days to come are too boring, I can't stay, but I have a request. Heroes, please speak. I wish I could be given a forehead of fire, and in 50 years I will let my descendants join Konoha, may I agree? Tobarama heard the words and was very happy. 50 years later, the boy in front of him is only in his 60s. If his descendants can join Konoha, doesn't that mean that he is also a Konoha person? It is a good thing for the future development of the village. Okay, I promise you. For you. Tobarama untied the forehead guard on his head and threw it to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took the forehead guard. At this time, Jonin took a box of money and handed it to Tobarama. Tobarama opened the box and handed it to Zhang Chen, smiled and said, "Here is 300,000 taels, thank the hero for saving Konoha." Zhang Chen took the money and stood up and said, "Okay, it's time for me to go, Konoha will get better and better in the future. My grandson is called Zhang Chen, please remember, then I hope that no matter whether he is talented or not, I hope that Konoha can take care of me. Give him a place." After he finished speaking, Zhang Chen jumped and disappeared on the stone Jinchuriki column. "Where can the hero find you again?" Tobarama hurriedly rushed out and shouted. "Thousands of miles away, at the top of the snow-capped mountains." Zhang Chen's voice was deep and long, and everyone in Konoha village could hear it clearly. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo kept Zhang Chen's name in their hearts. Zhang Chen left Konoha village to deposit the money in Silver's shop, and only took 20,000 of his pocket money in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to brother for successfully completing the task. Reward a ghost knife, money, 100,000 taels. Close black lens bracket. Bang! In Zhang Chen's hand, there was a supremely sharp knife with a pitch-black body. Under the sunlight, the blade glowed green, as if 100 ghosts were crying. "Nice knife. It's a perfect match for my name, little brother, and I reward you for doing it well." "Brother, thank you for the compliment, what are your plans now?" Close black lens bracket. "Go and have a meal, then find a place to use the frozen age, and come back after 50 years. "Brother, don't you make more waves." Close black lens bracket. "What's the big deal? Uchiha Madara died, and Senju Hashirama died in a few years. The second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama led the whole village to win the First World War alone, and I didn't need my help. And the next few ninjas battles are meaningless. Wouldn't it be nice if I left a name to save Konoha?" "Brother, then you go to work, just remember to tell me when you are frozen." Close black lens bracket. "It's done. Brother, let's go, I'm going to a place where a man should go." System. Zhang Chen took off his mask, sneaked into Konoha village, and ate the skewers and grilled meat that the snack street was famous for. After drinking enough food, Zhang Chen found a place where Yuhi was drinking and drinking. In his impression, this was the place that Jiraiya often went to. It's a good place to get material. Come on. As soon as Zhang Chen entered the door, before he could say a word, he was thrown out by the arms of 2 big men, 5 big and 3 thick. The little kid doesn't learn anything from adults, so hurry home. Zhang Chen helplessly looked at the colorful Madara land's name on the signboard, and sighed deeply. Hey, this fun has also been taken away, what's the point of continuing to stay? Stop playing, hurry up and freeze your age. Call my little brother. Brother, I am here. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen walked to a place where no one was around, with a listless look. Turn on freezing age. Okay, brother, the frozen age attribute is being turned on. The frozen age mode has been turned on. Please enter the frozen age time. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chensheng was afraid that he remembered the wrong time, so he recalculated it in his heart. The Valley of the End just broke out, so it should be Konoha 8 years now, and Naruto was born in Konoha 48 years, and Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke were all 12 years old when they graduated, that is, they graduated in Konoha 60 years. In order to get a glimpse of the cutest little Hinata, I must unblock before Konoha 60, and so on, then I will enter the ninja school in Konoha 58, I am a year or two older than them, so that I can look like a brother. That's it. The freezing age is 50 years. Received, it has been successfully set up, the host is about to enter the frozen period and will reappear after 50 years. Along with a cold feeling, Zhang Chen's eyes gradually blurred, until he couldn't see anything. Chapter 4 _ Stun the QB, Nine-Tails, Fox. Konoha 58 years. Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes and moved his body. He was surprised to find that he didn't have any influence, not even the slightest change. He found the small river and looked at his own appearance in the river, and the smile on his face became wider. Oh, my handsome face, the skin has been better after being frozen for so long, what a sin. Ding, big brother, long time no see. Close black lens bracket. Yo, little brother, you came out as soon as I unblocked, why? Give me some wind to wash the dust. Brother, this is my job, I will release the second mission today, enter the village of Konoha and become a ninja. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen touched his chin. In fact, it's not difficult to become a ninja according to his own identity, but if he graduated early, wouldn't he miss Naruto and Hinata? No, his rhythm must follow the rhythm of a normal child and cannot be the focus. In order to ease Naruto's pain, he wants to be the tail of the class, and he can't let Naruto be the last. Hey, brother, is there a deadline for this task? Can it be done in a few years? Open black lens bracket become. All you have to do is accept the mission. Close black lens bracket. Good talk. The system disappeared in his mind. Zhang Chen simply washed up by the river, and quickly ran towards Konoha with his forehead guard. At this time, Konoha's gatekeeper ninja stopped Zhang Chen. Who? Why haven't I seen you? Did you register when you went out to Konoha? Zhang Chen let out a long breath and took off the forehead guard on his head. It's really that the King of Hell is so good at seeing little devils. He raised his forehead high and said loudly. This forehead is the token that the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama gave to my grandfather, the Ghost Sword. 50 years later, I will hold this token to join Konoha. Do you two want to disobey the wishes of the previous Hokage? Zhang Chenlong frowned slightly, and there was a bit of punishment in his words. The two ninjas looked at each other and looked at the forehead in horror, remembering the account of the third-generation Hokage, saying that a young man named Zhang Chen would come to join Konoha at the beginning of this year, and he would definitely bring it to him at that time. Excuse me, are you Zhang Chen? The ninja's tone was somewhat flattering. It's me, how do you know it's me? Zhang Chen asked suspiciously. It's time to wait for you. Let's go. Lord Hokage of the third generation has asked the two of us to keep an eye on you, but he has been waiting for you to come with me. Entering the village, the prosperity inside is full of peace and beauty. The skewer shop is still hot, and the noise of children inside is endless. Barbecue shop was steaming hot. Choji was wearing a white t-shirt with the barbecue in his mouth full, and the meat was very cute. Uncle Ichiraku still squinted to entertain the guests in front of the store, but he didn't see Naruto's shadow. Several people passed by the adult bookstore, and suddenly a child in a white shirt was thrown out by the bookstore administrator. Zhang Chen recognized Naruto at a glance, and he jumped to catch Naruto. I have to say that the 10-year-old Naruto is still quite cute, with handsome yellow hair, big eyes staring at Zhang Chen stupidly, and his cheeks like a kitten. Zhang Chen stabilized Naruto, touched Naruto's head and said softly, Little Naruto, you can't come to this kind of bookstore often. Naruto looked at Zhang Chen with a childish expression, and scratched the back of his head with his little hand. Nissan, thank you, how do you know I'm Naruto? Don't you hate that I'm a demon fox? Hearing these words, Zhang Chen's heart thumped. Yes, Naruto at this time was not recognized by anyone, and was called a demon fox every day. He could only play pranks everywhere to try to attract the attention of others. What a poor child. Zhang Chen touched Naruto's little head. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his right hand and said, "My name is Zhang Chen, and I will also enter the ninja school in the future. I am 2 years older than you can call me brother." Zhang Chen's words were very amiable, and the two ninjas on the side looked at Zhang Chen in shock, not understanding why this person was so kind to Naruto when he first came to the village. Hearing this, Naruto opened his mouth with joy as if his heart was ignited. "Brother Zhang Chen, that's great, you don't actually hate me." The elated Naruto hurriedly stretched out his little hand, and the two people's hands were tightly clasped together. The picture was extremely warm. Naruto inside. Kyubi, Ninetales, was lying in the cage, and opened one eye to look at Zhang Chen. At this time, Kyubi, Ninetales, was full of killing intent towards everyone, and its eyes were also full of killing intent. Zhang Chen felt this murderous aura, and glared angrily in the direction of Naruto's stomach. Kyubi, Ninetales, the demon fox, stood up suddenly, sweating profusely. Zhang Chen didn't use any pupil technique in that look just now. Just this powerful murderous aura made Kyubi, Ninetales, feel the breath of death, and his body can't bear the slightest resistance. "Okay, Naruto, I'm going to see the 3 generations of Hokage, and I'll accompany you to practice when I'm not busy." Zhang Chen touched Naruto's head again, smiled and turned to leave. Looking at Zhang Chen's back, Naruto's heart was filled with warmth. This was the first time he felt the beauty of family affection in so many years. The two ninjas approached Zhang Chen and whispered, "Zhang Chen-kun, that kid is a demon fox. You didn't know it when you first came to the village. Try to stay away from him in the future." Zhang Chen raised his head and stared at the ninja, but didn't say a word. But the ninja was sweating profusely on the ground, and another ninja hurriedly lifted him up and complained, "What's the matter with you? How can you walk and your legs are still weak?" "No, nothing." Walking into the studio, the 3rd generation of Hokage was smoking a cigarette and looking at the letter from the Kingdom of Thunder on the table, his face full of sadness, and Madara's white hair added a bit of vicissitudes. Seeing that the two brought Zhang Chen in, they just glanced up and continued to read the contents of the letter. "Lord Hokage, we brought Zhang Chen." "What? Where?" Sandai suddenly stood up, and the letter on the table fell to the ground and didn't care. Zhang Chen slowly approached the office, and the 3 generations carefully observed Zhang Chen's appearance, with flowing silver hair, a wide forehead, a high nose bridge, and a pair of piercing big eyes. He was indescribably handsome. He grabbed Zhang Chen's shoulders excitedly, and said almost tremblingly, "It's here, it's finally here. I've been waiting for this moment for 50 years. Is your grandfather Ghost Knife okay?" Zhang Chen was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the 3 generations, and he never thought that the 3 generations would care so much about this matter. "My grandfather is okay, but his whereabouts are erratic, and I only interact with him in a specific way of communication." 3 generations sighed, shook his head and said, "It's no wonder that I sent people to the snowy mountains in the country of snow, but I couldn't find it so many times. It turns out that, haha, I'm so happy that you can come today. By the way, did your grandfather explain anything to you before you came?" Oops. Zhang Chen really hadn't thought about this question. It's really hard to answer such a question. I didn't explain anything in particular, but when I was chatting, I said a lot about going to Konoha. It's a bit messy, let me think about it. The 3 generations leaked a kind smile and said softly, "Okay, no hurry, no hurry, you can say whatever you want, as long as I can do it, I will satisfy all of it." Chapter 5 _ Join the ninja school, please take care. Zhang Chen's brain is spinning rapidly. He can't condense Chuck, he only knows swordsmanship, so he must think of a surefire way to graduate successfully. Since I want to be with Naruto and Hinata, I must be able to synchronize with them. So decided. 3 generations of adults, my grandfather and I both only know swordsmanship and do not condense chakra. I hope Konoha can approve my graduation. My grandfather said that I became a part of Konoha. Konoha's difficulties are his difficulties, and one day he will definitely do everything all to help Konoha. He just wants his grandson to live as he wants in Konoha. Quote. Zhang Chen's words sounded very innocent, but it is not difficult to come to a conclusion after carefully examining the contents. Other words, let Konoha treat Zhang Chen well, rely on him for everything, and make him happy. Only in this way all of Konoha's difficult ghost knives will help. Konoha, if you don't follow this precious grandson. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has lived for more than 60 years, and the meaning of these words is naturally clear. Cough cough. Since Mr. Ghost Dao loves you so much, how can I not give face as a 3rd-generation Hokage? Zhang Chen, if you need anything in the future, just come here to find me. I will mention you to arrange it. Now I will arrange someone take you to the ninja village. Sandai smiled and shouted to the door. Schwanma, you send Zhang Chen to the ninja school and send him to Iruka's class. Shiranui Schwanma walked into the house with the Kiba sign in his mouth, glanced at Zhang Chen, his expression did not waver. Calm as always. Yes, Lord Hokage, classmate Zhang Chen, come with me. Zhang Chen followed behind Schwanma. Schwanma's character was naturally cold, and he didn't speak to Zhang Chen along the way. Zhang Chen carefully scrutinized the Kiba signature in his mouth. He knew that it was not a Kiba signature, but a kind of cutting tool, 1,000 copies. Iruka was confused when she saw Genma came in with a child she didn't know. Schwanma leaned into his ear and explained the matter clearly, and specially told the child that it seemed to be related, and walked out of the classroom after speaking. With a smile on her face, Iruka walked up to Zhang Chen and said loudly, Dear classmates, this is our new student, Zhang Chen, you must help each other. There was warm applause in the class. A smile leaked from Zhang Chen's face. He politely bowed his head and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Chen. I hope you can take care of me. Wu, hiding in Inuzuka Kiba's arms, stared at Zhang Chen, trembling, and kept making a scream of fear. Kiba frowned and pressed his chin against Akamaru, staring into Zhang Chen's eyes with extreme anxiety, and whispered, Akamaru, you mean he's scary, let me not mess with him. Ow. Akamaru squinted his eyes and nodded again and again, and leaned beside Shino. 4 sharply out Kiba leaked out and whispered. Shino, this guy looks kind of charitable, but it's not easy at all. He was surprised to find that Shino was sweating coldly on his head and did not speak for a long time, and there were not a single bug that was usually visible on his face at this time. Shino, are you not feeling well? Shino woke up suddenly, turned his head and stared at Kiba, who was also sweating profusely. Although the black sunglasses couldn't see his eyes clearly, he could feel it. Shino was shaking all over. Don't talk about Zhang Chen, he is the first one to make the bugs feel scared. You look at the others around, they don't feel anything different, so don't make it public. This Zhang Chen should cover up the murderous aura. I'm afraid there is no malicious, but the animal's natural fear can't be covered up. Let's see it later, and don't mess with him. Kiba knows that Shino is usually very serious, and rarely loses his temper like this. He licked his dry lips and glanced at Zhang Chen from the corner of his eye, so scared that he quickly swallowed his saliva. Wow, this guy is so handsome, even more handsome than Sasuke-kun. Ino pushed back a touch of yellow hair in front of him. A fascinated smile hung on his pretty face, and his beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Chen's face in a fascination. Sakura's pretty face turned to Yuhi. Her wide forehead lay on the table and stared at Sasuke in a daze, not caring about Zhang Chen at all. Sasuke folded his hands in front of his mouth. His eyes stared at Zhang Chen, His eyes were full of murderous intent as usual. Since his brother Uchiha Itachi killed the whole clan, Sasuke's eyes were always filled with hatred, and he was angry with everyone. Naruto's big eyes stared at the boss, staring at Zhang Chen dumbfounded, and blurted out, "Nissan." Zhang Chen Nissan. Hyuga Hinata Byakugan looked at Naruto in astonishment, rubbing her index fingers with her little hands. Yuhi murmured in shame, "This is Naruto-kun's brother." Zhang Chen waved at Naruto, smiled and nodded. This scene, everyone is watching. What's the situation? Naruto and Zhang Chen know each other. Naruto called him Nissan just now. Could it be? Could this guy be a demon fox too? ... Everyone be quiet. Teacher Iruka patted the table, his eyes fixed on the vacant seat on Naruto's left, and continued to Zhang Chen with a smile. "Student Zhang Chen, sit next to Naruto." "Good." Zhang Chen strode towards Naruto's left side like a meteor and sat firmly. Naruto looked at Zhang Chen with admiration on his face. Zhang Chen turned his head and smiled, lowered his head and whispered, "Little Naruto, listen carefully to the class." This gentle voice made Naruto like Izumi, nodding heavily, staring straight at teacher Iruka, pretending to be very serious. Seeing such a scene, Iruka revealed a gratified smile and said loudly, "Today is the first day that Zhang Chen came to the ninja school. I will tell you about our ninja school." The ninja school was founded by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama in Konoha 8, and officially changed to the ninja school in Konoha 12. The school mainly has theoretical courses, exercise courses, and practical courses, mainly consisting of basic teaching, exercise teaching, application teaching, and then graduation examinations. Now is the era of peace. The school is a 6-year system of teaching. You are all in the 4th grade now. The theory and physical training have been completed in the previous few years, and the next few years will focus on the teaching of cutting tools and ninjutsu. Speaking, Iruka glanced at Zhang Chen deliberately, and according to Shiranui Schwanma's explanation, this student was specially arranged to his class for the purpose of the 3rd generation, and he told him that Zhang Chen didn't know the ninja school and had no foundation, so he needed special care. Zhang Chen could naturally hear it, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it is really popular to have a relationship and come to the school. I am really flattered to tell me so many detailed things. Iruka cleared her throat and continued. The afternoon class is kunai teaching. No one is allowed to be absent, you hear? Especially Naruto. Ha ha. The whole class looked at Naruto and laughed. Zhang Chen looked at Naruto with a smile, and stretched out his fist towards Naruto. Come on, little Naruto. Naruto froze in place, then a bright smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. He nodded heavily, his small fist collided with Zhang Chen's fist. Both of their smiles were so sweet. Chapter 6_ I don't want to learn this. Ino Kunai threw 82 points, very good. Haruno Sakura, it's your turn. With a pen in hand, Iruka filled out the score for shuriken throwing. Kunai throws a total of 10 targets. The student is 60 meters away from the target, and hits the bullseye with 10 points, a total of 100 points. Ino has 1 perfect score and 9/8 for a total score of 82. Hearing teacher Iruka shouting out his grades, Ino smiled and walked up to Sakura, clenching his fists tightly. The two women secretly compared sparks again. Sakura pouted and said unconvincingly, "What's so great about 82 points? I must be higher than you." Let's see. Sakura was wearing a yuhi-colored short skirt. Her long hair was twisted up. Her small hand grabbed kunai and twirled it in the palm of her hand for a few weeks, her big eyes staring at the bullseye. Sakura, come on. Naruto raised his fists desperately to cheer, and shouted hard. Shut up, Naruto, I can't concentrate. Sakura shouted angrily, and Naruto retracted his fist in disappointment, puffing out his cheeks and looking sullen. Naruto-kun. Hinata's delicate little hands kept rubbing, and she secretly looked at Naruto, her head bowed and her face full of yuhi. Sakura scored 82 points. Currently tied for first place with Ino. Teacher Uruka's voice sounded. Che, you're just like that. Are you better than me? Don't be complacent, I'll be higher than you next time. Ino and Sakura glared at each other. If it wasn't for Uruka-sensei, the two cuties would really fight. Next, Sasuke. Wow ah. Sasuke-kun, come on. Sasuke's little fangirl was biting her hand at the moment. Her pretty face was slightly yuhi, and she kept shouting to cheer for Sasuke. Naruto gave Sasuke a look of contempt. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly at Naruto, picked up Kuu and walked out. After a few turns, 9 kunai steadily hit the bull's eye, and 1 strayed slightly. Whole class screamed again, and Uruka, filling in the scores in astonishment as usual, shouted. Sasuke scored 99 points. Sasuke-san, if you're not in such a hurry to be handsome, you can get full marks. So handsome ... Sasuke-kun, so handsome, Uruka-sensei, you can't blame Sasuke. These little fangirls screamed again, and some were even dissatisfied with Uruka blaming Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the only kunai that was off the bull's eye, and his eyes fell on Naruto. The kunai that just made a mistake was when Naruto was afraid of his butt, which distracted him. At this time, he wanted to kill Naruto. Next, Naruto, the others stand back. Mr. Uruka evacuated his classmates and kept himself farther away from the bull's eye. When he remembered the last time Naruto threw his shuriken at his classmates, he had lingering fears. Seeing this scene, Zhongchen almost burst out laughing. Holding back his laughter, he made a cheering gesture to Naruto. Come on, Naruto. Okay, Nissan. Naruto picked up kunai and let out a long breath. Whoosh. A kunai swept past Uruka-sensei's face and steadily hit a tree 2 meters away from the bull's eye. Uruka looked at the kunai on the tree and exclaimed. Naruto, throw it when you see it. Do you want to kill me? You idiot. Keep the other students away. Hinata frowned, pursed her lips, stared at Naruto in shock and whispered, Naruto-kun, come on. Zhongchen looked at Hinata's cute appearance, smiled and shook his head. Naruto scratched his head and laughed, and focused his attention on the bullseye again, and a kunai flew out. When Kunwu hit the target, but just hit the target, 1 point. Looking at kunai on the target, Uruka-sensei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and yelled embarrassingly, not bad. I didn't deviate from the target this time. Until the last kunai hit the target, Uruka-sensei let out a long breath and said loudly. Naruto scored 7 points. It's not bad, it's 7 times better than the last 1 point, I hope next time. Yeah. Naruto jumped up happily, clapped his hands beside Uruka-sensei, his eyes cracked with laughter. Teacher, am I the one who has made the most progress? Cough cough. Yes, continue to work hard in the future. Oh. Naruto nodded frantically with his eyes wide open. Kiba spread out his hands and sighed, only Naruto in the whole school is a single digit, why are you so happy? You only have 10 points. When Shino said that, he clenched Kiba's fist angrily, and Kiba shouted angrily, Shino. Don't be so arrogant, you will surpass you sooner or later. Shino pushed off his sunglasses and replied calmly, okay, I look forward to your performance. You. Kiba jumped up again by Shino's tone. Woo. Akamaru let out a timid whimper again. Kiba looked up at the playground. Zhongchen was standing in the middle, carrying a long black knife on his back. The long knife glowed green under the sunlight. Kiba swallowed and stared at Zhongchen's back without saying a word. Shino also turned his head and felt the timidity of the bug, and stared at Zhongchen curiously. Uruka walked to Zhongchen's side and handed 10 kuwu to Zhongchen. Student Zhongchen, this may be your first time using kunai, but that's okay. Sasuke-san, show Zhongchen how to use kunai. Without saying a word, Sasuke stepped out of the queue, held a kunu in his hand, deliberately slowed down his movements, and threw the kunu steadily. Hit the bullseye. Wow. Sasuke's little fangirl was in an uproar again. Iruka let out a sigh of relief, and really didn't want Sasuke to demonstrate the movements again. These little girls are too deadly. Student Zhang Chen, have you learned it? Zhang Chen held Kuwu, and his heart was full of mixed flavors. To hit a live target that doesn't move, do you still need this thing? Besides, he doesn't know that at all. He handed the kunai to Iruka-sensei and let out a sigh of relief. Iruka-sensei, I can't use kunai, I don't want to learn this. Iruka was stunned. In the past few years, he has never seen a student who can't even use kunwu. Even Naruto Crane can at least use it, but the accuracy is not enough. He looked at Zhang in embarrassment. With a calm expression on his face, Chen thought to himself. These 3 generations are really difficult for me. How can I teach Zhang Chen who doesn't even know Kuwu? It's really a difficult job. What's going on with this Zhang Chen? It's ridiculous that you don't even know Kuwu, and you still come here to be a ninja. He looks so handsome, but he doesn't know the most basic kunai. It's such a pity that he looks good. If you won't suffer, you will be demoted. Why do you want to be in the same class as us? ... For a time, there were endless complaints and boos on the playground. Kiba leaned over to Shino's side, and said in shock, what the hell is going on with this Zhang Chen? He obviously has terrifying courage, why can't he even know Kuwu? Don't talk, wait and see, maybe he is the same type as Teacher Guy. Shino stared at Zhang Chen's back. What do you mean? Kiba scratched his head, looking puzzled. Chapter 7_hit 10 targets. Naruto stood behind Zhang Chen with a sad face. Nissan, isn't there a kunai? Sitting next to the crystal ball, Sandemu sucked in his throat, looking at Zhang Chen's back in the crystal ball, and helplessly spit out wisps of smoke. It's really troublesome. If you can't even pass the basic courses, you won't be able to pass the physical test and practice class. Ghost Knife, your grandson is really giving me a headache. It seems that you can only use my old face to let him chartered graduation. After saying that, Sandemu looked at the letters on the table that he had read for a few days, and took a sharp puff of cigarette. What bothers me more is the troubles between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Hyuga clan. Hey. Iruka-sensei held the kunai and looked at the noisy classmates around. She was really in trouble. Zhang Chen is the person that the 3rd generation of eyes told him to take care of. If he allowed Zhang Chen not to practice kunai, how would he face students in the future? If Zhang Chen is forced to use kunai, Zhang Chen will definitely not be able to come down to the stage. How should the 3 generations explain it? What a chore. Zhang Chen naturally saw the difficulty of Iruka. Looking around at the cynicism of his classmates, he let out a long breath and said plainly. I won't have kunai, I won't condense chakra, but so what? Isn't it just hitting the bull's eye? Isn't it the same with a knife? Zhang Chen's words were flat, but extremely lethal. This is true, no matter what the process is, as long as the result is the same, there is no difference. This sentence also seemed to wake up Iruka's brain circuits. He hurriedly put kunai aside, clapped his hands and said loudly. Classmates, I think what Zhang Chen said is quite right. No matter what method, as long as you can win, you will be the winner. There are certain things that many ninjas can't, but as long as you are strong, you can become a Konoha ninja, just like Mr. Guy. He only knows Teishu, but he has extremely high attainments in Teishu. So everyone, don't make fun of Zhang Chen, maybe he has specialties that we don't even know about. Saying that, Teacher Iruka stared at the black sword behind Zhang Chen, and continued. Student Zhang Chen has been carrying a big sword on his back. It can be seen that he should be a swordsman. As a special case of the school, if a certain student is particularly good in a certain field, he can be granted permission not to graduate from other ninjutsu. I believe Zhang Chen it is such a special case. Quote. Then why didn't he draw a knife? Didn't you just say that you can hit the bull's eye with a knife? Yeah, is it possible to pick up the knife and cut the bull's eye? If so, I will too. Teacher Iruka, you are partial to Zhang Chen. why can't he know anything? We can't. ... Uruka originally thought that these words of his own could convince the students, but now it seems to be in vain. Not only did the noise not stop, but it became more and more intense, so he could only helplessly look at Zhang Chen. At this time, he hoped that Zhang Chen could really do something to make the students shut up, otherwise it would be really difficult for him as a teacher. Haha, Uruka, it's hard for you. The third generation sucked a cigarette, looked at Uruka who was in a dilemma in the crystal ball, smiled a little distressed, his eyes fell on the black knife behind Zhang Chen, and continued. Zhang Chen, I don't know how far his swordsmanship can go, can it be as shocking to the world as the ghost swords of the past? Zhang Chen let out a long sigh, and his right hand held the handle of the ghost knife behind him, with a murderous intent in his eyes. It's not impossible for me to draw a knife and cut the bull's eye, but you need to stay away from me when I draw a knife, or you are afraid of hurting you. This is the strongest ghost knife that my grandfather left me, and by the way I tell you. The ghost knife is unsheathed, killing the gods and destroying the gods. Wow! When the whole class heard Zhang Chen's slogan, Naruto opened his mouth and adored Zhang Chen. However, except for Naruto, everyone else was mocking Zhang Chen once again. This slogan is too scary. It even kills the gods and destroys the gods. Those who don't know it think they are gods. I think I will talk big. Is it possible that it will destroy the world? Don't get so many heads. Quickly take out the knife. If you can hit the bullseye with the knife at a distance of 60 meters, I will stand upside down and eat shit. ... A smile leaked from the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth, and he paid special attention to the goddess who said that he was eating shit upside down, but this face was very unfamiliar. The classmate who said he was going to stand upside down and eat shit, what's your name? Zhang Chen stared at the slightly fat little boy with interest, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. The little boy was frightened by Zhang Chen's gaze. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, and stammered out with courage. My name is Tianjing. My dad is a rich businessman in Konoha village. You better not mess with me. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned. The only people he knew were Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. Suddenly, someone I didn't know appeared, and I felt a little uncomfortable. Since he is not familiar with him, he is naturally not a ruthless character. Can't get used to him. Tianjing, right, I don't care whether you are a rich second generation or not. It has nothing to do with you eating shit upside down. If I stand in place and hit the bull's eye, don't forget my promise. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned his head and completely pulled out the ghost sword, standing in front of him. Reflecting the sunlight, the green light of the ghost knife made Uruka feel wisps of fear. He instinctively stepped back and left Zhang Chen. Without saying a word, he kept swallowing saliva and gasping for breath. Kiba leaned over to Shino's side, and he felt the same fear in his heart as Akamaru. Shino shook off Kiba and whispered, Don't touch me, the bugs in my body have started to mess up, and I have to concentrate on controlling the bugs. Kiba hid behind Shino, licking his dry lips, watching Zhang Chen's ghost knife trembling. What the hell is going on with this guy's knife? How can I be so scared that my legs go weak? Just as Kiba was shaking, Shino grabbed Kiba's arm and ran to the back without saying a word. Hey, Shino, what are you doing? Cough cough. No, if I stay there, I feel like the worms in my body will explode out of my body. It's terrible. The two hid in a corner of the school, afraid to go back to the playground. The cigarette in the mouth of the third generation has no shredded tobacco, and his eyes are staring at Zhang Chen in the crystal ball. Hinata instinctively approached Sakura and hid behind Sakura. There are countless slashing moves in Zhang Chen's mind, but in this ninja school, any ordinary move can cut the school down. Forget it, let's make a flat A, try to control it to the minimum force. Brush, will, bang. The ghost knife slashed lightly in the air, and a 7-8 meter wide slash flew out, making a general slashing sound. With that loud noise, 10 targets were split into 2 at the same time. The students covered their ears and closed their eyes. When the crashing sound disappeared, and when they opened their eyes, they all opened their mouths in shock. 10 targets were cut off by Chi Shuishu, just in the bullseye position, not bad at all. Chapter 8 _ Sword Intent Up. Uruka opened his mouth wide in shock, looking at the 10 targets that were only half left, not knowing that the pen in his hand had fallen to the ground. Crack! The smoke from Sandemu's mouth fell on the table, and he was shocked. This is a lie. He has such accomplishments in kendo at a young age, he is a genius. Ding! Congratulations to the big brother who shocked the audience, got silver 20,000 taels, sword intent +10. In addition, the 3 generations of Hokage were shocked, and they obtained silver 230,000 taels and sword intent +20. Close black lens bracket. Little brother, didn't you say that my strength is the ceiling in Hokage? How can there be room for improvement? Brother, at present, you are indeed the ceiling, but if your strength does not improve, if you are surpassed, as long as you can continue to shock the 4, you can increase the sword intent. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger your combat power. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen frowned in confusion. What System Kun said didn't make sense. Only by making continuous progress can we truly be invincible in the world. Little brother, tell me what my sword intent is now. What is the function of sword intent? Back to big brother, your basic attributes are sword intent value, 30, the rank is a rank, you can use murderous aura to make others have the illusion of fear. Upgrade progress bar, 31 thousandths. The sword intent value reaches 1000, and it is upgraded to the second stage. The higher the sword intent rank, the stronger the murderous aura. When the sword intent value reaches a certain height, you can simply use the sword intent to make people fall into hallucinations. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was very excited. According to the system, his sword intent cultivation was getting higher and higher. Couldn't he just rely on sword intent to create demonic illusion? Brother, can sword intent create demonic illusion? Yes, brother, the stronger the sword intent, the stronger the demonic illusion. Close black lens bracket. Success. You are the most conscientious system I have ever seen. You explain everything clearly, and you give money every time. You are excellent. Zhang Chen walked out of his mind, took out the passbook in his arms. The number on it really increased by 50,000 taels. He happily put the passbook in his arms. Maybe Zhang Chen was overjoyed. At this time, everyone's attention was on him, and the act of taking out his bankbook really shocked everyone again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, big brother took out the passbook and shocked the audience. The reward was 10,000 taels, and the sword intent value was +5. The current progress is 35 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, does this work? Zhang Chen can't wait to call the system crazy for this wave of operations. 2 TM to force. Seeing the shocked expressions of the whole class, Zhang Chen walked to Tianjing, pointed at the half of the target and said, "Aren't you going to eat shit upside down? Should you keep your promise?" Tianjing lowered his head, his chubby little face swelled to Yuhi's face, and at this time he wanted to burrow into the hole. I was wrong, let me do whatever I want, but can't eat shit upside down. Ha ha, you bastard, willing to admit defeat, since you have already gambled, why do you deny it? Tianjing, like a man, the more you gamble, the more you admit defeat. ... The classmates who originally looked down on Zhang Chen all helped Zhang Chen count down the field at this time. Tianjing buried his head even lower, without saying a word, anxious tears kept rolling in his eyes. Okay, I didn't intend to actually make you eat shit upside down, haha, so, aren't you rich? Why don't you have a bowl of ramen with Naruto? Zhang Chen's words sounded like a life-saving straw in Tianjing's ear. Okay, I promise you, I'll invite you and Naruto when I have time, haha. Tianjing grinned happily. Compared with eating shit upside down, it's still worthwhile to spend a little money to eat ramen. Tianjing accepted it. At this time, teacher Uruka finally reacted, picking up the pen on the ground and writing 10 points in Zhang Chen's column. I announce that Zhang Chen has scored 100 points and is the first in the class. Wow, it's amazing, even better than Sasuke-kun. Ino's beautiful eyes blinked, and the Prince Charming in his heart has been replaced by Zhang Chen. Damn, Sasuke bit Kiba, staring at Zhang Chen with cold eyes. Nissan, it's amazing, haha. Naruto happily clenched his fists and danced. In the alley not far away. Shino, it looks like it's over, let's go back, do you hear? That guy got full marks. Don't shout, I heard it. It doesn't matter how many points he scores, but if it goes on like this, I'll be scared to death by him sooner or later. When the two of them thought that they would have to face Zhang Chen every day from now on, and bear invisible fears every day, it was really uncomfortable. Uruka looked at the 10 half-sized targets again, let out a long breath, and sighed inwardly. Maybe I really can't teach this guy, I have to discuss this matter with the 3 generations of adults. Inside the Hokage studio. Uruka knelt down on one knee in front of the 3 generations and expressed her thoughts. 3 generations of adults, I think it is possible to let Zhang Chen leave the ninja school, and let a sword master like Moonlight Hayate teach Zhang Chen swordsmanship. 3rd generation was smoking a cigarette. Uruka's words made sense. Zhang Chen didn't know anything other than swordsmanship, and it was suitable for Moonlight Hayate to teach him. However, he still couldn't figure out how much the ghost knife that slashed meteorites had taught Zhang Chen back then. How much Zhang Chen has learned, he has no way of knowing. If Zhang Chen's swordsmanship is higher than that of Moonlight Hayate, then how to arrange Zhang Chen is another headache. Uruka, you can just teach as normal. This kid Zhang Chen asked to go to your class, it should be for Naruto, do you understand? Comes to Naruto, Uruka thinks of the demon fox, which he has never been able to overcome. His parents died at the hands of the Kyuubi, 9-tails, demon fox, and Naruto has a demon fox in his body, and Naruto has always been considered a demon fox by everyone in the village. The estrangement between Uruka and Naruto has not been resolved. Seeing Uruka's solemn expression, Sandemu naturally understood the reason, and said with a long breath of smoke. I know you think about your parents, and you can't let go, but Naruto is also an orphan, and he hasn't even seen his own parents. He and you have done the same stupid things. He's done all the camouflage, and like you, he wants to be recognized by others. The words of the 3rd generation made Uruka ponder deeply. Wasn't he like Naruto when he was a child? He deliberately made a fool of himself to gain the attention of others. All poor children. 3 generations of adults, but why does Zhang Chen pay so much attention to Naruto? What the hell is going on? Well, I'm not very clear either. Let me tell you one thing. When Konoha was 8 years old, the hero who saved the entire Konoha from Uchiha Madara was Zhang Chen's grandfather, Ghost Sword. What? Zhang Chen's grandfather is the legendary hero Ghost Sword. Uruka suddenly raised his head and stared at Sandemu, his mouth opened in shock, and he continued stammering. Is this true? 3 generations of adults. 3 generations of eyes nodded heavily and took a deep breath. Really, that's why I have to arrange your class according to his wishes. The Guadao was too kind to Konoha back then. How could I not do things according to his wishes? You have to understand me, Uruka. Okay, I understand, I will make Zhang Chen happy and comfortable. Chapter 9_recognize Hinata as sister. Well, that's fine. In addition, after Kakashi comes back, I will let him pay more attention to Zhang Chen secretly. You should pay more attention to him. Don't let him easily learn from others. Zhang Chen's sword skills may be far more than that. Don't hurt other people, the 3rd generation said earnestly. He knew very well how powerful the ghost sword was. Zhang Chen, as his grandson, must also be very skilled in swordsmanship. He didn't want anyone to play against Zhang Chen. If he was cut by Zhang Chen, it would be really troublesome. Uruka nodded heavily and left the studio. When we walked out of the studio, It was already dusk, and many parents came to pick up the children at the gate of the ninja school. Teacher Uruka was busy escorting the children out of the school gate to meet the parents. Naruto was sitting on the swing under the tree, looking down at the school gate with his small head lowered. Parents and children walked past the school gate one after another. "Mom, why does that kid sit there every day?" The kid pointed at Naruto. The mother hugged the child in her arms, stared at Naruto, and said with a look of disgust, "Don't play with that kid, it's a demon fox." Mom spoke so loudly that Naruto could hear it clearly, and leaned his head down on the swing rope again, his eyes full of melancholy. At this moment, a pair of warm hands rested on Naruto's small head. Naruto turned his head in surprise, a happy smile on his face. "Nissan, aren't you going home?" Jong-chen looked at Naruto's cute face, and bent down. He said gently, "I'll take you home, okay? From now on, Brother Jong-chen will take Naruto home every day." Hearing these words, Naruto put on a long-lost smile on his face, plunged into Jong-chen's arms, and his face was full of happiness. "Nissan, you are so kind." Naruto was a head shorter than Jong-chen at this time. Naruto jumped off the swing and stood beside Jong-chen. Jong-chen pulled up Naruto's little hand and said softly, "Come on, let's go home." As soon as he walked out a few steps, Jong-chen saw Hinata, who was looking left and right, looking forward to Yuhi's pretty face. "Little Hinata, didn't Lord Hyuga arrange for someone to pick you up today?" When Hinata saw Jong-chen, she was naturally a little scared. She shook her head and pursed her cute little mouth. Her big snow-white eyes were slightly lowered, and they kept flashing in front of Naruto and the ground. Jong-chen shook his head, grabbed Hinata's hand, and said gently, "Come on, I'll take you and Naruto home." Before Hinata could react, Jong-chen took his small hand and strode out of the school gate. Jong-chen pulled Hinata and Naruto by the left and right hands on the way home. The sunset glow was reflected, and the shadows of the three of them stretched longer and longer on the road. Jong-chen walked to the store and stopped. "Nissan, do you want to buy something?" Naruto asked in confusion, tilting his head. Jong-chen walked into the store to buy a new box of milk and held it in his arms, smiled at Naruto and said, "Here, hold this, remember not to drink expired milk in the future. Naruto has to be obedient, you know." There was a smile on Naruto's face, his small head kept shaking, and he nodded heavily. Hinata looked at Jong-chen's smile, and the mood that was still a little scared also improved, and she thought to herself, "Brother Jong-chen is so kind to Naruto." Hinata's house is farther than Naruto's house. Jong-chen sent Naruto home first, and took Hinata home alone. Walking alone with Jong-chen, Hinata's pretty face was ashamed as Yuhi. Jong-chen let go of Hinata's small hand and said softly, "Little Hinata, how about I be your brother?" Hinata faltered and didn't know what to say, and the pretty face was once again embarrassed by Yuhi. Jong-chen couldn't help shaking his head. "Really shy kid. I will protect you and Naruto," Jong-chen said again. Hinata stood still and didn't speak. Jong-chen naturally knew that Hinata was shy, but he really didn't expect Hinata to be so shy. In order not to embarrass Hinata, Jong-chen did not continue to ask questions, but let Hinata walk in front, and he followed behind. Afraid of her shyness, so keep a distance. "Yo, little girl, you bumped into me, you know." Three boys who were a head taller than Hinata stopped in front of Hinata's eyes, clenched their fists, and continued fiercely. "Quickly apologize to the three of us." I didn't mean to." Hinata put her little hand next to her little mouth, a little scared, and then explained. "It's not the first time the three have appeared. Hinata gets bullied every time, and gets pushed down by the three bad boys several times. I asked you to apologize for taking so much effort. Believe it or not, we'll beat you up now." One of the thinner boys yelled at Hinata again. The three of them were all focused on Hinata, and they didn't pay attention to Jong-chen behind him. Hinata trembled with fright, and kept backing away, with tears in her eyes, and kept shaking her head. 3 bad boys were even more excited when they saw that Hinata was scared. They usually liked to bully children who didn't dare to fight back. Seeing them scared, they felt very comfortable. The little fat man who took the lead in the middle walked forward with his fist clenched and shouted loudly. "Apologize obediently, but don't blame me for being rude to you." "Haha, who are you going to be rude to?" Just when the little fat man was complacent, Zhang Chen's voice sounded. Hinata turned her head to look at Zhang Chen behind, and murmured, "Nissan." This brother blurted out. The voice was extremely low. The 3 walked to Zhang Chen's side, pointed at Zhang Chen and cursed. "What? You want a hero to save the beauty? Don't look at what grade the 3 of us are in, who am I?" Zhang Chen saw the 3 hairless children in front of him, he snorted coldly, and burst into a smile. "Oh, what grade are you 2 from? You, who are you?" With a disdainful expression, Zhang Chen grinned the little fat man angrily and cursed loudly. "Are you new here? You don't even know me, Yuichi Tanaka. I'm a 6th grade senior. What grade are you in? Sign up if you have the guts." "4th grade, Zhang Chen." "What, are you going to ask me to settle accounts?" Zhang Chen's expression was a little playful. When the little fat man heard Zhang Chen say this, he thought he was afraid of him, and laughed. "You're a good boy, and you know that someone will ask you to settle the bill if you offend me, but it's too late. I'll let you go without Kabuto today. Brothers, beat him up for me." Hearing that Shang Yi was about to beat Zhang Chen, Hinata frowned in fright and shouted loudly. "Zhang Chen Nisang, hurry up and leave me alone." Hinata's lovely face with sadness and pouting lips is very cute. As a loyal lolicon, seeing Hinata like this really makes him feel distressed, and he can't wait to hold Hinata in his arms and coax him. However, he couldn't do it. Hinata can only be his sister. The woman Zhang Chen dreamed of has not yet appeared. Ha ha. Zhang Chen's eyes were slightly lowered, staring at the 3 people in front of him, releasing a little murderous aura. Just as the 3 were about to punch, the powerful murderous aura made their fists instantly freeze in midair. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The next second, the 3 of them slumped to the ground together, begging for mercy. "Brother, spare your life. Brother, spare your life." Chapter 10 _ I will definitely do what I want to do. See the scene in front of you. Hinata stood there, surprised. Shang Yi and his 2 subordinates kept begging Zhang Chen for mercy. This kind of begging was their instinct. In the moment just now, the murderous aura emanating from Zhang Chen's body made them feel as if they were being stared at by a beast, and they would be eaten at any time. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "Get up, I don't have time to make trouble with you guys, hurry up and get out." Shang was busy lying on the ground and kept begging, "Thank you, brother, we will get out now, get out now." After he finished speaking, he was about to get up, but he couldn't get up, so he could only helplessly crawl into the distance. During the climb, he didn't forget to look back to see if Zhang Chen was chasing after him. Zhang Chen walked in front of Hinata, touched Hinata's little head, lowered his head and said softly, "Well, they've all run away and can go home." "Well, thanks Nissan." Hinata nodded heavily. After this incident, Hinata's fear of Zhang Chen has slowly disappeared, and even more respect for the big brother in front of him. Hyuga main clan, inside the house. This has already happened, and I, as the patriarch, must lead by example, and I must take it upon myself. "Brother, you are the head of the clan, you and I are twin brothers, as a split family, I must take the blame for you, the Hyuga clan cannot live without you." "What main clan? Split up, how can I make you blame me for what I did?" "Brother, I die not only for the Hyuga family, but also for my beloved brother, I am willing to die." "Hazashi, you." Zhang Chen heard these words really. He finally understood why the Hyuga clan didn't arrange for someone to pick up Hinata today. It turned out that this time was the matter of the Kingdom of Thunder. Thanks to Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. He killed the ninjas in the Land of Thunder who kidnapped the Hyuga clan. The Kingdom of Thunder took this as an excuse and asked Konoha to hand over the murderer, otherwise they would meet in battle. Hyuga Heihachi planned to go to the Kingdom of Thunder for the sake of his family to stop the war. Hyuga Hazashi, the twin brother of the split family, desperately wanted to go to the Land of Thunder instead of his brother. Squeak. The door was pushed open by Zhang Chen, and the two stared at Zhang Chen and Hinata in shock. Hinata's father, Hyuga Heihachi, exclaimed. Hinata, why are you so rude? Who let you push the door in? Hinata was so frightened that she hurriedly hid behind Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen walked forward and said, I opened the door, it has nothing to do with little Hinata. Who are you? Did you hear the conversation just now? Heihachi said angrily. My name is Zhang Chen, I'm Hinata's classmate. I came to the ninja school on the first day today, and I heard all the conversations you just had. Words came out. Heihachi and Hazashi raised their eyes slightly, showing murderous intent. Hinata, you go down, I'll have a chat with your classmates. Hinata looked at her father's fierce expression, did not dare to disobey, and kept pulling on Zhang Chen's clothes. Zhang Chen spread out Hinata's little hand, and said softly, I'm fine, you go down, darling. Hinata nodded heavily before leaving. Zhang Chen walked into the house, closed the door, and his expression instantly became serious. I heard all your conversations, and I know what's going on with you. Hearing this sentence, Hazashi became murderous, bit Kiba and said, You are a student, I shouldn't be so cruel to you, but you know a secret that you shouldn't know, and you can't blame me. After speaking, Hazashi was covered in chakra, his eyes were blue, and he spread his hands. Gentle fist. Zhang Chen pulled out the ghost sword, stood in front of him, and instantly released his murderous aura. Hazashi, be careful, go back. Heihachi exclaimed. Just at the moment Zhang Chen drew his sword, that powerful murderous aura made him feel very uneasy. Hazashi, who flew towards Zhang Chen, suddenly felt that there were a pair of huge beast eyes on Zhang Chen's head. The eyes were deep and terrifying, as if he could be wiped out in an instant if he took a step forward. He forcibly stopped and jumped back a dozen steps, sweat dripping down his forehead. Who the hell are you? Hazashi was originally dismissive of the child in front of him, but at this moment, he was completely shocked. He had to re-examine the Zhang Chen in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the eldest brother for shocking the Hyuga family. The reward is 20,000 taels, the sword intent value is +10, and the current progress bar is 45 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Zhang Chen was happy, he wanted to talk to the system a few more words, but the matter in front of him had to be dealt with, so he hurriedly exited his mind. Who I am is not the point. The point is that I regard Hinata as my sister, and you, as Hinata's father, I can't sit idly by about your affairs. Zhang Chen's words are very clear, all these things are because of Hinata's face. Heihachi and Hazashi looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief, then they relaxed, no matter what, as long as Zhang Chen was not an enemy. Heihachi stretched out his hand and said respectfully, Student Zhang Chen, please take back your murderous aura, since it's not an enemy, there's no need to fight. Hazashi, sit down too. When the two saw Zhang Chen sitting down, they just sat down with peace of mind. Senior Hyuga, I know that the matter between you and the Kingdom of Thunder is at fault in the Kingdom of Thunder. It's not wrong for you to kill the kidnappers. I don't think you have to go to the Kingdom of Thunder to take the blame. Heihachi frowned. He had no idea that this would be the words of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Then in your opinion, how should we handle this? Heihachi's words were sincere. He also had to be sincere, it had nothing to do with age, just because of Zhang Chen's terrifying strength that was so powerful as ultimate. Zhang Chen took the ghost knife back, said with a smile, if you guys believe me, I can convince the third generation, and I will also handle the troubles on the Land of Thunder. Hiyashi listened carefully to Zhang Chen's words. In his opinion, Zhang Chen could have such strength at such a young age. His background must not be underestimated, and besides, what he said was so firm. He always felt that Zhang Chen seemed to have full confidence. Hiyashi nodded to Hizashi and bowed his head to Zhang Chen. If this is the case, thank Zhang Chen-kun first. If you can really settle this matter for the Hyuga clan, my Hyuga clan will satisfy you with whatever you want. Haha, that's it, I'll settle this matter for you. My request is not high. I just came to Konoha village. I don't have any relatives, but I especially hope that I can have a cute my sister. Hinata is just 2 years younger than me. I hope that after this matter is settled, I can recognize Hinata as my sister and let me live in the Hyuga family. After all, I have no place to live. If you think so, then I will be there tomorrow. Go to the country of thunder. Don't worry, what I want to do will definitely be done. This condition is too simple. The Hyuga family is a big family, and it is easy to find a room to live alone. It is an honor for the Hyuga clan to have such a powerful person as Zhang Chen in the Hyuga clan. To make such a master the elder brother of Hinata is simply to add backing to the Hyuga clan. Why not do it? Hiyashi stood up happily, hurriedly leaned over to Zhang Chen's side, supported Zhang Chen with both hands, and his face was full of smiles. Okay, I promise you, all that is waiting for Zhang Chen-kun's good news. No problem. Chapter 11_Ghost Sword appears, the journey to the country of thunder. Inside the Hokage studio. Sandaime took a pipe and pinned the letter on the table, sighing deeply. Has Hiyashi already decided? Yes, Hizashi will go to the land of thunder instead of his brother. Shiranui Genma knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Hey, that's the only way. You and Ji-Lei are secretly protecting Hizashi. Be sure to escort him to the land of thunder. Yes. Sandaime stood up, glanced outside the door and said loudly, Since your excellency is here, please show up. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open, and a black figure appeared in front of the two of them. The black head hood, silver and white flowing hair, and the grimace mask are more mysterious under the faint light. Are you a ghost knife? Sandaime stood there in shock. The bags under his eyes fell to the ground, and the shreds of tobacco fell on the ground, all of which he cared about. He rubbed his eyes fiercely, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. You are really a ghost knife. I read it right, it's been 50 years. I didn't expect to see you again. Zanma suddenly stood up and subconsciously took a few steps back. Akatsuki about the name of the ghost sword, the mythical figure who once saved the entire Konoha by slashing a meteorite. No one knew Akatsuki. He licked his lips and kept swallowing, but he didn't dare to say a word. Zhang Chen's clothes wrapped his body so tightly that he couldn't see what his body looked like at all. This was also to cover up his identity, so he lowered his voice and deliberately made a sound of vicissitudes. This kind of simple change of voice is not difficult for Zhang Chen at all. In the 21st century, he did not borrow any sound cards, and imitated the master of the copy with his bare hands to imitate Miss Sister's sweet voice. To imitate the speech of the elderly, it is simply pediatric. I can't believe that I haven't seen you in 50 years, and you still remember my ghost knife. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. It has been confirmed that it is indeed a ghost knife. The 3 generations are happy like a child, rushing forward, bowing their heads and bowing their hands with courtesy. It's so exciting that you can come back to Konoha again. Why is Ghost-kun here this time? Zhang Chen swung the corner of his clothes and sat on the chair, and smiled. It's not for my precious grandson. He fell in love with a little girl from the Hyuga family on the first day he came to Konoha. Her name seems to be Hyuga Hinata, and he has to recognize her as a sister. And I heard that the Hyuga family had a conflict with the Kingdom of Thunder, and cried and shouted for me to help him settle the matter. Can the 3 generations know about Akatsuki? Zhang Chen didn't go around in circles. Given the influence of the ghost knife in Konoha, this kind of thing doesn't need to be around the corner at all. Sandaime picked up the cigarette bag on the ground, took 2 bites, and smiled shyly. I know about this, and this is what made me worry for several days. I really didn't expect that Zhang Chen would know Hyuga Hinata, and he knew about it. If it's a little later, tomorrow the head of the Hyuga clan will be I will go to the Land of Thunder to plead guilty in person. Quote. After finishing speaking, the third generation looked at Zhang Chen with a slight smile on his face, which seemed to be much more relaxed. Zhang Chen naturally understood the purpose and intention of the 3 generations, raised his head and said loudly. Presumably you are also trying to avoid unnecessary wars. That's all. Who told me to feel sorry for my precious grandson? There is no need for the patriarch of the Hyuga family to go there. I will personally go to the country of thunder tonight, and I will let me how about they personally apologize to Konoha village to understand this. Quote. As soon as these words came out, Sandemu stood up suddenly, and a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. From the very beginning, the main reason he was afraid of war with the Land of Thunder was the power of the Land of Thunder. Since Konoha village Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Sculptor have passed away one after another, Konoha Sanin has all left the village, and he is old and frail, and Konoha's overall combat power has declined seriously. On the other hand, Raikage of the 4th generation is known as the current strongest Kage-level character. His younger brother Killer Bee is the strongest Jinchuriki column force, and he has a super strong Jonin Darui. The current Konoha is not an opponent of the Kingdom of Thunder at all, and naturally he dare not compete with it. However, now with the help of the Ghost Knife, the situation is completely different, and the 3rd generation is of course happy and tight. Haha, if Ghost Sword Kun can help to adjust this matter, there will be no problem. Why not? How about Ghost Sword Kun, Schwanma and Hazashi go to the Land of Thunder tomorrow morning? When Zhang Chen heard this, he suddenly felt that Sandemu was really a smart and respectable person. Let yourself escort Hazashi to go there. The first thing is to let the Ghost Knife solve this matter by force. It is to tell the Land of Thunder bluntly that the chief of the Hyuga family is in your Land of Thunder, but you have no ability to take their lives. Completely subdue the Kingdom of Thunder. Second, even if there is a 10,000th accident, Hyuga Hiyashi is still in Konoha village, and this incident will not cause much loss. I have to say that Zhang is still old and spicy, and the 3rd generation is smart enough. No matter what he does, it doesn't matter to Zhang Chen. But the most difficult thing is how to solve the overlap between the 2 roles of Zhang Chen and Gui Dao. You can't go to the Land of Thunder with a ghost knife. Zhang Chen also disappeared, right? Of course I'm fine, but my precious grandson has a bad habit of wandering around, so this time I also hope to discuss something with the 3 generations of adults. If Zhang Chen doesn't come to school in the future, don't worry about him, he is a kid. I'm used to it. I hope to give special approval to this matter. As for Zhang Chen's safety, you can rest assured that his strength shouldn't be a big problem. At this time, Zhang Chen couldn't think of a surefire way, so he could only use this as a prevarication, so that no matter which role he played in the future, he could make sense. Yes, as your grandson, his strength must not be underestimated, and there is nothing to teach him in a place like the ninja school. When this matter is over, I will arrange for the master swordsman of Konoha village to learn from him and practice swordsmanship. The 3rd generation said shyly. Okay, this is the best, then don't bother, we will gather at the Konoha gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh right, that kid Zhang Chen has already left Konoha, please tell the 3 generations of adults and their teacher. Zhang Chen stood up, dropped these words and prepared to leave. Good talk. 3 generations of eyes are now full of joy, and this kind of trivial matter of going to school is naturally ignored, so he sent the ghost knife out of the studio. The next day. Konoha Gate. Hazashi and Genma stood at the door early and waited. Hazashi is dressed in a white brocade robe as usual, and Genma is still wearing the same knife, 1,000 copies, which are signed by Kiba. Hazashi leaned over to Genma and muttered softly. What is the relationship between the ghost sword and Zhang Chen mentioned by the 3 generations of adults? Zhang Chen is the grandson of the ghost knife. Last night, the ghost knife personally found the 3 generations of Lord Hokage, and it was Zhang Chen who let him go. Hazashi-kun, you Hyuga family are really lucky to be able to help the ghost knife. Schwanma he stared at Hazashi with admiration. Hazashi smiled shyly, and didn't say anything. He didn't know the relationship between Gui Dao and Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen likes Hinata. Maybe it is the honor of the Hyuga family. If not, the matter of the Hyuga family will definitely not be resolved this time. Not far away, the figure of the ghost knife gradually emerged. Chapter 12_Powerful System. When the ghost knife gradually approached the two of them, the flowing silver hair, the terrifying ghost head mask, and the flowing black cloak all made them feel extremely handsome. But when they noticed the knife behind him, they were all dumbfounded. It was an ordinary long knife that could no longer be ordinary, and it was a defective product that was resold by a dealer. Schwanma didn't speak. Hazashi couldn't hold back. He walked forward and pointed to the knife behind Zhang Chen and said, "Senior Ghost Blade, did you buy the knife behind your back temporarily?" Zhang Chen was startled in his heart. What kind of eyes do these people have? They can recognize them at a glance. It's really embarrassing. He can't carry a ghost knife on his back, right? Doesn't that reveal that he is Zhang Chen? Clearing his throat, he said, "Cough cough. Knives are not about good or bad, but mainly depends on the level of the person who uses the knife. Even if you give me a wooden knife, I can kill people just as well." As soon as these words came out, Hazashi and Genma were really shocked. The two deeply felt that their realm was not enough, and they nodded their heads in praise. "Senior Ghost Dao's swordsmanship is too high, and we are really hard to beat." "Ha ha, nowhere, practice makes perfect." Zhang Chen's voice was still full of vicissitudes, but this forced pretense was too much. The stupor shocked and adored the two of them. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Hyuga Hazashi and Shiranui Schwanma for bragging. The reward is 2,000 taels, and the sword intent is +5. The current progress bar is 51 thousandths. Close black lens bracket. At this time, the two walked in front. Zhang Chen followed behind, and started a conversation with the system in his mind when he had nothing to do. "I said, bro, I'll just pretend to be AB. Are you saying I brag about AB? Could it be that I told them I was AB?" "Ha ha, Big Brother's words are funny. He has always been so straightforward and transparent." Close black lens bracket. "I'm like this, I make everything clear. I don't want to hide it. By the way, last time you promised me to create a chance to recognize Hinata as my sister, but I found this chance myself. It doesn't matter to you, are you? Owe me a chance." Cough cough. "So, that's true. Is there another order from eldest brother?" Close black lens bracket. "I know me, my brother. Big Brother tells you the truth. I have a crush on a girl. I hope you will create a chance for me to meet her in advance." "Brother, who do you say? I promise to arrange it in place." Close black lens bracket. "Arrange me a marriage in Nadako village. I want to meet Nadako Shizuka once." Open black lens bracket receive. System search. Nadako Shizuka, apprentice of the village chief of Nadako village, 12 years old, succeeded to the post of village chief after adulthood, height 168 cm, XZB, 3060 confirmed. Close black lens bracket. Some series of operations of the system really shocked Zhang Chen, and this actually reported the future situation. Zhang Chen has always remembered this ninja with both beauty and body. This system is really powerful, and the search is not bad at all. "Haha, brother, you did a good job. It's her. It's her. Brother, can't we be so excited? You can control it. If you don't have a mask, your saliva will be seen by others." Close black lens bracket. Cough cough. "Low-key, low-key. Let's talk serious. Arrange to meet her. This is related to your brother and my future happy life, understand?" "I understand, brother. The system has detected that Fuzzy Village will usher in a formidable enemy invasion 3 days later. It is enough for you to go back and forth to the Land of Thunder for 2 days. On the 3rd day, you can go to Fuzzy Village by yourself to help them. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this breaking news, the smile on Zhang Chen's face instantly bloomed, happy like a child. Cough. No, I was still a child. Okay. Then when things are done in the Kingdom of Thunder, I will come to a hero to save the beauty, and personally witness the style of the Daughter Kingdom. Haha. Open black lens bracket ding. Brother, the system has detected that you will encounter ninjas from Audiobooker Village on your way to the Land of Thunder. Congratulations, brother, for triggering the lucky random mission. Defeat Kimimaro, you cannot kill him, and you will be rewarded with 2 soul returning pills for completing the mission. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, there are also random trigger tasks. What is the soul pill? Brother Wei, this soul returning pill can be taken by dying people and has the effect of resurrection. Close black lens bracket. Good thing, wouldn't it be possible to revive those dying people with this elixir? This is definitely a magic medicine. This task is so simple, how can the reward be so generous? Brother, are you right? Is there some mystery here? Why is the task so simple, yet the reward is so generous? This is a random lucky task, which cannot be triggered at any time, regardless of difficulty. Close black lens bracket. Success. This is a good feeling. Haha. There was a smile on Zhang Chen's face. Today's system is not only powerful, it is simply against the sky. Thinking of getting the soul resurrection pill in a while, plus the hero saving beauty 3 days later, seeing the demeanor of the daughter country, and imagining the picture of thousands of women surrounding him thanking him, Wan Ziqian Yuhi, and the fragrance lingers. Oops, the happiness is simply overwhelming. Haha. Because he was too happy, Zhang Chen's smile made a sound involuntarily, causing Xuanma and Hizashi to look at each other in embarrassment. Senior Ghost Blade, are you okay? Hizashi turned his head and asked concerned. Hee. No, it's all right, keep on the road, keep on the road. Zhang Chen had no choice but to explain quickly. From Konoha village to the country of thunder, we walked in the northeast direction, passing through the country of sound, the country of soup, and the country of moon. The country of Tang is a country that advocates peace. There is no danger in passing through this country, but you can have a good rest. The country of the moon is also a country where the major ninjas gather together. This country is very similar to the country of soup. It is a peaceful country founded by ninjas who are tired of fighting and killing. Also a very safe country. In this regard, everyone knows that the most difficult part of this trip to the country of thunder is the country of sound. Xuanma took the brunt and ran at the front, turned his head and looked eastward and said loudly. Senior Ghost Blade, we just passed through the Valley of the End. After passing here, we are very close to Audiobooker Village. We may encounter obstacles from Audiobooker Village. Zhang Chen is naturally clear, looking in the direction of Audiobooker Village and whispering, Orochimaru. To be honest, I really want to meet him. But he is very clear that he must not encounter Orochimaru, otherwise the system will not be able to detect. Orochimaru's movements were erratic, and no one knew where he was at this time. Kimimaro's interception proved that Orochimaru knew about Akatsuki and wanted to grab Byakugan one step ahead. Hizashi-kun, you are closer to me, I don't think it will take long for the enemy to find you. As a branch of Hyuga, although it is not main clan, Hyuga Hizashi's strength should not be underestimated. If it was someone else who said this, Hizashi would definitely not listen, and even compete with him. But he was facing the Ghost Knife, the legendary hero who split the meteor with the knife. He admired the Ghost Knife from the bottom of his heart, and naturally he was obedient, and he slowed down and followed the Ghost Knife. Finger piercing. When the 3 of them walked to an open area, there was a sound in the jungle not far away. Xuanma immediately stopped and exploded. There is an enemy attack. Chapter 13_Genma, Hizashi vs Kimimaro. Whoosh. Boom. The 10-finger phalanx pierced into Xuanma's body like a missile. A wisp of white mist appeared, and what appeared in front of me was a wooden stake, on which 10 transparent holes the size of fingers were visible to the naked eye. Stupid art. Haha, it really isn't an ordinary ninja, and the reaction speed is really fast. Kimimaro pushed aside the grass and trees, walked out of the woods, and stopped in front of the three people alone. Hazashi walked forward, blue veins burst out on both sides of the corners of his eyes, and he activated the blood following the limit by Akugan. He didn't speak, and stared at Kimimaro's body. He was surprised to find that Kimimaro's bones were constantly shaking, and the bones of the 10 fingers just recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is still human. Seeing Hazashi's surprised expression, Zhang walked forward and said plainly. Like you, he is also the owner of Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. All the bones in the body can be used as weapons. You and Genma should be careful, the other party is just a child, you two should deal with it, it's time to shoot. I will naturally take action when the time comes. Quote. Zhang said these words. Hazashi was not surprised. After all, the realm of the ghost sword would not be able to shoot such a child. If he and Schwanma couldn't beat a child, it would be a bit embarrassing. Kimimaro stared at Hazashi, pointed at his eyes, and made an icy voice. It didn't sound like a child's tone at all. My purpose is only him. If you two don't want to die, don't mess with me, and the person who is hiding, don't come out and ask for death if you are interested. Are you from Orochimaru? Hazashi blurted out, having guessed Kimimaro's identity. Kimimaro's words were arrogant to ultimate, and Shiranui Genma, who was hiding in the dark, was also slightly angry. Zhang doesn't think so. In terms of pretending to be B, Kimimaro is only 1/10 of his own. This level is nothing, so he naturally ignores it. Zhang found a stone and leaned on it to watch the next good show. Kimimaro approached Hazashi slowly, his expression extremely indifferent. When they were more than 10 meters away from Hazashi's feet were separated, his hands were spread out, and his expression was extremely fierce. Boy, you have entered my attack range. You shouldn't have been so vicious to you. Since you are from Orochimaru, I can't be merciful. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hazashi's whole body chakra surged, his palms gathered chakra, and he suddenly hit Kimimaro. At this time, Kimimaro was already standing in the 8 trigrams disc, and the speed of the gentle fist method was extremely fast, making Kimimaro unresponsive. 2 palms, 4 palms, 64 palms. Hazashi's palms kept hitting Kimimaro, making a very crisp, pop, sound. Kimimaro didn't dodge, and let the punches hit him. After 64 palms was all over, Kimimaro stood still with his head down. Hazashi retracted his palm, cancelled by Akugan, looked at Kimimaro and sighed. I can't bear to kill you, this child, go away. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and walked towards Zhang direction. Hazashi-sama, watch your back. Schwanma jumped out from the dark, bursting loudly, his voice almost trembling. Just now he witnessed the process of Kimimaro pulling out the Jinchuriki column bone. This monster-like behavior completely shocked Schwanma. Seeing the mark appear on Kimimaro's face, he threw his several-meter-long spine and hit Hazashi. He couldn't hide any longer and jumped into the air. Reminding Hazashi for the first time, after spitting out the blade chinbin in his mouth, he quickly hand-sealed with both hands. Ninja, 1,000 Rains. With the end of the Genma hand seal, countless thousands of copies were formed in the air, and they fell towards Kimimaro like rain. PFF'd, PFF'd. The constant sound of steel needles piercing his body sounded, and Kimimaro's body was like a hedgehog, filled with thousands of books. At this time, the spine whip in Kimimaro's hand slammed into Hazashi. Hazashi didn't look back. Bang! Long whip hit Hazashi's back and suddenly stopped 1 meter above the back of Hazashi's head. Revolving Heaven. Hazashi spun in place at high speed, and the chakra around his body formed an absolute defense like a spherical ball, and the long whip of his spine bounced off. With Hazashi as the center, the ground sinks several meters deep. This is caused by the high-speed rotation of Revolving Heaven. This scene made Kimamaro's pupils dilate, and he didn't expect Byakugan to have an absolute defense similar to his own Dance of the Willow. Hazashi turns on Byakugan and finds that Kimamaro's body veins are not harmed. Could it have something to do with his hard bones? No, his bones actually reached the surface, and all the punches just now hit the bones. Hazashi was very shocked. He already fully understood that although the young man in front of him was not particularly powerful, this bloodline limit was just pervert. He said in surprise. This child's blood follows the limit. I am afraid that any physical attack will not be able to help him, and physical techniques are useless to him. Your 1,000 copies are only pierced through the skin, and can't hurt the bones at all. Hazashi has clearly seen Kimamaro's body structure through Byakugan, but he still finds it difficult to accept. Is this bone hardness that humans can have? And Hazashi had the same doubts, biting Kiba's sign hard, his eyes locked. For a while, the two had no countermeasures. Ha ha. Kimamaro couldn't stop laughing. The thousands of books on his body fell one after another, and the curse marks on his body kept changing. Dance of the Clematis, flower. A few seconds later, Kimamaro was tanned, and the mark on his face looked like a savage. He held a spine whip in his right hand, and his left hand gradually formed a cone-shaped weapon like an impact drill, but this weapon was cast from the hardest bone in his body. He ran wildly, and the speed was so fast that Schwanma couldn't catch some. Schwanma, step back, Hazashi exclaimed. But it was too late. The spine whip had trapped Schwanma firmly. The bone spurs on the whip pierced into Schwanma's tight battle suit, and blood dripped. Schwanma's eyes were tightly closed, and he kept screaming. Has to be said that Kimamaro's speed and strength of the second order mark are amazing, and a special Jonin like Schwanma is not an opponent at all. Hazashi can only do gentle fist, and he can't do anything about Kimamaro at all, so he can't do anything. Kimamaro cracked a smile, and on his dark cheeks, the two white tiger Kiba looked very real. Fix one first. After speaking, he raised the skeleton spear in his left hand, ready to stab Schwanma's abdomen. Senior Ghost Blade, save Schwanma. Hazashi couldn't help it at this time, pinning all his hopes on the ghost sword, turning his head and exploding. Zhang Chen could see clearly through the mask. He originally planned to take action when they were most dangerous. At this time, Hazashi called for help, and it was just right. How can you show your importance when you are not in danger? Saving people from fire and water is the highest state of B-frame. Zhang Chen stood up and said jokingly. Hey, give me a face anyway and kill the people I protect in my face. Did I agree, kid? Chapter 14_ ask for a silver ticket. Knife splits the spine and whip. The skeleton spear stopped half a meter away from Schwanma. Kimamaro turned his head to look at Zhang Chen, who was wearing a mask. His expression was extremely serious. From the very beginning, Kimamaro had noticed Zhang Chen, who was wearing a mask and dressed in a mysterious dress. Looking at Zhang Chen's leisurely appearance, he knew very well. This masked man is a ruthless character. If it weren't for that, Kimamaro would never stop attacking with a single word. He is very clear. Zhang Chen is the ace player among the three. If he can't win Zhang Chen, he can't take Byakugan away. He let go of the whip on his spine and turned to look at Zhang Chen. Yo, it's quite sensible, kid. Is it your turn to play the ace? Well, I was ready to fight you from the beginning. I don't think I can win you, and I can't take Byakugan. Kimamaro said flatly. Zhang Chen pulled out the long sword behind his back while walking, and said in response. Not bad, not bad. Ruzi can be taught. It seems that you can not only have strength, but also brain, haha. Zhang Chen's words were slightly provocative. Kimamaro's eyes were tightly locked, and he slammed the spine whip in his hand to the ground, full of anger. Don't talk so much nonsense. I'm going to kill you and go back to Orochimaru. Really? Zhang Chen's words contained a bit of anger. He firmly held the knife in his hand, and his murderous aura was instantly released. Schwanma and Hazashi looked at Zhang Chen in shock at this moment, this terrifying murder was so strong that it was ultimate. The two of them backed away unconsciously, feeling a towering ghost head appeared in front of them, with eyes like black holes. The terrifying Kiba seemed to be swallowing people's mouths, and the whole world became bleak. Hazashi sweated profusely on his forehead, his legs went limp, he stared at Zhang Chen in shock, and murmured shiveringly. This murderous aura is several times stronger than Zhang Chen's, it's terrifying. What kind of strength this is? Kimimaro glared angrily, and glared at Zhang Chen fiercely, although cold sweat dripped from his forehead, he didn't mean to back down at all. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Schwanma and Hazashi, got 5,000 taels of money, plus 5 sword intent, the current progress bar is 55 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Zhang Chen's mind, which really made Zhang Chen slightly stunned. He originally thought that Kimimaro would be shocked, but he didn't expect that the only two of them were shocked. Brother, what the hell is going on? Why didn't Kimimaro be shocked? His concentration should not be as strong as Tujanin. Back to eldest brother. Kimimaro worships Orochimaru. He has already been brainwashed by Orochimaru. A sword intent cannot shock such a desperado. I am very sorry, bro. Close black lens bracket. Oh, that's it. There's nothing to be sorry for. It's not your fault. Just wait until I continue to upgrade the sword intent. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen seems to have thought of a way to swipe data. If he keeps releasing his sword intent and constantly shocking others, wouldn't he quickly upgrade his sword intent? Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the host has a wrong idea. Brother, your idea is not good. Deliberately brushing the shock value will be deducted from the sword value in money. Don't deliberately brush, brother, and the same person can't get it in one day the third shock value bonus. Close black lens bracket. So that's the case, it seems that there are principles for opening and hanging, haha. Okay, brother, let's do this first. I will solve the kid in front of me first. Okay, big brother, remember not to kill Kimimaro, otherwise the mission will fail. Close black lens bracket. Good talk. Zhang Chen walked towards Kimimaro, laughing loudly. Little devil, you are not intimidated by my murderousness. I admire you very much, so I will not kill you today, but if you are obsessed with it, I will let you know what a disparity in strength is. Don't make a fool of yourself. You want to win me with a broken knife, it's just wishful thinking, see the trick. Kimimaro raised his spine whip and slammed it towards Zhang Chen. The whip was extremely fast, and it made a whoosh sound as it passed through the air. Zhang Chen didn't dodge, he shook his head and sighed, it's really ignorant. The strength of the slash has nothing to do with the quality of the knife. Schwanma and Hazashi had already withdrawn several dozen meters away at this time, staring at the broken knife in Zhang Chen's hand. Hazashi-sama, neither your gentle fist nor mine can penetrate Kimimaro's bones. Can the sword of the senior ghost sword do? It's obviously a broken knife sold by a dealer. I don't know either. Logically speaking, it shouldn't work, but the confidence of senior ghost blade makes me think he should have his own way. The two of them were discussing nervously. Zhang Chen's victory or defeat was related to the life and death of the two of them, so naturally they were very concerned about it. Although the two had great confidence in the ghost sword's strength, they had no confidence in the broken sword at all. If the sword is broken, how can the swordsman retreat from the enemy without a sword? For this reason, the two of them were so nervous. I saw that the blade in Zhang Chen's hand became pitch black, standing in the same place, inadvertently hitting a flat A, and slashing at the long whip in the air. A huge slash, formed from the top of Zhang Chen's head, suddenly charged into the sky, and made a humming, slashing sound. Bang! Crack! The spine whip was split in two by the slash in the air, and the severed whip fell heavily to the ground, hitting the rock on the ground, and the sound of the rock being smashed sounded. And Hazashi gasped and sighed. The whip just now, how much strength did this guy use? Just when the two were shocked, Zhang Chen's slash did not disappear, and rushed to the sky again. Until nothing can be seen. Zhang Chen raised the long sword and pointed at Kimimaro with a smile. Little devil, do you still think this is a broken sword? To tell you the truth, even a wooden sword in my hand can become a peerless weapon. Hearing this, Kimimaro stared blankly at the long whip with only half of his spine left, and swallowed in shock. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the eldest brother who shocked the outlaw Kimimaro, got 10,000 taels of money, plus 10 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 65 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. I thought I wouldn't be shocked by this kid, but it seems that I just don't cry when I don't see the coffin. Recognizing Zhang Chen's strength, Kimimaro threw away the spine whip, glared at Zhang Chen and said, I admit your strength, but I don't admit defeat. After speaking, he closed his eyes and opened them abruptly, shouting loudly. Dance of the Early Fern. In an instant, with Kimimaro at the center, bone spurs kept popping out. Hazashi stood up suddenly, grabbed Xuanma and ran into the jungle, saying loudly, Go, the ground is full of bone spurs. You will die if you stand there. Before Xuanma could react, he looked at Zhang Chen's back and hurriedly said, What about Senior Ghost Sword? The two of us can save ourselves. Senior Ghost Dao must have a way. Let's not cause trouble for him. While they were talking, the two of them had already retreated to the nearest jungle, and the two of them stood on tall trees, looking in Zhang Chen's direction. Kimimaro clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Go to hell. Zhang Chen looked at the bone spurs that kept emerging on the ground, and snorted softly. Beyond your own power. Chapter 15_1 shot. Big shock. All the bone spurs stabbed from the ground. Zhang Chen jumped up, put the long knife behind him, and closed his eyes. One shot. Great shock. Buzz. The long knife slashed across the sky, but it did not produce a slash. Xuanma and Hazashi looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. They only saw Zhang Chen swinging a long sword in the air, but they could not see the slash, and this was the first time they saw Zhang Chen call out the name of the move. In an instant, the scene in front of him completely shocked everyone. With Zhang Chen as the center, the surrounding air seemed to be shaking, and the scenery in the distance was affected by the vibration and could no longer be seen clearly. The bone spurs that kept spouting from the ground were instantly drowned out by the vibrating air waves. Bang! Bang! The bone spurs seemed to be crushed by a rolling machine, turned into shreds, and made a crisp and incessant sound. Everyone was stunned, and they knew very well that this move that shook the air was exactly the Yi Dao Lu, Great Shock. Just shouted by Ghost Blade. The wave of air vibrated and stopped less than a meter in front of Kimimaro. He looked at the front stupidly. The green grass had turned into a sea of white bones. He swallowed and stared at the ghost knife in shock. He knew that if it wasn't for the ghost knife's mercy, he would have become a puddle of mud. Watching the ghost knife gradually fall in the air, he involuntarily murmured, Is this the power of human beings? It's not a dimension. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Kimimaro, got 10,000 taels of money, plus 10 sword intent, the current progress bar is 75 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Yes, I thought Kimimaro could continue to calm down, and it seems that he can't accept it, haha. With a smile on his mouth, Zhang Chen slowly landed on the ground, his feet stepped on the white bones on the ground, making a squeak, squeak sound. Little devil, do you still think you can kill me now? You should know very well that if I wanted to kill you, you would have been killed with the blow just now. Go back, tell Orochimaru for me that I have my ghost knife in Konoha village, and he will be the best. Don't act rashly, or you will be killed without mercy. Speaking, Zhang Chen's expression was as cold as water, coupled with a powerful murderous aura. At this moment, Kimimaro's heart was completely defeated. Just because of what happened just now, Kimimaro has lost the idea of resisting Zhang Chen, and bowed deeply to Zhang Chen, saying, It's my incompetence that my skills are not as good as others, thank you for not killing, goodbye. Kimimaro was just too blunt, raised his head and gave Hazashi a vicious look, then turned and left. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to my brother for successfully completing the lucky random task and getting 2 soul returning pills. Hazashi and Schwanma hurriedly jumped off the trees and came to Zhang Chen's side, their eyes emitting admiration. Hazashi even bent down and bowed his hands very sincerely and said, Senior Guidao's swordsmanship skills are astounding, and the younger generation admires it. I said that the younger generation's knife is a defective product, and the younger generation has clumsy eyes. Sure enough, even a wooden stick in the hands of the senior can become a peerless treasure. It's enough to meet a master like the predecessor. Schwanma stood aside with a wry smile, but did not speak. He worshipped the ghost knife in his heart, staring at the long knife behind the ghost knife, thinking to himself. It would be great if I could worship this master as my teacher. I will study the swordsmanship well. Zhang Chen looked at Kimamaro's back, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, shook his head and sighed. What an innocent child, Orochimaru is really a master of brainwashing. If this is the king of MLM in modern times. As Kimamaro gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, the 3 continued to embark on the journey to the Land of Thunder. Inside a mysterious building. Kimamaro knelt down on one knee, lowered his head and temples to cover half of his cheeks, and said with a sullen Yuhi face. Sir Orochimaru, it was my incompetence and failure to complete the mission, and I failed to live up to your expectations. Please punish me. His voice was extremely sincere, and his eyes were full of self-blame. Orochimaru was leaning on the stone chair, his long hair covering half of his face, and his snake-like left eye stared at Kimamaro. I can't blame you. The person you met was the legendary figure who saved Konoha 50 years ago by splitting a meteorite with a knife, the ghost knife. That is comparable to the existence of the original Hokage. It is a miracle that you can come back alive. Get up. Kimamaro still knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up, biting Kiba with his fists tightly, coughing heavily. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his eyes and said softly, Get up, Kimamaro-kun. Compared to you, Orochimaru, Sama is more worried about your safety. You go to the medical room to check your body. Hearing this sentence, Kimamaro looked up at Orochimaru excitedly, with anticipation and longing in his eyes. Orochimaru nodded slightly, smiled, and made a very hoarse voice. Go, take good care of your body, you are my favorite candidate. Seeing Orochimaru's affirmative smile, Kimamaro was very excited, stood up with a smile, and left the room after salute. Seeing Kimamaro leave, Kabuto stroked Silver's hair in front of him, dragged his glasses again and said softly. Sir Orochimaru, Kimamaro's condition is not very optimistic, and I don't know how many years I can keep him. Orochimaru looked in the direction of the door and sighed. If he doesn't have this disease, it's really my favorite container. You still have to pay attention to Konoha, you can't stay with me for too long. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. In the country of soup. There are splendidly decorated 2-story buildings everywhere, all kinds of special effects snacks are available, and the streets are very lively with people coming and going. Zhang Chen was walking on the street, looking at such a prosperous street and sighing, it is indeed a peaceful country with abundant supplies, it is really prosperous. Senior Guidao, let's walk all morning, why don't we find a place to have a meal, how about I invite you to eat barbecue? Schwanma grinned and his eyes fell on Guidao. Hazashi also looked at the ghost sword, especially at the mask of the ghost sword, swallowing saliva, looking eager to try. Zhang Chen looked at the appearance of the 2 people, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Shouldn't these 2 want to see what I look like? That's why I'm so excited to eat. This is absolutely impossible. If your appearance is discovered, wouldn't it be completely revealed? Cough, sorry, you 2, I never show my face in front of people. You guys go to eat first, I'll buy some food myself, and I'll gather at the entrance of the village in a while. Seeing that Zhang Chen was not fooled, the 2 of them were about to stretch out their hands to dissuade him when Zhang Chen turned around and walked in another direction. I bought some skewers and steamed buns and walked outside the village. In the dense forest outside Tangji, the road is very narrow. Zhang Chen hid under a tree, took off his mask and started to eat. While eating, he muttered, "It's really troublesome to wear this mask. I'm afraid of being discovered after eating. This bunch of buns are really delicious. Hey, that kid over there, do you want to join the heretic god cult?" Zhang Chen had just finished eating the last steamed bun, when an extremely funny voice sounded in front of him. Zhang Chen heard the sound and looked over. 30 meters ahead, a young man who looked 15 or 16 years old was standing there staring at Zhang Chen. He has a big gray back, lavender eyes, a necklace around his neck, a black leather fleece hoodie, and a very foreign outfit. The three-stage scythe in Yuhi color is extremely eye-catching. Zhang Chen recognized this person at a glance. Exactly Hedan. Chapter 16 4 underscore 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 underscore. Zhang Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. It's Konoha's 48th year. Hedan is just 16 years old, and it was the same year he was defeated by Kokusu, Kakuzu and Itachi to join Akatsuki. Zhang Chen had just been full of food and drink, and had nothing to do, so he was just playing with this idiot. He cleared his throat and pretended to be very eager and asked, "What kind of teaching is that?" Hedan saw Zhang Chen was extremely eager, the expression on his face was even more exaggerated, and he said with a smug mouth, "You won't be questioned if you kill someone. Not only that, Lord Heretic God will be even happier. How about it? Not bad, right? Do you want to join in?" After speaking, Hedan's expression was extremely excited. Zhang Chen spread his hands and stared at Hedan nonchalantly. "Well, I'm not interested, bye." Hedan was so angry that he widened his eyes, pointed the three-stage scythe at Zhang Chen, grinned and shouted loudly, "It seems that I can only dedicate you to Lord Heretic God." Zhang Chen turned his head, still looking listless, his eyes were slightly low and he said with disdain, "Oh, try it, you idiot." Zhang Chen's words completely angered Hedan. Hedan jumped up and smashed the three-stage scythe at Zhang Chen, but his speed was too slow. Zhang Chen dodged easily. Hedan attacked violently several times, but Zhang Chen dodged in a leisurely manner. "Hey, you still want to dedicate me to you evil gods at this speed? You are not here to be funny, are you?" Zhang Chen knows Hedan's character very well. He is simple, straightforward, impatient, and murderous. Although this guy is a villain, it's still quite fun. He has full confidence that he will not be hurt, and naturally he is not afraid of Hedan. After more than 10 rounds of attack, Zhang Chen was not injured. Hedan's expression was extremely distorted. He raised his fist and burst out loudly, "You bastard, can you not always hide? Do you dare to compete with me seriously? It's not impossible. I heard that you are immortal, right? What will happen if you are cut off by my knife?" After he finished speaking, Zhang Chen's original laughing expression instantly solidified. He pulled out his long sword, and his murderous aura shot out instantly. The powerful murderous aura made Hedan even more excited. He licked his lips and said with a grim expression, "What a feeling of excitement! What a powerful murderous aura!" The long knife in Zhang Chen's hand was surrounded by black. Bang! Om! A flat A was easily thrown out, forming a slash that was more than 5 meters high, and flew towards Hedan from Zhang Chen's position quickly across the ground. The ground on the ground was slashed and a deep pit of more than half a meter was drawn. Will! Slash slammed into Hedan's three-stage scythe, making a metal collision sound. Hedan was struggling with the slash, and his body was continuously pushed back by the slash, and a half-meter deep pit and 2 long footprints appeared on the ground again. Bang! His body slammed into the trees more than 10 meters behind him, making a loud noise. His hands could no longer resist the slash, and the three-stage scythe in his hand was bounced. Scoff! PFF'd. Hedan's clothes and body were slashed. The sound of his body being cut sounded, blood splashed, and he fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Chen stared at Hidan, who was motionless on the ground, and said softly, "Okay, brother, you can almost play it, hurry up and continue to be stabbed." Hidan was lying on the ground, the blood-stained Yuhi's surrounding soil. After lying there for a long time, he found that Zhang Chen was not approaching. He supported his body with his arms and stood up. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "It hurts, you know. I want to make you feel the pain." A smile leaked from the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth, and he snorted coldly. "Your immortality is quite beneficial. It is suitable for me to practice swords. Young master, I will accompany you to practice for a while, and let me try my moves." Zhang Chen closed his eyes with a dignified expression. From the moment he obtained the swordsman system to the present, he had never used a few moves. This time, the undead living target in front of him was simply a rare opportunity. He slowly put the knife behind him. One shot. Ai. Lion song song. I saw the silhouette of Zhang Chen fly by, and a powerful murderous aura flashed past with a slashing slash that destroyed the sky and the earth, and when it reappeared, it was already in the woods behind Hidan. Ah! Hidan screamed, his body was split in two and fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the trees within 10 meters around Zhang Chen were cut in half, smashing heavily to the ground, making an endless stream of noises. The blade is so fast that there is no trace of slashing at all. Half of Hidan's body was shaking constantly, and his eyes were wide open. For Hidan, who was immortal, he couldn't see anything with the slash just now. He only felt a ferocious beast tens of meters high suddenly pass through his body, as if his soul had been cut off by a knife. Even though he was immortal, this blow made him tremble and shocked. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the eldest brother who was shocked to the point of immortality. Hidan got 30,000 taels of money, plus 20 sword intent. The current progress bar is 95 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Brother, why are there so many rewards this time? Back to big brother. Because Hidan is more powerful, the harder it is to be shocked, the more sword intent will be obtained. Close black lens bracket. That's it, I understand. Zhang Chen originally just wanted to find a living target like Hidan to practice his moves. Who would have thought that there would be so many unexpected gains? Hidan on the ground again. Hidan was twitching and couldn't get up. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh, retracted the knife into the scabbard, and sighed. It's really boring. You can't get up with one skill. It's boring, forget it. It's too early, I won't play with you. Bye bye. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned around and walked back to the direction of Tang Zhiguo. Hidan stared at Zhang Chen's back, moved his body with difficulty, and shouted with all his strength. Who are you? Zhang Chen didn't look back, he stretched his hand into the air and swayed. Konoha village, ghost sword. After speaking, he disappeared from Hidan's sight. Hidan kept muttering, Konoha village, ghost sword, in his mind, and he had firmly remembered this terrifying name in his mind. Outside Soup Country village. And Hazashi lingered on the spot, looking very anxious. Until Zhang Chen appeared in the sight of the two of them, Hazashi hurried forward. Senior Guidao, how's your food? Isn't the food in the country of soup good? Zhang Chen nodded, looking at Hazashi's flattering appearance. He couldn't help shaking his head. As expected, the Hyuga family are all handsome men who are aware of current affairs. Uchiha family and the Hyuga family, who were also called the strongest pupils, had different fates. After all, you should answer that sentence, and you can live in the world only by adapting to the times. After the country of soup, the small country of the moon is below, and then it is the territory of the country of thunder. The three of them were full of food and drink, and after a few hours, they came to the territory of the kingdom of thunder. Xuanma handed in the letter and entered the land of thunder smoothly. There are towering peaks everywhere, and the clouds are filled with mist. Raikage's residence is even more towering in the clouds, which is quite mysterious. Three were kept in the Raikage room, and a burly man appeared in front of them. Dark skin, light yellow hair, white cape, green, shuriken, pattern tattooed on both shoulders. Wear a wide belt and heavy armor. This man is the fastest man in the ninja world today. Blue Lightning, 4th generation Reikage Kurai. Chapter 17 _ the name of the ghost knife. Ask for a silver ticket. The 4th generation of Reikage saw Hyuga Hazashi with a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that Konoha is very sensible, and he sent the prisoner here so quickly. It is only natural that the murder should be paid for. Darui arranged for Hyuga Hayashi to be pressed down. At this time, Darui walked in from the door. Dark skin and white bangs cover his left eye, and there are tattoos of the word, thunder, and water, on his left and right shoulders. His eyes are low, and he casually said, "Okay, Lord Shidemu." The 4th generation of Reikage looked at Darui's lazy appearance and was furious. "You cheer me up while you're on duty. You bastard, hurry up and get me out of here." Darui hurriedly shrank his head, his body jolted, scratched his head and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Hyuga Hazashi next to him and sighed, "It's really troublesome." He walked to Hazashi's side, his eyes suddenly sharp and murderous. "It's troublesome, but please come with me." At this time, Reikage and Darui obviously didn't take Zhang Chen seriously, thinking that he was just an Anbu officer who was in charge of the guard, so they wore the mask and kept silent. However, just when Darui was about to take Hazashi away, Zhang Chen stretched out his hand to block in front of him and let out an arrogant laugh. "Ha ha, I didn't say I was sending you a prisoner this time." Zhang Chen's words were like a torpedo dropped on a calm lake, instantly detonating the audience. The 4th generation of Reikage's expression suddenly became angry, and he roared with a beard and stared. "Since it's not a prisoner, what do you mean by bringing Hyuga Hayashi here?" Zhang Chen walked between Darui and Hazashi, and snorted coldly. "What do you mean? Come and explain to you what happened, that's all." "What happened? It's a fact that Patriarch Hyuga killed my ninja in the Land of Thunder. Killing is just right. Are you going to cause a war in Konoha village?" Reikage's words added a bit of anger, and the last sentence was a contempt for Konoha's strength. Zhang Chen could hear what Reikage meant, lowered his voice, and responded angrily. "It was your Kumogakure village ninjas who kidnapped the Hyuga clan first, and they killed them on the spot to protect the clan. What's the crime?" Bang! Reikage smashed the table in front of him with a punch, and lightning flashed on the punch, which was extremely terrifying. "What I'm talking about with Hokage, it's not up to you, a little Anbu, to dictate. You are not qualified. If you don't want to die, leave the prisoner to get out, otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Darui pulled out his ninja sword and faced Zhang Chen, ready to fight at any time. Of the 4th generation Reikage, and from the very beginning, he did not expect to be able to really negotiate successfully. He pulled out his long sword and stood in front of him, his murderous aura suddenly released. The powerful murderous aura shocked the 4 people in the room. Schwanma and Hazashi were sweating on their foreheads and kept away from Zhang Chen, their legs were paralyzed. Darui's pupils dilated, and his eyes full of murderous intent turned into panic at this moment. He did not expect that the masked man in front of him would have such a powerful murderous aura. He kept swallowing saliva, a little hesitant in shock. Was originally furious, felt this murderous aura at this moment. In Zhang Chen, he saw a ghostly aura. Even if he was as powerful as him, he was extremely shocked. Fighting against Kimimaro, this time Zhang Chen released the murderous aura that was twice as much as before, almost 80% of his own. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked the 4th generation of Reikage and Darui, got 50,000 taels of money, plus 40 sword intent. The current progress bar is 135 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, what's the situation? This sword intent has been added too much, right? Brother, you are not mistaken. Back to eldest brother. Reikage is known as the strongest shadow fighting force and the fastest man today. You just shocked him with your murderous aura, so that's why you add so much sword intent. If Big Brother can shock Reikage at speed, then sword intent will add even more. Close black lens bracket. System Kun's words all pointed a clear path to Zhang Chen. The fourth generation of Reikage only obeyed Namikaze Minato in speed, and since Minato died, it has never obeyed anyone in speed. Brother, I have accepted your suggestion, thank you very much. System. Zhang Chen walked forward and continued, how is it? Do I have the qualification to speak now? Who are you? Reikage's eyes were full of confusion. Ghost knife. Zhang Chen replied calmly, with a slightly relaxed tone in his tone. What? Are you the ghost knife that slashed meteorites 50 years ago? Reikage stared at Zhang Chen in disbelief. He was really reverberating about what happened 50 years ago. When he heard about it, his father told him. At that time, he admired the name of the ghost sword, and in his eyes, the ghost sword was comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Just that I heard that the ghost sword retired from the rivers and lakes after saving Konoha, and has never appeared again. Now it appears again to adjust the friction between Kumogakure village and Konoha village. Are you really a ghost knife senior? Reikage still asked suspiciously. If it's fake, Zhang Chen replied decisively. The angry look on Reikage's face was gone, and it even added a hint of admiration. Darui has naturally heard the name of the ghost knife, licking his lips, and his excitement is no less than Reikage. He is much younger than Reikage, and they heard that there are only 3 top figures in legends in this era, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the ghost knife. Moreover, it is rumored that the ghost blade was only 12 or 13 years old at the time, and this age possessed such power, which made them worship since childhood. Now that I see the ghost knife in person, I am even more excited and speechless. Hazashi and Schwanma stood in the corner of the room, and because Zhang Chen had taken away his murderous aura, the two of them panted and looked at the others in the room. Looking at Reikage and Darui's shocked and adoring expressions, they realized a fact. The name Ghostblade shocked not only Konoha, but the whole ninja world. The corner of Schwanma's mouth cracked into a smile, and he said excitedly, it seems that this time there is no danger. With the old ghost swordsman here, this thing can definitely be done. With Zhang Chen's affirmative answer, and the ultimate murderous aura, Reikage no longer doubts the identity of the ghost knife. He hurriedly walked forward and treated this senior ghost blade, whom he had admired since childhood, with courtesy, and said politely. I really didn't expect that I would see the ghost sword deity with my own eyes. Come here, sit here. Zhang Chen was pushed down by Reikage and sat firmly on the stool, and Reikage continued to shout, Delui is dumbfounded. Go and pour tea for senior ghost blade. From Shin Shaochun 537,819,336. Being called by Reikage, Darui woke up like a dream, and nodded quickly and agreed to prepare tea. Zhang Chen did not expect this scene. What is this sudden favor? Hongmen banquet. For a while, Zhang Chen was also at a loss. Reikage didn't care about Genma and Hazashi, the two of them stood motionless in the corner of the room. Just like two idiots. Chapter 18 _ How's BB's speed? Ask for a silver ticket. After a while, Darui respectfully placed the tea in front of Zhang Chen. Senior Ghost Blade, use it slowly. After speaking, Darui stepped aside and stood, staring at Reikage and continued. Reikage-sama, is Hyuga still taking it away? Reikage scolded him angrily and shouted at Darui, what to bring? Just stay there for me. Reikage couldn't help wanting to beat Darui, but he still couldn't understand the current situation. Senior Ghost Sword came to adjust the matter obviously, and he wanted to forcefully rob someone in front of him. Isn't that courting death? If nothing else, just because of the murderous aura of the ghost knife just now, it can be concluded that he is not the opponent of the ghost knife at all, and now it is not sure whether the ghost knife is from Konoha, or just for the Hyuga family. But no matter who it is, Hyuga may be moving. He sat on the stool and asked politely. Is the ghost sword senpai here for the Hyuga clan or the Konoha village? Zhang Chen was wearing a mask, and it was impossible for him to drink tea. Looking at Raikage's puzzled expression, he said plainly. It's Konoha, after all, my precious grandson Zhang Chen just joined Konoha. What? I heard that Raikage, the fourth generation, is going to start a war with Konoha village. Zhang Chen's words contained a bit of a threat. When Raikage heard this, he stood up and explained, it's nothing, it's just a little misunderstanding. Ha. Then are you still going to start a war with Konoha village? No. Does the Hyuga clan still need the Hyuga clan leader to pay for the killing of the Kumogakure village ninja? Senior Ghost Blade is joking. This is because we are at fault first. We also hope that Senior Ghost Blade can coordinate the Hyuga clan, and don't blame it. Then this matter is over, okay. Good. Every time Zhang Chen asked a question while sitting on the stool, there was a bit of reproach. Raikage just kept nodding and shaking his head, feeling a little more humble. This contrasting dialogue completely shocked the others in the room. Xuanma scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Isn't it too easy to solve? Hazashi frowned, stared at Raikage and Zhang Chen awkwardly, and murmured in his heart, in front of absolute strength, you have more right to speak. Darui stared at Raikage, swallowed in surprise, the listless look on his face swept away, and sighed inwardly. It's the first time I've seen 4 generations of Lord Raikage treat someone like that. It's shocking. Ding! Congratulations to Big Brother for reaching Rui in shock, getting 10,000 taels of money, plus 10 sword intent. The current progress bar is 145 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Kun, Zhang Chen raised his head and glanced at Darui in doubt. Darui scratched his head, smiled stupidly and did not speak. Dude, I'm talking to Raikage, why is he still shocked? Because of the eldest brother, it was the first time that Raikage had such a humble attitude towards others, which did not match Raikage's character, so Darui was shocked. Close black lens bracket. So that's the case, your system is really good, and other people's psychology can detect it. Hey, brother, there are many functions of the system, but you just don't know it. Because this is the swordsman system, you can't unlock other functions because your sword intent is first rank. When your sword intent reaches second rank, you can unlock the system malfunction. Brother, come on. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, there is also a malfunction. What is there for sale? Everything is available, because I haven't reached the second stage. I can't disclose any news for the time being, please forgive me. Close black lens bracket. Well, I'm quite curious about what you said. I'll take a good look after the second paragraph. Zhang Chen exited his mind. He didn't speak for a long time. Raikage looked at Zhang Chen embarrassedly, and didn't dare to continue to speak. At this time, he was most worried about what special request Ghost Dao would make. Raikage stood up and walked to Zhang Chen's side and said, Ahem, Senior Ghost Blade, what else do you order? Zhang Chen raised his head, smiled and said, Of course there is. I heard that the 4th generation Raikage is called the Blue Lightning, and he is the fastest man in the ninja world right now. Don't dare. Raikage responded modestly with a smile. How do I compare your speed with you? Zhang Chen's words made Raikage stunned in place. He was quite confident in his speed. Although Ghost Blade was a legendary powerhouse, he didn't think he would lose to him in terms of speed alone. Senior Ghost Blade, do you also know the technique of Hiraishin? The reason why Raikage asked this question was that the Ghost Sword should know the Hiraishin technique like Namikaze Minato, otherwise he wouldn't be able to challenge his own speed. Moreover, he felt that in this ninja world, only Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique could beat him in speed, and even Uchiha Madara might not be able to beat him in speed. This is the absolute confidence of Raikage. Zhang Chen stood up and laughed. Of course I don't know the technique of Hiraishin. I don't use any ninjutsu to compare the speed with you, how about that? Zhang Chen's words were too arrogant, it could even be said to be arrogant without the sky. If it was someone else who said this, Reikage would have been suffocated by a punch, but it was the ghost knife who said this. Although Reikage was so angry, he didn't dare to show it. Senior Ghost Blade, do you want to bet something? Haha, I originally planned to bet with you about the Hyuga clan, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Why don't I bet on a meal? I just want to eat some of the characteristics of Kumogakure village. Boom. Struck Reikage's head like a thunderbolt again. The implication was that he would definitely win Reikage, which was simply a shame. Reikage adjusted his mentality repeatedly and sighed. Then why don't you go outside and have a test? After all, it's not very convenient here. Zhang Chen stood up and responded with a smile, okay. Outside the village of Kumogakure. On the towering peaks. Zhang Chen and Reikage stood together, and Darui, Schwanma, and Hazashi stood aside. Senior Ghost Blade, how do you compare the two of us? Zhang Chen looked around. The top of the mountain was relatively wide, and there were large and small rocks within a few kilometers. He pointed to two giant rocks about a kilometer away and said, "For the sake of fairness, our competition can be divided into two competitions. In the first competition, whoever breaks the rock over there first will win. Schwanma and Darui can be asked to wait beside the rock in advance, and let them how about two who decide who hits the rock first." Reikage looked at the two rocks in the distance. The two rocks stood side by side. The difference between them was about 10 meters, and the distance from here was almost the same. This competition was fair, and he quickly said, "Okay, that's fair." Zhang Chen laughed and looked at Reikage and said, "Fourth generation Reikage, I know you have multiple forms, but I advise you to use your full strength, otherwise you will lose miserably." Reikage's eldest brother with eyes widened, his heart was full of anger. He looked down at the ghost sword, which was only 1.6 meters high, and almost smashed it down with an angry punch. He suppressed his anger and burst out chakra from his entire body. Chapter 19 _ shocked Reikage with speed, 3 shifts, asking for silver tickets. Bang! Reikage of the 4th generation suddenly burst out, and the surrounding gravel burst and ejected in an instant, and then looked at Reikage. All the white hair stood up, and the violent blue chakras around him were filled with lightning, like the god of thunder. Seeing this, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Reikage glanced at Darui and exclaimed, "You two go to the stone and wait for me and the ghost knife senior, remember. Don't be lazy and don't blink. Be sure to see who broke the rock first." Yes. Darui and Schwanma obediently walked towards the opposite rock. Reikage looked down at Zhang Chen's figure and asked suspiciously, "Senior, do you really need any ninjutsu?" "No need," Zhang Chen replied indifferently. Reikage no longer asked. At this moment, he was a little more puzzled about the mysterious power of the ghost knife. Zhang Chen pulled out his long sword and slashed a line on the ground, and said to Hazashi next to him, "Please be a referee, I'll start calling in a while." Hazashi nodded heavily. Reikage and Zhang Chen stood beside the horizontal line, ready to start running at any time. Bang! Bang! Under the feet of Zhang Chen and Reikage, the rock was trampled out of a deep pit of dozens of centimeters. Schwanma watched Reikage and Wadao get ready. His heart was so excited that he didn't even care to breathe, and sighed secretly. This competition is really exciting. Reikage, the 4th generation of the fastest man among the existing ninjas, and the superhero ghost knife who slashed meteorites 50 years ago are simply too exciting. Darui's heart was pounding. He stared at the two people attentively, and murmured, "Although I know that the ghost swordsman is powerful, but in terms of speed, I believe that the 4th generation of adults will not lose." Well, absolutely will not lose. Hazashi swallowed in shock, sweat dripping from his forehead. Looking at Schwanma, they were already standing on the stone in the distance, ready to raise their hands and suddenly fall. Start. Bang. As soon as Hazashi shouted out, the gravel exploded in front of him, dust flew up, and the two disappeared instantly with a loud noise. Before Hazashi could react, the first loud noise came from a distance. Bang. After 2 seconds. Bang! The boulders this kilometer away were smashed by the 2 fastest men in a few seconds, and countless rubble fell to the ground like flowers scattered by a goddess. If Schwanma and Darui had not prepared the chakra shield in advance, they would have been injured by the rubble flying out at this moment. The results of this test are very clear. Darui widened his eyes in shock and kept rubbing it. He couldn't believe what he saw was true. He even forgot to say the result, and murmured unconsciously. Master Reikage of the 4th generation is actually 2 seconds slower than Senior Ghost Blade. It's like a dream. Senior Ghost Blade can't even play chakra. How is this possible? Is it purely based on the speed of the flesh? At this moment, he was stunned in place. Reikage looked at the shattered boulder in front of him, and then looked at the boulder that had completely smashed and disappeared in front of the ghost knife. He swallowed heavily, walked to Zhang Chen's side, bowed his head, and said in shock. Senior Ghost Blade, this junior is convinced. Zhang Chen originally wanted to pretend to be AB to help Reikage up, but Reikage, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was taller than himself even if he bent over. He could only helplessly clear his throat, put his hands behind his back, and said, "It's nothing, you're also very fast, haha." Reikage didn't speak, but withdrew his fist in embarrassment and smiled sheepishly. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the eldest brother who shocked the 4th generation of Reikage, got 100,000 taels of money, plus 100 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 245 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen heard the numbers broadcast by System Kun. He grinned happily. If it wasn't for a mask to block it, it would be very embarrassing. Fuck me. Yes, yes. This increase of 100 sword intent is amazing. Brother, you really didn't lie to me. The reward for shocking Reikage in terms of speed is indeed rich. That is natural, the fastest ninja in the ninja world at present. The difficulty of this shock is very high, and naturally it is also high. Close black lens bracket. That's right. Okay, I'm very satisfied this time. You should step back first, little brother. System Kun disappeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Reikage, I just said there's a competition, I'll talk about the rules now. Seeing that Zhang Chen was going to talk about the second competition, Reikage hurriedly stopped Zhang Chen and said, I don't want the second match anymore, I'm convinced that I lost. Zhang Chen still appreciates Reikage's sincere attitude. Who is running wild in the village of Kumogakure? Just as the two were arguing about whether to conduct the second competition, the ninjas nearby came one after another. Darui frowned and blurted out, saying, Lord Reikage, I'm afraid that the loud noise just now attracted the nearby guard ninjas. What should I do? Do I need to drive them away? Come here. What's the panic? I'm just competing with Senior Ghost Blade, and it's not a shameful thing. Reikage didn't shy away, and said it very freely. A few seconds later, a dozen Kumogakure Jonin stood around a few people. Lord Reikage, I didn't know you were here for the noise just now, so I came to find out the reason. Jonin, who took the lead, hurriedly explained. Reikage turned around and said with a stern face, It's okay, I'm just testing the speed with the seniors, it's no big deal. Darui approached a few people, motioned them to stay away, and whispered. Master Reikage is testing the speed with Senior Ghost Blade. You are not good here, you should go back. Those Jonin were instantly excited when they heard such explosive news, and they could still hear the words of Go Darui, so they hurriedly surrounded Darui. Hey, is the ghost sword the legendary figure from Konoha village 50 years ago? Just finished the competition. Who the hell won? Aren't you talking nonsense? You also need to ask, who can win the 4th generation of Lord Reikage in the ninja world today? Isn't this guy talking for a draw? I don't think Senior Ghost Blade is powerful, but I don't think he can beat Lord Reikage in terms of speed. More than a dozen people were talking, but they were all too excited. Reikage's face was livid, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart. How on earth did Darui discipline the ninjas below? He must be troublesome and has no dignity at all. Zhang Chen heard the topic they were talking about, looked at Reikage again, grinned and almost laughed out loud. Because the mask is blocking, otherwise, I am afraid that Reikage will be really pissed off. Darui scratched his head and looked back at Reikage. He smiled embarrassingly and did not speak. Reikage stared at him and exclaimed loudly. Okay, don't ask. This is indeed Senior Ghostblade. I lost the speed just now, are you satisfied? Reikage's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly piercing the brain circuits of a dozen people. Were dumbfounded, afraid to provoke Reikage, so they didn't dare to talk, they kept swallowing, and looked at each other in disbelief. Zhang Chen walked over and said loudly. Fourth Reikage, my test with you is not over yet, how can you easily come to a conclusion? Chapter 20 _ Senior Ghostblade. Thank you. 4 more, please. As soon as Zhang Chen said these words, more than a dozen people from Jianan became more interested, and they all leaked their expressions of anticipation. Hazashi and Xuanma frowned, clenching their fists tightly, their hearts were full of mixed feelings, and they sighed inwardly. Senior Ghostblade, what is this for? Reikage has already conceded defeat. Why do you want to have a second match? Do you just want to humiliate Reikage? Darui bit Kiba and stared at Zhang Chen. His original respect for the ghost knife disappeared, and he cursed in his heart. What shit hero, he's just a little guy who pretends to be pushy. Do you just want to make Mr. Reikage look unrecognizable in front of everyone? It's really abominable. Reikage stood on the spot with a gloomy face, clenched his fists and made a sound of crack bang bang bang, resisting his anger and said. Since the senior asked, let's have the second test. Okay, the second test is actually very simple. You hit me. If I can dodge your attack, I will win, and if I get hit, you will win. How about it? When Zhang Chen spoke, he deliberately raised his tone, in order to make those Jianan hear it clearly. Reikage didn't think too much, and said casually, okay. Zhang Chen and Reikage stood opposite each other less than 100 meters away, and the two of them were ready to fight at any time. The people around looked at Zhang Chen and Reikage's posture, and they talked a lot. Reikage is in full force now. At such a short distance, no one should be able to escape Reikage's full force blow. I think it is too, although I don't know what they were compared to before, but no one can avoid this distance unless he knows the technique of Hiraishin like Namikaze Minato. Darui-senpai, will the Ghost Sword senpai know the technique of Hiraishin? He won't. Darui replied casually, his eyes fixed on Zhang Chen and Reikage. Without the technique of Hiraishin, Lord Reikage must have won. ... The voices of the people were getting louder and louder, and Darui's heart was extremely complicated at this time. According to this distance, Lord Reikage launched an attack in an instant. Although Senior Ghostblade was very fast, it was impossible to react. Come over. Just like before, Hazashi stood in the middle and raised his hands high. Seeing this, everyone present held their breaths, stopped talking about anything, and even controlled their breathing to a very small decibel. At this moment, the sound of each other's heartbeats can be heard quietly. Start, Hazashi shouted with a sudden wave of his right hand. Bang! Whoosh! Bang! The blink of an eye, everyone didn't see anything, only to see Reikage waving his fist and standing where the ghost knife was. But the ghost knife disappeared in place. The huge rocks not far away continued to shatter, and pieces of rocks fell one after another, forming piles of gravel several meters high. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked around. What's the situation? What about people? What happened? Did it hit? ... Bang! Just as everyone was talking about it, an arm stretched out from the gravel pile, and the arm was dripping with blood. Zhang Chen slowly crawled out of the pile of rubble, clutching his chest with his right hand, coughing non-stop, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, flowing from his chin into his neck. Wow! The crowd of Jianan instantly boiled and shouted loudly. Lord Reikage wins. ... Xuanma and Hazashi rushed to the gravel pile, and the two helped Zhang Chen up. Seeing the blood between Ghost Knife's arm and neck, Zanma was heartbroken and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it's still too close. I didn't expect to be injured so badly. Although Hazashi felt uncomfortable in his heart, he was a little surprised when he saw the intact mask on Zhang Chen's head. What's up with this mask? How can it be unscathed? Doubt, Hazashi opened Byakugan to find out. Just as Byakugan aimed at Zhang Chen, he didn't see anything clearly, and he felt a powerful sword energy pressing against his neck, which could be obliterated at any time. He hurriedly retracted Byakugan, gasping for breath. Lord Hiyashi, what's wrong with you? Schwanma asked suspiciously, but he was just afraid of being discovered by others, so he called him Hyuga Hiyashi according to the previous agreement. Hazashi waved his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with difficulty, nothing. Nothing. Reikage retracted his fist, stared at Zhang Chen's figure and did not speak. Zhang Chen coughed a few times, and again blood flowed into his neck. Reikage rushed over quickly, supported Zhang Chen and said, Senior Ghost Blade, are you alright? Zhang Chen waved his hand, panting, and said, I lost this match. I and you drew 1-1, and it's hard for me to compete in the third match with my current body. I'll try again when I have a chance next time, okay? Good. Darui looked at the weak tone of Ghost Blade, frowned and did not speak. Reikage supported Zhang Chen and shouted to the crowd of Jonin. The competition between me and the Ghost Knife Senior has ended, let's go and return to our respective positions. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen people disappeared in place in an instant, and left the mountain with this explosive news. Senior Ghost Sword, since you have been injured, stay in Kumogakure village for a few more days. Seeing Reikage's sincere retention, Zhang Chen wanted to stay and play for a few more days, but thinking about the matter of Fuzzy Village in 2 days, he had to refuse. Thank you Reikage, but I still have things to deal with, I can't stay, I hope you forgive me. Schwanma and Hazashi didn't speak. For the two of them, of course, they wanted to leave the country of thunder safely as soon as possible. After all, there was no sense of security in staying here, especially Hazashi. Reikage saw the Ghost Knife refuse, and said, Senior Ghost Knife, but you are injured, how can Xingye travel? Zhang Chen waved his hand and said, you can rest assured, my body is very strong, it won't be a hindrance. Ah, well, since the senior doesn't want to stay longer, I can't force it. I will send the senior out of the village. Don't worry, senior, I will hand the letter to the 3 generations of Hokage, and the matter of the Hyuga family will be written off. Okay, this is the best. Zhang Chen nodded heavily. Outside the village of Kumogakure. Reikage the 4th generation stood in front, Darui followed behind, and several people shook hands to bid farewell. Reikage stepped forward and looked at the 3 people and said, go back, Darui, I have something to tell Senior Ghost Blade. Yes. Whoosh. Darui agreed and disappeared in place. Genma, Hiyashi, you two go first, and I'll follow. Yes, Senior Ghost Blade. The two of them spoke in unison and walked away one after another. Seeing that there was no one else around, the 4th generation Reikage bowed deeply to Zhang Chen, his body almost became a right angle, and said extremely sincerely. Senior Ghost Blade, thank you. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned around and left, and gradually disappeared from Reikage's sight. Reikage looked at the fist in his hand and recalled the scene just now on the mountain. He hurriedly punched the ghost knife, clearly dodging it, but he returned to the spot and took the punch abruptly. He knew the purpose of the ghost knife. The next punch was for Reikage's face in the ninja world, and it was for Kumogakure village's highest combat power. He had to admire the ghost knife again. Zhang Chen twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, looked at the knife marks he had cut on his arm, and muttered. Hey, it seems that my acting skills are okay, but my blood is really hard to drink. Ha ha. After finishing speaking, looking at the beauty of the sunset, Yuhi-run, who seemed to be the beauty, grinned and said, "Nutiko village, here I come. Man in Hokage guarding Konoha for 100 years, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21_Sunshine's Father's Love. Senior Ghost Blade, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, the Hyuga family would have been hard-pressed this time." Zhang-Chen just joined the two, and Hazashi fell to his knees with a thud, his head pressed against the ground, and his attitude was very sincere. Zhang-Chen hurriedly helped Hazashi up and smiled. "It's a trivial matter, I really don't need to be so grateful. Besides, my precious grandson has no place to live in Konoha village. He will have to trouble the Hyuga family in the future. I heard that he likes Hinata very much and wants to recognize her as his sister, right?" "Yes, Senior Ghost Blade, we have met your grandson Zhang-Chen. He really likes Miss Hinata very much. My brother and I discussed this matter. Zhang-Chen is strong at a young age, and he can betroth Miss Hinata to Zhang-Chen in the future." Quote. When Zhang-Chen heard this, the mask almost fell off the ground in fright, and he coughed a few times. "What's the matter, Senior Ghost Blade, are you not feeling well?" "No, nothing, that I discussed this matter with Zhang-Chen. At the beginning, like you, I also thought that Zhang-Chen liked Hinata and meant to match the two of them. But only later did I know that Zhang-Chen's kid just wanted a younger sister, that's all, he didn't mean that to Hinata. Don't make random decisions, and don't mention it again in the future." Hearing Gui Dao's words, Hazashi naturally understood that both himself and his brother had misunderstood Zhang-Chen's feelings for Hinata. "So that's it, hee, Senior Ghost Blade, I will explain this to my brother when I go back. It is a blessing for the Hyuga family to have a genius like Zhang-Chen as Hinata's brother." Zhang-Chen hurriedly interrupted Hazashi to continue flattering himself, and continued on his way. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he knew Hiyashi and Hazashi's wishes in advance. If it was self-defeating and he robbed the crown princess, would that be okay? He doesn't have any bad thoughts about Hinata. Nadeko Shizuka is the only one who really thinks differently. Especially Shizuka's perfect figure as an adult, and the charm of Yuji. When he first watched Hokage, Zhang-Chen thought about this woman who only appeared in one episode, but made a deep impression on him. That's right, from the moment he crossed into the world of Hokage, he had already regarded Shizuka as the woman he had to get. Ha. The three of them traveled overnight without resting along the way. The next day. Inside the Hokage studio. 3 generations of adults, the Ghost Knife Senior has successfully solved the matter of the Country of Thunder, and Reikage is even more polite to the Ghost Knife Senior. Schwanma was in a hurry to return to life, so he walked faster. He got down on one knee and told Hokage the 3rd generation of the story. Zhang-Chen and Hazashi had just entered the studio at this time. And Hazashi coming in, Sandai hurriedly got up and leaned over with a smile on his face. "Ghost Knife-kun, thanks to you, this matter was resolved. It's really hard for you." "It's nothing, it's just a little effort. I'm also sleepy when Xingye is on the road, so let's say goodbye." Zhang-Chen turned his head and prepared to leave. 3 generations of eyes hurriedly stopped in front and said, "Ghost-kun, since you have come to Konoha, how about staying in Konoha?" Zhang-Chen was slightly stunned. He wanted to live a free and unfettered life. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to do anything in Konoha? "No, I'm used to freedom, and my precious grandson will come back when he's played enough." "Okay, since that's the case, we will do our best to make Zhang-Chen's life in Konoha village happier." "Haha, this is the best." The two exchanged greetings and said goodbye, knowing that the ghost knife had been decided, and the 3 generations did not retain it again. Hazashi chased out the door, bent over and cupped his hands and said, "Senior Ghost Blade, can you go to the Hyuga clan for a chat?" "No need, just treat my precious grandson well when the time comes." Zhang-Chen turned his head and waved his hand, disappearing on the spot. Hazashi looked at the place where Zhang Chen disappeared. His eyes were slightly lowered, full of gratitude. Goodbye to the 3 generations of Hokage. Hazashi hurriedly returned to the Hyuga mansion. Brother Hiyashi is teaching Hinata to practice gentle fist. If it were normal, Hazashi would definitely stand by and wait for the training to end, but today is different. He rushed to his brother's side, grinning happily, his eyes full of excitement. Master Hiyashi, this time, the Ghost Sword Senior really handled the matter of the country of thunder without blood, and Reikage respected him very much. Hiyashi frowned slightly and said, "Isn't there a conflict with the 4th generation Reikage? I just tested the speed, but before that, the 4th generation Reikage didn't mean to compete. When he first knew that he was the senior Ghost Knife, his attitude could be called humble, haha." Hazashi said this, recalling the previous situation. He danced with excitement. The ins and outs of the story and things about Zhang Chen's attitude towards Hinata were also clear. Hiyashi was extremely shocked. The arrogance of the 4th generation of Reikage was famous in the entire ninja world, and the Ghost Sword Senior could make him bow down with just one name. How terrifying influence is this? Since Senior Ghost Blade and Zhang Chen explained this matter, why not do it for the Hyuga family to have such a legendary hero in the background? Hazashi, Ghost Blade is kind to the Hyuga clan in this matter, and we treat Zhang Chen with more courtesy. When he comes back, we will arrange the affairs between him and Hinata. We must let the whole Konoha know that Zhang Chen is Hinata's brother. Hazashi understood his brother's intention and nodded in agreement. Hinata was waving her little hands and practicing gentle fist hard. She also heard the conversation between her father and her uncle, and murmured in her heart, "Zhang Chen Nissan, is he really going to be my brother?" Distracted, Hinata slipped and fell to the ground. She stood up and glanced at her father in fear, sweat dripping from her forehead. Contacted gentle fist in the past. Whenever I made a mistake, my father would criticize him very severely and even teach him a lesson. He just fell down in practice, and he made a low-level mistake. Seeing his father slowly approaching him, his big snow-white eyes revealed a pitiful expression, and he pouted his cherry mouth, so cute and pitiful that he was afraid that any of Lalakan's older brothers would be unable to extricate themselves. His father's big hand came close to him, and Hinata closed his eyes suddenly, his cute little head shrank, and a pitiful voice came out of his heart. "It's over, I'm going to be beaten. Who knows, I closed my eyes for a long time and didn't feel any pain." She slowly opened her eyes, and what caught her eye was the kind smile of her father. Hiyashi touched Hinata's little head and said softly, "Okay, I'm tired after practicing for so long. Let's go and rest. When your brother Zhang Chen comes back, our family will have a good meal." Shocked the young Hinata. Ever since she can remember, she has been faced with her father's strict teaching and strict training every day. He has never felt this kind of warm fatherly love. Today is the first time, and it is an unforgettable one for him. Hinata nodded heavily, a cute smile leaking from her pretty face. Chapter 22_Fireman and Fat Man enter Nadako village. Hazashi watched his brother treat Hinata so tenderly, and a relieved smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. As a twin brother, he knows his brother's character very well. The Hyuga family, as the Konoha clan, want to stand upright all the time. They can only continue to train and strengthen their strength to gain a foothold in this ninja world. The matter of the Kingdom of Thunder is a living example, because his own strength is not strong enough, so he can't even protect Byakugan's secret. It is precisely because of his fear of these that his brother has been very harsh on Hinata since he was a child. Except for beatings and scolding, it is a rigorous training, and there is no tenderness of fatherly love at all. However, because of Senior Ghost Swordsman, no one in the entire ninja world would dare to spy on Byakugan, and no one would dare to provoke Konoha. The father's love that had been lost, because of this incident, gradually recovered. Hazashi looked at the softness of the morning light and sighed inwardly. "Thank you, Senior Ghost Blade, you not only saved the Hyuga family, but also saved a father's love for his children." Inside the village of Konoha. Have you heard? The old ghost swordsman appeared in Konoha, and he easily settled the matter between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Hyuga clan for Konoha. I also heard that Senior Ghost Sword did nothing, and made the 4th generation Reikage obediently just to be famous. Senior Ghost Blade and the 4th generation Reikage seem to be tied for speed. It's amazing. I heard that he helped Konoha because his grandson Zhang Chen entered Konoha and is now studying at the ninja school. Did you say Zhang Chen? He is a swordsman just like Senior Ghost Blade, and he is very powerful with a knife. I heard Aruka say a few days ago that he could split 10 bullseyes 60 meters away with just a knife, which is very powerful. The whole Konoha village ninjas and ordinary people were talking a lot, and most of the topics surrounding it were Ghost Blade and Zhang Chen. For a while, Ghost Blade and Zhang Chen became the focus. Inside the village of Kumogakure. A few days ago, the Ghost Knife and the 4th generation Reikage competed in speed, and the result was a 1-to-1 draw. As the Ghost Knife, you're talking about the legendary hero 50 years ago. Yes, that's him. Wow. Lord Reikage of the 4th generation is so powerful that he can even tie with that legendary hero. Of course, but because of this incident, the 4th generation Reikage, Sama and Konoha village also reached a peace agreement, and the Ghost Sword hero is also an ally of our Country of Thunder, haha. This incident also quickly fermented in the Country of Thunder. The reputation of the 4th generation of Reikage is getting better and better, and the slogan of peace between the Country of Thunder and the Country of Fire also spread rapidly. The next day. The morning sun shines down on the mountains, tender and beautiful. 2 mountains, one big and one small, stand on the ground, and there is a huge wooden bridge in the middle of the mountains. A village is built here, which is the dream of thousands of men. Country, in Hokage, Nadako village. 2 figures appeared outside the village. Red Yuhi's hair, beard, thick eyebrows and big eyes burst out with sparks of desire, and the Yuhi-colored patterned animal skin vest shows a bit of beast-like mightiness. The man's name is Sato Ewing, a master of Kaiden fire style, nicknamed Flame Man. Liang Zhen, the daughter country should be here, right? I'll make sure, brother. The speaker was a fat man, dressed in a white robe. His bald head could almost reflect the light under the sunlight, his small eyes narrowed into slits with a smile, and his snow-white skin looked particularly eye-catching. The fat man is called Sato Ryomaru, the younger brother of Sato Ewing, and a master of using Sweden water style. Liang Zhen took the map and looked at it carefully for a long time, then smiled embarrassingly. Brother, it's here, that's right. This time the 2 of us sneaked out. Are we really not going back here? Master, will the old man kill us? You're a fool. Master, the old man is used to a peaceful life and won't find us. Hearing what his brother said, the dangling heart finally calmed down. He stared at a few ninjas patrolling outside the village, licked his lips, and rubbed his hands together and said, Brother, let's win this village. You pick the beautiful ones first, and I'll pick them after we're done. Huo Nan put his right hand on Fatty's body, staring at the village with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Liang Zhen, brother, only pick one. You can pick the rest, but you have to listen to me and don't act rashly, okay? Good. Listen to my brother, he is so nice. The fat man smiled stupidly, looking very honest. The 2 no longer hesitated and went straight to Fuzzy Village. The village is not big, but the beauty of birds and flowers is everywhere. There is a clear river not far from the village, and the gurgling water is quite artistic. The female ninjas in the village have long hair, graceful figures, and even more beautiful, which is exactly what they said. Jingmei is more beautiful. Who? The 4 female ninjas on patrol stood in front of them with short knives, and Meimu glared at Fatty and Huo Nan fiercely. The fireman walked forward, with a smile on his face and said shyly. Don't be nervous, girl, my brother and I are ninjas, and we don't have any malicious intentions. I just heard that there is a rule in your village. As long as you can defeat the strong people in your village, you can join the marriage, right? The female guard looked at Huo-nan and Fatty up and down, and saw Huo-nan's humble expression before retracting the short knife. Our village has this rule, but it needs the consent of our village chief. Can you take me to see your village chief? Huo-nan smiled again. The Yuhi hair guard turned his head and said contemptuously, "Come with me." Another big-eyed guard grabbed her and said softly, "Sister, is it inappropriate to take it to the village chief?" "It's okay, the two of them don't seem to be malicious, if the village chief doesn't agree to send them away." The big-eyed guard had no choice but to let go, watching Yuhi-haired guard lead the two into the village. Nadako village is a country of serious daughters. There are beautiful women everywhere, and the women here are also very powerful. The men who can enter the marriage are very powerful masters. Although this is the paradise that men dream of, it is also the hell that they keep away from. The beauties in the village held short swords and kunai in their hands, and when they saw Fatty and Huo-nan entering the village, their beautiful eyes burst out with murderous intent. If it wasn't for the guards to lead, I'm afraid they wouldn't have rushed up and killed directly. The two of them looked at the hundreds of beautiful women in the village, and the fat man almost drooled out, and they kept praising them in their hearts. "It's so beautiful, it's just heaven here, haha." Huo-nan hurriedly grabbed the fat man and whispered, "Liang Zhen, under your control, don't act so unpromising." Several people have been walking into the middle of the village to build prosperous buildings. A woman in a Yuhi-colored robe was turned her back to several people, looking into the distance. Her short brown hair looked full of temperament. Yuhi made the female ninja kneel on one knee and cupped his hands. "The village chief, 2 men have come to challenge and want to join the clan." Hearing the words, the village chief turned around. Huo-man and Fatty's eyes widened, shocked in place. Chapter 23 _ The ninjutsu comparable to the ghost lamp family, seeking silver tickets. Thank you. What shocked the two of them was not the appearance of the village chief. If only the appearance of the village chief could only be regarded as a top grade, it could not be called an alluring country. It's just that there is a woman's charming temperament in that bone, which makes the two of them heartbeat faster and excited. Smart beautiful eyes, brown eyes, as if fascinated by the stars, and the shallow lips and smiles reveal the charm of an adult. Huo-nan was fascinated by the appearance of the village chief, and his face was full of squinted expressions. The village chief's beautiful eyes lowered slightly and said contemptuously, "The village has regulations for entering the clan, but it is necessary to enter the Dharma. You should go back." Hearing this, Fatty glared angrily at the village chief and clenched his fists, just about to start cursing, when he suddenly remembered his brother's explanation, and hurriedly shut his mouth and looked at his brother beside him. Huo-nan was still intoxicated at this time, and did not listen to what the village chief said at all. The fat man touched the hot man a few times with his arm, and said hurriedly, "Brother, she doesn't agree, what should I do?" Huo-nan finally woke up, licked his lips, and greeted him with a smile. "What? Don't the village chief believe in the strength of the two of us?" The village chief snorted coldly, raised his head and said proudly, "It's not that I don't believe in your strength, it's just that I don't look down on the two of you at all." After he finished speaking, he stared at the Yuhi-haired guard next to him and continued, "Send the two of them out, and you are not allowed to bring any men in the future." "Yes, the village chief." Female guard Yuhi walked over to the fireman with a face and stretched out her hand. "You two, please go back." Seeing that the village chief was so disrespectful, Huo-nan raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. Bang! A loud bang resounded throughout the room. The village chief raised his head sharply and looked intently. The female bodyguard slammed into the wall, her head burned black with fever, her face darkened, and she passed out. The fireman's right fist was raised in the air and turned into a raging fire. The village chief frowned and threw off the Yuhi-colored robe on his body, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The village chief stared at Huo-nan's fist, and his heart was already turbulent. She knew all the existing ninja techniques in the ninja world, but she had never seen this trick used by Huo-nan. This attack mode is very similar to the partial hydration technique of the ghost lamp family, but she has never heard of anyone being cremated. The fireman cracked his mouth and let out a lewd smile. His eyes twitched, and he said with a wicked smile, Hey, don't be so surprised, okay? Why are you so surprised by my ninjutsu like those rubbish? You are so beautiful, don't put on that expression, you don't look beautiful anymore, haha. The village chief is very clear about the strength of the female guards, which is the strength of Chunin in other ninja villages, and no matter how bad it is, it will not be knocked down with one blow. The strength of the fireman in front of him is absolutely extraordinary. The village chief, are you all right? Due to the loud noise just now, the female ninjas in charge of guarding in the village rushed into the room one after another, Meimu staring at Huonan and Fatty. The village chief knew very well that this person's strength was not comparable to them, so he shouted loudly. You guys are not allowed to shoot, I will come in person. Village chief. Everyone frowned in disapproval. Shut up, no one can disobey my orders. Standing up, all the ninjas hurriedly exited the room, holding short knives and ready to stand by. The two of you shouldn't just join the family, right? The fireman withdrew the flame, his right fist returned to the shape of a fist, and said with a smile. Of course it's not that simple. My brothers have long heard that Fuzzy Village is a country of women, and it's even more unforgettable to see it today, so we'll stay here forever. It's just wishful thinking. I won't let you succeed even if I die. The village chief suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the fireman, bursting out. Boom fist. I saw the village chief's right palm stretched out, and the hurricane surging all over his body, the speed of which surprised Huonan. But in just a moment, Huonan's expression changed from surprise to smile. Bang! With the village chief as the center, a hurricane suddenly spread all over the body, and a palm penetrated Huonan's body heavily. Originally, she wondered why Huonan smiled mysteriously, but now she realized that this palm didn't feel like penetrating the body at all, but her right palm was burned extremely painfully. Boom! There was a sound of collapse, and due to the strong vibration of Gale Fist, the building was torn apart and turned into a pile of ruins. Several female ninjas jumped out as soon as the building collapsed, but the village chief and Huonan had no time to escape. Several people stared at the ruins in front of them. They were not worried that the village chief would have any accident, but were only concerned about the outcome of the battle inside. Whoosh, bang. Vacuum dancing. With the explosion of the village chief, there were hurricanes in the ruins, countless rubble danced and scattered, and the ruins turned into an empty field in just a few seconds. The village chief flew into the air, surrounded by a violent hurricane. A group of female ninjas smiled and stared happily at the village chief. They knew that the village chief had won. But just as they were about to celebrate, the flames on the ground continued to burn, eventually forming a human shape. The flames gradually faded, and the fireman laughed wildly and looked at the village chief in front of him. Next to the fireman, the gurgling water continued to gather, and the figure of the fat man gradually appeared in the middle of the water. The village chief and the group of ninjas blurted out in shock. The ghost lamp family, the technique of hydration. But what happened to this fireman? This is where everyone is surprised. The secret techniques of the ghost lamp clan can be hydrated. What is this ninjutsu that can be compared with the secret techniques of the ghost lamp clan? Is there still a family secret technique of cremation in the ninja world? They have never heard of it. Fatty looked at the surrounding ruins and exclaimed in amazement. Brother, this woman's ninjutsu is so domineering, and the surrounding area is in ruins. Looking at the fat man's silly expression, Huonan sighed. What are you feeling? No matter how powerful it is. Wind ninjutsu can't help you and me, it's just scary looking. The fireman knows very well that if you want to stop the fat man from being hydrated, you can only use Raiden Thunder style, and if you want to stop yourself from being cremated, you can only use Suiten Water style, and Nautico Village happens to know Futon Wind style. Ninja. The village chief naturally understands this. Even though her ninjutsu is very powerful, she really can't do anything about the two ninjas who can be stateful. The fireman stepped forward and shouted loudly. I said Big Beauty, you're a smart person. No matter how much wind ninjutsu you use, you can't do anything to my brothers. Be familiar with each other, give up resistance, and avoid unnecessary casualties. Fart. The village chief, don't listen to him. If we fight with him, the big deal is death. Yes. What are you afraid of? You can still let these two stinky men succeed. ... The crowd shouted in anger. The village chief is not stupid. Even if they really fight recklessly and can't hit them at all, the final result must be that the village's ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Not far away, Shizuka frantically ran to this side, her lovely face was full of sadness. When she saw the master and two men fighting, she shouted. Master! The village chief suddenly raised his head and saw Shizuka's figure not far away, his brows furrowed. Chapter 24-Emi was killed. Shizuka is his most proud disciple, and she will definitely be the best candidate for the village mayor candidate in the future. She can resist desperately this time, but she doesn't want Shizuka to get involved. Shizuka didn't know this, she was just worried about her master's safety. That's all. The fat man heard the sound and looked in the direction of Shizuka. Long black hair and brown contact lenses look extremely beautiful, but at a young age, her facial features are extremely delicate, and she is a beautiful woman. Hey, brother, this little girl is really smart, and she will definitely be a big beauty in the future. Huo-nan glanced at Shizuka and scolded. Don't look at it, what's so good about an 11 or 12-year-old child? When she grows up, it will be a year of monkeys and horses. Turn around and concentrate on fighting this one. This woman is not easy. Being scolded by Huo-nan, the fat man turned around in a naive manner, licking his saliva and looking at Shizuka more. The village chief shouted at several female ninjas. You guys take Shizuka away, don't stay here. Don't let other ninjas in the village get close to here. Go. She knew very well that other ninjas in the village would definitely come to hear such a big movement, and she didn't want to see other people in the village sacrifice in vain. After a few people heard the words, they reacted. The three rushed to the three directions of the village to stop the others, and the remaining 5 village chief guards rushed to Shizuka's side and grabbed Shizuka's arm. Miss Shizuka, get out of here, these two ninjas are very powerful, so they can't delay the village chief's battle. Shizuka shook off the ninja's arm and shouted loudly, I'm not leaving, I want to stay with the master here. Seeing Shizuka being so stubborn and completely angry, the village chief exclaimed. Carry her out. The angry expression of the village chief made Huo-nan feel strange. He turned his head and glanced at Shizuka again, and murmured. It seems that this little girl is very important to the village chief. It's interesting. Liang Zhen, I will hand over the 5 ninjas over there. By the way, I will catch that little girl back, and I will deal with this one here. Yes. The fat man smiled and agreed, got up and walked towards the 5 female ninjas. When they found the fat man chasing after them, they hurriedly released Shizuka's arm, pushed Shizuka to the back and said in a low voice. Miss Shizuka, run, let's stop him. Shizuka looked at them foolishly, and remembered how her master burst out just now. She kept retreating in fright, her pretty face was full of panic, and she kept shaking her head. The fat man didn't go after Shizuka directly, he walked forward with a big belly and said. My brother has to concentrate on dealing with your village chief, I'll deal with you little girls, hee. Fatty's tone was extremely simple and honest. Coupled with the looks of his 2 fools, no matter how you look at it, the IQ is not enough. The 5 looked at each other, spread out, and shouted in unison. Boom fist. They plan to use Gale Palm collectively to smash the fat man who knows the secret technique of hydration away. For a time, these 5 strong wind-splitting palms rushed towards them. The fat man raised his hand, and his original innocent appearance suddenly became extremely serious. Sweetened, water-style, shui grain. With the fat man at the center, a large number of water bombs were shot at the 5 ninjas. This powerful water pressure struck instantly, and the 5 people didn't have time to fight with hand seal, and they all stood in front of their short knives to block the water bomb. Bang! Bang! With a few loud bangs, 5 people were knocked out dozens of meters away by water bombs, hitting the ground heavily. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the 5 stood up with difficulty, wiping the blood from the corners of their mouths. Looking up, Fatty's figure had disappeared, and the 5 people looked around looking for Fatty's figure. Emmy, watch your back. He's behind you. The 4 female ninjas next to him shouted in unison. The female ninja named Emmy, with round pupils, was trembling and didn't dare to look back. Before he could react, the fat man stretched out his index finger and made a pistol gesture, grinned at Emmy's temple, and said softly, "Water iron cannon double ding." Bang! A powerful water bomb was ejected from the fat man's index finger, just like a pistol shot. Emmy's head was bleeding with blood, and her pupils exploded. Puff! The whole body was like a cut tree, and it fell straight to the ground. Emmy! Emmy! Miss Huime! The other 4 shouted in shock, Shizune trembling even more, kneeling on the ground and shouting loudly. Looking at Emmy lying in a pool of blood, tears ran down Shizuka's cheeks, and her beautiful lips trembled as she muttered. Ms. Huime, why is this? Why? These 5 village chiefs guard the ninjas, and usually have a very good relationship with Shizuka. They often accompany Shizuka to train Gale Palm, and often play and eat with her. Seeing her favorite sister Huime die in front of her, her heart collapsed several times, and she kept shaking her head and tears could not stop flowing. Fatty retracted his arms, turned his hands to the other 4 female ninjas, and said with a naive smile. Hey, kill one, then you 4, don't run. The 4 of them had just witnessed Fatty's pistol-like water bomb, and they knew how fast it was, and they couldn't escape at all. Stop, don't hurt my sister again. Shizuka's voice resounded through the world, very sad and helpless. The village chief and Huo-nan scuffled together, panting glanced here. She still underestimated Huo-nan's true strength. Not only does he only know secret techniques, but he is no worse than herself in physical and ninjutsu. It is already very difficult to fight against the fireman alone, and there is no time to take care of Shizuka and the 5 guards. Hearing Shizuka's heart-wrenching cry, he looked around. Emmy fell in a pool of blood, and the fat man made an attacking pistol gesture at the 4 people. She guessed at a glance that it was the technique of water and iron cannons, or the 4 guards would not reveal such expressions. She knew that if she didn't stop Fatty, several of her personal guards would definitely die like this. She condensed chakra in the right palm and used the raging palm again, rushing towards the fireman. Bang! With a loud bang, the village chief's palm hit the flames again as before, but this time, unlike before, the village chief's entire body passed through the fireman's body. The fireman sneered and spread his hands, his body was burning with flames, and sarcastically said, Hey hey, I knew I couldn't hit me and worked so hard. Aren't you afraid of burning you to death? Huo-nan finished talking for a long time, but got no response. He turned around abruptly and gnashed Kiba's teeth angrily. With this blow, the village chief braved the burning pain to leave Huo-nan and save the guards and Shizuka. Huo-nan was left in place by the village chief, and instantly felt disgraced and exclaimed, Fatty, kill this bitch for me. After he finished speaking, he turned into a flame and chased after the village chief. Hearing his brother's shout, Fatty turned around abruptly and kept shooting at the flying village chief. Ta, ta, ta. The water bombs rushed towards the village chief like rain. Flying in the air, she had no chance to dodge at all. He suddenly mobilized Zakra to stand kunai in his hands, and his body was not spinning. Circle Dance 2 Dances. Chapter 25 Shizuka's decision, seeking silver ticket. Thank you. Countless kunai shot out in all directions like beams, and the torrent of water bombs hit the kunai, making a loud noise. Bang, bang. A few seconds later, Fatty's rain of water bombs and the village chief's kunai rain intertwined, and all the water bombs were scattered by the kunai, forming a pouring downpour all over the sky. The fat man glared at the village chief fiercely and cursed at Poco. "This girl's ninjutsu is really good, and she actually called me back." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of kunai sprang up in the pouring rain. "Fuck, there are still." The fat man shouted and looked at Kuuyu, who came straight to him, but he was not worried except for being angry. Chuck, chuck. The sound of kunai's insertion into the pool sounded. The fat man's body was partially hydrated, and kunai penetrated his body and poured into the ground behind him. "Ha ha, idiot, nothing but Raiden Thunder style attacks can do anything to me." Fatty let Kuwu go through his body, pinched his waist and laughed at the village chief, full of sarcasm. Shizuka sat paralyzed on the ground, foolishly watching the master flying in the air, full of hope of victory. The remaining 4 village chief guards, Defei, Luli, Zian, and Roland, all standing beside Shizuka. They are not stupid. The Huo man and Fatty in front of them can't win at all. It is not a problem of strength, but this kind of secret technique. They have nothing to do. Luli and Zian picked up Shizuka and ran out of the village. Shizuka kept breaking free and shouting, "I won't leave. The master is still here, she will definitely win. I won't leave." In the face of Shizuka's noise, Luli couldn't bear it any longer, and slammed towards Shizuka. Crack! Shizuka's pretty face was printed with a palm print of Yuhi color. She stared at Sister Luli stupidly, covered her pretty face and sobbed aggrievedly without saying a word. "Miss Shizuka, why don't you understand? We can't win against them at all. The village chief is stronger than them, but it doesn't make any sense if you don't hurt the 2 of them. The village chief will lose sooner or later." Luli's words were so heart-wrenching. She bit Kiba fiercely, tears in her eyes, and her face was full of unwilling expressions. Ziyan squatted down. She put her pretty face against Shizuka's cheek and said tenderly, "Miss Shizuka, I know you want to accompany the master, but why did we not want to accompany the village chief? But for the future of the village you can't do anything else." Boom. This sentence was like a lightning strike, and Shizuka raised her head suddenly, her eyes twinkling with tears. The 2 sisters, Ziyan and Luli, are very aware of the decision and intention of the village chief. It was to deal with them both with the determination to die. What she wanted was that the others could escape the village smoothly. Shizuka finally understood the master's purpose, and even knew that the master was trying to save the village with a mortal heart. Was only 12 years old, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stood up and bowed to Sister Luli. "Sister Luli and Sister Zian, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you 2. I won't make trouble anymore. Let's go to Konoha village for help." Shizuka's words shocked both Luli and Zian. They didn't expect 12-year-old Shizuka to be so sensible all of a sudden. She didn't even think that she would propose to go to Konoha for help. The rules of the village are that outsiders are not allowed to come in and out at will, let alone any connection between the village and the outside world. Going to Konoha for help means breaking the rules of the village. The 2 of them frowned slightly, but did not speak. Shizuka saw the difficulties of the 2 sisters and sighed deeply. "Forget it, I won't hide it. Master had an encounter with Konoha ninja Jiraiya more than 20 years ago. The 2 have a good relationship, so I think Konoha village can be completely trusted. Shizuka can't take care of so much anymore. The most important thing is to save the master right now. As for the matter between the master and Jiraiya, she only needs a brief explanation. Shizuka, even if we do go to Konoha village, but it's so far from Konoha village, at least half a day's journey, I'm afraid it will be too late by then." Luli spread her hands and said anxiously. Ziyan looked at the fat man and Huonan in the distance and joined forces to deal with the village chief, and she said, "I don't think it's too late. At present, the village chief is very strong. Although he can't win against the 2 of them, he shouldn't be killed so easily, and the 2 of them have a very clear purpose in coming to our village. The same, just want to occupy this place. Even if the village chief is really defeated, they should use the village chief to threaten us to obey them, so I don't think the village chief is life-threatening." If it is as Shizuka said, the village is related to Konoha village, and they can be called for help. Konoha village is so big, there must be a lot of Raiden, Thunder style, and Suiten, Water style, masters. Ziyan's words were like sober soup, which made the two of them understand a lot in an instant, and they nodded in agreement. I'm going to Konoha with Shizuka. You hold everyone steady, don't be impulsive, life is the most important thing. Ziyan leaned in front of Luli, patted Luli's shoulder, and warned earnestly. Lucy nodded heavily. The two were about to leave when a wailing sounded from behind. Defei and Roland fell heavily to the ground. Defei's shoulders and thighs were hit by water bombs, and the blood slowly soaked through the white gauze, dyeing it bloody yui color. She covered her shoulders and looked at the fat man in horror. Roland covered her chest, coughing non-stop, wisps of blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, short knives scattered in front of her, and the severe pain from her chest made her unable to get up at all. Seeing that the two of them couldn't move any further, Fatty didn't kill them all, but fixed his eyes on Shizuka, his eyes narrowed into slits, with a sullen look. His purpose is to capture Shizuka alive. The hot man likes sex, but the fat man likes the young and cute little loli. In the fat man's eyes, Shizuka's tender face is exactly what he wants. The fat man grinned, quickened his pace and rushed towards Shizuka, the saliva from his mouth kept flying out. The obscene appearance is simply unsightly. Seeing this, Luli and Ziyan mobilized chakra to use the short knife and use the wind blade to slash. As the dagger fell, the slashes slashed towards the fat man with a whistling like a stern hayate. Bang, bang. The wind blade hit Fatty's body, making a crisp sound, and Fatty's body spread out on the ground like smashed mud, forming a mass of sewage sticking to the ground. The two took this opportunity to use the wind blade slash again, hitting Fatty's hydrated body continuously. Dao slashes were continuously shot from the short swords of the two, and they ran to Shizuka while hitting. The two lifted Shizuka from left to right and ran away. Shizuka was lifted by the two of them, her back turned to the two, and the surrounding pictures kept getting longer. Shizuka could clearly see the situation behind them. The pool of water on the ground gradually showed the appearance of a fat man. The master and Huonan were still fighting each other, but Huonan kept turning into flames, so that the master couldn't hurt him at all. The fat man's body was fully formed, he shook his fat body and quickly chased after him. Shizuka never expected that Fatty's fat body would move so fast. In just a few seconds, Fatty was only a few dozen meters away from the three of them. Chapter 26 Super handsome to save the field, B-frame hangs the sky, seeking silver ticket. The fat man stared at a pair of small eyes, and the fat on his face was as gloomy as water. He raised his palms and let out a loud drink. Suiten, water style, shui grain. An instant, two powerful streams of water Jinchuriki column formed quickly and came straight behind Luli and Ziyan. The water Jinchuriki column rotated at a high speed, rubbing the surrounding air and making a swoosh sound. Shizuka has seen the power of this ninjutsu. At the time, the 5 elder sisters blocked the water Jinchuriki column with short knives, and they were beaten out dozens of meters and vomited blood continuously. Now it seems that the 2 water Jinchuriki column are thicker and more powerful than the previous 5 water Jinchuriki column. If you are hit by this water Jinchuriki column in the back, you will surely die. Get out of the way. Shizuka hurriedly shouted out, reminding the 2 sisters to avoid the super strong water Jinchuriki column. But the 2 sisters are now supporting themselves respectively, and their backs are facing the water Jinchuriki column. Shizuka watched the 2 lightning-fast water Jinchuriki column rush towards her, and the scene of Sister Emi lying in a pool of blood reappeared in her heart. Tears kept pouring out, and she closed her eyes and shouted loudly. No. That voice was so helpless, so heartbreaking. ... Om. Bang. Shizuka closed her eyes and waited helplessly for death's judgment on the 2 sisters. She knew that as long as she heard the screams of the 2 sisters, that was the moment when the tragedy unfolded. And she couldn't do anything. No one can save it. However, a few seconds later, instead of hearing her sister's wailing, a deafening slashing sound was heard instead. She opened her eyes slowly, and the scene in front of her completely shocked him. Black trench coat and silver, long white hair swayed in the wind, reflecting the sunlight with a divine brilliance. His handsome cheeks were particularly angular, his piercing eyes looked down at him, and the Uzumaki-shaped forehead guard on his head was so clear. The jet-black sword in his hand glowed green, filling it with a ghostly aura. At this time, Luli and Ziyan also stopped in place. Their eyes that were waiting for death were actually fascinated by Zhang Chen's appearance at this moment. The two of them saw that Zhang Chen's knife was so real, it was like a drop from the sky, and it was indescribably handsome. They put down Shizuka's arm and stood there stupidly. This big man who wears a forehead guard to save the beauty. It is Zhang Chen. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Luli and Ziyan. Got 10,000 taels of money, plus 10 sword intent. The current progress bar is 255 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Shizuka and gained his heart. Got 50,000 taels of money, plus 50 sword intent. The current progress bar is 305 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, what's the situation? Why is Shizuka so shocked to give so much sword intent? Back to big brother, because I am shocked by the woman the host likes and make her love the host, the sword intent value will increase a lot. Close black lens bracket. It turns out that, haha, this system can, humanized rewards, very nice. Fatty stared at Zhang Chen's back, helplessly looking at his handsome appearance in front of Shizuka. Fatty pointed at Zhang Chen angrily and said, "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Chen turned around, placed the ghost sword heavily on the ground, raised his head and said, "Konoha Sanin Jiraiya, S. Apprentice, Top Jonin, Zhang Chen." When Shizuka heard Zhang Chen's introduction, her beautiful eyes widened, her lips kept trembling, and she whispered excitedly in her heart. "Is this the man I want to test martial arts in the future and need me to follow my whole life?" Fatty was also startled when he heard the name of Jiraiya, and when he heard that it was the senior Jonin of Konoha village, he was even more shocked. "Is it Namikaze Minato?" "No, I heard that Minato has yellow hair, and isn't he dead?" "Is he a copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi?" "No, doesn't Kakashi have Sharingan?" "Who is this?" "Hi." Luli and Ziyan's pretty faces turned to Yuhi, and they stared at Zhang Chen's back excitedly, and kept thinking happily. "This is Konoha's ninja, it's amazing, no need to look for it anymore, it's so handsome." Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother for lying and bragging, which shocked everyone present. Got 30,000 taels of money, plus 30 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 335 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. That's not right, bro, why did you only give 30 sword intent when you shocked the audience, and just gave Shizuka 50 when she was shocked? Open black lens bracket elder brother. I have something I don't know when to say it or not. Close black lens bracket. Just say something, don't beat around the bush. Open black lens bracket. Okay, brother. Can we stop bragging like this? If it wasn't for the fact that my brother has to go through the program, I really don't want to add sword intent to you. You are too irritating to pretend. First of all, you are still a student at ninja school, not even a genin, but a top jonin. Then Jiraiya, you have become someone's apprentice without ever seeing it. Brother, you are too shameless. Close black lens bracket. Cough cough. No, what's the matter with you today? Why did you learn to raise the bar? I'll be a jonin in the future, okay. Can I take the initiative to find Jiraiya to be a teacher? Huh. System. Seeing the system's voice disappearing in his mind, Zhang Chen angrily exited his mind, and muttered cursingly. I really don't understand the style. If I save people and say that I haven't graduated yet, they may protect me directly. Then I say that I am Jiraiya's apprentice, isn't it to help Naruto deal with problems in advance? Shizuka will go after the saving. Konoha is chasing Naruto to fight, doesn't that hurt my lovely sister's heart? I also have difficulties, okay. Cough cough. Before Zhang Chen came, he had already sensed the two battles on this side, because he knew that the battle on Huo Nan's side was more intense. Although the village chief had already gained the upper hand, he would not be killed. This battle is different here, and he may be killed at any time, so he ran over to help in advance. He pointed at the fat man and said disdainfully, "Hey, that fat man over there, if you have the ability, just use it." Zhang Chen's arrogance really pissed off Fatty, and Fatty shouted with hand seal with both hands. Sweetened water style, shui grain. An instant, a super-strength water Jinchuriki column came straight to Zhang Chen. The speed of the water Jinchuriki column was very fast, and its power was several times stronger than the two streams of water Jinchuriki column just now. Shizuka looked at the extremely strong water Jinchuriki column, her heart was beating wildly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. You won't be hurt in any way." Zhang Chen's voice sounded in Shizuka's ears, as if it was sunlight in the dark, making her feel incomparably warm. The trembling body gradually calmed down. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Chen's back, with Yuhiren embedded in her pretty face. She pursed her cherry lips and lowered her head shyly. Seeing the super-strength water Jinchuriki column approaching quickly, Zhang Chen calmly picked up the ghost knife on the ground, and then made a flat A. Om, bang. Slash came spontaneously, galloped away, and forcibly split the water Jinchuriki column into two halves. Zhang Chen's area did not even touch a drop of water. The fat man stared at Zhang Chen stupidly, dumbfounded. This actually slashed the water with a Jinchuriki column. Quote. Chapter 27_Knife splits the hydrated fat man, 4th shift. Fatty was completely shocked. He and his brother practiced secret techniques with the master since childhood. Although the master lived in seclusion and did not show up in the ninja world, he also told them a lot about the ninja world. He had never heard of anyone whose swordsmanship could split the water Jinchuriki column so as not to touch a drop of water. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the eldest brother, Jinchuriki column, who shocked Sato Ryoma, got 20,000 taels of money, plus 20 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 355 1/1000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen frowned. He had never heard of the secret technique of the Ghost Lamp clan called Sato Ryoshin. Brother, can you help me find out the true identity of this Sato Ryo? Okay, eldest brother, Sato Ryoshin is a native of the country of the moon, and his brother Sato Yuing is a biological brother. All his parents died in the Third World War, and he was adopted by his master, Sato Shiroki, and he took the brothers as test products. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was very shocked. The country of the moon, which was originally called the country of peace, also had people like Orochimaru who liked to study cell transplantation. But also, the country of the moon was originally a place where ninjas who were unwilling to return to the village gathered after the ninja war. It was inevitable that there were some scientific research enthusiasts who did not like killing. Brother, do you mean that this fat man has successfully transplanted the cells of the ghost lamp family, so he knows the secret technique of hydration? Open black lens bracket. Yes, big brother. Not only that, Sato Yuing has successfully transplanted the spark secret technique, which is an improved secret technique similar to the ghost lamp family. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. The fireman you mentioned can also do the secret techniques of the ghost lamp family, but it's just cremation instead of hydration. Open black lens bracket. Yes, big brother. Close black lens bracket. Hey, it's really a headache. Well, I know, let's do it first. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and felt the battle between Huonan and the village chief in the distance. He clearly felt the battle of Huonan turning into flames. It's a bit of a hassle. Shizuka's brown-colored pupils stared at the water Jinchuriki column split by Zhang Chen in shock. The water Jinchuriki column had been scattered about 10 meters away from several people, and there was actually no water in this area. Shizuka, do you know this young man? He seems to be about the same age as you. He must be a handsome guy when he grows up. Shizuka, this young man is so handsome, my heart is blooming a little bit, giggle. Luli, can you be a bit more promising? He's 5 or 6 years younger than you. You are really thick-skinned. Luli and Ziyan were deeply attracted by Zhang Chen's high-gloss performance, and Zhang Chen's heaven-defying appearance made the two 18-year-old girls even more excited. Shizuka listened to the teasing of the two older sisters. Her face raised Yuhi's face and she kept shaking her head. Luli hugged Shizuka, looked down at Shizuka's body, and joked. Oh, I just asked if you knew each other. Why is your little face so hot? But it's no wonder that your body is growing so fast. It feels like you're about to catch up with me, giggling. Sister Luli, what's the matter? Shizuka shy Yuhi lowered her head and stopped talking. She was once sad and angry, but because of Zhang Chen, she became happy, and she even forgot about Wei Mei's sadness during this period of time. The fat man woke up from the shock, growled angrily, raised his hands in a pistol gesture. Water iron cannon double ding. Ta. Countless water bombs were ejected from the fat man's fingertips like machine guns, and the 4 people were buried under the raindrops of water bombs. The sky was flooded with water bombs, and there was nowhere to hide. The 3 of Shizuka knew very well in their hearts that so many water bombs could not be resisted by swordsmanship. Stay there, don't move, I'm enough alone. Zhang Chen's words rang out again, and the 3 of them heard it very clearly, as if these words were not spoken, but originated from each of them's hearts. They took back the kunai in their hands and looked at Zhang Chen quietly. Zhang Chen placed the ghost sword behind him. The body of the sword was covered with black smoke. One shot flow centered. Big shock. He suddenly waved the ghost knife, and with a hum sound, the ghost knife slid across the sky. The 3 watched in shock as the ghost knife fell, but did not find the slash, and looked forward in confusion. Boom, boom. In an instant, a huge crashing sound was heard incessantly. They clearly saw countless rain of water bullets bursting in midair, scattering in all directions, and in this area with Zhang Chen as the center, the rubble that was shocked by this wave flew all over the sky. The shock wave did not stop, and continued to attack Fatty. Fatty immediately used the hydration technique, but even so, his body was knocked out dozens of meters away, hitting a rock in the distance, and his hydrated body burst open. Watching Fatty's hydrated body slowly recover, Zhang Chen frowned and sighed. This secret technique is really troublesome. Ordinary slashing can't kill him at all. Since it can't kill you, let you rest for a while. Zhang Chen released 70% murderous aura from his body, put the ghost knife behind him and quickly ran towards Fatty. The ghost knife made a chi-chi sound on the ground. The powerful murderous aura caused Shizuka and the others to tremble and collapse to the ground, staring at Zhang Chen tremblingly. Fatty felt this powerful murderous aura, and the sweat continued to flow down his forehead. He couldn't bear the slightest resistance in his heart, and he kept retreating. Zhang Chen's speed was even faster, and he didn't give Fatty a chance to escape at all. Yi Dao Lu Giming. He slashed past, slashing with the sound of howling ghosts and wolves, and rushed towards Fatty's body. Ah! The fat man screamed and turned into a puddle of water. His head was exposed, his pupils were wide open, his lips trembling, and he couldn't speak. This move of Zhang Chen can make the opponent immersed in the realm of ghosts and unable to extricate himself. The more afraid of Zhang Chen, the more serious the degree of killing by this move. In the end, the victim will die from excessive fear. But die. It is a powerful slash that destroys consciousness. Because the fat man was afraid of Zhang Chen just now, so after being attacked again, he didn't even recover his body. He could only be like a jar of stagnant water, unable to recover his body on his own. Zhang Chen turned his head and saw Shizuka and the others looking in fear. He hurriedly took back his murderous aura, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This murderous aura can only control how much it releases, but it's really annoying that it can't control who it releases. Open black lens bracket ding. Brother, let me answer this trouble for you. Close black lens bracket. When Zhang Chen was worrying about this matter, the mechanical voice of the system Kun sounded in his mind again. Brother, don't come out of nowhere, okay? Open black lens bracket elder brother. I didn't pop out of nowhere, I dinged. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen. Okay, I won't be stubborn with you, tell me how to control the target of murderous aura. Back to Big Brother, as long as your sword intent reaches rank 2, you can control the release target of sword intent. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen originally thought it would be difficult, but he didn't expect that he would be able to control the release target if he reached level 2, which really surprised him. Zhang Chen walked to Shizuka's side, and was about to help her up, but she avoided, Putong, and knelt on the ground, crying and shouting. Please, save my master. Chapter 28 _ The village chief compromises, seeking silver votes. Thank you. Shizuka's eyes flickered, tears ran down her soft face, and her beautiful lips trembled. I know you can definitely save the master, please. Shizuka's attitude was very sincere. When she saw Zhang Chen knocking down Fatty, she was very sure that the young man in front of her was the savior of Fuzzy Village. As long as he is willing to take action, Fuzzy Village can be saved, and the master does not have to sacrifice. Seeing this, Luli and Xian, like Shizuka, knelt in the back, begging. Please save the village chief. Zhang Chen originally wanted to save Fuzzy Village, so there was no need for Shizuka and the others to beg him. He walked to Jing Jingxiang's side and squatted down. Shizuka raised her head and stared at Zhang Chen, the tears in her eyes swayed, and her brown pupils looked particularly charming up close. Zhang Chen patted Shizuka's shoulder with his right hand, and a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. Of course I will save her, don't worry, if you really want to cry, just save it for the last time you thank me. Zhang Chen's voice was extremely gentle, as if every sentence could penetrate Shizuka's soft heart, and the last sentence touched Shizuka's whole body. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Chen's back, her heart was filled with warmth, she wiped away her tears, and pursed her lips, revealing a moved smile. Zhang Chen put the ghost knife back into the scabbard behind his back, and hurried to the positions of the village chief and Huonan. On the empty field, there was a circle of rubble piled up around it. The village chief held his arms and gasped heavily. The battle uniform had already faded halfway, and there were obvious black marks on the corners. The pure white skin was exposed, but it was red with burns. She bit Kiba fiercely, and the scorching pain in her body was approaching her limit. The fireman's body was in flames, and the corner of his mouth leaked a lewd smile. I didn't expect you to be so strong. If I didn't have this secret technique, I'm afraid I really couldn't beat you. I heard that you are quite old, but no matter how I look at it, I feel that the femininity in you is very fascinating to me. I can't bear to really kill you. Why don't you take a step back and let me be the man in your fuzzy village? The village chief's beautiful eyes glared at the fireman, and exclaimed. I won't let you succeed even if I die. A man with a despicable character like you is not worthy of being a man in any of our fuzzy village. The fireman withdrew the flame on his body, faded his lascivious smile, narrowed his eyes and said viciously. You don't eat and drink for toast. Since you want to court death so much, I will fulfill you. After you die, I will arrest all the women in your fuzzy village, and humiliate them one by one. Ha ha. Don't think about it. Let me tell you, you can't save anyone today. Fuzzy village will be my knee brother's paradise. Wait a while for Ryogen to bring your good apprentice back. I think you can still be a little bit stubborn. Huonan thought of his younger brother's fascination with women, and he laughed instantly, and hurriedly continued. Forgot to tell you, my younger brother likes young girls. You are a good apprentice, he is drooling. Maybe when you see your apprentice, she is already naked, haha. Despicable, do you still have humanity? The village chief bit his lip, and Huonan's words kept emerging in his heart, thinking of Shizuka's tragic situation. His heart was twisted like a knife, and the tears in his eyes kept spinning. She looked at the direction in which Shizuka fled, and clenched her fists tightly and muttered. Shizuka, you guys, please don't have an accident, please. At this moment, my heart is in tears. Huo-nan has a keen insight into the demeanor of the village chief, and hurriedly smiled and said. Actually, things can be made easier. Just listen to me now. As long as you sacrifice yourself, I guarantee that the ninjas in your village will not be ravaged, and your good apprentice will not be raped in public. How about that? The village chief was in a trance, his heart was in chaos, and he lowered his head helplessly. Seeing this, Huo-nan continued to induce. You are the head of the village, you should take care of the overall situation, and you should also know that you can't win against me at all. After you die, as long as I think about it, everyone in your village will die, and they will die miserably. The word, death, was like a sharp dagger, piercing the heart of the village chief. Huo-nan was right. Right now, he is the only one who is the most powerful in the village. If even she is killed in battle, the rest of the village will definitely be arrested, bullied and tortured to death. Thinking of the unsightly scene, she closed her eyes deeply, and a tear ran down her face. Biting cold. Okay, I promise to listen to you, but I have one condition. You can't kill the ninjas in the village, and you can't ravage the children in the village. Huo-nan grinned happily, nodded and agreed. Okay. No problem. The village chief let out a long breath, took back the chakra in his hand, closed his eyes, and bit his lip. The fireman jumped close to the village chief, kept rubbing his hands, and said slyly. That's right, isn't it right? How much effort has been saved? If you obeyed me from the beginning, there would be so many tragedies in the future. Maybe your guard wouldn't die. Fireman pointed to Emmy who was lying in a pool of blood. Kiba fiercely, and clenched his already anxious hands tightly, his fingernails cut through the palms, and blood dripped repeatedly. Huo-nan stood behind the village chief, closed his eyes and smelled the village chief's hair, and said with a greedy smile. Shang, it really is the best, haha. At this time, Huo-nan was not afraid that the village chief would suddenly attack him, and his body was not afraid of attack at all. If the village chief dared to disobey, he would only be asking for hardships. Seeing the village chief's expression not daring to resist, Huo-nan was overwhelmed with lust, and his heart was even more excited. He stretched out his right hand to touch the village chief's XP. The village chief's beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and he kept struggling in his heart, but for the sake of the village, he had to endure no matter what. She no longer wanted to see people in the village killed, and she didn't want to see Shizuka really become their tool. Although she's already disgusted with the fireman to ultimate. Yes, there is no choice. What a beauty. After so many years in that shabby place, I can finally indulge once, haha. The fireman's hand gradually approached the attractive position. Hey, if you don't want to die, take back your stinky hands. Huo-nan's hand stopped less than a centimeter away, and suddenly looked up in the direction of the voice, but saw no one. The village chief opened his eyes and looked at the source of the sound in front of him, but also did not find the owner of the sound. Who is pretending to be a ghost? The fireman retracted his arms and kept looking around, but he still couldn't see anyone. Not far away, Shizuka, Luli and Xian gradually appeared in the field of vision. Huo-nan looked at Shizuka and suddenly widened his eyes to find his younger brother. What about Liang Zhen? That stinky girl is safe and sound. Could it be that Liang Zhen lost? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Something must have happened. Huo-nan kept shaking his head, not believing that Fatty was defeated. Chapter 29_Knives Split Flames, Seeking Silver Tickets. Thank you, Master. Village Chief. Shizuka and Ruri shouted loudly. Seeing that Shizuka was safe and sound, the village chief finally let go of his dangling heart and rushed towards Shizuka. Crack. Huo-nan grabbed the village chief's shoulders, suddenly exerted force, glared and roared. I didn't let you move, I just stood here honestly. Only then did the village chief realize that Huonan was still behind him. He hurriedly stopped, and the joy on his face suddenly disappeared. Shizuka and Luli also stood not far away and looked at this stupidly. The village chief knows very well that as long as Huonan is still alive, the crisis in his village will always be there. Only by obediently listening to Huonan's words could she save the rest of the village. Go away and leave me alone. Master, there is a hero who defeated the fat dead man, and he promised us that we will come to save you. Shizuka shouted excitedly, but when she looked around carefully, she couldn't see the figure of the boy from before. Luli and Ziyan were also anxiously looking for Zhang Chen's trace. Should he just leave like this? Luli said disappointedly. No, he promised me that he would definitely come to save the master. Shizuka bit Kiba and said firmly. She was convinced that Zhang Chen would not lie to her, and would definitely come to save the master. Until this time, the words Zhang Chen just said were still echoing in her heart. Huonan also heard Shizuka's words clearly. He looked around again to look for Zhang Chen's figure, but found nothing. But even so, he was still flustered. After all, the words just heard were so real. Not what the people present said. What happened to Liang Zhen? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I will kill your master. The fireman used his right hand again, and his left hand made a pistol gesture to face the head of the village chief, with a very grim expression. No. Shizuka looked at Huonan's gesture and remembered the scene she had seen before, and tears filled her eyes again. Just when the tears were about to flow, Zhang Chen's words surfaced again. She forcibly held back the tears, but did not cry. Village chief. Luli and Ziyan fell to their knees and cried out. The village chief's heart tightened, and he stepped forward subconsciously, looking at Shizuka and Luli's pitiful appearance. How much she wanted to hold them in her arms. TM, I tell you to stay still and don't challenge my bottom line. The hot man burst out, and his right hand exerted force again. However, at this moment, the familiar voice sounded again. As I said, if you don't want to die, let go of your stinky hands. At this time, everyone traced the source of the sound and looked at the sky in unison. Zhang Chen suddenly swung the ghost knife out in the air. Ghost aura lingered on the ghost knife, and a transpiration black mist was emitted under the sun, and it struck a flat A. Om. The slash slammed into the sky and made a loud noise. Boom. The slash slammed heavily to the ground and exploded in an instant. Dusty. Master. Shizuka shouted loudly, staring anxiously at the situation in the dust. The slash just now was too powerful, and she was afraid that her master would be affected by this slash. He even started to complain about why Zhang Chen attacked indiscriminately. With such a wide range of slashes, how could the master be safe and sound? Just as she pursed her lips, anxiety and complaints intertwined, Zhang Chen's figure appeared in front of the three of them. I saw Zhang Chen hold the village chief in his arms, slowly put it down, and said softly. Sorry, I just took your friend away, it took a little time. Only then did Shizuka and the village chief react, and looked at the positions of Emi and Difei. Really no longer. Shizuka knelt down beside Zhang Chen again, kowtowed and said, Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you kowtow without moving? It's too early to thank you now. Zhang Chen pointed in the direction of the fireman. The dust gradually dissipated, and the fireman gradually turned into a human shape from the flames, and his angry pupils were bloodshot. Zhang Chen smiled at Shizuka again, and said gently, Don't worry, just leave it to me. After finishing speaking, go straight to the direction of the fireman. Village chief looked at the forehead guard of Konoha village on Zhang Chen's head. His heart was slammed, and he murmured. The ninjas of Konoha village. Why are they here? Seeing the confused look on the village chief's face, Ziyan hurriedly said. The village chief, we don't know why he is here. He said he was Jiraiya's apprentice, Jonin of Konoha village. Boom. The village chief's heart was like a torpedo exploded, and the clouds of the past lingered in his mind like smoke. He looked at Zhang Chen's back in shock, opened his mouth and murmured in disbelief. You say, he's Jiraiya's apprentice. That's what he said. Ziyan hurriedly responded. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to the elder brother for fabricating it as Jiraiya's apprentice, shocked to the head of Fuzzy Village, getting 30,000 taels of money, plus 30 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 385 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen froze in place, although he wanted to turn back, he didn't dare to look back because he was afraid of embarrassment. Cough cough. This lie can get so much shock value. Brother, I think this lie is also quite profitable, haha. Brother, I don't want to continue to communicate with you about this matter, the rewards have been distributed, goodbye. Don't send me. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound of the system suddenly disappeared in my mind. Very crisp. Yo, this system is really Tsunere. It's quite temperamental. Hey, forget it, let's deal with this hot man. Huo Nan has completely recovered his human form, staring at Zhang Chen's figure, shouting loudly. You're a brat, you still want to learn from other people's heroes to save beauty, and you want to beat me even as a swordsman. It's just over your own strength. Boy, I'll tell you a truth today, you have to pay a price for being strong. The fireman pushed out his palms, and the flames in the palms gradually condensed. Kaden Fire Style, Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu. Fuck, this guy is a master, he doesn't need a hand seal to activate such a strong Kaden Fire Style. Zhang Chen grinned and praised Huo Nan. The appearance of a fire dragon is formed in the palm of the fireman. As the chakra continues to condense, the appearance of the fire dragon becomes clearer and clearer, and gradually separates from the palm. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and roared, roaring, and rushed towards Zhang Chen like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Zhang Chen calmly raised the ghost knife, the blade stood in front of him, and closed his eyes. A gorgeous flat A. Will, bang. The flames were split into two by this slash, and scattered to the surrounding ruins on both sides. Bang. Boom. The two scattered flames hit the surrounding ruins. In an instant, the rubble flew, and the dust was everywhere. The village chief woke up from the shock, looked at the dust on both sides, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. If Zhang Chen hadn't moved Dai Fei and the others away in advance, the impact just now would have been enough to bury them, and they would definitely die. Huo Nan's eyes widened as he stared at Zhang Chen with his mouth open, his super strong Kaden Fire Style split into two, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is this a lie? My fierce dragon flame jutsu is just that. Slap, it's gone. Huo Nan was as shocked as the fat man. Chapter 30 _ the coolest Balrog slash. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host, Sato Yoin, who was shocked by knife fire, got 20,000 taels of money, plus 20 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 405 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned, and said with a flashing smile in his mind. I said, bro, why don't you even call eldest brother? The system is not responding. Isn't it? Are you ignoring me? Say something. The system still does not respond. Zhang Chen only felt that an autumn leaf fell on his face at this time. Lonely and embarrassing. He knew that the system completely despised him, so he had no choice but to withdraw from his mind. Who are you? Who are you? Hunter. Zhang Chen blurted out. Huo Nan frowned, and he had never heard of any hunters in the ninja world. What hunter? A hunter who specializes in killing wolves. Zhang Chen sneered, murderous intent leaked from his eyes, and slowly walked towards Huo Nan. Be careful, he can turn into flames, and slashing can't kill him. The village chief shouted to remind Zhang Chen. Huo Nan scratched his head and thought for a long time, and finally understood what Zhang Chen meant. This is to scold him and Fatty for being lecherous wolves, and Zhang Chen is the hunter who hunts lecherous wolves. TM, you're not very strong, but pretending to be AB is quite powerful. Let's see if I won't kill you. Huo Nan was almost enchanted by Zhang Chen's anger. He mobilized the chakra throughout his body, and the flames around him continued to expand. The flame gradually changed from yuhi color to black yuhi color, and Hashirama became larger, and finally became a huge flame 3 or 4 meters high. The flames continued to burn, and there was a sound of crackling, flames bursting, and the flames of black yuhi seemed to burn out the surrounding air. Filled with the breath of death, Shizuka and Luli stared stupidly at the huge black yuhi-colored flame, speechless in shock. The village chief is even more beautiful, and it turns out that Huo Nan has not used all his strength to fight him, otherwise he might not be able to last for so long. Ha ha, boy, today I will let you feel the smell of the flame demon. Go to hell. Zhang Chen looked at the black yuhi flames, and sighed. It's a talent. This flame is similar to Amaterasu, but it's not pure black. It's interesting. Boom. With a loud noise, the fireman stepped on the ground, making a deafening sound. He was all ready to sprint. It's not too powerful. The body turns into a balrog and charges for a sprint. Is it similar to a physical technique in a state of flame? It's very creative, haha. Zhang Chen touched his chin with a playful look. The village chief and Shizuka's eyes widened, swallowing saliva, not daring to breathe out loud. They all knew that this move should be Huo Nan's nirvana, and if Zhang Chen lost, then they would definitely die. Go to hell. Huo Nan shouted loudly, and the huge flame demon suddenly disappeared in place. The speed was so fast that the village chief and the others couldn't catch Huo Nan's figure at all. Zhang Chen let out a long breath and recalled the name of his move, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It's decided, I'm going to change the name of the flame demon in this move, Not bad, haha. He closed his eyes and stood the ghost blade in front of him. As his murderous aura continued to spread, the ghost blade actually floated in the air, and the blade was covered with black steaming flames. At the moment when Huo Nan rushed out, Zhang Chen grabbed the ghost knife suspended in the air. One-shot flow. Flame demon slash. Will. Bang. Zhang Chen and Huo Nan flashed past, and the two were separated by dozens of meters, facing each other with their backs to each other. Zhang Chen took back the ghost knife, closed his eyes and said. The ghost knife is unsheathed, and the black flame breaks the fire. When? With a crisp sound, the ghost knife returned to the scabbard. Ah! The fireman shouted for a lifetime, his body was split in two, and blood was spattered on the spot. Yuhi's black flames vanished into nothingness in an instant. Win! Luli and Xian shouted loudly, dancing like children. The village chief looked at the fireman who had been dismembered on the ground, his hands were shaking with excitement, and he looked at Zhang Chen's back again, as if he saw the shadow of that man. Like the man who made her miss her whole life. Shizuka frantically ran towards Zhang Chen, holding Zhang Chen firmly in her arms behind her back. Only then did Zhang Chen react, with a smile on his face, but his cheeks started to get hot in an instant. The two of them didn't wear much, and the soft feeling was like bathing in warm izumi, and every inch of the body's skin could feel the comfort and softness. He coughed a few times, turned around and touched Shizuka's head, and said softly. Good. Cry if you want to. This sentence completely touched the softest part of Shizuka's heart. Tears blurred her eyes in an instant, and she smiled, letting the tears run down her cheeks. He plunged his head into Zhang Chen's arms, his pretty face pressed tightly against Zhang Chen's shoulder. Zhang Chen's hands were embarrassingly suspended in the air, but seeing Shizuka crying so fiercely, a heart of pity and love arose spontaneously. He couldn't help feeling distressed, and sighed in his heart. Hey, this feeling is really real, maybe this heartbreaking feeling is love for Shizuka. Zhang Chen tightly hugged Shizuka's back with both hands, and held him firmly in his arms. Seeing this scene, Luli and Xian wiped away their tears with their jade fingers and let out a warm smile. The village chief looked at Zhang Chen and Shizuka hugging each other, and said with a smile. Maybe this is the arrangement of fate, the fate of me and you is unfinished, let them come to Shushang. The warm picture makes everyone fascinated for a while. But there are still many things to deal with, and everyone has to break the warmth. Village chief, what should I do with this fat man? Luli pointed to a pool of rotten water on the ground and shouted loudly. Fatty was caught in Zhang Chen's ghost cry, and he is still immersed in the state of being entangled by 100 ghosts, unable to extricate himself. The village chief walked over and looked at Fatty's wretched face, thinking of the disgusting look on the fireman's face when he approached him, bit Kiba and roared. Put him in a barrel and burn him. Yes. Luli took the other ninjas to put the fat man into a wooden barrel, and put firewood on the bottom. When everything was ready, Luli was about to ignite. Wait, seal the lid of the barrel with an iron lock so he can't get out. Zhang Chen stood aside, watching the village chief's method of killing the fat man. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This woman is really the most terrifying creature in the world. Zhang Chen finally understood that Jiraiya had said that he almost died twice. Once, Naruto's tail broke his ribs and almost died. The other time was when I peeked at Tsunade taking a shower, when Tsunade broke his ribs and almost died. Zhang Chen glanced at Shizuka beside him, and murmured in his heart. With such a master, I'm really worried about my future safety. Ahem. As the flames grew stronger, the sound of the fat man's wailing and howling and the sound of hitting the wooden barrels could not be heard. After a few minutes, everything was calm, and the pile of dry wood was burnt to ashes. The village chief walked to Zhang Chen's side, bowed his head and said respectfully. Thank you for saving me, dare to ask the hero's name. Zhang Chen glanced at Shizuka, the two looked at each other, Shizuka shyly lowered her head and said nothing. Konoha Ninja, Zhang Chen. Chapter 31-Resurrection Emmy. Village chief had a natural love for the word, Konoha, and continued to ask. You, really Jiraiya's apprentice? Zhang Chen let out a long breath, spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, I lied to you, I'm not Jiraiya's apprentice, but I'll try to become his apprentice in the future, and I'm not a Jonin from Konoha, and I'm still at the moment. Ninja school goes to school. Quote. You're not even a genin. How is this possible? The village chief, Luli, and Xian heard the words, looked at Zhang Chen in shock, and blurted out. With Zhang Chen's strength, no one would believe that he wasn't even a genin. The village chief's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the forehead guard on Zhang Chen's head, and bowed deeply. Does this kind of cage level need to go to the ninja school? Forget it, whether you are Jiraiya's apprentice or not, thank you very much for saving Nadako village. Shizuka stared at Zhang Chen's figure, her brown pupils were slightly lowered, her lips were pursed, and she was full of anxiety. Zhang Chen saw it all in his eyes, and said to everyone. Village chief, please arrange for a few people to come with me and bring the three of them back. Shizuka suddenly realized, and then remembered that Sister Defei and Sister Roland were still injured. Brother Zhang Chen, I'll go with you too. Zhang Chen turned his head and said softly, you stay here and come back soon. Shizuka looked at Zhang Chen's retreating back, and stood in the same place stupidly. The village chief saw it all in his eyes, and he had a plan in his heart. A few minutes later, the crowd came over with 3 stretchers, and the medical ninja gave them some treatment while rushing on the road. How are they? The village chief asked anxiously. The village chief, Daifei and Roland are fine, they can just rest after treatment, it's just Wei Mei. The talking medical ninja is named Yuei, a beautiful woman with black long hair and a pair of glasses. She is a well-known medical ninja in the village, a drug researcher, and obsessed with medical treatment. She hesitated, looking at the village chief with flickering eyes. If you have anything, just say it. The village chief was very clear in his heart and said helplessly. Yes, village chief, Huime was hit in the head and her breathing was extremely weak. It's not easy to be alive now, I'm afraid it won't last for 3 hours. Shizuka's eyes widened, and she approached Yuime in shock and asked unconvinced. You mean, Sister Huime is still alive? Yes, only temporarily. Yueme was a little stunned by Shizuka's question. Emi's state at this time was no different from that of a dead person, it was just a matter of time. Shizuka grabbed Yueme's arm, her eyes locked tightly, and she said sadly. Please, you must save Sister Emi. Yueme shook her head anxiously, her eyes moving in front of the village chief and Shizuka. Miss Shizuka, we really can't do anything, even the Deluo immortal can't save her now. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, making everyone in the village feel extremely desperate. Shizuka looked at Emi with tears in her eyes, her pale face, cold hands, and a heartbeat that was so weak that it was almost non-existent. Recalling the past scenes when Sister Huime accompanied her, with her gentle smile, strict supervision, and kind hug, every picture brought her to tears. Zhang Chen looked at his future woman so sad, and his heart felt like a knife in an instant. In fact, even Zhang Chen didn't realize that he would fall in love with someone so quickly. He walked forward and supported Shizuka's shoulders, looked at Shizuka's tear-filled contact lenses, and said softly. Don't cry yet, I can't promise to save her, but there is a way to try. Ah, are you telling the truth? Brother Zhang Chen. Shizuka's pupils suddenly widened, a smile appeared on her face, and she excitedly grabbed Zhang Chen's arm. Zhang Chen nodded lightly, and continued. Really, but I'm not sure if it works either. He took out a soul-returning pill from his arms, handed it to Shizuka, and continued. This is soul rejuvenation pill. I don't know the effect of the medicine. It is said that it can revive people who are dying. Shizuka looked at the pill in her hand. The pill was the size of a soybean and looked like a black pearl. She pursed her lips happily, quickly held Sister Huime in her arms with her left hand, and prepared to put the pills into Sister Huime's mouth with her right hand. Yuime frowned, grabbed Shizuka's arm, and said anxiously. Miss Shizuka, I haven't heard of any soul-returning pills, so don't use them indiscriminately. Shizuka turned her head and stared at Yuime, and said angrily. Sister Huime is at stake, you are all helpless, do you want me to watch her die? I believe Brother Zhang Chen, even if this medicine is poisonous, I am willing to try it. Shizuka's firm words made the doctor froze in place, and the arm that held Shizuka was a little slack, but she still didn't take it back, and raised her head to look at the village chief. Village chief nodded lightly and said, I also believe in Zhang Chen, try it, maybe you can really save Emi. Yuime quickly retracted her hand and bowed slightly to Shizuka to apologize. She watched Shizuka take the pill to Emi, and she was already full of doubts. Even the legendary strongest ninja Senju Hashirama in Shizuka's current state can't be cured. What is the origin of this young man with a Konoha forehead guard? A small pill is really a resurrection potion. A few minutes later. Emi's arm moved, she woke up. Emi really woke up. Luli's screaming voice broke the haze of everyone. Shizuka and the village chief rushed to Emi's side. Shizuka held Emi's hand close to her cheek. Huime's eyes were slightly startled, her lips moved slightly, and she said in an extremely weak voice. The village chief. Shizuka, what's wrong with me, is that fat guy dead? When referring to the fat man, Emi's expression was obviously a little nervous and anxious. Sister Huime, everything is over, the enemy has been resolved, how do you feel? Do you still have a headache? Shizuka asked excitedly with a smile on her face. Yuime, come and check on Huime's condition. The village chief called to the women's hospital beside him. Yes, the village chief. Yuime leaned over to Emi to check her head injuries and the frequency of her heartbeat. She frowned slightly, and gradually stared at the boss, and finally looked at Emi in shock, shaking her head in excitement. What's the matter? Yuime, why are you shaking your head? The village chief asked suspiciously. Yuime suddenly held the village chief's hand and said excitedly. Village chief, Emi, it's a miracle that she's completely healed. It's impossible for her to recover from her injuries in a few minutes. Her excited eyes kept lingering on the village chief, Wei Mei, and Zhang Chen, and even more excitedly, she turned around and bowed deeply to Zhang Chen, casting her eyes of infinite admiration at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen-kun, can you tell me where you got this pill? It's unbelievable, do you still have it? Could you study it for me? Zhang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, and said hesitantly, this. Oh, yes, yes. How can such a valuable drug be given away so easily? If you still have it, I'm willing to exchange anything for it. Including my life. Chapter 32 Zhang Chen's Sweet Night. Yuimei's excessive performance made Zhang Chen at a loss, especially after witnessing the magic of the drug. She wanted to keep one for future troubles. This made him take it out and exchange it with Yuimei, and he was reluctant to give it up anyway. Besides, he didn't lack anything now, he was rich and handsome, and he didn't have any disease, so there was nothing to exchange. Shizuka could also see Zhang Chen's embarrassment, leaned forward and stared at Zhang Chen's face excitedly, pursed her lips and said with a pretty face like Yuhi. Brother Zhang Chen, thank you for saving Sister Huimei, I don't even know how to thank you. Shizuka spoke suddenly, and also relieved Zhang Chen. But seeing Shizuka's shy and adoring look on her face, and then looking at her 12-year-old showing off her perfect figure, Zhang Chen swallowed, scratched his head and said embarrassingly. It's nothing, it's just a little effort. I only brought one of this medicine. It's really great to be able to save people. The village chief smiled and looked at Shizuka. She clearly felt Shizuka's love for Zhang Chen, smiled and shook her head. Seeing that Huimei was rescued, Huonan and Fatty were killed, Dai Fei and Roland were rescued, and the other ninjas in the village were safe and sound, she let out a sigh of relief. After walking out of a few people, he shouted to the other ninjas in the village. Today, Nadako village was invaded by gangsters. Originally, there was no chance of success. The village would face brutal and inhumane violations. However, due to the appearance of Konoha ninja Zhang Chen, the invaders were defeated, the village was saved, and Emi was saved. It is because of Zhang Chen that I can stand here and talk to you, and everyone in the village can live a happy life. So I am announcing one thing today. Nadako village will break the rules and release the only man in the world. From now on, Zhang Chen can enter Fuzzy Village at any time without any restriction. Folks, let us thank Zhang Chen with the enthusiasm of Fuzzy Village. Hooray! Thank you, hero. ... This set of generous speeches by the village chief completely ignited the enthusiasm of the beauties in the village, and they swarmed up. The medical ninja carried the wounded aside, and Luli joined Zhang Chen like the other beauties in the village. Zhang Chen stood there, and hundreds of ninjas ran towards him frantically, opening their mouths in surprise. What is this for? Zhang Chen-kun, don't worry. We won't harm you, this is our village's way of celebrating. Luli's pretty face was close to Zhang Chen's ear, and she whispered with a smile. That woman's natural fragrance made Zhang Chen intoxicated for a while. A group of female ninjas lifted Zhang Chen high and threw them into the air. All the beautiful mouths of Kakuzu were full of smiles. Zhang Chen plunged into the pile of women again and again, and was thrown into the air again and again. The fragrance of women kept pouring into his body. Zhang Chen smelled the smell of their bodies, and his sense of happiness instantly soared. When he fell and was embraced by all of them, the sense of happiness was overwhelming. Looking at the sunshine in the sky, Zhang Chen felt the incomparable warmth and happiness, and murmured in his heart. Hey, no wonder everyone is envious of Nadako village. If I can, I really want to live here forever. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected that the host has dangerous thoughts, hereby warn. The swordsman system strictly cracks down on malicious arrears in submitting tasks, malicious hanging up, and malicious brushing of props. The host must complete various tasks according to the system requirements until the tasks are all completed. If the host violates the rules, it will be obliterated by the system and will never be able to return to the original world. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in my mind, and it was impossible to describe any emotion. Like a cold bayonet, eager to try on the edge of the heart. Fuck, what the hell is going on? You can even lose your life if you travel through it once. Brother, are you a little too formal this time? Brother, this is a rule, no one can violate it, and I can't help it. Close black lens bracket. Hee, are you not angry with me? You confessed everything, System-kun still admires you, so I choose to forgive you. Close black lens bracket. I promise to complete the task you posted. You shouldn't interfere with my private life, right? You can rest assured that this system will not interfere, let alone peeping. Close black lens bracket. After receiving the system's prompt, Zhang Chen also understood that his dream of this daughter country could not be realized for the time being, but it was not bad to get special approval from the daughter country. From now on, it's also quite happy to be able to enter and leave the daughter's country casually, ahem. Tonight, Fuzzy Village will celebrate all night. There is no village chief, no superiors, no rules, we are open to play. The village chief shouted with a smile on his face. Zhang Chen was also awakened by the heroic words of the village chief, and glanced in the direction of the village chief in the air. Crack! He fell heavily to the ground, and the pained Zhang Chen touched his buttocks with a strange expression. Because of the village chief's words, the ninjas raised their arms high and cheered, but they forgot to catch Zhang Chen, who was still in the air. Everyone looked at Zhang Chen lying on the ground, and stood there awkwardly. Shizuka Yuhi covered her face with her fingers and laughed out loud. Yuhi shyly leaned over to Zhang Chen's side, stretched out her hand in front of Zhang Chen, with a smile on her pretty face. Seeing Shizuka's jade finger, Zhang Chen smiled slightly. The hands of the two are tightly clasped together, and the picture is so warm and beautiful. The full moon hangs high, reflecting on the open field in the village. The lights are bright, and there are 2 rows of tables in the middle, full of delicious wine, chicken legs, pork knuckles and other delicacies. All the ninjas in the village gathered around the table, talking and laughing. Shizuka picked up a piece of chicken leg and put it on Zhang Chen's plate, pursed her lips and said, "Here." Zhang Chen grabbed the chicken leg with his right hand, took a bite, his mouth was full of oil, and said happily, "It smells so good, ha ha." After speaking, he picked up the flask in his left hand and poured it into his mouth. Goo, gum gum. Ha. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh of joy, and his face was filled with happiness that could not be concealed. With good meat and good wine, and surrounded by hundreds of beauties, any man will feel overwhelmed with happiness, right? What's more, all the women here are beautiful women, and they all admire Zhang Chen very much. A man who can be recognized by the village chief will be liked very much by all women, and even more beloved. After they were full, Shizuka, Luli and the others danced happily around Zhang Chen. Reflecting the moonlight, the pure white jade fingers, the long flowing hair, and the refreshing fragrance lingered around Zhang Chen, the graceful figure, and the exquisite curves that were concave and convex, even more beautiful scenery lines. Zhang Chen's small face was full of Yuhi, watching so many beauties around him writhing with charming postures, he almost fell for a while. He resisted the desire of his body and went back to his room early before he had drunken sex. It was late at night, and he was so drunk that he felt the world spinning in bed. In the blink of an eye, he fell asleep. Village chief, is it really good to do this? Lu Laimai frowned, looking at Shizuka, who was also intoxicated. What's good or bad? Shizuka likes Zhang Chen so much. This is also the beauty of taking advantage of people. I want to keep Zhang Chen in Fuzzy Village. The village chief looked at Zhang Chen's room, and said quietly. Chapter 33 _ The Curiosity of Luli and Xian. Ah, village chief, do you want Zhang Chen to join the family? Both Luli and Xian showed shocked expressions. They didn't expect that the village chief would like Zhang Chen so much, and even hesitant to make such a decision. If such a good man is left alone, time will talk about everything, and fate will also be missed. The village chief's words seemed to be incomprehensible astronomy. Luli and Xian tilted their heads, pursed their lips and tried their best to understand, but they still couldn't understand. The village chief looked at the soft moonlight and said softly. You don't understand, sometimes when you let go of your hand, you really can't hold it anymore. The two of them were even more confused, looked at each other and frowned. Their helpless appearance was very cute. Okay, don't think about it for the two of you, and when everyone is gone, carry Shizuka to Zhang Chen's room. After he finished speaking, he returned to his room, leaving Luli and Xian standing there stupidly. Luli blinked her beautiful eyes and whispered excitedly next to Luli. Xian, have you seen a man before this? No, Xian pursed her lips and kept shaking her head. Luli dragged Xian away from the crowd, and quietly walked outside Zhang Chen's room. Zhang Chen walked in a hurry. The door of the room was not closed, the lights in the room were still on, and he was sleeping soundly at the moment. Xian shook off Luli's arm, frowned and complained. What are you doing? Luli, what are you doing here with Zhang Chen? Shish, keep your voice down. Luli Jade put her finger in front of her mouth, and nervously signaled Xian not to shout. Aren't you curious at all? What are you doing? What are you going to do? Xian asked in confusion, blinking her eyes. Don't make a sound. After Luli finished speaking, she dragged Xian into Zhang Chen's room. Crack. Luli turned off the lights in the room and closed the door gently. Xian was completely dumbfounded, staring at her beauty pupil nervously and carefully surprised. What are you doing? Let the village chief know what to do. I'm going out. Xian reached out and pushed Luli away, preparing to leave the room. Shish, don't shout, it's over if you wake up Zhang Chen. Luli's words made Xian retract her jade finger and stare at Luli angrily. I was really hurt by you. You are curious. You came by yourself, why did you take me with you? Luli pouted with a smile, shook the corner of Xian's clothes, and said pitifully. Aren't you my best sister? Just this one time, just take a closer look. Hearing this, Xian widened her pupils in shock, and glanced at Zhang Chen who was lying on the bed. Reflecting the soft moonlight, Zhang Chen's profile perfectly interprets what a handsome guy is. It was the profile killing that made Xian's heart pound. She had never felt this way before. Okay, I promise you, but don't let the village chief know, and don't stay too long. Lucy nodded happily. The two carefully approached Zhang Chen's side. Their pretty faces were close to Zhang Chen's, and they carefully observed. Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't respond, Luli tilted her head curiously, and excitedly stretched out her jade finger to touch Zhang Chen's cheek. Xian was so frightened that she hurriedly reprimanded in a low voice, You're crazy. What should I do if I wake up? However, after Luli's jade finger touched Zhang Chen's face, Zhang Chen did not react. Luli looked at Xian happily, and whispered, I feel a little firm, and my heartbeat will speed up, you try. Luli's words were like a summoning, and Xian couldn't hold back her curiosity. She stretched out her jade finger and touched Zhang Chen's face. She pursed her lips nervously, staring at Zhang Chen's handsome face. Her heartbeat kept accelerating. Dong dong, dong dong. The heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Luli, who covered her face and giggled, pointed at Xian and said, Under your control, don't be so nervous. Xian closed her eyes, took a deep breath. Her jade fingers kept touching Zhang Chen's face, and seeing that Zhang Chen did not respond, she simply stretched out her hand to touch Zhang Chen's face. This really frightened Luli next to her. She didn't dare to do it. Xian was so bold. Xian's jade finger touched Zhang Chen's face, and gradually her pretty face turned Yuhi. She suddenly withdrew her jade finger, covered her mouth and felt hot all over in shock, and murmured in her heart. How did I suddenly have this thought? What the hell is going on? What's wrong with you, Xian? Your face is too Yuhi. Che, you said I was bold, but you are bolder than me. Yuhi rubbed the jade finger on her face and did not speak. Her eyes stayed on Zhang Chen's face, and the impulse in her heart surged into her heart again. Luli bit Kiba, imitating Xian, stretched out her right hand and touched Zhang Chen's face. Her pretty face also glowed with Yuhiran and whispered. Xian, why does your heart beat faster when you meet him? do you have the urge to kiss him? Ziyan blinked her beautiful eyes, rubbed her hands again, and nodded shyly. Ziyan bit her lip, unable to control her inner heat any longer. She bent down, her lips touched Zhang Chen's face. The feeling of electric shock made Ziyan quickly cover her pretty face, raise her head delicately, and stare at Luli. Luli's beautiful eyes flickered, imitating Ziyan's movements and approaching Zhang Chen's cheek. The smooth hair fell down, and was swayed between Zhang Chen's cheeks and neck. Zhang Chen couldn't bear it any longer, he coughed softly. The two girls panicked and ran out of the room in despair. Dong dong, dong dong. Zhang Chen's heart was beating wildly, but he had already noticed it when Luli and Ziyan walked into the room. But in order not to embarrass the two of them, he could speak up. Later, the curious behavior of the two girls really shocked Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen touched the corner of his face, feeling the residual warmth of the two beauties. His hot heart was indescribable. Hey, this Nautico village is a place that men only dream of. Looking at the peaceful night sky outside the window, recalling the scene just now, Zhang Chen's heart couldn't hold back any longer. He closed his eyes and tossed and turned. What a sin! How can this make me feel good? Nudezi village is all women, and men are rarely seen here. It is reasonable for Luli and Ziyan to be so curious. Besides, the two of them didn't do anything to themselves, and maybe they didn't know what to do at all. This is just out of a strong sense of curiosity in their hearts. However, at this moment, heavy footsteps were heard outside, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that he was coming to his place. He hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to be sleeping. Squeak. The door slowly opened, Zhang Chen's heart beat faster, and he listened carefully to identify. Judging from the voices, it should be Luli and the two of them. Let's just carry her to Zhang Chen's side. When Zhang Chen heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. Who is going to put me here? What is this for? Shouldn't there be a plan? Zhang Chen continued to pretend to be asleep, and didn't interrupt them. He just wanted to know what they were going to do. Chapter 34_Blue Beasts, Fists and Feet Facing Each Other. A familiar fragrance struck again, and the door of the room was slammed shut. Everything became extremely silent. Zhang Chen could only hear his own heartbeat and the sound of the woman's breathing. He opened his eyes and his heart beat faster again. Shizuka's pretty face, Yuhi-run, was lying in front of her, and the distance between the two was only 10 centimeters. The strong desire made Zhang Chen's heart beat frantically. He closed his eyes deeply, and his mind was spinning rapidly. This is not right. Since Fuzzy Village deliberately sent Shizuka to me, it means that they want me to join the family. If I don't make it clear before, I have an affair with Shizuka, and I will really say anything tomorrow. It's too late. Although he really wanted to stay in Nadeshizi village, he didn't want to be obliterated by the system. Taking a deep breath, letting out a long breath, constantly adjusting his mentality, Zhang Chen picked up the pen and wrote a parting letter under the moonlight. Although he likes Shizuka, he can't announce the start with Shizuka in this way, so he said a lot of his thoughts in his heart, and finally left a 5-year appointment. 5 years, I will be taking Shizuka to Konoha. The letter was pressed on the table. Zhang Chen walked to the door and turned to look at Shizuka. That sleeping face was truly endearing. He walked to Shizuka, looked at Shizuka's white skin, Yuhi's moist face, and kissed Shizuka's face. Boom. Shizuka was not awakened. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Be sure to wait for me. Turn around and leave the room." In Fuzzy Village. Under the crystal-clear moonlight, a figure galloped past, and the speed was so fast that no one noticed. The morning in Konoha is foggy and refreshing. Hinata was wearing a white summer dress, with her left hand stretched out, her right hand stored at her waist, and her tender hands were streaked with blood. She was gasping for breath, and the Byakugan of blood following the boundary gradually faded away at this moment. Obviously exhausted. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his eyes looked at the big tree without bloodstains in front of him, and he shook his hair desperately. I can't finish it yet. To keep working hard, I must catch up with Naruto-kun. Adjust your breathing and start by Akugan, and continue to hit the trees in front of you. Gentle fist. Huh. The crisp shout, mixed with the pop sound of hitting the trees, was so real in this forest. Half an hour later, Hinata was sweating profusely, her vision was getting blurry, and her body was overdrawn by excessive exercise. Until the last punch, she closed her eyes gently, and she couldn't raise her strength any longer, and she collapsed. The feeling of her body hitting her arm wakes Hinata. She raised her head slowly, a smile leaked from the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "Zhang-chen Nissan, how could it be you?" Zhang-chen hugged Hinata in his arms, smiled and said softly, "You little fool, no matter how hard you work, you can't tire your body to this extent." This gentle voice and caring words are like the morning sun. Hinata's pretty face was slightly yuhi, and she said softly, "Nissan, I want to be stronger." Zhang-chen knew that Hinata was particularly shy, and if it wasn't for the overdraft of his body at this time, he would have pushed him away, embarrassed, and avoided it. The body collapsed like this, it is really pitiful. "Little Hinata, I'm your brother, don't be so shy, be obedient, lie in my arms, and I'll take you home." Zhang-chen hurriedly comforted Hinata so that she could lie down in his arms safely. If she didn't cooperate, it would actually be very troublesome. Hinata's lovely big eyes kept turning, and her body was extremely uncoordinated and approached Zhang-chen's arms. Zhang-chen got up slowly, for fear that getting up soon would make Hinata dizzy. Looking at Hinata who was so cute and weak in his arms, Zhang-chen let out a happy smile. "Little Hinata, hold on tight and jump up." "Yeah," Hinata nodded shyly. Whoosh. Zhang-chen jumped up, ready to jump to the trees ahead. Konoha whirlwind. Having been immersed in the happiness of taking care of Loli's sister, Zhang-chen's eyes were all on Hinata. This sudden shout made him startled, and he didn't react at all. It seems that being too immersed in Sister Loli will also affect Zhang-chen's resistance speed. Cough cough. I saw a figure in a blue tights appear in the air. Zhang-chen hugged Hinata in both hands, there was no way to resist. Bang! With a crashing sound, he kicked Zhang-chen's cheek heavily. Whoosh! Zhang-chen was kicked flying, and he fell heavily to the ground. If he hadn't reacted smartly and stood firm in time, he would definitely have been kicked into the sky by this kick. Zhang-chen just walked out of his feelings just now, the muscles on his face kept shaking, and some of his eyes couldn't open. He resisted the pain and opened his right eye, and the scene in front of him was exactly what he had guessed. Kappa head, rough eyebrows, looks extremely resolute. He stretched out his left hand, palm inward, his right hand behind him, smiling with snow-white Kiba teeth. This is really Konoha Jonin, Might Guy, the super enthusiastic teacher who always praises youth, known as Konoha's proud blue beast. Countless black lines appeared in front of Zhang-chen's eyes. He felt the sharp pain in his face, and he cursed Might Guy in his heart. "Dude, this is going to kick me into a game over. Do you want me to end up too?" Might Guy finished his pause, his expression suddenly became serious, and he yelled loudly. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap Hyuga Hinata?" Zhang-chen said in surprise. This teacher guy's brain circuit is really unusual, from which point he can tell that he is going to kidnap Hinata. He lowered his head just to let Hinata explain to Guy, but found that Hinata had fainted in his arms. This should be due to the lack of physical strength and the inertia of the jump just now, which made her faint. No wonder Mr. Guy misunderstood that he was going to kidnap Hinata. "Ahem, Mr. Guy, look at my forehead guard. I'm a Konoha ninja, I'm not trying to kidnap Hinata. Hinata fainted while practicing, I'm going to take her home." Zhang-chen knew that teacher Guy wasn't particularly smart, so he deliberately pointed to Konoha's forehead guard to explain his origins. "You said you were a Konoha ninja, but I've never seen you before. Don't think you can fool me with a fake forehead guard, look." Konoha whirlwind. Guy jumped up, his heels aimed at Zhang-chen's face, and he flew at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! Why are you fighting again? There's no way. I have to put down Hinata first. Zhang Chen knew that no matter how he explained it, it would be useless. He had just arrived in Konoha. Might Guy and Kakashi should both go out on missions, and they didn't know him at all. The only thing to do now is to keep Hinata safe. The moment Mr. Guy's heel was about to touch Zhang Chen's figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Teacher Guy kicked the air, frowning slightly in shock, and murmured in surprise. To have such a fast speed at such a young age is a bit like the fourth generation of Lord Hokage. Chapter 35_Duel. After a flash, Zhang Chen's figure appeared in the woods dozens of meters away. He gently leaned Hinata next to the big tree, and touched her head with a smile. Rest here for a while, and I'll come back to pick you up when I'm done. Brush. Zhang Chen's figure disappeared and reappeared behind Teacher Guy. He didn't want to really fight Guy. If Mr. Guy regarded himself as an enemy and opened the 8 inner gates when he got angry, he really didn't know if he could beat him. But one thing is certain, the current ceiling strength of Hokage is absolutely impossible to beat Teacher Guy who opened the door to death. Hey, Mr. Guy, I want to confess to you, I'm Zhang Chen who just came to Konoha village. It's normal that you don't know me when you go out on a mission. I hope you can go back and ask Lord Hokage of the 3rd generation, I really didn't lie to you. Guy with a smile, and spread out his hands to express his friendliness. After all, Zhang Chen watched Hokage for so long, and he still admired Mr. Guy's the 8 inner gates. Teacher Guy stood in front of Zhang Chen, neither shot nor turned back. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Guy, when I get back to Konoha village, I will go to the Hokage building to find you and get to know you again. After all, I still admire you very much, haha. Konoha Gang Force Cyclone. Before Zhang Chen finished speaking, when he was about to stretch out his hand to shake Teacher Guy suddenly got up. A powerful and fast roundhouse kick suddenly appeared beside Zhang Chen's face, a gust of wind blew through, and Zhang Chen's silver hair fluttered. Brush. When Teacher Guy's heel immediately touched him, Zhang Chen disappeared instantly. At this time, Teacher Guy became obviously more serious, frowned and said. Blinking, I can't think of anyone other than Hiraishin, the 2nd and 4th generation, who can be so fast. Teacher Guy bent down. Shikai opened the weights on his feet and hands, and said generously. I just signaled Anbu that they will be here soon. I won't let you go easily until then. Let me have a real fight with you next. Zhang Chen stared at Teacher Guy in shock, frowned and scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking in his heart. Mr. Guy, this is a morning workout through here. But what does that mean? Shouldn't it be opening the 8 inner gates? Damn it. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel chills down my spine, and hurriedly stretched out my hand and shouted. Mr. Guy, don't be impulsive, don't open the 8 inner gates, I'm really a ninja from Konoha village. Zhang Chen's anxious hands kept shaking, for fear that Guy would really use the 8 inner gates. The consequences are unimaginable. The 8 inner gates, Duman. Open. Mr. Guy burst out, and the chakra around his body was instantly released. The powerful chakra blew Mr. Guy's battle suit constantly, the watermelon head was blown and changed its shape, and his eyes suddenly turned into angry white. Fuck. No, open the door at the beginning. This is the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, Mr. Guy is really going to fight with himself. Ah, this. Zhang Chen held his head helplessly, unable to deal with it for a while. Can only bite the bullet. Whoosh. Teacher Guy flickered and suddenly disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already behind Zhang Chen, and Konoha's whirlwind legs appeared as if traveling through time and space. Zhang Chen didn't have Sharingan, his eyes really couldn't keep up with such a quick action, and it was too late when he reacted. He suddenly turned around and stretched out his arm to block Teacher Guy's foot. Bang! The fists and feet collided at this moment, making a crisp sound. Zhang Chen took a few steps back. There are bursts of pain in the arm, but it is acceptable, not very difficult. If you keep up with your eyes, you should be able to deal with the sudden attack of the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates with ease. In fact, Mr. Guy's the 8 inner gates is not as fast as the 4th generation of Hokage, but the two are completely different. The 4th generation Hokage's game is prepared, knowing that Hokage will punch him in the front, he just needs to prepare in advance to dodge. But it's different from Mr. Guy's duel. If your eyes don't catch the trail, you can't know where the next attack will be, so there will be some trouble in the duel. After all, he couldn't pull out the ghost knife and cut off Mr. Guy too, right? After Mr. Guy kicked, he disappeared again. Bang! The next kick appeared on Zhang Chen's left side again, but these can still be dealt with. Teacher Guy's figure is like a ghost, constantly appearing around Zhang Chen, and every foot is full of strength. If Zhang Chen had not had the full level gifted by the swordsman system, he would have already stopped. It was precisely because of this match against Teacher Guy that Zhang Chen completely understood one truth. The level of his swordsmanship is really invincible, but there are too many things to have in the Hokage world. If you want to be truly invincible, then I am afraid that it will work with the strongest pupil technique, the strongest physical technique and the strongest ninjutsu, and your ceiling strength is only temporary. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen used his super fast speed to disappear in place, found a hidden place to hide his breath, and prepared to communicate with the system in his mind frantically. Brother, come out, I have something to ask you. Open black lens bracket. What's wrong? Brother, you have something to say. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's clever and nimble voice, Zhang Chen became even more furious. Didn't you say that my strength is the ceiling of Hokage ninjas? How to deal with the 8 inner gates is a bit difficult. Back to eldest brother. At present, the setting for you by the system is indeed the strength of a full-level swordsman, and you are indeed a ceiling in terms of swordsmanship. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was completely angry. Isn't this deceiving consumers? This so-called Hokage ceiling refers to your own swordsmanship ceiling, not a comprehensive strength ceiling. Zhang Chen could continue to ask questions. The mechanical voice of the system Kun sounded again. Brother, you have to understand us, we are only the strongest swordsman system, not a physical art, demonic illusion system. All of your speed is very fast, that is because the strongest swordsman must be very fast, but about ninjutsu pupils, those we have no right to attach to you. Close black lens bracket. System Kun's explanation is not unreasonable. Zhang Chen looked at it carefully, and it was indeed the case. It's like a top taekwondo master can't teach you to be a boxer. Zhang Chen let out a long breath and sighed. Then you said that my current sword intent can still be upgraded, then my sword intent will be upgraded in the future. Can I deal with those pervert body techniques like super demonic illusion and the 8 inner gates? Yes, the sword intent of the swordsman system cannot be directly reached the full level. So far, no host can upgrade the sword intent to the top level. If the sword intent is upgraded to the top level, it will really destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and the world will be invincible. Close black lens bracket. Aren't you alarmist? Brother, why can't your sword intent be upgraded to the top level by relying on shock value? Brother, the secret cannot be leaked. You work hard, as long as your sword intent becomes stronger and stronger, you will become more and more powerful. Close black lens bracket. System Kun's voice disappeared in his mind. Zhang Chen helplessly sighed. Chapter 36. The 8 Inner Gates. Shocked. Open. It was Zhang Chen's sigh that caused Teacher Guy's left ear to move and burst out. The 8 Inner Gates. View gates. Open. Teacher Guy's chakra soared again, and the original angry expression became hideous again, and the air in this area was bounced away in the moment just now. Whoosh. Bang. Zhang Chen was startled. Just after he sighed, Teacher Guy suddenly appeared behind him and punched him in the forehead. Show no mercy. Zhang Chen bowed his head in a conditioned reflex. This time bowing his head to avoid is purely the first reaction of cells. Pure instinct. Bang! Boom! Rubbed Zhang Chen's silver hair, and with a loud noise, the trees behind him were broken by a punch. Silver hair fell from the top of Zhang Chen's head, and the sound of trees falling and crashing together sounded. In an instant, this piece stirred up layers of dust. Zhang Chen jumped, flew several dozen meters, and scolded him angrily. Mr. Guy, sober up, I said I'm a Konoha ninja, not an enemy. If you're so aggressive and kill me, I'll be welcome. If the punch just now wasn't for Zhang Chen's conditioned reflex to bow his head, I'm afraid his head would have been farted. At this time, his eyes were full of killing intent. Although Teacher Guy was very powerful and he admired it very much, it was when his life was threatened. He must draw his sword. As long as he risked hacking his opponent to death, he would definitely not lose to Teacher Guy. He frowned, let out a long breath, bit Kiba and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Guy. Don't blame me, if I go on like this, I'll be killed by you sooner or later. Zhang Chen pulled out the ghost sword behind him and stood in front of him. The thick black ghost energy filled the body of the sword, reflecting the sunlight, giving off a faint green luster, extremely terrifying. Boom! Zhang Chen released all his murderous intent, and the entire space was suddenly enveloped in infinite murderous intent, as if he could even take a breath in this space, he might be killed. Teacher Guy glared at Zhang Chen, beads of sweat on his forehead kept pouring out, his fists were clenched tightly, and his body began to tremble. What the hell is going on with this boy? What about this murderous intent that makes me feel so terrified? Could it be that he attacked Konoha? If so, wouldn't it be very troublesome? No, I must either solve the fight here, can't let such a terrible character enter Konoha. Guy bites Kiba again. The 8 inner gates, shock. Open. Boom. Guy's whole body blue suddenly rose and burst open, the blue veins on his face kept picking up, all his hair stood up, and the ground under his feet collapsed and split in an instant. Jingmun is the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, the first gate of the Death Gate. Its power is very strong. Zhang Chen's eyes are even more impossible to follow. The only way now is to take advantage of Mr. Guy's failure to attack and strike first. He stood the knife behind him, surrounded by murderous aura, raised his head and glared at Teacher Guy. One shot. The lion sings. Open black lens bracket ding. Brother, don't move, I'll save you. Close black lens bracket. Just as Zhang Chen was charging up and preparing to face Teacher Guy, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Well, why did you suddenly run out? Do you have a way to save me? Brother, I think you have been driving all night, and your mind is confused, right? You are so fast, no one in the whole ninja world can catch up with you. Why do you want to be tough with him? Or are you really going to kill Might Guy? Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned. What the system Kun said made sense. How could he be so stupid? As long as you use your speed to fly back to Konoha, you can avoid the embarrassing situation where you have to embarrass Teacher Guy. Haha, little brother, you still have a lot of brains if you didn't see the critical moment. Brother, it's not that I have a brain. You are silly. Since you don't want to hurt Might Guy, why do you have to confront him with physical skills, but you don't know how to run? What a pig brain. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was originally grateful to the system Kun, and a pig brain wiped out all those thanks. Okay, me, I shouldn't be thanking you. You can disappear, I'll go back to Konoha village now. Whoosh. Zhang Chen quickly disappeared on the spot before Teacher Guy started to attack. Can only go back to Konoha village to deal with Mr. Guy, and then go back to find Hinata. Guy, who opened 7 doors, saw Zhang Chen disappear, followed by him, but Zhang Chen's speed was too fast, and he was invisible for a few seconds. Damn it, he actually ran in the direction of Konoha. Guy bit Kiba and stepped up to catch up. The gate of Konoha village. Hey, what was that just passed? Why didn't I see it? How can I not see it? A dark shadow has just entered. The 2 guards were arguing with each other. Bang! Guy landed heavily on the ground at the door, and the road shattered in an instant. Might Guy-kun, what are you doing? The guard hurried forward and asked. Quick, raise the alarm, someone has invaded Konoha. Guy stared at his angry eyes, didn't stay any longer, and chased inside Konoha. Inside the Konoha village photo studio. 3 generations of adults, the task is like this, and it has now been solved. The talking ninja has long brown hair, a ninja hat, and a black bodysuit with a green vest on the outside. Has severe dark circles and pale complexion. After reporting the mission to Sandemu, he coughed a few times involuntarily. This is the Konoha Special Jonin, the penetrating user, Moonlight Hayate. Sandemu took the document and said, smoking a cigarette. Hayate, I have an interesting swordsman ninja that I want to teach you. I wonder if you are interested. Yes, I will accept what you ordered. Hayate bowed his head with great respect. Bang! While the two were talking, a loud noise came from outside the office. 3 generations of eyes glanced out the window, stood up hastily, and mobilized chakra to get closer to the source of the sound. Moonlight Hayate also looked at the source of the sound, gradually becoming transparent until nothing could be seen. Zhang Chen gasped heavily, turned his head to look at the outside of the village gate, and sighed. It's really troublesome. As he spoke, he looked at the shattered tiles beneath his feet and sighed. The speed is a bit fast, and the car didn't stop. It's okay, I'll pay the maintenance fee. Hey, it's more troublesome this time. However, at this moment, Zhang Chen felt a murderous aura coming from behind. He instantly turned around and placed the black knife on his head. When the sound of swords colliding with each other sounded, Zhang Chen smiled, turned his head and shouted loudly. 3 generations of Lord Hokage, it's me, Zhang Chen. Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Sandemu's originally serious and nervous cheeks instantly hung a smile. Haha, why is it you? We haven't seen you for a few days. When you come, you will demolish the studio. Seeing the friendly expression on Sandemu's face, Hayate's figure appeared. The 2 men's knives parried together, and Hayate's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat, and he said in shock. This child seems to be only 12 or 13 years old. Why can he see through my penetration and block the knife for the first time? Is it intuition? What is going on? Chapter 37 The Missing Hinata. Hayate, stop it, it's all my own. 3 generations of eyes hurriedly stretched out the hand holding the pipe and said with a smile. Yes. Hayate retracted the long knife and stared at Zhang Chen with a frown. Hayate is not an idiot. Zhang Chen's status is definitely not easy to be treated with such enthusiasm by the 3rd generation of adults. He coughed a few times and stopped talking. Konoha whirlwind. A powerful voice suddenly appeared in front of him. Might Guy scolded him angrily. His heels quickly kicked at Zhang Chen. Guy, who was in the 7-door state, almost lost his reason to think. He only thought that Zhang Chen was an intruder, but he didn't see the kind smile of the 3rd generation to Zhang Chen. Stop it, Guy. Before the 3rd generation could take back the pipe, he hurriedly shouted. He also didn't realize why Might Guy shot Zhang Chen, and he could only hurriedly shout for a while. But it was too late. Guy didn't listen to the voice of the 3rd generation, and the kick that flew out was getting closer and closer to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. He never thought that Teacher Guy would see that the 3rd generation would attack him, so he was not prepared in advance. When he reacted, this kick had already come to his eyes, but if Zhang Chen wanted to dodge, he could easily dodge it. But if he avoided this kick to the limit, it meant that his identity was exposed. He bit Kiba and closed his eyes. Forget it, let's die, no matter what. I should have the protagonist halo and definitely won't die, let's fight. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. At the critical moment, Sandemu quickly released Doden, Earth Style, and an earth wall instantly appeared in front of Zhang Chen. The earth wall was 4 or 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Bang! Teacher Guy put his foot on the earth wall and made a muffled sound, and the earth wall instantly collapsed and shattered. At the same time, Sandemu quickly disappeared and reported Zhang Chen to the side, shouting loudly. Guy, stop me now. Seeing Sandemu save Zhang Chen, Teacher Guy finally had some enlightenment, cancelled the 8 inner gates skill, and said breathlessly. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, isn't he the enemy? Zhang Chen, the ninja they just came to Konoha, the grandson of Ghostblade. How could they be the enemy? The 3rd generation took a cigarette reluctantly. It was normal that Guy didn't know about the mission. But he didn't feel that Zhang Chen didn't explain it to Guy, just that Guy's elm head wouldn't listen at all. Ah, you said he was the grandson of Senior Ghostblade. Ah, this. Teacher Guy was completely dumbfounded. Of course he knew the story of Senior Ghostblade, who was a hero in the hearts of the people of Konoha village, but he even chased and beat his grandson as an enemy, and even opened the 8 inner gates. If you let others know about it, you won't be able to swallow yourself. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassingly. He didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly he stretched out his thumb towards Zhang Chen, revealing the big white fang. Haha, it's not a loss to be the grandson of the ghost sword hero. He is strong and strong. Sure enough, this is youth. Posing pause, he pinched his waist and laughed. Zhang Chen looked at Teacher Guy's series of embarrassing operations, and instantly made him speechless. Sure enough, Mr. Guy was the man who applied that sentence to Ultimate. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Anyway, this misunderstanding is over. Zhang Chen hurriedly bid farewell to Sandemu and Teacher Guy, and ran into the forest. Along the way, Zhang Chen's heart was all about Hinata's safety. If Hinata had an accident because of his own negligence, he would regret it beyond his time. The tree where the Hinata was originally placed, Zhang Chen was completely dumbfounded. I am really worried about what to do. There was no one in front of the tree, the bushes under the tree were lush, and it was obvious that there was no sign of a fight. There are only 2 possibilities, either Hinata wakes up and leaves, or is taken away by others quietly. There is no one around here and it is so early. This should be when I woke up and went home, I must. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh, with a strange smile on his face, but his hands were shaking. His mouth says nothing, but his body is very honest. He was worried, very worried, and extremely fearful. In his heart was the second possibility. Forcing a smile is nothing but self-deception. Now I can only try that trick again. He adjusted his mentality, closed his eyes gently, and felt the surrounding situation. For a while, the situation in the forest continued to appear in his mind like a film negative. The birds in the woods kept beating on the branches, the rabbit stood up and looked left and right, away from the position he didn't want. A boy with thick eyebrows in white short sleeves wore a headscarf on his head and kept hitting the trees. His whole body was soaked with sweat and his clothes were constantly drenched. Dropped to the ground. Zhang Chen recognized at a glance that this person was Rock Lee. Zhang Chen not only sighed with emotion. Sure enough, little Lee is a diligent genius. He should have come out early to practice when he was sweating profusely. Continuing to expand his perception, another familiar figure appeared in his mind. Silver has long white hair, wears a black cloth mask, his left eye is blocked by his forehead, his left hand is behind his back, and his right hand grabs the stone on the cliff, jumping with one hand again and again. This is the Konoha elite Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, nicknamed the Copy Ninja. I didn't expect the talented Kakashi-sensei to be so diligent. As the range of perception gradually increased, the sweat on Zhang Chen's forehead gradually fell, and the guard ninjas at the border of the Fire Nation were imprinted in their minds. They performed their duties and did not notice anything unusual. From their behavior, it can be concluded that no one should forcefully enter the country of fire during the time they just left. Naturally, the possibility of outsiders capturing Hinata was ruled out. Continue to perceive, but still can't perceive Hinata's position. Zhang Chen opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then anxiously murmured. What the hell is going on? Is there anyone faster than me? Did I take Hinata on my way back to Konoha? In desperation, Zhang-chen hurried back to the Hyuga family mansion. Hyuga Hiyashi is coaxing Hyuga Hanabi to play in the yard. Hanabi, who is nearly 5 years old, is playing around with his father, with an innocent smile on his cute face. Zhang-chen suddenly rushed in and scared Hanabi to hide behind his father. He grabbed his father's trousers with his little hands, and secretly leaked half of his head and stared at Zhang-chen timidly. I thought who it was. It turned out to be Zhang-chen. Come in and have a meeting. You are looking for Hinata, right? You just went out to practice early in the morning. Hiyashi has a smile on his face. Due to the previous incident with the Kingdom of Thunder, Hiyashi's personality has changed greatly, and he is no longer as strict and stern as before. Hiyashi-sama, are you saying that Hinata hasn't come back yet? At this moment, Zhang-chen's heart thumped, and he asked again incredulously. Seeing Zhang-chen's expression, Hiyashi suppressed the smile on his face and asked seriously. Hinata really hasn't come back. What's wrong? What the hell happened? It was over. The answer was confirmed. Zhang-chen knew that it was completely broken. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to explain it to you so clearly. Anyway, Hinata fainted while practicing in the forest, and then disappeared. I searched the whole forest and couldn't find it. Catch up. If there is a typo, I will change it tomorrow. It's too late today. I'm sorry to all of you. Chapter 38 Meeting Kakashi for the first time. What? I'll mobilize my clan to look for it now, and I'll report this matter to Lord Sandemu. You should rest first. It seems that you haven't slept well. Hiyashi frowned and began to gather his clan to search. Zhang-chen is quite sleepy, but now he is not allowed to rest at all. If he really can't find Hinata, or if Hinata has some shortcomings, he really has no face to stay in the Hokage world. After thinking about it, I still came up with a solution. To Kakashi-sensei for help. On the rocks in the woods, Kakashi-sensei is about to climb to the top. At this time, Zhang-chen's figure appeared on the top of the mountain. At this time, Zhang-chen had already taken off his forehead guard. It was impossible for teacher Kakashi to know Zhang-chen, but despite this, Kakashi still didn't make a move. You're from Konoha village. How come I haven't seen you? Said that Mr. Kakashi is a warm man and a handsome guy. It's true that I see him today. Zhang-chen squatted down. He smiled and explained. Kakashi-sensei, I'm a ninja who just came to Konoha village. Zhang-chen, I haven't graduated yet so I don't have a Konoha forehead. Kakashi jumped up with his arms, stood firmly on the top of the mountain, and said with a smile. So that's the case. Although I haven't heard about it, I always feel that you are not simple. Can you be more specific? How did you get into Konoha? Hearing teacher Kakashi's questioning, Zhang-chen couldn't slap himself. The more anxious he became, the more he forgot to mention the important things. He hurriedly scratched his head and said. Kakashi-sensei, I'm the grandson of Ghost Sword. It was the agreement between my grandfather and the second-generation Hokage that I came to Konoha village. I have something very urgent to ask for your help. When he heard the name of the Ghost Sword, Kakashi's pupils dilated. He adjusted his mentality in an instant, and said calmly. It turns out that Senior Ghost Blade is an admirable person. You can say whatever you want to help. Zhang-chen was stunned. He never thought that teacher Kakashi would agree so happily, and he didn't even have any doubts, which formed a great contrast with teacher Guy. Kakashi-sensei, don't you doubt my identity at all? Of course I doubt it, but there are two things I'm sure you're telling the truth. First of all, you can quietly show up here and recognize me as Kakashi, naturally someone who is very familiar with Konoha, and someone should also tell you and I are here. Secondly, if you are a bad person, then just now is the perfect opportunity to kill me, and I have no way to release the resistance. To sum up, I am absolutely sure what you said is true and did not lie to me. Hearing teacher Kakashi's analysis, Zhang-chen had to admire his calmness and wisdom, as well as his ability to judge things. He bowed deeply to teacher Kakashi and said anxiously. Kakashi-sensei, I hope you can help me find the whereabouts of Hinata, who just appeared in the woods and disappeared for no apparent reason. What? Good. Take me to where Hinata is missing, I'll find it myself. Zhang Chen nodded heavily, and came to the big tree with Kakashi again. Kakashi looked at it for a minute and said calmly. Hinata should have been taken away by an instant stun, and the person who was taken away did not intend to kill Hinata, but had other plans, otherwise he would have been killed immediately. And since the Konoha guards were not alerted, it was proved that this person they use ninjutsu such as space or psychics, and only in this way can they escape without disturbing the guards. Quote. Zhang Chen nodded in admiration after hearing teacher Kakashi's analysis. Spirituality. Without further hesitation, Kakashi slapped the ground with his right hand, and after a cloud of smoke, the ninja dog Parker appeared. Kakashi, long time no see, what are you looking for? Parker squatted on the ground, stared at Kakashi listlessly, glanced at Zhang Chen beside him. His dog's nose twitched a few times and pointed at Zhang Chen and said to Kakashi. Is this person from the daughter's country? He is full of the smell of all kinds of women. Zhang Chen's body suddenly shrank, and he cursed in his heart. Fuck, this Parker's nose is too awesome, you can smell it. Cough, thank you for not doing anything, otherwise it will smell too big. Kakashi looked at Zhang Chen with an embarrassed expression, and was full of envy in his heart. Zhang Chen hurriedly waved his hand and explained, I just passed a place with more women, I didn't do anything, don't get me wrong. Also, now is not the time to say this, Kakashi-sensei, please hurry up find the trail of Hinata. Kakashi retracted his gaze, walked to Hinata's original position, and said seriously. Parker, Hinata is here, look at the temperature of the others, track the enemy. Parker ran quickly to the tree, his nose twitching, his eyes becoming more and more frightened. What's wrong with you, Parker, what happened? Kakashi asked suspiciously. I asked about the taste of ejaculation. What? You said there was an ejaculation just now. Could it be Orochimaru? It shouldn't be. Zhang Chen blurted out excitedly, completely forgetting the fact that he just came to Konoha. Kakashi frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Chen and asked, do you still know about Orochimaru? I know a little bit, and I heard it too. Zhang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, and cursed himself countless times. It's really confusing. How can he say anything in the face of Kakashi? His analytical skills are so strong, he will definitely be suspected if he talks too much. Fortunately, Kakashi's focus is not on this, and he nods heavily to Parker. Parker understood and kept twitching his nose on the ground to find the whereabouts of the shot, but after walking a dozen meters to the west, he suddenly raised his head and looked forward. Kakashi, the smell of shooting disappears here. Judging from the temperature, it does not fly away or escape, but disappears here out of thin air. Kakashi was taken aback by Parker's words. The result is very clear. The big snake disappeared out of thin air. There is only one possibility. The reverse psychic returned to the base of psychic beasts, and if it was a snake, it was probably Raichi Cave, the secret realm of Orochimaru psychic beasts. As Mount Myoboku and Shikatsu Forest. Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly became murderous, and he asked coldly. Kakashi-sensei, do you mean Orochimaru did it? So where should Hinata be now? Kakashi frowned, looked at Zhang Chen's eyes with concern, and said. This is just a guess. If all guesses are true, then Hinata is likely to be in Raichi Cave, which is a legendary place. I don't know how to get there. Even Parker can't help you find it. This matter need to report to the third generation Hokage-sama. Zhang Chen stared in the west direction, and the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Your name is Zhang Chen, right? Go back with me and report to the third generation of Lord Hokage, don't be emotional. Kakashi's insight was so sharp, he had already sensed Zhang Chen's thoughts, and hurriedly grabbed Zhang Chen's arm and took him back to Konoha village. Zhang Chen suddenly exerted force and shook Kakashi away. Chapter 39 Raichi Cave Trial. Mr. Kakashi, I'm sorry, I don't plan to go back with you. I'm going to find my grandfather and ask him to save Hinata. After all, Hinata's disappearance has something to do with me. I don't want to wait a minute. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, Zhang Chen jumped and disappeared on the spot. Kakashi looked at Zhang Chen's disappearing direction and let out a long sigh. I'm afraid this Zhang Chen is not an ordinary child, it's not simple. Just that murderous aura is not something that ordinary people can do. Didn't he meet Guy before? My question is what's going on? Konoha village at the fastest speed and headed straight for the Land of Stones. He had the impression that Ryochi Cave was located to the west of Takian village in the Kingdom of Stone. Although he did not know why the snake of Ryochi Cave appeared in Konoha village, he knew a fact. Now the location of Hinata should be in Ryochi Cave. As long as you arrive at the fastest speed, you can rescue Hinata. Otherwise, if you wait for a long time, you really don't know what the result will be. Because he is very aware of the style of the white snake immortal in Ryochi Cave. For those who come to practice, the white snake immortal will use his sharp kiba to infuse them with natural energy, and he will eat all those whose bodies cannot withstand snake transformation. And for the lunatic who is hungry for power, he will also arrange trials for them. If they fail the trial, they will be swallowed by the high-level snake in the Dragon Cave. And those big snakes like to eat people very much. In such a dangerous place, even if Orochimaru goes, there is no guarantee that they can be suppressed 100%. Maybe Hinata will really have an accident. Damn it, how could I be so negligent? I should have run back to Konoha with Hinata in my arms. Why did I leave Hinata behind and fight against Teacher Guy alone? Zhang Chen took out the mask in his arms and kept scolding himself. At this moment he was already remorseful. He never imagined that he had just returned from Nadako village, and he lost Hinata without even seeing Naruto. I don't know if Xiao Naruto waits for me to take him home every day, whether the fresh milk I bought last time is enough to drink. Zhang Chen, who was rushing on the road, thought of the picture of Xiao Naruto waiting for him on the swing after school, and his heart was cut like a knife. Zhang Chen put the mask on his face. This is a special mask given to him by the system. It can cut off all perspectives, no attack can damage him, pass through it. He looked fiercely in the west direction, bloodshot in his eyes. I swear in the name of the Ghost Blade, if I can't rescue Hinata, I will step down Ryochi Cave and remove the Ghost Blade from this world completely. A few holes in the west of Takian village. Zhang Chen stood in front of the entrance of the cave with a ghost knife on his back and a mask, and shouted loudly. The ghost knife is here to break through the hole. After that, go into the cave alone. Zhang Chen is very aware of the rules of Ryochi Cave. Only those who are selected can enter Ryochi Cave, which means that they must pass their trials. Otherwise, you will not be able to enter Ryochi Cave, and this trial, like Mount Myoboku's Fan Gongyi, is a way to test practitioners. It was dark inside the cave and couldn't see anything at all. Oh, could it be that the first level is a test of eyesight? How could this be difficult for me? Zhang Chen closed his eyes and through his perception, the terrain here was clear at a glance. He felt that there was a large snake of 10 meters hidden in a position 100 meters in front of him. Although he couldn't tell the color of the big snake, it could be seen that the big snake was spitting out snake letters, staring at Zhang Chen with cold eyes, as if he was waiting for Zhang Chen to come and give him a sudden attack. 50 meters in front of Zhang Chen, there was a river that was 4 meters wide, and there was fog in the river. With a smile on the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth, he jumped over the river near the river. He didn't know what was in the river, but as long as he didn't touch it, it didn't matter. Lord Orochi, the new practitioner, actually jumped over the poisonous river. The little green snake surrounded the big snake, staring at the glass ball next to it and shouting loudly. The glass ball was half a person tall, and inside Zhang Chen's every move could be seen clearly, like a night video recorder. Hearing Xiaoqing Snake's shout, the big snake glanced at Zhang Chen inside the glass ball, and said casually. It just so happens that his eyesight is good, and the first floor is not difficult. He can't make it to the second floor. After that, he continued to lie down on the wet floor and sleep. Zhang Chen continued on his way on the first floor of the cave, and when he was about to reach the big snake, he held the ghost knife in his right hand and showed a cold smile, snorted coldly. I'm not obliged to show mercy to you guys, don't ask me why, because I'm in a bad mood. Woo! A sudden gust of wind came, and the big snake saw Zhang Chen approaching and suddenly waving its tail more than 10 meters long. Thinking about Zhang Chen's body, it made a hoo-hoo sound in the cave. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest, he pulled out the ghost sword and followed the trend. Will. Bang. Sis tilde. Huge record made a sound of general, and the body of the snake was cut in half. The body of more than 10 meters was split into two in an instant, and the remaining tail hit the wall of the cave, making a loud noise. The big snake roared and turned around to flee. Zhang Chen showed no mercy, and the recovery sweep was another draw. The huge slashes came out in parallel, closely behind the snake, and the speed was so fast that it did not give the snake a chance to escape. Bang! The sound of the body blasting sounded. The big snake was completely engulfed by this blow, and died in the air. My lord, the green poison has been killed. The little green snake kept spinning around the glass ball, shouting anxiously for the big snake. The big snake abruptly stood up and came to the glass ball for a moment, staring at the green poisonous snake that exploded and died inside. The snake's eyes waited for Zhang Chen, and revealed the snake letter and said, "This guy is really a ruthless character. For so long, he is the first human being to directly kill the green poison. Zhao King, go and report this matter to Lord Wanqi, and I hope he can come and see the trial here." The little green snake nodded frantically and quickly crawled into the depths of the cave. Zhang Chen continued to move forward. What he saw was real in his mind, his perception even felt the location in Raichi Cave, and he murmured in his heart. You should be able to enter Raichi Cave after passing through the third floor. These 3 floors are really interesting. The test of the first level is to examine the strength of the cultivator. As long as you can cross the poisonous river and escape the attack of the green poison, you can pass the level. However, the most difficult thing is the gate leading to the second pass. It is a huge stone gate 7 or 8 meters high. If the cultivator is not physically strong, even if the cultivator has passed the green poison attack, it is useless to open the gate. If they can't open the door, their fate is destined to be swallowed up by those high-level snakes. Living in Raichi Cave can freely appear in the 3-level trial, so this trial requires life to gamble, and there are only 2 solutions. Die here, or successfully enter Raichi Cave. There is absolutely no cultivator who can quit. Zhang Chen stood in front of the huge stone gate with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Orochi stared at Zhang Chen, and said viciously, "If you don't pass the test, you will die." Chapter 40 _ The cause of the matter. At this moment, Zhang Chen was in a state of urgency, and he had no time to think about other things at all, and the appearance of these 3-level trials had already appeared in his mind. Each floor is connected by slate stairs. The first floor is about 10 meters, and the space below the third floor becomes wider, but the immortal power there is strong, and it affects Zhang Chen's perception, so it is impossible to perceive it on the first floor. Situation inside. If that's the case, why do you have to escape this trial layer by layer, just one step at a time? He walked to the boulder gate and kept adjusting his position. What is this guy doing? Why don't you push open the stone gate? The big snake said fiercely, spitting out snake letters. At this time, there was a loud noise behind the big snake, and he looked back. Wanqi hurried towards this side, staring at the glass ball fiercely. What the hell is going on? How did I hear that someone killed the green poison? Didn't the green poison escape? Wanqi's words are extremely dull, and they sound inexplicably frightening. The big snake stepped aside and let Wanqi see the situation inside the crystal ball at a glance, and said respectfully, "Lord Wanqi, this is the person who killed the green poison with one knife, and now he is pacing back and forth at the trial gate on the first floor without breaking the level. Wan Shi bent down. The glass ball was the size of a bird's egg in his eyes. It stared at Zhang Chen inside the glass ball and said, "This guy doesn't look big. Although he wears a mask, you can see that his arms are very tender. It should look delicious. He may have some ability to kill green poison, but as long as he can't pass the test, eat it." Took him. Behind Wan Snake was a three-headed snake. He was crawling beside Wan Snake and kept looking at Wan Snake's attitude, for fear that Wan Snake would get angry. "Master Wan Shi, I have prepared 100 children for you, all of them are very fresh." The three-headed snake said flatteringly. "That bastard Orochimaru promised to give me 500 people, but I'm not ready yet. Your efficiency is much better than Orochimaru." Wan Shi cast a positive look at the three-headed snake. "Lord Wan Snake, what about this tester?" Orochi asked. "Wait a while, it should fail, and eat with those 100 children." Wan Shi and Orochi simply sat cross-legged beside the glass ball, observing Zhang Chen's movements. Half an hour ago. Inside the Konoha village photo studio. "That's about it. What should we do now?" Standing in front of the three generations of Hokage, Kakashi frowned, waiting for Hokage's arrangement. Sandaime stood up and said, "I don't think Orochimaru did it. He hasn't been bored enough to steal a little girl. There should be something different about this." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Report. 3 generations of Hokage adults, a large number of parents in the village reported that their children were lost out of thin air. Now there are many homes outside the Hokage building, including the Hyuga family. And Genma hurried into the room and fell to one knee to report. The third generation frowned. Although he thought it was a bit strange, he did not expect that so many children would disappear. At this time, a carrier pigeon stopped next to the Hokage photo studio, and the third generation unraveled the letter on the pigeon's feet and browsed quickly. His expression gradually became tense, and he took a long breath and said, "Kakashi can lead the Might Guy and Inuzuka families into 2 groups to wake up and search. Your group will go to the land of wind and the land of stone, and Might Guy will go to the land of water. Be sure to find the whereabouts of the children." "Yes." The ninjas responded. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, what the hell is going on? Kakashi hurriedly asked. The children who disappeared out of thin air also include the land of sand and the land of water. It can be concluded that this incident was definitely not the work of Orochimaru, and it is likely to be a psychic beast. Of course, this is just a guess. If it's true, you can go and respond. Ghost Knife. 3 generations of eyes stood with their hands behind their backs and gave a generous speech. Might Guy, your group is going to the land of water to go to the land of water. You must pay attention to the situation along the way to ensure that you do not miss the murderer. Yes. 3 generations of adults. Kakashi and Guy left the room one after another and went straight to everyone's direction. Wrote a short letter and sent it to the country of the wind, and told about the ghost sword going to Raichi Cave. Inside the village of Sunagakur. A man with short brown hair, a black ninja suit, and a mesh underwear is standing in the studio. This is the 4th generation of Kazekage Rasa. Maki knelt in front of him, a white cloth covered his left eye, and his right eye shot out a ferocious spark. Maki, you led a team to the country of stone and rescue the missing child with the people from the country of fire. Remember that there is a person named Ghost Sword, you must not mess with it. If you can really find Raichi Cave, you must to be vigilant. You can let the people of the land of fire explore the way. It is best to find out about the Raichi Cave trial, understand? Kazekage, the 4th generation, urged. Yes, 4 generations of Kazekage, Sama, your subordinates understand. But the ghost sword you said was the hero who hired that hero in 50 years. Yes. Maki frowned slightly, nodded heavily, and left the room. The current countries used to have a relationship of interests, and there was no friendship and peace at all. Although the country of wind and the country of fire shared the same goal this time, they were still based on each other's interests behind the scenes. On the first floor of the Raichi Cave trial, Zhang Chen pinpointed the position and pulled out the ghost knife. The ghost knife was covered with black ghost energy, and it made a faint sound of sorrow in the dark cave. What is this guy going to do? Big Snake looked at Zhang Chen inside the glass ball in confusion, and blurted out. Good guy, isn't he going to cut off the 3-level trial directly? But how did he perceive this position? He is standing just in the position where the 3rd-level trial is weak and there is no big rock. Wan Shi's voice was very low, and she was even more curious about Zhang Chen. Lord Wan Shi, even if there are no giant rocks in these 3 layers, it is impossible to split it with a knife, right? It is a layer of wet soil that is dozens of meters thick, and even a powerful ninjutsu cannot penetrate such a thick layer of soil. The big snake said incredulously, staring at Wan Shi intently, as if waiting for his answer. Wan Shi did not look at the big snake, but stared at the ghost knife in Zhang Chen's hand, glared at him and roared. That knife gave me an eerie feeling that few humans can give me. Who is this person? Do you know? The green snake, the big snake, and the 3-headed snake shook their heads. Wan Shi stared at the 3-headed snake and asked, Where did you get the child you prepared for me? The reason why Wan Shi asked this question was entirely because he felt that Zhang Chen was not an ordinary cultivator, but more like an avenger. Such domineering behavior made him feel terrifying killing intent. It can't be a general person, maybe he might know a thing or two. The 3-headed snake was frightened by Wan Shi's eyes, and stammered back, Master Wan Shi, I caught the children from Konoha village, Sunagakure village and the land of water, and I didn't find anything special about those children. Ah, they were all found in the wild. Man in Hokage guarding Konoha for 100 years, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41_breakthrough. Wan Shi heard Konoha, her pupils shrank suddenly and shouted loudly. Why did you provoke the village of Konoha? Don't you know that Konoha has always had a master hermit? The 3-headed snake swayed and pulled away from Wan Snake, bowing its head. Lord Wan Snake, Konoha village doesn't have any great masters. The most powerful ones are Hokage and Sannin. Hokage is old, and Sannin is no longer there. Even if he is, he may not be able to take Raichi Cave. Hearing the explanation of the 3-headed snake, Wan Shi angrily opened his mouth and roared at the 3-headed snake, and the huge kiba shone terrifyingly. The 3-headed snake was so frightened that it backed away again, wishing to leave Wan Shi immediately. You idiot, don't you know that there is a peerless master in Konoha village who can rival the original Hokage? The 3-headed snake lowered its head and said nothing. The big snake blinked and revealed the snake letter, and asked in a low voice. Lord Wan Shi, who are you talking about? 10,000 snakes and snake eyes glowed faintly green, and whispered, Haven't you heard of the ghost knife that saved the entire Konoha by Daopai meteor by himself 50 years ago? If I guess correctly, there's a good chance he's a ghost knife, just don't know why he looks so young. With that said, Wan Shi's eyes fell on the glass ball again, looking at the murderous aura emanating from Zhang Chen. His heart began to feel uneasy, and he shouted at the 3-headed snake. You idiot, hurry up and bring all the people you caught. Zhao King, report this to the white snake immortal and let him come to help. Yes, Lord Wan Shi. Zhao King and the 3-headed snake quickly disappeared in place as if they had lost their souls. The big snake looked at Wan Shi blankly, and asked, Master Wan Shi, is that ghost knife really that powerful? Well, it shouldn't be fake. This is the first time I have felt this kind of fear except Lord Wan Shi. Even the one-eyed ghost of Shin Kiba will not make me feel afraid. Do you know how serious the situation is? This person is it's a ghost knife. Wan Shi's answer was very direct and straightforward. This was also the first time Orochi saw Wan Shi and judged others like this. He stared at the glass ball in shock. Wan Shi continued, Big Snake, the ghost knife may have to chop these 3 layers of trials directly to Raichi Cave. Now you arrange for all the snakes there to evacuate to me, and wait for the white snake immortal to arrive. Yes, Lord Wan Shi. The big snake ran to the bottom of the trial without hesitation. It was the first time that it felt anxious and fearful. It was the first time to see Lord Wanshi so fearful of human beings. It was unheard of. Even the mighty Sanin Orochimaru was only in an equal relationship with Lord Wanshi, and even Orochimaru was in awe of Wanzer. 3 points. This ghost blade just guessed that it was him, and it made Wan Snake so terrified. Zhang Chen's ghost knife is good for the air. Just as he was about to slash, the sound of the system machine sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked the big snake in Ryachi Cave, got 50,000 taels of money, plus 50 sword intent. The current progress bar is 455 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen took back the ghost knife, and asked the system kun in surprise in his mind. Brother, what's the situation? Why did you suddenly shock the big snake? The big snake observed the situation on your side through the glass ball, so he was shocked. Close black lens bracket. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. Zhang Chen was a little surprised. He accidentally killed a snake, and he really didn't do anything. How could he be shocked by the big snake? Back to eldest brother. The system detects that the big snake is shocked because Wanshi is extremely afraid of your attitude, and other systems cannot detect it. Close black lens bracket. 10,000 snakes. Did Wanshi know the identity of the ghost knife? There is no other reason other than this. Zhang Chen exited his mind, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he murmured. Don't mention it, my name of the ghost knife is really famous. Even Wanshi can be shocked. It's very good, haha. Smug, but Hinata must be saved, this is not negotiable. God blocks and kills God, Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. One shot, the violent tornado. With a loud shout, Zhang Chen's whole body's murderous aura suddenly soared, the ghost knife slashed across the night, and a bright slash was born spontaneously. The violent slash was like a raging tornado, hitting the ground. Zhang Chen jumped up and jumped back several dozen meters. Bang. Bang bang, 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 bang. With a loud bang, the bottom of the big stone gate exploded instantly, like a bomb falling to the ground. The soil was flying, and the smoke was everywhere. There were 2 loud noises in an instant. Zhang Chen's mouth showed a smile, and he murmured in his heart. I just said that I'm smarter, hee. What kind of trial is there if I can take shortcuts directly? Let's go. Zhang Chen jumped down from the first floor. As the surrounding environment continued to rise, the darkness gradually faded, and the brightness of the dusk appeared in front of us. From the sky, Zhang Chen saw the large and small caves, the clear rivers, and the towering trees bustling with hustle and bustle. It should be as bright as the evening, and the leisure time is a bit poetic. Fuck. How can I land safely at such a high altitude? Only then did Zhang Chen realize that he descended from the first floor and then reached the ground almost 100 meters high, and he fell directly to the ground and didn't fall into mud. The wind around him was blowing silver's hair and floating in the air, like a white-haired magic soldier falling from the sky. Others may think it is very handsome, but only Zhang Chen knows whether it is hard or not. The speed of this fall is getting faster and faster, and my mind is desperately thinking about how to land. Just when Zhang Chen was hesitating, he suddenly felt that the speed of his falling slowly slowed down, as if being supported by some invisible force, until the speed became extremely slow. At this time, Zhang Chen was only 10 meters away from the ground, and he clearly saw an old grandma beside the rock holding her hands up, as if she was controlling something. He knew that this old grandmother was the one who saved him. Zhang Chen jumped down and walked to the old grandmother's side, only then did he see the old grandma's face clearly. With long brown hair, the wrinkles on his face are not obvious. He stared at Zhang Chen with a wide mouth and a big smile. The white gown looked particularly energetic. Zhang Chen cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, senior." Old grandmother waved her hand and smiled and said, "Welcome, you're welcome, I just don't do it. You must have a way to land, but this piece of wood has to be chopped down by you again, right?" The old grandmother said embarrassingly, her eyes still not forgetting to look at the ruins next to her. Zhang Chen looked at it, and just at the position he didn't want to, there was a long and narrow gully. The gully was 4 or 5 meters wide and dozens of meters long. The surrounding trees had collapsed, and the water from some rivers kept pouring into the gully. Zhang Chen scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Haha, I'm sorry, I also cut down this place with first aid personnel, I didn't expect such serious consequences." "Cough, I don't know what your name is," the grandmother said politely with a few coughs. "Ghost Knife," Zhang Chen answered neatly, without reporting Zhang Chen's name. "Well, since you were looking for someone, how about the old man to accompany you?" Chapter 42_One-Eyed Shinkiba. "That's fine, then I'll ask the seniors to follow." Zhang Chen respectfully agreed. After all, for a person of the same era as Kagaya, he naturally deserves Zhang Chen's respect. From the first time he saw this person, Zhang Chen had already guessed that this was the White Snake Immortal from Raichi Cave. Zhang Chen is not a fool, his current strength will definitely not be able to beat the White Snake Immortal, and he takes the initiative to like himself. As long as he can find Hinata, there is no need for a dispute. Zhang Chen closed his eyes to perceive the situation of Raichi Cave, trying to find the location of Hinata. Near Orochi Cave. Next to the glass ball. The big snake brought a group of long snakes to Wanshi, who turned his back to them and waited for the arrival of the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake placed 100 children beside the 10,000 snakes, lowered its head and whispered, "Lord Wanshi, all the people I caught are here, and these are from Konoha village." Wanshi stared at several people in Konoha village and confided in the snake letter. The 20 or so children were so frightened that they cried, and some of them even fainted again just after waking up to see Wanshi's appearance. "Snake, serpent, ah, don't eat me. Mom, I'm afraid, come and save me." Children were crying and screaming, and Wanshi stared at them without speaking, and finally his eyes fell on the little girl Byakugan. "This is Hyuga Hinata," she winked, her lovely face was full of fear, and she said tremblingly. "Why am I here, brother Zhang Chen? Where is this? I want to go home." The serpent looked away from Hinata and roared at the three-headed snake. "Return the children of Konoha village to their original positions, and the other children stay." "Yes, Lord Wanshi." The three-headed snake took several small snakes under it, and was going to send back the 20 or so children of Konoha. "Wait, why do you want to give away the meat you got?" A loud voice sounded, and Wanshi's eyes stared slightly in the direction of the voice. A few seconds later, a red Yuhi snake appeared in front of him. Its right eye was white, and its left eye was extremely vicious. It was a one-eyed snake. It's called Shinkiba, the most violent existence in the entire Raichi Cave, and the White Snake Immortal can't do anything about him. Wanshi headed forward and stopped in front of Shinkiba, spitting out a snake letter and said, "Shinkiba, don't make trouble, these people must be put back, or they will cause unnecessary trouble to Raichi Cave. The ghost knife has already arrived." Shinkiba stared at one snake and shouted, "What kind of thing are you, and you still preach to me? Why should you put back such delicious food? You can't eat it if you're timid, I'll do it myself, haha." Speaking, Shinkiba dashed towards the child, looking like a bolt of lightning. Bang! One snake's tail slapped Shinkiba's head heavily. Shinkiba abruptly dodged, and the ground was hit with a deep pit of more than 2 meters. Shinkiba roared and opened his bloody mouth to spurt liquid at the big snake, so fast that he couldn't dodge at all. Ha! Ha! The liquid instantly soaked through one snake's body, and gradually began to petrify, and the purple stripes of one snake gradually turned into the color of stone. "Stupid guy, how dare to block Uncle Ben's way?" Shinkiba glared at the gradually petrified snake in front of him and cursed. "Shinkiba, you actually hurt your compatriots, I'm going to sue you at the White Snake Immortal." The three-headed snake roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and kept roaring. "Lord Wan Snake. Humph, you idiot, you die too." Shinkiba continued to spit out liquid and sprayed at the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake was so frightened that it froze in place, watching the liquid gradually approaching itself, and roaring tremblingly. It's over, I can't escape. Plop. Just at the critical moment, the three-headed snake was bounced off by a powerful impulse. When it looked back, it was the snake that bounced itself away with its tail, avoiding the petrochemical liquid. Master Wan Shi, you are not dead. The three-headed snake roared in excitement. Shinkiba looked at the petrified snake on the ground. The petrified place gradually fell off. He instantly realized that what he petrified was just the slough of the snake, not the body. He roared. Wan Shi, don't overestimate what you can do. You are the only ones who obey the white snake immortal. I only listen to myself. Don't stop me if you are sensible, or you won't be so lucky next time. Wan Shi glared at Shinkiba and didn't speak. He was very aware of Shinkiba's strength. Shinkiba was very fast, powerful, and had the liquid that could petrify the opponent. He would definitely suffer against him. He looked at the location of the testing ground in the distance, and murmured, if you want to make trouble, make trouble. The ghost knife will come over in a while, and you will deal with it. Seeing that the snakes no longer hindered him, Shinkiba snorted coldly and crawled towards the children. Hinata looked at Shinkiba, who was even more frightening than the 10,000 snakes, trembling even more, pursing her small mouth, and the tears of fear kept rolling in her eyes. Shinkiba stared at so many children with thin skin and tender meat, opened his mouth to reveal the snake-letter child and said, such good skin is really delicious, haha. After speaking, he opened his mouth to bite at Hinata and the others. His mouth could swallow more than a dozen children. Hinata looked at the abyss-like mouth of the snake and shouted. Brother Zhang Chen, save me. This heart-piercing cry broke out in an instant. Zhang Chen was speeding towards this side at this time. He had already sensed Hinata's position before, and he was rushing very fast at this moment. When he heard Hinata shouting, he was still more than 2,000 meters away from Hinata. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't get there in an instant. After all, he didn't know the art of Horaitian. But seeing that Hinata is in danger, where can he care so much? Zhang Chen pulled out the ghost sword and took it out without hesitation. One shot. Hayate cut. In an instant, a slash that was as fast as lightning galloped out and disappeared in front of his eyes, and this speed far exceeded Zhang Chen's speed. At the same time, Zhang Chen's whole body of murderous aura was suddenly released, like a powerful ripple, making Wan Shi and Shinkiba feel the powerful murderous aura along the way. Shinkiba's bloody mouth stayed in the air for a moment, and the fear in his heart made him stop instinctively. At this moment, Hayate slashed across. Shinkiba didn't have time to dodge. His body was penetrated by the slash, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! It let out a heart-piercing roar, fell to the side, stared in the direction of Zhang Chen with fearful eyes, and suddenly stood up. Due to his thick body and small slash, he was not fatally injured. Who is it? How dare you cut down this uncle? The powerful murderous aura stunned all the children. Zhao King lay on the ground, frightened and motionless, curled up like a three-headed snake and looked at Zhang Chen's direction with trembling. Wan Shi stared at Zhang Chen and the immortal white snake who was following him. His eyes widened and he muttered. What's going on? Why is the white snake immortal following the ghost sword? A few seconds later, Zhang Chen came to the glass ball, picked up Hinata and put it aside, stared at Shinkiba and said angrily. You want to eat her, don't you? I'll let you die here today. Chapter 43 _ a knife flow. Evil God slash. What a shame, one-eyed Shinkiba said angrily, twisting her huge body. The grandmother disguised as the white snake immortal looked at Shinya, her eyes widened and glared at him. Of Shinkiba's arrogance, this time he could have stopped Zhang Chen and Shinkiba from clashing immediately, but he didn't. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth curled up and stood the black knife in front of him. His eyes revealed infinite murderous aura, and said coldly. Have you ever seen hunters show mercy to their prey? I never heard of it. After speaking, Zhang Chen's ghost sword was once again filled with black ghost energy. He slashed it with the sword, and two flat A's were swept out. Will. The The speed of the slashing was extremely fast. Shinkiba shook his huge body, and suddenly dodged the two attacks and let out a hissing roar. That's it. You want to hurt this uncle too. What is it that you don't say anything? You're still a hunter. Bullshit hunter. Shinkiba's body was like a charged spring, and suddenly flew in the direction of Zhang Chen. Boy, go to hell. Between the words, a venom spit out from the mouth. Zhang Chen naturally knew that this venom could petrify his opponent, but he didn't dodge at all, and lifted the ghost knife into the air. One shot. Great shock. Just as the venom was sprayed out, Zhang Chen slashed across the sky. Buzz, buzz. The vibration after the knife sent out a vibration wave that was enough to shake the space, and the venom was instantly blown away, and even Shinkiba's body seemed to hit an invisible wall. Bang! This powerful shock force pushed Shinkiba out dozens of meters away. Several wounds had been slashed all over its body. Xian Yuhi's blood continued to overflow, and the corners of Shinkiba's mouth kept twitching in pain. Because of his face, it was impossible for him to give up, adjust his body posture, and rush towards Zhang Chen again. Zhang Chen originally thought that Shinkiba would give up, but he didn't expect to rush in again. Heaven has a way, you don't go, hell has no way to come. Well, I'll give you a ride. He placed the ghost sword behind him, and the afterimages of the sword body spread all over the periphery, forming a circular trace, as if a lotus sword print surrounded Zhang Chen. Quite a sacred feeling. One shot. Evil god slash. The murderous aura formed in an instant as like freezing this piece of air. Shinkiba stared at the afterimages behind Zhang Chen, the fear in his heart soared extremely. At this moment he even wanted to flee the scene, but when he wanted to move, he couldn't move at all. Is it the sword that moves the soul? Is my soul afraid of him? How is this possible? Shinkiba kept shaking his head, but his body remained honest and motionless. A mortal white snake's pupils dilated, and she said in shock, I didn't expect that a mere human being could use sword intent to such a degree that this move made Shinkiba's soul tremble and his body wouldn't obey. Awesome. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked the white snake immortal, got 100,000 taels of money, plus 100 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 555 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to Big Brother for triggering the quest. If you can get the power of immortals, you will get 2 additional soul returning pills, chakra condensing pills. Close black lens bracket. What does this mean? How do I get the power of an immortal? Are you kidding me? I can't even condense chakra. How could I have sage mode? Back to Big Brother. You don't have to worry about this, because your swordsman system will prevent you from condensing chakra, but you are relatively lucky. You can actually trigger the quest of chakra condensing pill. Close black lens bracket. This condensation pill can condense chakra. Yes, the swordsman system is still relatively user-friendly. Only by triggering the quest will you have a small chance to get the chakra condensing pill. This condensing pill is very precious and is not sold in the mall. Brother, you not only pretend to be very skilled, but even your luck is at the level of the European emperor. Getting this chakra condensing pill can improve the speed of your ninjutsu practice. As long as you can successfully complete the immediate task, you can win the chakra condensing pill. Dan, you're going to be a genius in the ninja world. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was completely shocked by System Kun's statement, which was too powerful. Ahem, you mean I can be a normal ninja too? Use all kinds of ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket yes. Not only that, chakra condensation pill, swordsman system each host only appears once randomly. Do you know how precious this is? Close black lens bracket. When Zhang Chen heard this, he had already laughed like a child in his mind. Turning away from his mind, staring at Shinkiba in front of him, he was even more excited. The knife continued to draw more afterimages. His face was as gloomy as water, and he said coldly, "This is the strongest beheading stunt in my one-knife style. I will treat it as a gift for you today. Remember to avoid it. or you will die." After speaking, the body moved with the shadow, and the evil shadow of the evil god formed, and hundreds of afterimages of the evil god were like film negatives, and they left a creepy trajectory. Shinkiba is not a fool. No matter how arrogant he is at ordinary times, the breath of death cannot be concealed at all. Watching Zhang Chen take out the knife, he moved his body desperately. But no matter how much he wanted to move, his body was frozen, unable to move at all. He watched Zhang Chen towards him. He knew, he must die. Will. PFF'd. The sound of the body being cut off sounded. Shinkiba's body splattered with blood, and fell to the ground with a cry. The huge body fell to the ground like an unrestrained Jinchuriki column. Bang! Shinkiba's body slammed into the ground, and the entire Raichi cave trembled in an instant. Wan Shi calmly watched Shinkiba fall, and there was no turbulence in his heart. In his opinion, Shinkiba is destined to be the result if he doesn't listen to persuasion and provoke the ghost knife. It can only be said that he is seeking his own death. The green snake and the three-headed snake are not. They don't understand the true strength of the ghost knife. Seeing that the ghost knife has just turned into an evil god and knocked down Shinkiba with one knife, the snake's eyes widened in shock, and the whole body shivered. It was as if his soul had been shaken by Zhang Chen's sword, and it was difficult for him to calm down for a long time. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked all the long snakes such as the green snake and the three-headed snake, got 30,000 taels of gold, plus 30 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 585 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Zhang Chen's face was gloomy. The ghost knife held in his right hand trembled a little. He kept echoing the scene that just happened, but did not respond to the system. This really made the system feel inapplicable, and hurriedly asked, "Brother, why don't you say a word? Even your face is so ugly, what's wrong with you?" Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen felt even more nervous when he heard the questioning voice of the system. Could it be that the system has not detected it? "Brother, just when the evil god / hit Shinkiba, didn't you feel anything?" "No, what happened just now? I didn't detect anything." Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, "It seems that the system is not omnipotent." After speaking, Zhang Chen stared at the old grandmother in the distance in shock, and his heart was even more turbulent. Chapter 44_breathtaking. The grandmother had a smile on her face, surrounded by thick snow-white fog, looking so indifferent, but full of mystery. Zhang Chen was startled, frowned and said, "Is she going to change back to the appearance of a white snake immortal?" She knew very well that when her knife hit Shinkiba just now, her body was pushed invisible and deviated from Shinkiba's heart. That is to say, Shinkiba is not dead at all. He only fell to the ground because Shinkiba's inner fear made it difficult to control his soul. After being injured, he subconsciously thought that he would die. This is the psychological collapse caused by the suppression of strength. Zhang Chen nodded at the old grandmother, revealing an expression of awe. At the same time, Shinkiba seemed to have recovered, suddenly stood up and glared at Zhang Chen fiercely and shouted, "You stinky boy, what kind of magic trick did you use to make me so embarrassed? I want to kill you." Zhang Chen turned his head and stared at Shinkiba, his eyes were full of disdain. "Okay, don't brag. If you can really beat me, you just jumped right up when you got up. Why deceive yourself? Don't you know the gap between you and me?" Kiba's heart like a bayonet, leaving him speechless. He was very aware of his fear of Zhang Chen, so he didn't dare to act rashly, and was forced to shout loudly because of his face, but now he was exposed by Zhang Chen's words, and he was speechless. Zhang Chen stood the ghost knife in front of him, pointed at the old grandmother, a greedy smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. "If the / just now hadn't been for that senior who suddenly changed my position, you might have already died. I haven't slashed enough yet. Would you like to pick me up again?" Kiba with murderous eyes, which made Shinkiba groan in his heart. He said that he wanted to kill Zhang Chen, but his body kept retreating honestly. For this kind of garbage Zhang Chen was just frightening. He looked at the white snake immortal, deliberately raised his voice and said, "If I continue to shoot, I wonder if the white snake immortal will continue to save Shinkiba." Immortal White Snake was slightly startled by Zhang Chen's question, and then laughed out loud. The body began to expand continuously until it completely turned into a large white snake. The big snake has orange hair and yellow pupils, a green opal on its chest, a purple ribbon as a forehead, an army green horn-shaped ornament in front of the forehead, a yuhi-colored night pearl on the top of its head, and a mouth a pipe, with an extra long body and 2 golden rings on its tail, looks extremely holy. All the snakes knelt down one after another and exclaimed, "Meet the white snake immortal." Shinkiba saw this scene, but stared at him and was full of dissatisfaction. Zhang Chen pointed out the ghost knife and pointed at Shinkiba and said, "What? You are so unconvinced. If it wasn't for him, you would be dead." The white snake immortal looked at Shinkiba but did not speak. Zhang Chen is not a fool. This random mission is so important, how could he miss it? "Hey, Senior White Snake, since this guy is so disobedient to discipline, don't save him, let me cut him off, what do you think?" His voice was very loud, even a hint of ridicule. The corner of Immortal White Snake's mouth leaked a smile. He didn't expect that Zhang Chen would actually help him discipline Shinkiba, and he did give him enough face. "If you don't give yourself face, you can kill Shinkiba directly, why bother asking him?" White Snake Immortal just looked at Shinkiba and didn't speak. Shinkiba was terrified by Zhang Chen. If the White Snake Immortal didn't care, if the evil spirit / just now was repeated again, he would definitely die. Under all kinds of fear, his body slammed into the ground to show respect for the snake. Immortal White Snake leaked a smile. Shinkiba, who he had been unable to subdue for so many years, was actually worthy of submission by Zhang Chen's sword, and even sold himself a big favor. Is this to repay the life-saving grace just now? The White Snake Immortal still always felt that something was wrong. Zhang Chen walked in front of the White Snake Immortal, cupped his hands and said, "Immortal, I'm here to save these children. Fortunately you didn't touch them. If you really ate all these Konoha children, I would definitely wash Raichi Cave with blood." Quote. Zhang Chen's words were straightforward and full of killing intent, without any shyness. "Bold, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to Lord White Snake like this?" A group of long snakes stood up and shouted at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen ignored it. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of dog barking. He couldn't lower his identity. The White Snake Immortal just continued to smile without saying anything. "Immortal White Snake, you have a head and a debt. Although your subjects didn't hurt these children, you can't stop this matter. Just tell me who caught Hinata, and I only need his life." As soon as these words came out, the three-headed snake was so frightened that it fell to the ground, and its body unconsciously hid behind the 10,000 snakes. The White Snake Immortal knew everything about Akatsuki here, and of course he knew who it was. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Law of nature, it's not a fault for the white snake to eat people. Now that you, Konoha, have nothing to lose, why do you want to kill them all?" Zhang Chen snorted coldly. Of course he knew the laws of nature. The weak eat the strong, and only the weak talk about justice. "Senior, I don't care if you white snakes eat people. It has nothing to do with me, but if it hurts the people I cherish, I will kill you without mercy." Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly became fierce, and his body exuded a strong killing intent, so frightened that the long snakes around him kept retreating. Immortal White Snake took a puff of smoke again, but the smile on his face disappeared, and said calmly, "If you kill my people, I must protect them. Are you going to fight with me?" There was a bit of deterrence in his words, and it seemed that he intended to scare Zhang Chen away. After all, in Raichi Cave for so long, no one dared to negotiate with him, the White Snake Immortal. Zhang Chen was not in a hurry to answer. The ghost energy around his body continued to linger, and even layers of black mist could be clearly seen, and Zhang Chen's figure through the black mist was like a ghost. The powerful murderous aura seemed to turn everyone's heart upside down. If that's the case, then I don't mind fighting the white snake immortal. Boom. This domineering reply exploded in the depths of each snake's heart like a bomb. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother, who shocked all the long snakes with his aura, got 50,000 gold, plus 50 sword intent. The current progress bar is 635 1,000ths. Even if he was as powerful as a white snake immortal, his body trembled slightly when he was shocked by Zhang Chen's domineering reply. He spit out the pipe in his mouth, and fixed his eyes on Zhang Chen again. That powerful murderous aura and creepy ghostly aura made the white snake immortal shocked. Is there only one person in this world who uses swordsmanship murderousness to such a thrilling level? Where is this sacred? Not the reincarnation of six paths, but it's really shocking to be so strong. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother, who shocked the white snake immortal with his aura, got 100,000 gold, plus 100 sword intent, and the current progress bar is 735 1,000ths. Chapter 45 European Emperor Possessed. In fact, Zhang Chen knew very well that he could not be the opponent of a mortal white snake at all, but he understood one truth. When you don't want to die, you can often be recognized by the strong. Your courtesy will make the strong think you are weaker. Zhang Chen's boldness really played a key role. A mortal white snake burst out with laughter on the originally gloomy face, and roared in a dignified manner. Haha, little devil, I haven't met a human being as brave as you in 1,000 years, I like it. All practitioners who come to my Raichi cave seek strength and sage art. I will give you sage art today, but you also take a step back. You take away all the children, how about this matter stop? When Zhang Chen heard this, he almost cried with joy. What is this called? This is called the possession of the emperor. What do you want? Ha ha ha. But in order to save face, Zhang Chen forcibly restrained his inner excitement, controlled his body not to tremble, adjusted his tone and said. Since the white snake immortal has already said it, this junior has nothing to say. It's just that I need a passage to leave with so many children. Please see them off. A mortal white snake looked at the more than 100 children, and his eyes fell on the two green snakes. Zhao King, LVYE, the two of you will give the ghost knife and these children a ride. Yes, immortals. Zhao King and LVYE waved their tails more than 10 meters long, raised their heads and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then thank the white snake immortal. Zhang Chen responded very politely with his fists folded, his heart was already blooming with joy. But at the moment when Zhang Chen lowered his head, the white snake's eyes suddenly became extremely vicious, and in the blink of an eye, the snake's head was already beside Zhang Chen. PFF'd. Zhang Chen's whole person sat on the spot, there was no way to react to this sudden sip. The white snake bit Zhang Chen's shoulder, spit out the misty white mist, opened his mouth and retracted his body, and said with a smile. Boy, I've already given you the power of the immortal you want. Can you bear all your personal creation? If you die here, I'll be blamed. Zhang Chen looked at the huge white snake bite mark on his right shoulder. The bite mark was still emitting white smoke, and the wound was gradually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain of the wound has gradually subsided, but he felt a powerful force in his body constantly moving, and the pain inside his body struck instantly. Zhang Chen bit Kiba. Although his expression was a little painful, he couldn't see it even with the mask on. He kept his body still, enduring the earth-shattering boiling, searing, and heart-piercing pain inside him. White snake immortal, is this the immortal energy you said? Why did you say I would die? Zhang Chen asked calmly. The white snake picked up the bags under the eyes on the ground and slammed it twice, with smoke wafting around its face, and said in a very deep voice. The immortal energy is domineering. If the body can withstand it, it can be used for its own practice. If the body can't bear it, it will be unconscious. For that kind of waste, it can only be eaten. I think you little devil should be no problem. Zhang Chen is biting Kiba under the mask. The pain is really unbearable for ordinary people, if there is no swordsman system to strengthen the body, I am afraid that I would have fallen to the ground long ago. The white snake immortal, I can naturally bear it, so I would like to thank the immortal for presenting sage art. Immortal white snake looked at Zhang Chen with a smile, and said casually, let's go, I won't give it away. Wan Qi, there will be a distinguished guest coming at the door, you go and entertain. Yes, immortal, Wan Qi agreed. After a puff of blue smoke, it disappeared in place. Zhang Chen took 100 children to stand on top of the green snake. Zhang Chen held Hinata and stood on top of the green snake. At this time, Zhang Chen had already felt the pain in his body disappear, and it seemed that he could no longer feel the surge of immortal energy, which was no different from normal. Immortal white snake opened one eye and looked at Zhang Chen's body. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, thinking in his heart. It's really a genius, to joke about the power of immortals in such a short period of time. This kind of person is not the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, it is really amazing to the world. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to my brother for successfully completing the immediate task, and has obtained sage art energy. Rewards, 2 soul returning pills and 1 chakra condensation pill. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen looked at the 3 extra pills in his arms, and grinned happily, taking advantage of the fact that others couldn't see him. He smiled wildly, but he didn't make a sound. Master Ghost Blade, we're leaving, you and the children hurry up. The voice of the green snake rang out. The voice was extremely soft, sounding a little timid. Let's go. Zhang Chen said after that, and then bowed his hands to the white snake immortal. Thank you for the gift from immortal, I'll say goodbye now. Immortal white snake continued to smoke, and then responded, go. The green snake was in front, and Zhao King followed, and gradually crawled out of the cave. Outside of Ryachi Cave. Kakashi, isn't this Orochimaru's lair? Are you really sure the children are here? Ma Jing asked solemnly. Maki, I'm just guessing. As for whether it's here or not, I can't guarantee it. The old ghost swordsman from our village has come here early. I think he's already inside at this moment. Kakashi stared at the cave and said. Inuzuka-pa and Kuromaru stood together, twitching his nose and frowning, approaching Kakashi's ear and said. Kakashi-kun, there is a strong smell of blood in this place, and many people must have died in it. But there is a smell of blood, which is the smell of snake blood. This smell should be from an hour ago. Kakashi's pupils dilated, nodding heavily, and did not continue to speak or order anyone to enter the cave. Maki is not stupid. Seeing that Kakashi didn't respond and didn't give the order to enter the hole, he turned around and said to Kakashi. I heard that your Konoha Inuzuka clan has a very keen sense of smell, can you enter the cave and lead the way? Kakashi stopped in front of Inuzuka's claw and said with a smile, even so, it's just that the smell of blood is pungent inside. If you enter it, you will be smoked down. There is no way to investigate. It's better to get some torches before entering. Maki nodded. Neither of the 2 Jonins from the 2 countries had the urge to enter the cave first, so cautious that the snakes couldn't stand it, they climbed out of the cave. Originally, he was concentrating in the dark cave, waiting for the first ninja to come in, so he had a good meal. The 100 thin-skinned and tender-fleshed children placed in front of him are gone, and he needs to eat something to ease his heart. But the ninja armies of the 2 countries refused to enter the cave, and the angry snake climbed out of the cave directly and stood in front of the investigation team of the 2 countries. The huge body of Wan Snake appeared in front of them as if covering the sky and the sun, and the purple scales all over the body looked particularly terrifying in the sunlight. It opened its bloody mouth and roared, it's a bunch of waste, and they don't even dare to enter the cave. Since you don't come in, then I have to come out to entertain you. Kokoshi hurriedly stretched out his hand and shouted. Fast back, this is the psychic beast. Wan Snake, get away from here. Chapter 46 Kakashi vs 10,000 Snakes. Wan Snake glared at the crowd, smashing his tail heavily towards a dozen ninjas. Bang! The rock in front of them shattered in an instant, and the 2 ninjas from Sunagakur village couldn't dodge in time. They were knocked down by the tail of the snake, and they fell on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Take him away, his ribs are broken," shouted the fellow ninja. Maki saw the snake for the first time, bit Kiba and shouted loudly, "Get out, stay away from it, attack with ninjutsu." The remaining 8 ninja collective hand seal in Sunagakur village. Sweden, water style, wild water wave. A waterfall-like stream of water spewed out of its mouth and rushed towards the snakes. In an instant, the whole body of the 10,000 snakes was continuously impacted by the rapids, forming a 10-meter-high waterfall, hydrating in all directions. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, and the wild water wave burst open like glass hit by a hammer. "Get out!" The 8 people retreated to the rear one after another. When the water wave was destroyed, all of them saw one snake's tail swinging over and fled immediately. Bang! Bang! Wild water wave cast by the 8 people was instantly disintegrated, and Wan Shi glared at the vicious snake eyes and revealed the snake letter, but her body was unscathed. Wild water wave of these 8 people is like a water fight, no pain or itching at all. Maki bit Kiba, knowing that they are not on the same level as Wan Shi at all, and if they drag it on, they will die. Konoha, S ninjas, aren't you coming to help? Sunagakur, S ninjas cursed. Kakashi stood on the tree behind and shouted, "It's not that we don't help, this is not a level at all, how to fight." Senior Maki, Konoha village is using us as a shield, let's retreat. The ninja from Sunagakur village leaned into Maki's ear and said. However, at this moment, one snake spewed petrochemical liquid towards Maji's position. The liquid was like a galloping water cannon, shooting at the Maki people. The range of the venom attack was large, and it was impossible to avoid it, and several people quickly gathered together to hand seal. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. The chakra gathers in the throat, spewing a waterfall of water forward from the mouth to form a wall of water that rotates in a circular motion. Kakashi scratched his head and sighed. It's really naive, isn't this courting death? Scoff. The venom instantly penetrated the water formation wall and touched a ninja. Ah! He howled, half of his body turned into a stone, fell from the tree, fell to the ground, broke into several pieces, and died on the spot. The ninja in the back saw that the water formation wall couldn't stop the venom, and was so frightened that he couldn't do anything for a while, and opened his mouth in horror. Just when they thought they would be petrified like their teammates, a figure galloped past. Doden, earth style, earth flow wall. Bang! Bang! Walls of earth rose from the ground, separating several people from the snakes. The venom penetrated one earth wall and stayed on the surface of the second wall, gradually dripping, and did not hurt anyone again. Kakashi, who saved these ninjas? Kakashi stared at the big snake in front of him and said nonchalantly, "Grab firmly, it's about to rise." After that, Kakashi hand seal again. Doden, earth style, rampart of flowing soil. The mountain trembled at the feet of the crowd, and it continued to climb in an instant. After tens of seconds, an earth wall higher than the big snake was formed. The earth wall was very strong, and it was no different from a hill. Maki walked up to Kakashi and said, "Thank you for your help. It's not over yet, it's not safe here, the snake is extremely fast, it's impossible for us to escape directly, this earthy mountain can be resisted for a while, you can use other ninjutsu to stop him as much as possible." Kakashi looked at Shandong behind Wan Shi and kept thinking in his heart. This should be the entrance of Ryachi Cave, but why the shot is one snake? It's not a little strange. Plus Inuzuka's claw just said that there is fresh snake blood, which means that there must be something wrong inside. Maybe the Ghost Sword Senior is already in Ryachi Cave. With the strength of the Ghost Sword Senior, it should be out soon. Now the most needed thing should be to buy time. One snake stared at the raised hill in front of him and quickly climbed over. Sweden, water style, water bullet art. Kakashi quickly hand sealed with both hands, and the huge dragon-shaped waves roared, slamming into the snakes, drowning the snakes for a while. Raiden, thunder style, ground walk. The thunder and lightning spread into the water, which greatly increased the power of the entire Suiten, water style, and the snake disappeared in the water full of thunder and lightning. Is this the power of Konoha ninja Hitaki Kakashi? So strong. Doden, earth style, Suiten, water style, and Raiden, thunder style, can all do it. It really deserves to be a copy ninja. Several people saw Kakashi use all kinds of ninjutsu, but one snake was actually suppressed, chattering excitedly. Kakashi frowned and smiled bitterly in his heart. If it's really that simple, it won't be Sanin's psychic beast, it's really troublesome. He knew very well that it was impossible to fight more than 10,000 snakes now, and all he had to do was to delay the time and wait for the arrival of the Ghost Knife Senior. He knew very well that from the moment he saw 10,000 snakes, none of them were doomed to escape. The lightning and water flow gradually receded, but everyone did not see the shadow of the 10,000 snakes. Where's the big snake? Why is it gone? Behind us. After the sound of panic, several people saw the big snake spitting out the snake letter, and its tongue almost stretched out to several people. At such a close distance, as long as Wanshi launches an attack, several people will be swallowed in one bite. They still underestimated the ability of one snake, and now there is no chance to escape. I don't want to die. Several ninjas in Sunagakure village slumped to the ground, their bodies kept moving backwards. Maki stared at the snake in desperation, the wind blade in his hand gradually formed, and suddenly jumped up to the mouth of the big snake. When the sound of metal collision sounded, the big snake was unscathed, and Maki's wind blade could not penetrate the hard scale armor of the snake at all. He retracted the wind blade and stared blankly into the big snake's eyes, trembling with fright. Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan stared at the big snake and did not move. If they were active at this time, they would attract the attention of the big snake. Kakashi-senpai, what do we do now? Inuzuka clawed behind Kakashi and whispered. The moment the serpent attacks, jump off the rock wall and try your best to grab the rock wall. Although Kakashi said it calmly, everyone knew that it was okay to use chakra to attach to the wall, but if the big snake attacked again at this time, the hill shook violently, and all of them would break away from the wall. This is undoubtedly an adventure. However, Maki and the others didn't even have the chance to take risks. They were the closest to one snake. As long as one snake launched an attack, they would surely die. Survival rate, 0%. Maki swallowed the saliva, but his body did not dare to move. 10,000 snakes opened their bloody mouths, and the huge snake mouths were like a cage that covered the sky and the sun, covering everyone's heart with a haze of death. Maki and the ninja on the side closed their eyes and murmured shiveringly, "It's over, it's dead." However, just as Sheku was about to swallow them, a voice resounded through the sky. "Hey, almost there, shut your mouth." Chapter 47_Go. This voice seemed to fall from the sky, and the voice was so loud. Wanshi immediately heard that it was the voice of a ghost knife. The bloody mouth that opened suddenly stopped suddenly. Maki and the others gasped heavily, and the kiba teeth in Wanshi's mouth were only less than 1 meter away from them. Wanshi closed his mouth and retracted his mouth, staring at the direction of the cave. Zhang Chen stood on the head of the green snake, the majesty blowing, the cloak Hefeng swayed with the wind, the grimace mask seemed so sacred at this moment. Finally saved. Kakashi let out a breath, relaxing. Inuzuka looked at Kakashi in astonishment, and murmured, "Who is this person?" "Kakashi-senpai. This is the old ghost swordsman. When he came out, it means that this matter has been solved. You can see the reaction of those children and the big snake behind," Kakashi said lightly. The rest of the Inuzuka clan looked at the 2 green snakes at the foot of the mountain. The snakes were full of children, while the snake behind them retracted their mouths and remained motionless. The people of the Inuzuka clan stared at the ghost knife in shock, and Maki and the others' eyes also fell on the ghost knife, and they blurted out in shock. "Does the big snake obey with just 1 sentence? This big snake really keeps its mouth shut and doesn't move, what kind of audacity it is." Zhang Chen saw Kakashi on the mountain, and the messy scene on the ground. It really was more spectacular than he felt. The previous battle here, Zhang Chen had already seen it clearly through his perception, but it was just a black and white photo, and he didn't see the spectacular scene. Hey, the ninjas above, come down. It's all right, the snakes won't eat you. Zhang Chen looked at the top of the mountain and said loudly. Even though Zhang Chen said so, they were still dubious. Just left the hill like this, would Wan Shi's really be obedient and not hurt them? They dare not take the risk. Kakashi stood up and said to the Inuzuka clan next to him, Go. Go down the mountain. But what? If 10,000 snakes really attack, staying here is also dead, think about it carefully. Kakashi dropped those words, turned and ran down the mountain, followed by the Inuzuka clan. Maki and the others thought for a second, and it was true. If the snakes really attacked on the top of the mountain, they would be dead. Simply, several people followed Kakashi and ran down the mountain. One snake stared at the group of ninjas running down the mountain, but did not dare to move their bodies. Although he wanted to eat people at the moment, compared with the fear of the ghost knife, the food still had to be endured. The crowd ran over under the snake's neck, and the snake did not move, which really shocked everyone. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Kakashi. Maki and other ninjas got 30,000 taels of money, plus 30 sword intent. The current progress bar is 715 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen listened to the system report in his mind, and his heart was already blooming with joy. At this speed, it would not be difficult to upgrade sword intent to the top level, haha. Jumped off the green snake with Hinata in his arms. Little Hinata was awake at this time, holding the arms of the ghost knife with both hands, and the cat with the little head was in the arms of the ghost knife. She blinked her lovely big eyes and felt the body temperature of the ghost knife, the warmth in her heart, which gave him a feeling of déjà vu. It's just that she was too young to notice anything unusual. Kakashi and Maki walked in front of Zhang Chen one after another, bowing their hands and thanking them. Thank you, Senior Ghost Blade, for helping me. Zhang Chen simply nodded, looked at Kakashi and said. Kakashi, here are the missing children, from the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of water, a total of 100 people. You take them back, and then take Hinata back to Konoha. By the way, my precious grandson is still anxious to die. Go back and tell him to get back to Konoha village as soon as possible. Quote. Zhang Chen put Hinata down. She leaned beside Kakashi obediently, hid behind Kakashi, half of her head leaked out, and she shivered as she looked at the 10,000 snakes that were gradually crawling over. Zhang Chen leaned over to Hinata's side, stretched out his right hand to touch Hinata's small head, and said softly. Be good. Don't be afraid, this big snake will disappear immediately. After speaking, Zhang Chen stood up, turned his head to look at the crawling wand snake, and shouted loudly. Go away. This voice was angry and very deterrent, and wand snake suddenly stood on the spot. The originally rebellious wand snake was only scared by the sound of, go away, and didn't dare to stay for a second longer. After a puff of white smoke, wand snake disappeared in place. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they all shifted their gazes from Bai Yan's position to Zhang Chen's body. In their opinion, what a terrifying existence is the ghost knife that can scare away the Sannin psychic beast with a single word. Maki kept this matter firmly in his heart. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who once again shocked Kakashi. Maki and other ninjas got 40,000 taels of money, plus 40 sword intent. The current progress bar is 755 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen watched the progress bar take a step further, and grinned happily. He squatted down, stretched out his hand and said to Hinata, the big snake is gone, don't be afraid, shake hands with me and say goodbye. Hinata's cute face was ashamed of Yuhi. She nodded heavily, her little hands and Zhang Chen were clasped together, and a cute smile hung on her face. Kakashi looked at Zhang Chen's right hand, His eyes were slightly lowered, and he didn't speak. Inuzuka clan on the side stepped back one after another, trying to distance themselves from the ghost knife as much as possible. Even hid behind Inuzuka's claws and made a woohoo sound. Zhang Chen stood up and clapped his hands and said, "Okay, that's almost it. You all go back, I should go too. Goodbye by fate." After speaking, Zhang Chen instantly disappeared in place. "Kakashi-senpai, is this a telekinesis?" Inuzuka Claw said with a long sigh. "This is not an instant body technique, it's just a simple physical technique. I really didn't expect this speed to be so fast. It reminds me of a person." Kakashi looked at the direction Zhang Chen left, fell into deep thought, and his teacher's figure appeared in his eyes. Maki took the children of the Land of Winds and thanked Kakashi and the others again. Several people said goodbye. Kakashi leaned over to Inuzuka's Claw and whispered, "Did you smell the smell of Senior Ghost Blade? When you go back and see Zhang Chen, help me to see if it's the same smell." Claw stared at Kakashi suspiciously, nodding mechanically. Kakashi's right hand appeared again in Kakashi's mind. Those right hands were obviously smooth and tender, without the dry folds of the elderly's arms at all. Ghost Sword was 12 or 3 years old 50 years ago, and the knife split the meteorite to save Konoha, so now it should be 62 or 3 years old. How could such an old person have arms like a child? Is it possible to live forever? If his arm is interpreted as using a secret technique, he can maintain his youth forever. What's the explanation for the long silver hair in the cloak that is the same as Zhang Chen's? Hair never lies, right? In the observation just now, he did see it clearly. The hair quality of Silver's hair was obviously the hair of a young man. If everything is right, the ghost knife is the current Zhang Chen. Chapter 48 I'm your brother. Kakashi is well aware of the boldness of this guess, because there is a very bizarre bug here. If the ghost knife is really Zhang Chen, how did he keep his face unchanged for 50 years? Really hard to explain. Rescuing Konoha's children, they hurried back to report and accelerated their progress, and delivered carrier pigeons to Konoha as soon as possible. Them to get back to Konoha. That night, Zhang Chen used his super-fast speed to return to Konoha village early. Outside the Hokage studio, people from the village stood. "Do you still care? It's been a day without any news, my child. Let Lord Hokage come out and give us a statement. If the child has 3 long and 2 shortcomings, I will not be able to live. If my child doesn't come back, I will starve to death here without eating or drinking, and I have to wait." They were arguing at the gate, causing the 3rd-generation Hokage to pace back and forth on the 2nd floor anxiously, his eyes constantly looking to the west. Suddenly a human figure jumped into the room. "Zhang Chen, why did you come here?" Sandemu said with a smile, restraining the sadness on his face. 3 generations of Lord Hokage, my grandfather has been to Ryachi Cave to rescue all the children. Now Kakashi teacher is bringing the children back. I am afraid that you will be in a hurry, so I came here to tell you. What? Are you telling the truth? Sandemu happily took off his pipe, with an excited look on his face. Really? My grandpa told me that I came to Konoha to wait for Hinata to come back. Good. Great. 3 generations of Hokage grinned happily at this time, took a few puffs of cigarettes, and ran to the rooftop. Look, 3 generations of Hokage are out. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, what's going on with our children? The 3rd generation had just appeared, and the noise sounded again. Everyone, be quiet, your children are all rescued and are safe now. Kakashi and the others are bringing them back. If you are really in a hurry, you can go to the gate of Konoha village to pick them up. The voice of the 3rd generation was very loud, and the villagers cheered happily when they heard it, and the effort of blasting eyes disappeared in place. Zhang Chen and the 3rd generation Hokage sat together to discuss the issue of ninjutsu. Zhang Chen was very interested in listening to it, and even thought that ninjutsu was the most handsome. He secretly decided. He must learn ninjutsu, he really can't beat him and draw his sword. After a few hours, the cheers at the gate of Konoha village, the wailing, the cries of children resounded through the quiet night here. Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan watched the children go home, and the soft side of their hearts gradually showed. Kakashi looked at the stars in the sky and murmured in his heart. "Father, are you okay? Rin, Obito, are you all okay?" At this time, his father's back and Rin's smile appeared in the sky. Obito finally pressed his request under the boulder. Kakashi let out a long breath and floated his left eye forehead with his left hand. Let's go and return to the third generation Hokage-sama. The Hyuga family has always been busy. At this time, they didn't know that Hinata had been rescued, so they didn't arrange for someone to pick them up. Kakashi brought Hinata to the second floor of the Hokage building. You guys have worked hard. The mission this time is very timely, and it's great to be able to save them all. 3 generations of Lord Hokage, the child was rescued by Senior Ghost Blade, and it has nothing to do with us. Our lives were even saved by Senior Ghost Blade. I'm really ashamed. Kakashi scratched his head and said, his eyes fell on Zhang Chen's body, and he lowered his head slightly towards Inuzuka's claw. At this time, Haimaru was hiding in the corner and did not dare to approach this side. Inuzuka claws close to Haimaru and muttered a few words, and finally glanced at Zhang Chen with trembling all over his body. But just one glance, and quickly lowered his head not to look at him. Zhang Chen frowned, his heart was overturned. Oops, the Inuzuka family has a keen sense of smell. He met both identities in one day. I'm afraid this has already been exposed. I must have been negligent, and Kakashi-sensei began to doubt himself. Zhang Chen was completely helpless. Now that his identity was known to the Inuzuka clan and Kakashi, Kakashi would definitely tell the third generation when he was away. How good is this? Zhang Chen is anxious like an ant on a hot pot. If he admits his identity, how can he explain the past 50 years? But if the truth is alive, how can you explain that the two identities are the same person? This question is so hard. Kakashi looked at Zhang Chen's embarrassed expression. He must be convinced of this. He looked at Zhang Chen and said with a smile. 3 generations of Lord Hokage, I have seen this one. He said that he is the grandson of Senior Ghost Swordsman. Is that true? Zhang Chen was taken aback by Kakashi's words. What the hell is this teacher Kakashi thinking? Why ask that? Yes, he is the grandson of Ghost Sword. His name is Zhang Chen, and he is currently in Iruka's class at the ninja school. He is a swordsman just like his grandfather. Even though he is young, his swordsmanship is very powerful. Ha ha. 3 generations of eyes smiled very pleased. Kakashi nodded again and again, got close to Zhang Chen and patted Zhang Chen's shoulder with a smile, and said, it's really a hero, you have to work hard in the future, classmate Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, wishing to punch Kakashi directly. This guy obviously already knew his identity, and at this time he deliberately pretended to be an elder to take advantage of him. He stood up and nodded hurriedly in respect. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei for the compliment, I will try my best. Seeing Zhang Chen's answer like this, Kakashi smiled even more brilliantly. Zhang Chen really felt embarrassed, so he handed over to the third generation in advance and said. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, I think the Hyuga family is already in a hurry. Now I live in the Hyuga family, and I am also Hinata's brother. I will send her home first. Okay, you go. Sandemu waved his hand and continued to smoke his cigarette with a smile on his face. Zhang Chen led Hinata out of the studio. It was late at night outside, and little Hinata had not had a good rest and had been hungry for so long. At this moment, he was staggering while walking, staring at the snack at the connector in a daze. Zhang Chen squatted in front of Hinata, and said softly, come on. Come on your back, let's go home quickly, or Lord Hiyashi will be in a hurry. I'll carry you back and eat something delicious then, okay? Good. Hinata nodded heavily, lying on Zhang Chen's back. In the moonlight, Zhang Chen quickened his pace to hurry, but he always controlled his body's turbulence. Zhang Chen, Nissan's back is so warm, will Nissan be so nice to me in the future? Hinata's soft and weak voice resounded in Zhang Chen's ears, so pitiful, he continued on his way, and replied gently. Of course, I am your brother, and I will always treat you well. Hinata closed her eyes, her pretty face pressed against Zhang Chen's back, and continued. Nissan, can you send me and Naruto often? Can you always leave Konoha? You haven't been at school lately. Naruto and I have waited for Nissan, but Nissan never showed up. Chapter 49 Kakashi and Zhang Chen's promise, seeking silver tickets. Thanks. Hinata's words were pure and heart-piercing, as if a sharp blade penetrated Zhang Chen's heart. Yes, for so many days, he promised to send Naruto and Hinata every day, but only one day, he became an incompetent brother. He didn't answer Hinata, just continued to drive the night road, but felt the weight under his feet. Zhang Chen, Nissan, don't be angry, I don't blame you, I know Nissan is busy, Hinata is sensible, hee. Zhang Chen didn't respond for a long time. Hinata's words touched Zhang Chen's heart again, and he couldn't take the second step. The heart is already bursting with sorrow. The sky at night was extraordinarily bright, the moon was hanging high, and the stars were dotted. Zhang Chen looked at the meteors passing by in the sky, closed his eyes deeply, and said in a choked voice. Little Hinata, my brother promises to send you and Naruto home often, never breaking his promise. Really, nice Nissan, hee. He smiled happily, closed his eyes and lay on the back of Zhang Chen. His happy pretty face kept rubbing against Zhang Chen's clothes, as if he was immersed in happiness. Zhang Chen continued to step forward, and he already had a plan in his heart. To send Hinata home, Hinata had already fallen asleep behind him. When he held her to Hiyashi, seeing the smile at the corner of Hinata's mouth, Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The warmth in my heart flowed all over my body. Zhang Chen didn't go back to the mansion to rest directly, but walked in another direction by himself. Okay, they've followed me all the way, come out, Kakashi. Zhang Chen stopped and shouted loudly without turning his head. Kakashi walked out of the darkness and leaned beside Zhang Chen with a smile. As expected of the Ghost Knight Senior, it really can't escape your eyes. Zhang Chen turned around and looked at Kakashi alone. He let out a long breath and said, thank you for not exposing me in front of Sandemu. Senior is joking. Senior has been helping Konoha all the time. You may have your own thoughts on this identity issue. Junior does not know Akatsuki, so how could he expose the truth? Don't worry, Senior, the Inuzuka family will not tell this secret. That's fine, are you free? Have a couple of drinks with me. Zhang Chen looked at the storefront where the lights of Yuhi were not far away. Why don't you go to my house, I'll go buy some snacks. Kakashi looked at Zhang Chen, scratched his head and said. At this time, Zhang Chen also reacted, he is only 12 years old now, how could he go to the pub to drink? Well, I'll wait for you here. Watching Kakashi walk into the tavern, Zhang Chen still hesitated in his heart how to tell him this. Kakashi's home is not far away, and the two quickly came home with drinks and side dishes. The two sat and drank. Senior Ghost Blade, I have never understood why you are still so young after 50 years, do you have any secret techniques? This question of Kakashi is also a problem that has always been difficult for Zhang Chen. There is no way to justify this problem. In desperation, Zhang Chen has a plan. He stood up and bowed his hands to Kakashi, and said seriously. Kakashi-senpai, I'm sorry, I've thought about this too, I'm going to confess to you, and I hope you can help me hide it. Zhang Chen's abnormal behavior really frightened Kakashi, he hurriedly stood up. Senior Ghost Blade, are you? I'm not actually a ghost knife, my grandfather passed away a few years ago, I am Zhang Chen, I just inherited my grandfather's will, played the role of ghost knife, and always guarded Konoha village. My grandfather once said that people must be it will perish, but the will of fire will live on forever. Quote. Said, Zhang Chen looked at the night sky outside the window and smiled meaningfully. Hearing these words, Kakashi was extremely shocked in his heart. He looked at Zhang Chen's every move, and sighed. So you're going to keep going like this? If you're going to keep hiding your identity, I'll keep it for you, but sooner or later both identities will be discovered. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Kakashi. Got 20,000 gold, plus 2 sword intent. The current progress bar is 775 1,000ths. Zhang Chen looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, I plan to truly be Zhang Chen, and the name Ghost Blade will keep him in people's hearts forever. Then you plan to live in Konoha as Zhang Chen and stop playing the role of senior Ghost Blade? Yes, I think I owe Hinata and Naruto a promise that I must fulfill. As for Konoha, I will continue to protect Konoha in the name of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen clenched his fists, his eyes revealing unshakable faith. Kakashi picked up the wine glass in his hand and said softly, I suggest that you don't spread the news of the death of the ghost knife. You can stop acting, but I hope that no one will ever know that the ghost knife is dead. This is also an invisible protection for Konoha. Zhang Chen nodded. He had to admire Kakashi's multifaceted approach to the problem. He could give up the name of the ghost knife, but he couldn't promote the death of the ghost knife. If so, the current Konoha will lead to war. Then how are you going to live in Konoha village in the future? Zhang Chen knew very well about Kakashi's problem. If he fully exposed his strength, there would be a lot of inconvenience in the future. You are strong, you will participate in more tasks. For Hinata and Naruto, it is tantamount to parting for a whole day, which is not what you want. As a last resort, I will not reveal my true level. I want to live a normal life and not be too outrageous, so I hope Kakashi teacher can promise me one thing and keep it a secret for me forever. Okay, I promise you. Kakashi didn't even hesitate. Seeing such a straightforward answer, Zhang Chen was shocked. He knew that Kakashi might have planned to hide it for himself from the very beginning. For whatever reason, he did not intend to reveal his identity. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. It was precisely because of this exposure of his identity that he thought a lot, especially when he heard Hinata's heart-wrenching question. He knew that he almost deviated from his original intention. His original intention was just to take good care of Naruto and Hinata and be a good and competent brother. It's not that the world is invincible, and the glory is added. The most important meaning of his crossing to Konoha. Now that I have made a decision, my heart is more relaxed. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for your help, and please take care of me in the future. When he was parting, Zhang Chen didn't even make fun of Kakashi. Kakashi is also a humorous person, and said with a smile, this is no problem, but I'm afraid that you will even cut me off when you get angry. Ha ha. A casual joke, the serious atmosphere just now was swept away in an instant. Zhang Chen touched the hilt of the ghost knife, let go of his hand and said, Kakashi-sensei, don't worry, when I really want to fight with you, I will definitely only use ninjutsu and not a sword. Okay, that's what you said, then I'm welcome. The two laughed again. Very harmonious. Zhang Chen left Kakashi and walked towards Naruto's room. Chapter 50_Learned Shadow Clone. Brother, can you hide my own murderous aura? As long as I don't release others, I won't feel that at all. Zhang Chen recalled the performance of the Inuzuka clan today, and he knew that he still couldn't control his own murderous aura. Open black lens bracket ding. Brother, this is possible, but it needs to consume 100,000 taels of money. Do you confirm the seal? Close black lens bracket. Damn it. It costs money to seal a murderous aura. Zhang Chen opened his balance, and when he saw the series of numbers, he nodded in relief, and continued. Okay, spend money as much as you spend, it's all small money, anyway, I still have a lot, confirm the seal. Money deduction is successful, the host's own murderous seal is completed, I wish you a happy consumption. Goodbye. Close black lens bracket. The formatted voice of the system made Zhang Chen completely speechless. NND, can't you be a master only if you spend it? You even sent blessings when you parted for the first time. The system seal was completed, but he didn't feel the difference at all. Come to Naruto's house. It was late at night, and the lights in the room were still on. Zhang Chen quietly came to the window, and saw the situation inside through the crack of the window. Naruto was wearing a white shirt, sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring at the pillow above his head and focused on practicing. He closed his eyes, the sweat on his forehead kept running down his cheeks, his body had begun to sway, obviously he had practiced for a long time and had reached the limit. Crack! The sinking head fell on the bed. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, saw the alarm clock next to him, and suddenly raised his arms and shouted. Great! 3 minutes more than yesterday, hee hee. As soon as he finished speaking, his body slumped on the bed, panting heavily. 10 minutes later. Naruto put his feet on the bandage on the head of the bed to fix it firmly, and started doing sit-ups. With the constant ups and downs, sweat soaked his clothes, but he still insisted on biting Kiba. Zhang Chen looked at it in his heart, but his heart was very distressed. This little Naruto is actually working so hard, forget it, don't bother him anymore. Zhang Chen smiled and left. The next day. Inside the ninja school. Zhang Chen hasn't come to class for so long. Why are you here today? My male god is finally here, I haven't seen it for many days. This Zhang Chen is also too powerful, to be able to skip classes for so many days, I am really envious. Don't shout, didn't Mr. Iruka say, he has the right. Zhang Chen had just walked into the classroom, there was a lot of noise in the class, and the topic of Zhang Chen continued to expand. Inuzuka Kiba hugged Akamaru and stared at Zhang Chen's figure with 2 pairs of eyes, the fear in his heart had completely disappeared. Akamaru didn't make a woohoo sound either. Kiba looked at Shino strangely. He found that the bugs on Shino's face were still crawling, not all disappeared because of Zhang Chen's arrival. Hey, Shino, don't you feel any fear anymore? What the hell is going on? Shino looked at Zhang Chen, pushed the glasses and didn't look at Inuzuka Kiba. I don't know either, but it's good to not have that fear. Don't tell me, this guy is really handsome when you look closely. Inuzuka Kiba opened his mouth wide, touched Shino with his arm suddenly, lowered his voice and exclaimed. Shino, even if their women praised him, why did you praise him? I'm just telling the truth, why are you angry? Could it be jealousy? Shino's words hit the nail on the head. Kiba pouted angrily, hugged Akamaru and moved away. His eyes fell on Sasuke who bowed his head and said nothing, complaining in his heart. Having one was annoying enough, but now I have another one. I hope you don't act like a cold male god like Sasuke, and let him steal the limelight. Zhang Chen walked over to Naruto and sat down. Naruto stared at Zhang Chen stupidly, his mouth opened but he couldn't say anything. Zhang Chen didn't say much, he smiled and stretched out his fist at Naruto, and said gently. Naruto, I'm back. These words poured into Naruto's heart like a warm current. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his fist to meet Zhang Chen, and grinned like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Teacher Iruka walked into the classroom and was about to speak, but when she saw Zhang Chen's figure, she suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. He cleared his throat and stood with his hands behind his back, coughed a few times and said. Ahem, today's class is Avatar, and the hand seal sequence of Avatar is Wei, Si, Yin, which is relatively simple, but we must control the distribution of chakra. Now I will give you a demonstration. Teacher Iruka walked to the side of the podium and gave a very skillful demonstration. Bang! A white mist appeared, and another Iruka teacher appeared in front of him. Okay, have you learned it? Start free training now. After half an hour, everyone will perform Shadow Clone, but don't be nervous, this ninjutsu is not so easy to learn. Well, let's practice freely. Teacher Iruka walked out of the classroom. There was an instant noise in the classroom. Shadow clone sounded over and over again, and the white mist shrouded constantly. The scene was extremely spectacular. Inuzuka Kiba's shadow clone stood on the table chattering, was frightened by Akamaru's roar, and disappeared into a plume of white smoke. An angry Kiba buried his head on the table and his eyes were full of gold stars. Shikamaru tried Shadow Clone over and over again. Looking at Shadow Clone's ability and size, he kept analyzing the characteristics of this ninjutsu and muttered. The distribution of chakra is uneven and the clone has no combat power. If the distribution ratio is too small, Shadow Clone is too small. Only by adjusting the chakra of Shadow Clone to the best average distribution ratio and controlling concentration can we succeed. Yin, the art of Shadow Clone. Bang! With a puff of white smoke, the Shadow Clone identical to Shikamaru was completed. Seeing that Shikamaru was the first to finish, Yamanaka Ino punched Shikamaru on the back of the head, leaned his chin on his small arm and leaned to Shikamaru's side and said, Shikamaru-kun, can you tell me the technique of this ninjutsu? And me. Choji leaned over with a chubby face. It's really troublesome. Shikamaru held his chin in his left hand, let out a long sigh, and continued. Okay, I have written the secret, you can take it. Grinned happily while holding the secret written by Shikamaru, and Ino giggled while shaking the secret in his hand at Sakura. How could Sakura admit defeat? Turned his head and pouted. Instead of looking at Ino, he practiced the avatar technique on his own. Sasuke put his hands in front of him, looking at the lively scene in the house. His eyes were still full of killing intent, and he didn't even practice ninjutsu. Shadow Clone, who was smaller than a slap in front of him, and spread his hands helplessly. This was his 10th attempt, still. Just when he was depressed, a pair of warm hands touched his head. Zhang Chen smiled and approached Naruto. Nissan. Naruto's expression was a little frustrated. Free practice class in the afternoon, shall I take you to practice outside? Really? What about Iruka, sensei? Don't worry, I will ask for leave with him, but my brother has a condition, you must ask Hinata to come with you, otherwise I won't take you there. Naruto nodded excitedly, grinned and said, I'll call her right now. Chapter 51_Happy Time, Seeking Silver Ticket, Thank you. Hinata with his hands behind his head, grinned and said, Hinata, come to practice with me this afternoon. Zhangchen Nisang will take us to the woods. You can skip class. Hinata's pretty face was ashamed of Yuhi, and she covered her face with her little hands, and murmured in her heart. Are you going to practice with Naruto-kun? Naruto patted Hinata's shoulder, pinched his waist and said, It's settled, go with Zhangchen Nisang at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't be late, we will wait for you at the entrance of the village. Naruto touched Hinata's shoulder, making Hinata even more ashamed of Yuhi's face, and lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone. Teacher Iruka walked into the classroom. Just like practicing kunai, he held the roster and said, You don't have to be nervous, this ninjutsu does not count for the time being. If you can finish it ahead of time, you can train freely. Okay, let's start the avatar practice now. Inuzuka Kiba, you come first. Why am I the first? Kiba stared and dawdled to the front. The others all lined up behind. Bang! After the white fog passed, a book-sized clone appeared in front of Kiba. Kiba scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled shyly. Teacher, I have made progress, much bigger than before. The clone is so small, what is there to be proud of? Keep practicing, the next one. Teacher Iruka was furious. What can you do so little? Naruto laughed while covering his stomach. Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru stared at Naruto and exclaimed, Naruto, don't laugh at that, yours is not as good as mine. You are the tail of a crane. You are the tail of the crane. You are. Wong wong tilde tilde. Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba pointed their noses at each other, causing everyone in the class to laugh. Ino covered his head and shook his head and sighed, "What two big idiots." Sakura glared at Naruto and muttered, "Naruto, that big idiot, how much does he love to make a fool of himself?" "Naruto-kun, come on." Hinata Yuhi grinned, her little hands and index fingers touching each other. "Naruto, don't laugh. The two of you, shut up." Uruka-sensei shouted angrily, drew a cross behind Inuzuka Kiba and continued. "Sakura, you come." Bang. After a while of white fog, two identical Sakura appeared. "Okay, well done," Uruka complimented with a smile, drawing a check mark on the back. "Like Ino, Choji, Shino Shikamaru, etc. have basically successfully completed the avatar technique. Sasuke is even more rapid hand seal, perfect completion of the clone technique. Wow, Sasuke is so handsome. So fast, I didn't even see his hand seal. ... The girls in the class burst into laughter as before. Uruka said in surprise, "Very good. The next Naruto." Naruto is very pretending to be a hand seal of B. Bang. After the smoke passed, a clone with a height of only a few centimeters appeared in front of everyone. Uruka-sensei's eyes widened and she was speechless. The crowd burst into laughter instantly. "You still laugh at me, yours is smaller than mine, you are the tail of the crane." Inuzuka Kiba smiled, leaning back and forth. The angry Naruto pouted and said stubbornly, "Humph. I didn't perform well, I will definitely perform well tomorrow." Next, Zhang Chen. The noise in the class came to an abrupt end, as if the world had become quiet. Inuzuka Kiba, like everyone else, swallowed without saying a word. Zhang Chen walked forward and said, "Teacher, I'm not very good at ninjutsu." "It's fine, try it," Uruka reassured. As for Zhang Chen, even teacher Uruka is a little bit afraid of him, just because of the last time he stabbed the bullseye, he still has lingering fears. The others were even more so, they were terrified of Zhang Chen. At this moment, everyone is holding their breaths and waiting for the result of Zhang Chen's clone. Zhang Chen followed the order of hand seal with a very slow hand seal. Bang! After a cloud of smoke, there was nothing in sight. What the hell is going on here? Why isn't anything showing up? Could it be that the clone went somewhere else? ... The students discussed in a low voice, but did not dare to make a loud noise. Uruka looked at Zhang Chen even more helplessly. If the avatar didn't show up, it could only mean that the avatar technique doesn't have a master at all, and it doesn't know this ninjutsu at all. Right now, Zhang Chen is the tail end of the whole class. Seeing the students' puzzled expressions, Uruka-sensei coughed lightly. "Be quiet, classmate Zhang Chen has just learned ninjutsu. After all, he will definitely get better after practicing hard. Okay, stop arguing, next one." All the students could hear what the teacher meant. Isn't it obvious that Zhang Chen is the one with the worst grades? Uruka's eyes were all on Zhang Chen, for fear that he would be angry. But what happened next caught everyone by surprise. Zhang Chen walked up to Naruto, spread his hands and said with a smile, "Naruto, you are stronger than brother Zhang Chen, you can still summon a clone. Look at me, I haven't summoned anything, it seems that I am the one in the class. The tail of the crane, haha, no one should call you the tail of the crane in the future." Quote. As he said that, he did not forget to pat Naruto on the shoulder. After everyone heard it, they all stared at Zhang Chen with wide eyes. They didn't expect that Zhang Chen would actually admit that he was the tail of a crane, and even praise Naruto. Who will dare to say the 3 words at the end of the crane in the future? Isn't this courting death? They swallowed their saliva and swore in their hearts that they would never mention the tail of the crane again. Inuzuka Kiba was even more shocked without saying a word, and murmured in his heart. The tail of the crane in this class turned into Zhang Chen. This is probably the most awesome tail of the crane, right? Shino pushed the glasses and whispered, "I don't know if it's true, but the tail of the crane may become a taboo in the future." The tail of the crane is probably something that teachers don't dare to mess with. Tears rolled in Naruto's eyes. Looking at Zhang Chen's big brother's smile, his heart was filled with excitement. From Zhang Chen, all he received was praise and appreciation. Now is the happiest time. Zhang Chen looked at the shocked expressions of the others, his heart was filled with joy. It seems that my goal has been achieved. From now on, no one will say that Naruto is the tail of the crane. More than 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The last sunset on the horizon reflected on the cheeks of the three of them, warm and soft. Nissan, will you practice with us often in the future? Naruto happily leaned over to Zhang Chen and said. Hinata just lowered her head and didn't speak, but she wanted to ask the same question in her heart. Zhang Chen grabbed the small hands of the two and said. I haven't practiced my ninjutsu well. Of course, I will practice with you two often in the future. I also hope that I can catch up with Naruto and Hinata earlier. I will continue to take you out for training tomorrow in the practice class. Today take the two of you home first. Okay. Nissan, you are so kind, hee. Naruto smiled brightly at the moment. Hinata shyly smiled at Yuhi. The sunset has passed, and the shadows of the three people continue to stretch, gradually extending into the distance. And happy times are like this shadow. Day after day, without interruption. Chapter 52_grouping. Konoha Freeman, seeking silver tickets. Konoha 60 years. Inside the Hokage studio. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura join Kakashi's 7th class. Sandaime and Kakashi set him up as a freelancer. The so-called freelancers can freely choose any group to complete the task without being bound by Konoha, or they can complete the task on their own, with no task level restrictions. Such a setting is counterintuitive, but there is no other way. Only in this way can Zhang Chen's original request be met. Only thing that worries Konoha's executives is whether Zhang Chen's strength can accomplish the task by himself, and his graduation grades are the last. And will he become a burden to other groups? Except for the Kakashi and Inuzuka clan, almost everyone has a skeptical attitude towards Zhang Chen, even the third-generation Hokage is worried. If Zhang Chen was killed during the mission, how would he explain to the ghost knife? If Zhang Chen dragged down the team and caused casualties in the team, how would he explain to the other ninjas? 3 generations of Hokage suddenly took a cigarette, spit it out, and sighed. This is really a difficult problem. I don't know if Moonlight Hayate can teach that kid Zhang Chen. Now the 7th class has accepted the C-level task, escort the country of echoes of Dazna. Arranged for Moonlight Hayate to be Zhang Chen's master, teaching him ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Inside the Konoha forest. Moonlight Hayate stood in front of Zhang Chen, and explained in detail the use of chakra and the trigger for ninjutsu. Zhang Chen, you must remember. You must be fast when you do hand seal, you can't delay too long. I heard that when you were in class, hand seal was very slow and failed, so now you don't rush to learn it. First the speed of ninjutsu hand seal has increased. Quote. Moonlight Hayate said, cast the hand seal of the clone technique at the speed of a snail, and continued, see clearly. Try it. Zhang Chen's eyes were slightly lowered, looking at the clone with only 3 hand seals, he shook his head helplessly. Hey, it seems that my image of the tail of the crane is really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. There are only 3 hand seals in total to show it to myself in 1 minute. How much despise me? Forget it. Showdown is over, let's not pretend. Zhang Chen walked in front of Hayate, without saying a word. The hand seal was completed in 1 second. Clone technique. With the sound of smoke, Zhang Chen completed the clone technique perfectly. Moonlight Hayate opened his mouth wide in shock, and his ill appearance turned out to be extraordinarily energetic at this moment. You are actually so powerful in avatars, why can't you be in the exam? Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who was shocked to the Moonlight Hayate, got 5,000 taels of money, plus 5 sword intent, the current progress bar is 781 thousandths. Close black lens bracket. I'm dizzy, even the system looks down on the man in front of me, and actually only gave me 5 points of sword intent. It seems that I need to change the teacher quickly. Seeing Moonlight Hayate's shocked expression, Zhang Chen sneered inwardly. What I want is your surprised expression, and you really treat me like the tail of a crane. Don't you just treat me like a free man. How much gossip has been said about me. It seems that the tiger has been pretending to be a cat for a long time, and he really treats me like a cat. Ahem. Senior Hayate, do you have any other advanced ninjutsu to teach me? Seeing Zhang Chen completing the clone technique so easily, Hayate's heart was overturned. This kid deliberately let go of water during the graduation exam. What is the reason? Even if the third generation does not approve him to graduate later, he can completely rely on his own strength to graduate and become a ninja. Zhang Chen, since you know how to clone yourself, why can't you tell anything in the graduation exam? Facing Hayate's questioning, Zhang Chen didn't care, and said calmly. On a whim, that's all. Cough cough. Hayate coughed a few times. Mr. Hayate, I know you are not in good health, why don't you practice today? Zhang Chen's words were too irritating, and this character of pretending to be AB made Moonlight Hayate hate it very much. My body is fine. Next, let's practice the shadow clone technique. This technique is quite simple. I will only demonstrate it to you once. I'm sure you can learn it. After that, Hayate deliberately mentioned hand seal's speed is the fastest. Shadow clone. Bang, bang. After the white fog, 3 shadow clone appeared beside Hayate. Hayate stood behind his hands and said. Cough cough. You can see clearly, this technique is not difficult, you can practice here yourself. I will leave shadow clone here, and report something to Lord Hokage. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to answer, Hayate left the Konoha forest and ran towards the studio. 3 shadow clones, like Hayate himself, have dark circles under their eyes and look ill. Shadow clone, that's not coming. Hand seal quickly with both hands. Shadow clone. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones appeared beside Zhang Chen, surrounding Hayate's 3 clones. Before Hayate could react, dozens of shadow clone collectively quickly hand-sealed. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom. Dozens of fireballs dyed the area a fiery color, and the 3 shadow clones were too late to dodge and were instantly wiped out by the grand fireball. As soon as Hayate entered Konoha village, he felt the situation here and stood there in shock. Eyes lowered slightly, biting Kiba and staring in the direction of the Konoha forest. Zhang Chen, there is definitely something wrong with this kid, I have to explain this to the 3rd generation. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who was shocked to the Moonlight Hayate, got 5,000 taels of money, plus 5 sword intent, the current progress bar is 785 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the sound of the system machine, Zhang Chen's mouth curved up. Haha, success, I think you can hold on for a few days, hey. As soon as I thought that Azuki Yugao was his woman, I wanted to beat him up, but she was still my master. Isn't this looking for abuse? Zhang Chen released Shadow Clone, and walked towards the river on his own. Hey, are you a swordsman too? A pleasant female voice came from behind. Zhang Chen turned his head suddenly. With long purple hair, delicate facial features, and big, exquisitely carved eyes staring at Zhang Chen, Anbu's Yuhi-colored logo is tattooed on his right shoulder. This is exactly the woman of Moonlight Hayate, Azuki Yugao. Really talking about Cao Cao, Cao Cao is here. Zhang Chen smiled and said, Senior Yugao, why are you here? Yugao's eyes were still sharp and cold. Answer my question, are you also a swordsman? That's right, but I prefer to use ninjutsu now. Zhang Chen spread his hands, with a dull attitude. Yugao drew out his long sword and faced Zhang Chen, and said coldly, I want to compete with you. Zhang Chen was speechless. Does this woman have a problem with her brain? It's alright if she suddenly appears. She even has to compete with him. Senior Yugao, I don't want to compete with you, and let me draw a knife, there must be a reason. Yugao no longer hesitated, quickened his pace and rushed towards Zhang Chen. Mei Mei frowned and said. Because you blocked Brother Hayate's escape. Chapter 53 Azuki Yugao vs Zhang Chen. Yugao was holding a long knife. His graceful figure, flowing purple hair, and the temperament of a cold goddess made Zhang Chen keep shaking his head and sighing bitterly. It's really cheap, that guy Hayate. Looking at that ill look, I don't think he's worthy of Azuki Yugao. The long knife hand raised the knife and fell, and slashed at Zhang Chen neatly, showing no mercy at all. Brush. The long knife slashed into the body, splitting the right shoulder in two. Yugao raised his beautiful eyes, his purple hair covered his left cheek, and his body suddenly jumped back. She knew very well that this was not the feeling of slashing her body, so she stood the long knife in front of her, and her eyes kept scanning the surrounding trees. Boom. After a while of white fog, Zhang Chen, who had just been cut down, turned into a piece of wood. Yugao guessed it right, it really was a substitute technique. At this moment, Zhang Chen should be hiding in the woods. Zhang Chen, tell the truth, what is the purpose of hiding your strength and acting as the tail of the crane? Yugao's every move through the dense foliage, but didn't speak. He is also speechless. His hidden strength is just for Naruto. How can I make it like I have some conspiracy? Yugao has been secretly spying on himself since he blocked Hayate's escape. Is this a public or private matter? Could it be that the third generation also has doubts about himself? Zhang Chen frowned, thinking of the cause and effect of the matter, but instead, his worship of the three-generation purpose instantly decreased. That the third-generation Hokage should not have arranged for Anbu to monitor him. What exactly is going on? Zhang Chen thought about it and felt that this was even more strange. If he wanted to know the answer, he could only ask the three generations of Hokage himself. Even if he defeated Yugao himself, it was impossible to get news from her. It might even force Yugao to commit suicide. Yugao had to be defeated first, so she couldn't keep chasing after him. Yugao stared at the surrounding trees intently, his beautiful eyes lowered slightly. Suddenly, a strong voice came from the ground. Doden Earth-style decapitation in the heart. Zhang Chen's hands stretched out on the ground to grasp Yugao's ankles. Brush. Yugao jumped up suddenly, dodged the attack very quickly, and threw the samurai sword 180 degrees in the air, level with his shoulders. As the arm slowly turned, the blade created a full moon-like afterimage. Konoha-style swordsmanship Hauyui. In an instant, countless afterimages of sword moves appeared, making it difficult to distinguish the true from the false. This is Yugao's trick, right? I really don't want to be so hard on women. Zhang Chen helplessly looked at Yugao with purple hair fluttering in the air, and felt even more regretful in his heart. Don't you draw your knife yet? Don't blame me if you die. Zhang Chen looked at the ghost knife behind him, smiled and said. I think it's better. If I really draw the knife, you will definitely die on the spot. Although you are older than me, I don't want to kill myself, let alone women. Besides, your knife didn't kill you at all. I mean, what a stupid man. Yugao frowned, Kiba bit his lip. After the sword move was completed, the afterimage jumped down, and it was impossible to distinguish between reality and reality. Zhang Chen kept stepping back, stepping on the river with his feet. Sweden water-style water bullet art. A huge water dragon rose under Kong Zhangchen's feet, and the water dragon rose into the air and roared, opening its bloody mouth, engulfing Yugao's countless sword shadows. Sweden water-style Kurigakur art. Yugao split the water dragon in two with a knife in both hands. With the remnants of the water bullet, Yugao was soaked by the river water, and his purple hair kept dripping with water droplets. The setting sun sets, reflecting on the hair, so radiant. She was panting heavily, just slashing the stray bullets had already consumed too much of her physical strength. Suddenly raising his head to look at the water, Zhang Chen's figure has gradually blurred, and this space has become more and more difficult to distinguish. Yu Gao froze in shock, biting his lips in amazement. Why does this Zhang Chen know so much ninjutsu? He is simply the second Kakashi senior. It doesn't look like a genin who just graduated. It is comparable to the existence of Jonin. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who was shocked to Azuki Yu Gao, got 5,000 taels of money, plus 5 sword intent, the current progress bar is 791 thousandths. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen's body was hidden in the thick fog, he lowered his voice to a minimum, and gradually approached Yu Gao. In the mist-filled space, Zhang Chen closed his eyes to activate his perception, using it like this was like owning a Sharingan, and the scene here was clearly seen. Yu Gao doesn't have Sharingan. With such a big fog, she knew that she was helpless, and I'm afraid she was only tortured. But despite this, she still held the samurai's sword unyieldingly. Bang! A palm slashed at the back of Yu Gao's neck. She only felt the darkness in front of her eyes, and the whole person fainted in Zhang Chen's arms. The 14-year-old Zhang Chen has now grown to 170 cm. Yu Gao, 22, is 169.2 centimeters tall and weighs 50.5 kilograms. Although the two were actually about the same height, Yu Gao looked taller than him. Zhang Chen held Yu Gao tightly in his arms with both hands, although it was not difficult to hold him, but Yu Gao was too tall and it was really inconvenient to move. Simply put Yu Gao on his shoulders and flew towards Konoha village. Passing through the trees along the way, the fragrance on Yu Gao's body made Zhang Chen imagine countless times. If it wasn't for Nadeshiko Shizuka, Zhang Chen really wanted to be a beast. After all, no one can see it at this time. He suppressed the desire in his heart and continued on his way. On the rooftop of the studio, Hayate stood behind the third-generation Hokage, explaining his views on Zhang Chen one by one. 3 generations of eyes smoked a cigarette bag, looked at the whole village and said, Hayate, don't tell anyone about this matter before I figure it out, I'll talk to Zhang Chen to make it clear. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hayate nodded in agreement. Brush. Just as the two were talking, Zhang Chen appeared on the rooftop with Yu Gao in his arms. 3 generations of Hokage and Hayate looked at Zhang Chen in shock. After all, Zhang Chen's speed was too fast just now. If he didn't know it, he would have thought it was a yellow flash. Zhang Chen could stand still. Hayate's eyes were bloodshot, and he jumped up suddenly and punched Zhang Chen, completely forgetting that the third-generation Hokage was still on the side. Zhang Chen instinctively retreated a few steps to avoid Hayate's punch, and exclaimed, What are you doing? Bastard, you put Yu Gao down. What did you do to her? Hayate, who was like a mad dog, Zhang Chen was startled in his heart. He didn't expect that Hayate, who was usually ill, would also lose his mind and go into a rage. She put Yu Gao down and said casually, I didn't do anything, I'll give it back to you. Hayate took over Yu Gao and woke Yu Gao very skillfully. Seeing the frowning between the two people, Zhang Chen shook his head and walked towards the third-generation Hokage. Lord Hokage, can you tell me why you let Azuki Yu Gao spy on me? The third generation exhaled. Come on, come in and tell me. Zhang Chen followed the 3 generations of Hokage into the room. Hayate's eyes were open to Yuhi, staring at Zhang Chen, wishing to kill him. Looking at Hayate's eyes, Zhang Chen pointed in the direction of Konoha Forest, and whispered. If you want to duel, just wait for me to come out, Konoha Forest is waiting for me. Chapter 54_Moonlight Hayate vs Zhang Chen. Sandame sat on the chair and continued to smoke a few puffs. Zhang Chen, before I answer your question, can you tell me why you hide your strength? If I remember correctly, you told me back then that neither you nor your grandfather would condense chakra. Now, You can not only condense chakra, but also use it so skillfully. Can you tell me why? 3 generations of Hokage is very soft, exactly like the tone of a grandfather when he treats his grandson. Lord Hokage, I just have fun without any purpose, and my ninjutsu is also learned by myself, and it has nothing to do with my grandpa. Zhang Chen's attitude is firm. He still can't forgive the behavior of the 3 generations of monitoring him, let alone all of them. Third generation Hokage closed his eyes and kept sighing, took out Zhang Chen's ninja file and said, I never doubted you, but it was everyone's decision to let Anbu monitor you, not my original intention. Guadao has great kindness to Konoha, how could I distrust his grandson? In the words, there is too much helplessness for the 3 generations. Only then did Zhang Chen react. Konoha high-level decision-making, how can 3 generations of grandfather alone can control? If the messed-up guy insists on asking me to spy on me to get information about the ghost sword, as soon as it finds something that harms Konoha, make an immediate decision. Such an offer would not be rejected by Konoha executives. The source must be that old Danzo. When he thinks of Danzo, Zhang Chen can't wait to kill him, especially when Hokage knows that he has done a lot of dirty things. Sneak attack on Uchiha Shisui, snatch Shisui Sharingan, and assassinate Kakashi several times in order to supplement Sharingan. Really bad things done. Knowing that he had misunderstood the 3rd generation of Hokage, the grudge against the 3rd generation of Hokage was also resolved, and he felt a little more guilty. Zhang Chen, do you like learning ninjutsu? 3 generations of Hokage asked gently. Zhang Chen nodded. Of course he likes ninjutsu. In his opinion, ninjutsu is still much more handsome than swordsmanship, but he only learned some ordinary ninjutsu from Kakashi, and many advanced ninjutsu are not known to him. Haha, if you like it, I will teach you some ninjutsu when I have time. As long as you can learn it, I will give it to you. Really? Zhang Chen's eyes widened, and he shouted excitedly. He knew very well in his heart that the 3rd generation of Aiz was a master of ninjutsu, and he had all kinds of high-end ninjutsu. If you can teach yourself ninjutsu from Sandemu, wouldn't it be a step closer in ninjutsu? At this time, only a fool would disagree. Of course it's true. 3 generations of Hokage leaked a kind smile, the wrinkles on his face looking so gentle. Okay, then I'll come over and let you teach me when I'm free, okay? Zhang Chen opened his mouth excitedly. Yes, but wait until I have time. Zhang Chen was happy like a 3 or 4-year-old child, bowing deeply to the 3rd generation of Aiz. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something. Lord Hokage, can I ask you one thing? I don't want Moonlight Hayate to be my master. He is no match for me now. Oh. Sandemu's expression was sluggish, but he just returned to his original smile for a moment, and continued. Then who do you want to be your master? Jiraiya Senpai. Zhang Chen answered decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Before the smoke in Sandemu's mouth could be spit out, he coughed wildly. After a few seconds, adjust your posture. Jiraiya is not in Konoha. If you can find him, I can communicate with him, but he is free and loose. Do you really want to worship him as a teacher? Yes. I hope Lord Hokage can help me find the traces of Jiraiya Senpai, and I want to become his disciple as soon as possible. Okay, I'll arrange someone, but it's up to you whether he can accept you or not. Well, I'll try my best. Zhang Chen nodded heavily. His plan was to apprentice to Jiraiya before the Chunin exam, the only way to not delay Naruto. And only by becoming Jiraiya's apprentice can he fulfill the bullshit he blew in Nadako village. 3rd generation of Hokage has agreed, he just needs to wait for the news. Inside the Konoha forest was also the place where Zhang Chen and Yugao duel. Moonlight Hayate held his katana sword and stood there angrily, despite how Yugao tried to dissuade him. As far as he was concerned, seeing his beloved woman being hurt by Zhang Chen and being hugged by the princess, he couldn't swallow even if he died. At this time, it doesn't matter what TM morality and what Jonan Jenin is. He just wanted to educate Zhang Chen well. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Zhang Chen walked out of the woods with a smile, his face full of disdain for Hayate. When Yu Gao saw Zhang Chen coming over, her beautiful eyes lowered slightly, thinking that she had lost to him, and was standing in front of Hayate in his arms. She was already ashamed of Yuhi. Zhang Chen, even though you just graduated, but you can defeat Yu Gao. I don't mean to bully you in a duel with you. This competition should be regarded as teaching you actual combat. If I take a shot that seriously hurts you, don't blame me for being cruel. After all, actual combat, no one shows mercy to you. Hayate's eyes were like torches, and his words revealed infinite killing intent. Zhang Chen is a top swordsman. Hayate's sword is full of killing intent. He felt it very clearly, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Good guy. I didn't touch Yu Gao, yet I still want to kill me. I'm speechless, but if you're not a Konoha person, I'll cut you straight. Shadow Clone. Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. Hayate didn't even greet him at all. He split into two clones, and used his swordsmanship to show off his housekeeping skills. Zhang Chen, use your sword. The afterimage and the main body moved quickly with their samurai swords, and slashed towards Zhang Chen. Hayate suddenly. To deal with you, there is no need to draw a knife. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. A huge fireball flew into the air and instantly drowned the two afterimages. After two puffs of smoke passed, Shadow Clone disappeared. Hayate's body suddenly swung the knife, swept across with one move, trying to slash Zhang Chen's waist. Zhang Chen couldn't help sneering, thinking in his heart, what's the point of hitting too hard? This is literally killing me. If I really only have the strength of Jenin, the slashing just so fast, I'm afraid it will directly cut me off in the middle. Zhang Chen jumped up, dodging the attack just now. Hayate stepped on both feet, and the body appeared in apparition. Secret Sword Moon Shadow. Using the trick again, several shadows that can't tell the difference between reality and reality are constantly flying into the air, and I don't know which one is the real one. Zhang Chen watched the afterimages keep rushing towards him, and murmured. I really looked down on me. I used two secret techniques in a row, but I still looked down on me. I don't need to go through. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Stone Dragon. Zhang Chen quickly hand-sealed, and underneath his body, a shocking Earth Dragon suddenly appeared. At this time, Hayate was already in the air, and there was no way to dodge the extremely fast Earth Dragon. Hayate. Dangerous. Yu Gao yelled. Hayate was startled, and suddenly looked at the Earth Dragon below him. Chapter 55_Defeat Hayate. The Tulong's attack was very fast, coupled with the unstoppable bloody mouth. Hayate couldn't use the samurai sword to block the Tulong, so he quickly hand-sealed in a hurry. Shadow Clone. Use Shadow Clone to grab the main body and slam it out. Brush. Boom. The Earth Dragon drowned Hayate's Shadow Clone instantly, turning it into a plume of white smoke. Hayate gasped heavily, staring at Zhang Chen viciously. If it weren't for the fact that he had been through many battles and thought of using Shadow Clone to change his position in the air, he would have received a box lunch long ago. Facing such a strong Zhang Chen, the ease on Hayate's face dimmed, replaced by a high degree of vigilance and 100 times seriousness. Very good. You did a great job. It's the first time I've used a dungeon on Jenin. Last time you blocked my attack, this time was not so lucky. Through escape. Hayate's figure gradually disappeared. Yu Gao subconsciously took a few steps back and left the space. He hesitated several times, but finally he couldn't hold back and shouted. Zhang Chen, you'd better admit defeat. You can't win Big Brother Hayate's way. Brother Hayate, don't be impulsive, you can't kill him. Her beautiful eyes were tightly locked, her lips were pursed, and she stared in the direction of Zhang Chen with a face full of horror. Seeing Yu Gao's expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sneer and took out Kuu and said. Impossible. With me, anything is possible. Zhang Chen's domineering response made Yugao's beautiful eyes widen, and he involuntarily murmured. Where does this confidence come from? Zhang Chen closed his eyes. The surrounding environment became extremely quiet, and the picture was very clear. The swinging of the branches, the flowing river water, the falling leaves, every floating feeling is real. In an instant, a killing intent came from behind. When Zhang Chen turned around abruptly, and Kunwu just blocked Hayate's samurai sword. With a shocked expression, Hayate retracted the katana and disappeared again. Seeing Zhang Chen closing his eyes, he exclaimed inwardly. What the hell is going on with this guy? Why can he know my location exactly? It's not a Sharingan, there is no special pupil technique, how on earth did he know where I am? Could it be a coincidence? No, it's absolutely impossible. After adjusting his mentality, he waved the knife again, raising the knife with his hand. When Zhang Chen turned sideways, and Kunwu caught the samurai sword accurately again. Hayate disappeared again, repeated several times. Zhang Chen blocked Hayate's slashes exactly. Yugao opened his mouth in shock and shook his head in disbelief. How is this possible, brother? Hayate's penetrating escape, he actually closed his eyes to catch it, what the hell? Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who was shocked to Azuki Yugao, got 5,000 taels of money, plus 5 sword intent, the current progress bar is 795 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Hayate stood a few dozen meters away from Zhang Chen, beads of sweat on his forehead kept leaving, and he clenched the samurai sword in his hand again. It's not a coincidence that this kid actually sees through two done. How could such a thing happen? Zhang Chen turned around and looked in Hayate's direction, grinned and said. Okay, I've had enough fun with you. If you still think you can beat me with two done, you can try again, but I can't guarantee that I'll be merciful next time. Hayate was stunned and froze in place. He was clearly still in the middle of the escape. Why did Zhang Chen even find out his own position? No matter what method Zhang Chen used to know his position, the result of this duel was already very obvious. Hayate lost. Zhang Chen was right. If Zhang Chen didn't block the samurai sword for the first time, but hit him directly, he would have already lost. Releasing two done, Hayate put the samurai sword behind his back, walked to Zhang Chen and bowed slightly, saying, from Xin Shaochun 537,819,336. I admit defeat. I will explain this to the 3 generations of Lord Hokage. I can no longer be your master, more than Yugao. I believe you have done nothing. Zhang Chen took back Kuwu. His head was covered with black lines, and he made a low voice. Senior Hayate, I have no malice towards you. You should have believed from the very beginning that I would never do anything to Senior Yugao. He walked to Yugao's side, smiled and continued. Senior Yugao, as for stalking me, there is no need for me in the future. I will not do anything to persecute Konoha. If I really want to do it, no one in Konoha village can stop it. Go back and tell Danzo that old thing, find someone to watch me again, and kill one by one. Zhang Chen's tone suddenly became extremely gloomy. If he hadn't known that Zhang Chen was not a bad person, Yugao would have been scared to the ground by this 14-year-old boy. Oh, yes, Senior Hayate, you don't have to care about Lord Hokage. I have already told him. He won't blame you, and I still need to go to the country of waves urgently. Please help me tell Hokage-sama. Hayate nodded slightly. Zhang Chen glanced at Yugao and disappeared into the jungle. In the country of waves. On the misty lake, Zhang Chen turned his perception to the maximum, and he could see all the plants and trees around him. Use your super senses to slowly find Zaibuzhen and Kakashi. At this time, it was the time when Kakashi and Zaibuzhen were fighting. Zhang Chen just felt the duel here, and even saw the hand seal sequence of Sweeten, water-style, great waterfall technique very clearly. Zhang Chen has been hiding behind the tree, waiting for the battle to end. What he was going to do had to wait until Kakashi and the others left. Bai took Zaibushin away, and Kakashi-sensei was taken back to the village by the Naruto. No longer sitting on the ground, his eyes were bloodshot, and the needles on the ground were stained with blood. Holding the mask in Bai's hands, he smiled and said, "If you don't cut it again, the fog has already dissipated. It should be fine next time, right?" Without slashing Yuhi's eyes, he stared ahead and said, "Next time, I will definitely see through Sharingan." Just when the two were about to leave, Zhang Chen, who was waiting behind the tree, came out and said loudly, "I'm afraid if you really see through Sharingan, you may not win." White Zetsumi's face suddenly became angry, and she took out the steel needle in her hand. "Who?" As Zhang Chen slowly approached, the Konoha forehead guard on the top of his head looked very real, and then he frowned and shouted angrily, "Konoha kid, who do you think this uncle is? You dare to talk to me like this, don't you think I can't kill you now?" Without chopping his hands, he supported his body and prepared to stand up, but the numbness of his body made him unsuccessful after several attempts. "Don't kill Mr. again." Bai held the steel needle in front of his eyes, blocking Zaifu's body in front of him, glared at Zhang Chen and said, "If you want to fight, I will accompany you." "Haha, don't be nervous, I won't take advantage of people's dangers, I only have one request, I want to fight him again after I don't get hurt again." Zhang Chen pointed at the ghost sword behind him and continued, "You saw it too, I am also a swordsman, I want to challenge all swordsmen who can challenge." "Little devil, you are too arrogant," Zaibi Yuzan shouted angrily. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh, and looked casually towards Zaifu. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not discussing it with you. If you don't agree to a duel, I'll take the initiative to find you. But don't worry, as long as you fight with me, I'll take care of all those Kurigakure Anbu who are tracking you." Chapter 56 and the promise not to cut again. Bai's pupils instantly enlarged, staring at Zhang Chen, his face was full of shock. "Who the hell are you? How do you know there's a Kurigakure Anbu around here?" Zaibi Yuzan also stared at him, full of shock at Zhang Chen's words. Judging from Zhang Chen's appearance, he was only a child about the same age as Bai. Why would he be so confident to challenge the crowd of 7? Not only that, but he also knew that Kurigakure Anbu was nearby. For a time, Zhang Chen's mystery and confidence completely shocked the two of them. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who is so shocked that he will not cut and white again. Get 30,000 taels of money, sword intent plus 30. The current progress bar is 825 1,000ths. Not only do I know that Kurigakure Anbu is tracking down, but I also know that Cardo is your employer, haha. As Zhang Chen expected, when they said Cardo, the expressions of the two were shocked again. But this time the sound of the system did not sound. He continued, 3 days later, it will still be here. I hope that Mr. Bujian will not miss the appointment again, if you don't dare to come. Zhang Chen's expression was extremely contemptuous, and he deliberately angered him so that he would not cut it. Humph, this uncle can still be afraid of you little brat. After 3 days, I will definitely come here to kill you. Zaibushin glared and snorted coldly. So best, haha. Zhang Chen waved his hand and walked towards Naruto. Bai Fuqi will not cut it again, looked in Zhang Chen's direction and said, if you don't cut it, mister, this young man is not easy. Zaibi Yuzan glared at Bai and said, fart, can this uncle be afraid of a kid? Bai smiled and performed ninjutsu, and the two gradually disappeared in place. Zhang Chen took a few steps in a hurry, and secretly observed Naruto and Kakashi. The next day. In the woods. Using a cane, Kakashi taught Class 7 how to use chakra to climb a tree. Kakashi spoke in great detail. Zhang Chen hung upside down on a tree and watched them practice with interest. Anyway, there is nothing else to do for the past 2 days. It is quite interesting to watch Naruto and Jinchuiki column practice climbing trees. Until the next day. Naruto and Sasuke in the woods began to practice early, and the trees in front of them were covered with knife marks. I won't admit defeat. Ah! Naruto shouted and fell under the tree, gasping for breath. Sasuke did the same, but watching Naruto getting closer and closer to his height, he felt anxious. Both of them sat under the tree panting, licking their dry lips, disobedience to each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! With two sounds, they flew towards Sasuke and Naruto respectively. The two of them frowned and grabbed the flying object firmly. Huh, coke, who? The two looked around in surprise, looking for the source of coke. Don't look for it, it's me. Zhang Chen walked out from behind the tree, smiled and sat beside the two of them. Zhang Chen Nisang, why are you here? Naruto grinned brilliantly. I just happened to have a mission to pass by here and come to see you. Nissan, do you do the task yourself? Hearing that Zhang Chen completed the task independently, Naruto opened his mouth excitedly, with a look of admiration. Sasuke frowned and said in disbelief, why can you perform the mission by yourself? Zhang Chen turned his head, spread out his hands and said plainly, because of my strength, I can perform tasks freely. Zhang Chen's words obviously had some provocative charm, which made Sasuke even more radical. Isn't it difficult for you to graduate? Haha, graduation is entirely up to me if I want to. You and Naruto have both graduated, so of course I don't need to waste it. Shadow Clone is a low-level ninjutsu that can't trouble me at all. After speaking, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to use the hand seal to cast Shadow Clone. After the two clouds of smoke passed, Zhang Chen's clone appeared in front of the two of them. Naruto shouted excitedly. Nissan, so you know this. Zhang Chen nodded heavily. Sasuke's body began to tremble, staring at Zhang Chen without saying a word. Naruto was interested, and dragged Zhang Chen's arm to point to the trees in front of him. Nissan, will chakra control you? You see I can run so high, haha. Zhang Chen glanced at Naruto and Sasuke with a smile, slowly approached the tree, walked towards the tree very easily, and reached the highest position, hanging upside down on the branch. Little Naruto, see if I can or not. Haha, Nissan, you are so good at it. I practiced very hard. You are too good. Naruto shouted excitedly, became frustrated in a blink of an eye, and murmured, so Nissan is a genius, not a crane tail at all. Zhang Chen walked down the tree, patted Naruto on the shoulder and joked, yes, the tail of my crane is fake, but Naruto is not the tail of a crane anymore. I can see it clearly if you don't cut it in the battle just now. You are very good. Awesome. Hearing Zhang Chen complimenting himself so much, Naruto was very happy like a child. Sasuke stared at Zhang Chen, and said tremblingly, what kind of strength are you? Who knows? Zhang Chen replied casually, walked over to Naruto and continued, okay, I have to complete the task. I'm here to find you. Don't tell Kakashi teacher, goodbye. Without waiting for Naruto to keep him, Zhang Chen disappeared on the spot. Sasuke stared at Zhang Chen's back. The fire in his heart had begun to burn. The next day. In the agreed forest. Zhang Chen stood on the spot early in the morning, waiting for him not to cut. Brush. A powerful murderous aura appeared, and the beheading sword fell from the sky like a shooting star, and went straight to Zhang Chen's head with a powerful slash. Bang! The ground cracked with slash marks of more than 10 centimeters, and the beheading knife was inserted into the ground like this. Zaibuzhen suddenly appeared beside the big sword, stared at Zhang Chen, and snorted coldly. Yo, you little brat has the guts to wait for me. Not bad. Zhang Chen didn't speak, released his perception, and he clearly saw by looking at this side from a branch not far away. Courage depends on strength. If you don't have strength, you won't stand here. I advise you, it's better to use all your strength, or you will die. Zhang Chen said coldly. A murderous aura emerged from his eyes, like a beast. Bai's heart thumped, and he frowned and muttered. What the hell is going on with this guy? Why is his murderous aura so heavy, and he's so terrified at such a distance? Zaibuzhen's originally contemptuous expression suddenly became serious. The murderous aura that Zhang Chen just unleashed has long surpassed the cognition of not slaying. As a master of silent murder in Kurigakure village, he was often known for his cold-blooded cruelty, but the murderous aura that Zhang Chen unleashed could actually make him feel uneasy. Boy, sign up. I won't kill the unknown again. It's your honor to be recognized by this uncle. Zhang Chen snorted coldly and released all the murderous aura in his body. For a time, the surrounding area was enveloped by an ultimate murderous aura, as if everyone was bathed in darkness. No longer staring at Zhang Chen, the shock in his eyes became more intense, and he couldn't stop murmured. It's a lie. Chapter 57 Zhang Chen vs Never Cut. How could this be the murderous aura that a 14 or 15-year-old should have? This is simply not a human being. Bai stared at Zhang Chen with trembling all over his body. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who is so shocked that he will not cut and white again. Get 40,000 taels of money. Sword intent plus 40. The current progress bar is 865 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. It seems that the shock this time is very powerful. It's actually 10 points more than the last time, haha. After a few minutes, Zaibuxian and Bai's heart gradually calmed down. He stared at Zhang Chen, no longer despised Zhang Chen, and said in surprise. Who the hell are you? Konoha Genin Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen replied flatly. He's not talking nonsense. Hand seal quickly with both hands. Doden Earth Style Earth Stone Dragon. An Earth Dragon quickly appeared from under Zhang Chen's feet, and the Earth Dragon roared and opened his mouth to slash towards Zaibuki. Then without slashing, he jumped to the back and stood in the water. Sweden Water Style Water Bullet Art. Bang! The Water Dragon and the Earth Dragon collided in the air, making a loud noise. The soil mixed with the river water continued to fall, and the shadows of the two could not be distinguished at all, and the soil was stained with a piece of silt. Crack, crack. The sound of footsteps in the mud sounded. Bang. The beheading sword swept across, Zhang Chen collided with Kuwu, and the silt on the ground rippled instantly. When. After several rounds of impact, the silhouettes of Zhang Chen and Zaibuxian kept flashing, and the sound of the big sword and kunai colliding could not stop. Suddenly, Zaibuxian's figure disappeared, and a dull voice sounded. Sweden Water Style Great Waterfall Technique. The water flow by the river quickly piled up, forming a storm-like water flow, like a straight waterfall. The powerful waterfall quick reading slammed into Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen frowned. With this level of Sweden Water Style, an ordinary Doden Earth Style would definitely not be able to resist. But the only thing that can be formed in a short period of time is the Earth Flow Wall. No way. Try it. Doden Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. In front of Zhang Chen, an earth wall several meters wide instantly formed, and Zhang Chen stood behind the wall. The strong water flow continuously hit the earth wall, making a deafening dong-dong sound. After a few seconds, cracks gradually appeared in the earth wall. Oops, I really can't stand it. Boom. The earth wall was smashed by the huge waves, and the huge waves more than 10 meters high came overwhelmingly. Sweden Water Style Water Formation Wall. As a last resort, Zhang Chen can only use water to control water. In an instant, a cylindrical water flow barrier was formed around Zhang Chen, and the mad huge waves beat against the water flow barrier. Although part of the water flow would enter the inside of the cylinder, it was still harmless. In any case, this great waterfall technique is finally blocked. When the water flow beside the road gradually stabilized, Zhang Chen emerged from the water flow. It was already foggy in front of him, and he couldn't see anything at all. Zhang Chen just closed his eyes and suddenly jumped up. The beheading sword was next to Zhang Chen's face, and he raised the sword and dropped it. Bang! A knife slashed, causing waves to bloom. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen's ability to activate his perception, coupled with his super-fast movement speed, if he just relied on his eyes, he would have gotten the lunch with just that knife. Zhang Chen stood on the water, and his body kept sliding backwards. The body has not yet stood firm, and then disappears again without cutting. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and felt the position where he would not cut, but he couldn't feel it at all. Zhang Chen's brows were furrowed, and he was very annoyed in his heart. Zabuzhan is known for silently killing people, and now it's on the water again. If you can't feel it, it can only mean that Zabuzhan is underwater. It is very unwise to passively accept the attack. Now, only by pulling the battlefield down to the ground can you clearly perceive the specific location of the slash. He jumped up suddenly and ran to the river. Brush. The water's surface stirred up, and the beheading sword suddenly appeared at Zhang Chen's feet. The panlong slashed at Zhang Chen's body as if it went out to sea. Boom. Zhang Chen didn't have time to dodge in the future, but was hit by a beheading sword. His legs and upper body were split into two in an instant. The picture was extremely cruel. Hum hum hum. It's really over the top. Zaibi Yuzan sneered and gradually emerged on the water. Whoa. Zhang Chen in front of him suddenly turned into a pool of river water and disappeared in front of him. Water off. Cut. Without slashing his eyes and staring slightly, he plunged his head into the water, but just when he first touched the surface of the water. Sweetened water style water Kiba bullets. Zhang Chen's voice sounded, and a strong current of water spurted out. Since the impact drill generally came out of the water, it went straight and would not cut off its head. Boom. If you don't slash, stand the beheading sword in front of you, and use the wide blade to block the impact of this extremely fast water flow. Riptide will no longer slash to the ground. Boy, there are 2 times. This uncle recognizes you. You are the only child who is worthy of my tricks. After speaking, he concentrated the chakra on his whole body, causing the yuhi-colored chakra air flow like a ghost to erupt from the whole body. Kurigakur's silent murder. At this time, the surrounding fog is getting thicker and thicker, and it has reached the point where you can't see your fingers. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and felt the surrounding environment. Sharingan had no way to recognize this level of fog. Zhang Chen knew very well that in this state, it was impossible to fight in time. Using his super high speed, he could evade the attack, but it was difficult to attack in advance. The best result is nothing more than being able to dodge attacks. Can't win at all. Zhang Chen sighed deeply, put Kulu back into his waist, and said loudly. If I don't kill you again, I have to say that your silent killing technique is quite powerful. I admit that I can't beat you with ninjutsu alone, so I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to start getting serious. Zhang Chen pulled out the ghost sword with his right hand and stood in front of him. The ghost sword still exuded a long ghost aura in the white fog. Hey, to tell you the truth, you are very lucky to draw the knife for the first time in 2 years. You can see me Zhang Chen draw the knife, but seeing me draw the knife, it means that you are sure to lose. Seeing that Zaibuzhan did not respond, Zhang Chen sighed and continued. Be careful, or you will die. After saying that, Zhang Chen stabbed the moon horizontally, and the black ghostly aura enveloped the blade. Zaibuzhan closed his eyes and heard Zhang Chen's voice, sneered in his heart. I really don't know whether to live or die. You actually made such a loud noise yourself. Didn't you reveal your position? You're so shameless. The result is the same whether you draw the knife or not. It's all death. Ha ha. Bai's beautiful eyes in his right hand were tightly clenched, his fists clenched tightly, and a very bad premonition was born in his heart. After he drew the knife, it made me feel more terrifying than before. A knife flow, hurricane slash. Om, bang. The hand raised the knife and fell, and the powerful hurricane suddenly spread out with Zhang Chen as the center, as if it was rippling like an atomic bomb. The thick white mist was rippling by the slashing sword, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom. Click. The surrounding trees were hit by the hurricane and were divided into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye. This wave like an 18th level typhoon hit Zaibuzhan's body, and he placed the beheading sword on the sharp spear to block the slash. However, the force of this slashing was so great that it would retreat dozens of meters without slashing, until it stopped only when it hit the huge tree that reached out. At this time, his body was riddled with holes, and there were knife marks on his slashed arms everywhere. And the trees behind them were cut by the hurricane, leaving traces of dozens of centimeters. If he didn't cut it, his whole body was sore and weak, he couldn't exert any strength, he was wearing rough clothes, and looked up in Zhang Chen's direction. The sight in front of him made him even more stunned. Chapter 58 Encounter with Anbu. Ask for a silver ticket. Zhang Chen's eyes were slightly lowered, and he held the ghost knife and stared in the direction of no more slashing. The rich black ghost energy around his body continued to transpiration, and because of the burning black flame, it gave people a feeling of shivering. The fog in this space has been dispersed by the hurricane cut just now. White stood on the tree to see clearly. No more cuts. His beautiful eyes knitted tightly, staring at him worriedly. If he didn't cut his body dripping with blood, he was already exhausted. Zhang Chen approached step by step without slashing. The murderous aura in his eyes became more intense. Don't cut it again. Do you still think you can beat me at this time? Zaibi Yuzan didn't speak, and glared at Zhang Chen viciously. How about a bet? I bet my next attack, Bai will sacrifice his life to save you. Without a sneer, he was unmoved at all, glanced in Bai's direction, and said coldly. That's what he should do. As my tool, of course he should die for the master. Zhang Chen let out a long breath. Why are these two idiots so stubborn? Okay, whatever you say is right. I only want to tell you one thing this time. Cherish it when it's time to cherish it. Bai can save you this time, and she will still give her life to save you next time. Zhang Chen's words, if he didn't cut it, it seemed like a joke. Could it be that you duel with me just to tell me this? If you don't need a mother-in-law or a mother, kill it if you need to. The head of this uncle may still be worth some money. If you don't cut it, you will obviously feel disgusted by Zhang Chen's words, and naturally you will not be angry. Forget it, I've said what I have to say. If I didn't like Bai's innocence and didn't want to let this snowy boy fall, I really wanted to slash you with a knife. Zhang Chen stopped talking nonsense, considering that the next sword Bai would come to block it, release his murderous aura to the maximum, but reduce the power of the trick to the minimum. One blade stream lion song. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's ghostly aura shot straight into the sky, as if death was coming in the next second. He stared at Zhang Chen without slashing his eyes again, without the slightest fear. Maybe this is the spirit of a ghost. When Zhang Chen slashed down with a knife, and his hand raised the knife and fell. This blow just hit the white ice shield, and the oscillating ice shield kept shaking. Bai's face instantly turned pale. The impact of the blow just now was too strong, and his whole body felt extremely sore. After one move, Zhang Chen appeared 10 meters behind the two of them. The ghost knife returned to its sheath, making the sound of metal collisions. Under the ghost sword, don't kill the young girl. This duel is over. Zhang Chen turned his head and looked at the breathless Bai Zai. Bai retracted the ice shield and bowed to Zhang Chen. Thank you for not killing. Bai's actions completely angered Zaibujan. As a person with strong self-esteem, he couldn't bear the charity of others. When will this uncle need you to intercede for me? If you want to kill, kill it. This uncle doesn't need to beg for mercy at all. Zhang Chen stared at Zaibi Yuzan and didn't speak. He knew very well the character of Zaibujian, and he had to suffer for face, but he really couldn't understand, which is more important to live and face. Bai held on to stop cutting, preparing for hand seal to leave. Wait a minute, if you really don't want to be executed, just stay here, Kurigakure Anbu is here. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Bai Mei's eyes widened, and she looked at Zai. If you don't kill Sang, I will definitely protect you. No longer cut his eyes full of bloodshot eyes and stared at the white roar. My uncle hasn't been reduced to being protected by a child like you, so get out of here, I'll deal with these mice by myself. Zaibi Yuzan's tone was extremely domineering, completely treating Bai as a burden. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. This is really a knife mouth if you don't cut it. If you really dislike Bai as a burden, you won't take Bai out of the village from the beginning, and you won't have been carrying it for so many years. On the surface, he said vicious words, but it was only to allow Bai to live. What an evil fate. Afraid it's not really a good couple. Pity, pity. Okay, you two don't have to leave, after all, neither of you can leave. I promised you from the beginning that as long as you participate in the duel, I will solve the problem for you with Anbu's people. Now is the time to keep the promise. Zhang Chen walked to Bai's side, and continued calmly. Keep the ice shield on all the time, I don't want to waste time, let them see what a top swordsman is today. The Anbu's in Kurigakure, but these Anbu's should be very strong for never slashing and avoiding them. At least it is an existence that cannot be easily solved without cutting it. Otherwise, those Anbu would have been killed long ago. For them, Zhang Chen didn't want to waste time, nor did he want to use ninjutsu one-to-many. After all, it would be difficult to deal with his own ninjutsu without slashing, let alone dealing with a group of Anbu. The result he wants is a quick fight. A few minutes later. Consistent with his perception. 5 Anbu members appeared before the trio, masks and black cloaks, katana swords in their hands. Anbu in this world is the same, with a samurai sword and a mask. Standard. One of the leaders, Anbu, with short black hair and a rough body, said coldly, holding a samurai sword in both hands. If you don't cut it, I'll take you back to the village today, regardless of life or death. This uncle's name is not something you mice can call, let me kill you. Do not slash in the ice shield eagerly. Zhang Chen suddenly stared behind him, and exclaimed, stand there. Don't move. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's murderous aura was released, and he was so shocked that he didn't cut off his forehead and broke out in cold sweat, standing on the spot and did not continue his activities. 5 Anbu members even had sweat beads falling from their foreheads, and they were shocked and ignored in an instant. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who was shocked to Anbu and Zaibuji, got 40,000 taels of money, plus 40 sword intent, the current progress bar is 905 1,000ths. A smile leaked from the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. This is a step further from the next level of sword intent. These Anbu's scum is actually useful, and the sword intent value is actually increased so much. Hey, if you arrest me or not cut it, it has nothing to do with me, but if I don't cut it, I was injured. You took advantage of the danger and made me a sinner. I am very unhappy. Zhang Chen's right eyebrow twitched, with an expression of contempt for Anbu. Anbu took the lead and looked at Konoha's forehead guard on Zhang Chen's head. He was 14 or 15 years old, and he had a rather handsome face. There is no hatred between our village of Kurigakure and Konoha, but I ask you, Konoha, not to provoke Kurigakure, or else we will be prosecuted. Anbu with brown hair on the side raised his samurai sword, pointed the tip of the sword to Zhang Chen, and said cursingly. Little brat, don't be too embarrassed, you should go back to the ninja school to rebuild at your age. A Konoha genin who dares to act as a hero is really beyond your own power. Haha, Senior Yushui, what are you talking about with this kid? Blocking Anbu from carrying out his mission, killing Wush, I will not show mercy to the doll. The black long-haired young man on the side made a high-pitched sound, and in his words, he was extremely disdainful of Zhang Chen. Chapter 59_Kill Kurigakure Anbu. The leader did not respond to the two of them, turned to look at the black-haired man, and Shuiyu stretched out his hand and waved it down suddenly. Shuiyu, Shiraishi, come on. With an order, Suzuki and Shiroishi rushed up without even using any ninjutsu. The two stood on the left and the right, standing the samurai sword in front of them, and quickly rushed to Zhang Chen's position. In their eyes, Zhang Chen is just an ordinary genin. As for the bragging that B said just now, if he is defeated, he will not believe it at all. After all, they didn't see it, so how could they believe that Zhang Chen's age could survive without beating? If he really had this strength, he should have been killed long ago. Why wait until now to not do it? All this is just Zhang Chen boasting about himself. Try to scare them off by bragging. How is this possible? They are cold-blooded Anbu members, and completing their mission is their primary goal. Both of them harbored the same thoughts, and their eyes were full of contempt. At a position less than 5 meters away from Zhang Chen, he suddenly jumped up, placed the samurai sword on his head, and suddenly jumped down. The two flanked Zhang Chen's path from left to right. In their eyes, Zhang Chen is the inevitable prey. It's a lamb to be slaughtered. Reflecting the sunlight, the katana reflects a dazzling brilliance. Shiraishi shouted loudly, "Boy! Go to hell!" Zhang Chen didn't lift his head, his face was already gloomy like water, and he saw all the disdain they had for him. At this moment, his heart is full of fire. I didn't want them to die too miserably, but now it seems that I am still kind. Kurigaku's Anbu is much more annoying than Hokage Anbu. Both Shueyu and Shiraishi should be killed. Zhang Chen pulled out the black knife, and stood the black knife on one side with one hand. Reflecting the sunlight, the ghost energy around the black knife glowed terrifyingly. Swept toward the sky with a flat A. Om, Ka. The powerful slash was like a roaring giant dragon, and suddenly, before the two of them could see Zhang Chen's sword, they were already divided into two by this powerful slash. Clap clap. The body fell to the ground and made a sound, and the blood of fresh yuhi gradually converged, dyeing the two bodies with blood yuhi. Zhang Chen held the ghost knife, looked at the corpses of the two people and said indifferently, "The moment you draw your knife to me, your death is doomed." This sudden scene made the remaining 3 people stunned. Anbu, who took the lead, looked at the corpse of his companion, and kept retreating in fright, his right hand holding the knife kept shaking. He couldn't believe that the child in front of him could kill the 2 Anbu's with just one knife, and it was so easy. Although the 2 of them underestimate the enemy, no matter how bad it is, they will not be divided into 2. Even he couldn't see the blow just now, let alone block it in the air. That's just a fool's dream. Captain Wan, what should we do? What the hell is this guy? Anbu member on the side said tremblingly. This time, he was afraid from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't bear the thought of resistance. Just thinking about express escaping the scene. What a mission. What an order. No life matters. The other Anbu member, like him, was afraid of Zhang Chen and lost his fighting spirit, and at this moment, he was also staring at the decision of Captain Wan He. At the same time, the body kept moving backwards. Wan, the captain, is not much better than the 2 of them. As for Zhang Chen in front of him, he knew that he would definitely be unable to defeat him, but he wanted to escape. Oh, how can it be so easy? He is not a fool. How could such a powerful swordsman let the 3 of them escape smoothly? Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who was shocked to the remaining Kurigaku Anbu. Got 30,000 taels of money, sword intent plus 30, the current progress bar is 935 1,000ths. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth cracked into a smile, and he was ecstatic at the increase in sword intent value. Baihe Zaibujan stood in the ice shield, staring at Zhang Chen and the corpses of the 2 people on the ground in shock. It's a lie, Bai blurted out involuntarily. Zaibi Yuzan widened his eyes and looked extremely excited, thinking in his heart. Kill it, kill all Anbu, and you will be free. These 5 are Anbu's masters. He himself doesn't dare to fight against 5, but Zhang Chen kills 2 in 1 second, it's just God helping me. Wan suddenly jumped back and forth, carrying the katana behind his back, and quickly hand seal with both hands. The art of Kurigaku. In an instant, this space began to be foggy, but the degree of fog was a little worse than if it was not cut again. Seeing the foggy sky, Zabujan burst into laughter again. If Kurigaku can deal with this kid, this uncle would have won, not to mention your half-baked Kurigaku. Ha ha. The feeling of not slashing is even more exciting. The fog gradually thickened, and no one could be seen at this moment. Wan He whispered, "Take advantage of the fog, get out." Wan Ho's voice was so low that only the two Anbu members next to him could hear it clearly. Hearing the captain's order, the two turned around and ran like crazy, and they didn't even have time to retract the scabbard. At this time, they just want to hold their own lives. What face, image, is no longer important. It was already judged by the sound that the three of them were evacuating in the direction of Kurigakure village. He was extremely anxious in his heart. If the three of them were allowed to escape, he would definitely send more people to hunt them down. If you don't kill them now, the consequences will only be worse than now. As long as none of the five of them go back, this matter can be shelved forever. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, and at this moment, through his perception, he clearly knew the direction of the three of them. For Zhang Chen, it was even more impossible for them to go back. Konoha forehead by themselves, once they escape successfully, it will surely cause a conflict between the villages of Kurigakure and Konoha. At that time, the situation will be worse than I imagined. Zhang Chen raised the ghost knife, turned his body in the direction of the three, and said contemptuously, "I want to escape under my hands. Unfortunately, I am the #1 speed ninja in the world. When I decide to kill you, you are doomed to die." Hee hee. Brush. Zhang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared in place, even faster than the instant body technique. Without cutting off his forehead, the cold sweat suddenly left behind, and he murmured in shock. "This speed, it's almost ultimate. What the hell does this guy have to do with the yellow flash?" During the process of telling the move, Zhang Chen retracted the ghost sword into the scabbard, took out Kuwu and held it in his right hand. What is the use of a bull's knife to kill a chicken? The three people rushed out of the mist panting and quickly shuttled through Shunline. In fact, the speed of the three is very fast. If it is an ordinary Jonin, it is impossible to catch up with them. It's just that they were unlucky, and they encountered the most powerful genin in Konoha village. And it happens that this genin's swordsman strength is invincible. The three of them kept looking behind them, and when they saw that there was no one behind them, they let out a sigh of relief. "Hey, fortunately, use the Kurigakure technique to trap him, otherwise this time is really over." "Captain Wan, you still have a solution. I thought it was completely over. That guy is simply not human." Chapter 60 Might Man's Dream, I Will Come True. Please. How can there be such a person in Konoha village? Judging from his clothes, it is obvious that he is just a genin. How could he be so powerful? The three of them kept sighing and reconfirmed that when there was no one behind them, they were constantly thankful that they had survived. Wan stared fiercely ahead and said, "Go back and tell Mr. Mizukage about Konoha. The Konoha village's collusion with Kurigakure missing nin will definitely be implemented, and then a coalition army can be formed to attack Konoha village. I can't let Shiraishi and Yushui die in vain." Hearing what Captain Wan said, the two nodded excitedly while biting Kiba. It seems that he has seen the scene of Konoha village being besieged by the four great kingdoms, and he can't help but feel joy in his heart. This is exactly one sentence. The path of revenge for the weak is all attached to the strong, taking fantasy as the meaning of living. Zhang Chen's figure was like a ghost, just when a few people were thinking about it. Knives out, blood splattered on the spot. Zhang Chen turned into the god of death in the daytime, and in a few seconds, he cut the throats of the three with Kuwu. The smiles on the faces of several people have not yet subsided, and they fell heavily to the ground, losing their vitality. Only when the three of them were dying did they see Zhang Chen's figure clearly. Eyes widened in shock. In the 15 seconds before his death, he once again experienced the fear of death. Zhang Chen stood on the tree, looked down at the three bodies, and said faintly, "The weak must look like the weak, and it is a mistake to try to escape." After finishing speaking, Zhang Chen took back Kuwu, and disappeared into the tree with both feet. The fog by the river gradually dissipated, and everything could be seen clearly. Didn't see Zhang Chen come back. Bai always supported the ice shield and didn't dare to release it. Bai, untie it, he's gone. Zai Buchuan smiled, but his body slumped weakly on the ground. Bai picked it up and didn't cut it, and gently placed it on the ground. He instinctively walked over to the bodies and threw them into the river to clean up the scene. He couldn't let the people of Kurigakure find their bodies. There are 3 more over there, clean it up too, Zai Buchuan said weakly. Bai suddenly looked in the direction that Zaibuzan pointed, and his eyes widened in shock. Could it be that at this moment, the 3 who escaped were also killed? How sacred is this Zhang Chen? It's too terrifying. After tidying up the scene, Bai Tuo Zai Buzan left here. Although he was seriously injured, there was a sense of relief. From now on, there should be no Anbu from Kurigakure village who will hunt down and kill him. A few days later. On the Naruto bridge, Zhang Chen could see it through his perception. Reikiri who blocked Kakashi. If you don't cut the kunai in his mouth, he will send Cardo to hell. Naruto wept and told Shiro's loyalty and friendship to Zaibuzan. Snowflakes fluttered from the sky, as if Bai was crying for not slashing again. Pure and pure. The Might Boy and Shiro fell to the ground, crying and pulling the hand that would never be cut, saying, I really want to go to the same place with you. Naruto kept sobbing, and the bandage in front of his mouth had already been torn off at this time, and the gentle side of Might's man was unquestionable. But he knew very well that this was the last moment of his life. All his dreams are about to fade away in this snow. How painful he was at this moment, how he wanted to have a new life with Bai. Give him more tenderness again. Just when the sad and touching picture was about to freeze, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Kakashi, Naruto, and the others stared at Zhang Chen with wide eyes, and their eyes were full of shock. As soon as they were about to speak, Zhang Chen stretched out his hand to stop him, and he slowly approached the side of Zabuchuan. He squatted down, his expression became extremely dignified, and he said deeply, If you want to go to a place with Bai, then cherish it. I've been waiting for you to speak your mind. Tears that were not cut again ran down his cheeks, and he was already remorseful in his heart, sobbing and softly said, It's too late, everything is too late. It's not too late. Zhang Chen said with a firm attitude, and with his right hand he took out 2 soul-returning pills from his pocket. Before Zaibuzan could react, Zhang Chen had already stuffed the pills into Zaibuzan's and Bai's mouths respectively. Seeing Zhang Chen's special behavior, Kakashi hurriedly got close to him, widened his eyes and said, Zhang Chen, what are you doing? What else can I do to save them both? Zhang Chen then said. When Kakashi, Naruto and the others heard Zhang Chen's words, they stared at Zabujan and Shiro in shock. It's all like this, how can it be possible to live? What the hell is Zhang Chen doing? Sakura stared at Zhang Chen with big eyes, and said incomprehensibly. Everyone present was very clear about Zaibuzan and Bai's situation. It's just a fool's dream to be alive. Then there is this dream. Zhang Chen turned him into reality. Zabujan slowly stood up, the originally disabled arm was restored to its original state, and the stab wounds on his body gradually healed. When he was convinced that he was really alive, he suddenly rushed to Bai's side and put Bai's head on his lap. As the heartbeat continued to accelerate, Bai's eyes slowly opened. Zabujan saw that he was alive, tears streaming down his face with excitement, and he hugged Bai tightly in his arms. At this moment, the cold-blooded ghosts have long since disappeared, and all that is revealed are the tenderness of the Might Man and the cherishing of his relatives. Kakashi stared at Zabujan and Shiro in shock. He couldn't believe that the injury could be resurrected, and he murmured unconsciously. This is simply resurrection. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura also opened their mouths in shock at this moment, constantly switching from smile to surprise. I couldn't believe what I saw was real. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked everyone present, got 50,000 taels of money, plus 50 sword intent, the current progress bar is 985 1/1000ths. Zhang Chen walked to Zaibuxian's side, smiled and said, "No matter where you go, you must take good care of Bai. Such an innocent young man should be cherished by you. I hope that when I save you this time, you will really be enlightened." Zhang Chen's words were stern and shocking, and they weren't like words that a 14-year-old child could say. Nodding slightly towards Zhang Chen, he said excitedly, "Thank you." At this time, Bai's injuries actually healed, and he stood up and cupped Zhang Chen's hands. "Thank you for saving me, and thank you for your kindness to Zaibuxianzang for not killing me." As soon as this statement came out, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. What the hell happened here? Could it be that Zhang Chen defeated Zaibuxian during this time, and he still showed mercy and didn't kill him? How is this possible? It's absolutely impossible. How could Genin, who graduated with me, beat Zaibuxian? Is he stronger than Kakashi, sensei? Is he the real number one in the school? Thinking of this, Sasuke's heart collapsed extremely, and pain came from his already injured body again. It turns out that my genius name and first place result are just a joke. It turns out that the self-righteous clown is me. Sasuke glared at Zhang Chen fiercely, his fists clenched tightly. I swear that I will find Zhang Chen to have a showdown. Man in Hokage guarding Konoha for 100 years, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61_Meet Nadeko Shizuka again. Rebirth after death. If you don't cut it, it has completely transformed. The ghost man of the past has now turned into a gentle and warm man, and he bowed to everyone with bye and thanked him. Let go of his self-esteem and bend over and interpret everything in his heart. The clouds in the past have long since faded away. Zhang Chen walked to Kakashi's side, pointed at the beheading sword on the ground, and said, "No matter what, let's keep this big sword. I hope the truth is that there will be no more cuts and whites in this world. Is that okay, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi looked at Sabuzuki who was drifting away, Shiro with a smile on his face, and nodded in relief. Maybe this is the best ending. Several people watched Sabuzai and Bai leave, and set the beheading sword in front of their graves. From now on, there will be no ghosts in the world who will not kill and be white. Inside the Konoha studio. Zhang Chen was summoned by the third generation to the studio. As usual, Sandemu still had a cigarette pouch in his mouth, with a smile on his face. "Zhang Chen, I have good news for you. We found traces of Jiraiya in the Land of Thunder. Do you want to try your luck?" "Really? Then I'll go." Hearing this shocking news, Zhang Chen almost jumped up with joy. To know how much he wished for him to be able to take Jiraiya as his teacher before the Chunin exam. "Lord Hokage, I will definitely come back before the Chunin exam. Remember to register for the Chunin exam." The Chunin exam was what Zhang Chen was most worried about. He was afraid that he would not have a mentor to recommend him. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Grinned and said in surprise, "Yo, did you know that the Chunin exam is about to start? Kakashi told you that?" Zhang Chen's body suddenly trembled. Oops, he was so excited that no one told him about it at all. Yes, Kakashi-senpai said it once, so I still want to participate. I hope that Hokage-sama will approve. 3 generations of eyes happily spit out the tobacco, looking at the file and information of the Jonin on the table. "I can let you participate, but you have to promise me 2 conditions." "All the conditions are fulfilled, you say?" Zhang Chen's eyes widened, eager to try. Miyami's expression suddenly became serious. Chunin exams are all genins from various countries, and their strength is no better than Moonlight Hayate, so first, I hope you don't take a ghost knife to the competition. Second, you have to hurt people's lives if you have to. If you can do it, you can agree to take the Chunin exam. No problem. Zhang Chen agreed without hesitation. Zhang Chen originally thought it was a difficult request, but these requirements are nothing at all. Genins with their own strength, and there is no need to bring any ghost knives. As for killing, he can completely control the strength, not killing people, but it does not mean that he cannot injure the other party. This requirement is not too much. Even if Orochimaru comes in the forest of death, he is not afraid at all. Lord Hokage, I have a request. I want to give me a special permission for a group. Zhang Chen's expression became serious. What he wanted for the Chunin exam was complete freedom. It was much more convenient for him to be in a group. Sandemu frowned and said, although you are not in line with the rules, it is not impossible for you to be a Konoha freelancer. Okay, I promise you that special arrangements will be made. Okay, Hokage-sama is the best. Ha ha. Zhang Chen pursed his lips, actually happy like a child. Go, be careful on the road. 3 generations of Hokage finally said softly. Zhang Chen was already about to step out of the room, but just because of these gentle words made him feel the warmth of kindness. He slowly put down the steps he took, turned around and bowed deeply to Sandemu. Looking at the wrinkles on the faces of the 3 generations, this is already a 69-year-old grandfather. Thinking of the death of Chunin's 3rd generation of exams because of the seal of Orochimaru, my heart is twisted. Lord Hokage, take care of your body. I won't let you do anything. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned around and left the room. The pipe that the 3rd generation was smoking in his mouth has been forgotten, and he stared blankly at the direction Zhang Chen was leaving, and his heart was full of doubts. What the hell is going on with this kid? He said this inexplicably. Zhang Chen was so anxious, he naturally didn't want to pack his bags, and he didn't want to disturb the Hyuga family, so he quietly went to the Land of Thunder. Just go. On the way to the Land of Thunder, Zhang Chen still did not forget to visit Fuzzy Shizuka in Fuzzy Village. A few days have passed, and Shizuka's thoughts of Zhang Chen are also increasing day by day. The joy of reuniting after a long absence, although short-lived, made both of them feel warmer. Shizuka, I taught you Kaden fire style, you have to practice hard. I can't stay here too long, there are still tasks to do. Shizuka nodded heavily. The 14-year-old Shizuka was already graceful at this time. With eyes as beautiful as stars, every frown and smile reveals an intoxicating beauty. The cherry mouth under the tall Chong nose is crystal clear and translucent, as attractive as the cherry under the frost in the morning. The exquisite curve is half finished, and it looks so tall and beautiful. Zhang Chen stared at Shizuka's cheek, and was fascinated for a while. His mind was full of indescribable images. Brother Zhang Chen. Shizuka's pretty face turned to Yuhi, and she gently called Zhang Chen's name, but Zhang Chen stared straight at her without any reaction. Shizuka's pretty face became even hotter. She touched Zhang Chen's arm and said loudly, Brother Zhang Chen, what are you doing? What are you going to do? Can't you really stay in the village for a few more days? Zhang Chen just woke up like a dream, he reacted, and hurriedly smiled and said, I have important things to do, so I can't come here often. As before, I will often see you when I have time. Well, I'll wait for Brother Zhang Chen, hee hee. Shizuka smiled. Her beauty contact lenses had turned into 2 beautiful crescent moons, which made Zhang Chen's heart melt. Guilty. Every time he came to Fuzzy Village, Zhang Chen almost fell, but he had greater revenge, so he restrained himself every time. This time is no exception, although I really want to get in touch with Shizuka for a few more days. With Jiraiya's affairs, women's affairs can only be relied on. Zhang Chen stood up and hugged Shizuka affectionately. After a while, she smiled and stretched out her right hand to point Shizuka's forehead. Remember to wait for me. After he finished speaking, he pulled out the ghost knife stuck on the ground and retracted the scabbard. Go outside the village. Shizuka touched her forehead and pursed her lips. The Yuhi moisturizing on her face became more obvious. She couldn't count the number of times this was the first time Zhang Chen had tapped her forehead, but no matter how many times. She felt extremely happy at this moment. Seeing Zhang Chen's back gradually disappearing from sight, feeling the parting of her beloved, Shizuka's heart is not heartache, but with anticipation. Looking forward to the next reunion. After leaving Fuzzy Village, Zhang Chen had no worries. Go straight to the Land of Thunder. Chapter 62 _ The Kingdom of Thunder meets Jiraiya for the first time. The Land of Thunder, Kumogakure Village. Just as prosperous as it was 2 years ago. The bustling crowd on the street, the beauties are more beautiful than each other. Zhang Chen stood on the street with a long sigh. If your guess is correct, Senior Jiraiya should come to the Land of Thunder often. After all, there are not only many beautiful women here, but also the quality is so high. It is a good place to draw materials. It is not difficult to find Teacher Jiraiya. Bathroom. Special club. Let's go. It's just a Kumogakure village anyway, and it's not easy to find this lecherous fairy. Ha ha. Just in case, Zhang Chen brought a lot of money from the beginning, a whole suitcase of money. At this moment, Zhang Chen, dressed in black businessman clothes, black sunglasses, with a cigarette in his mouth and a black suitcase in his hand, looks like a successful businessman. Unlike when he first entered the ninja world, no one would consider him a child anymore. Zhang Chen walked several places where Yuhi's wine was green in the bathroom, but couldn't find any news related to Jiraiya. It seems that Mr. Jiraiya does not go to every store, there should be a few specific stores. Forget it, keep looking. Zhang Chen walked into a store with Yuhi wine green lights again. The proprietress here is a slightly fat middle-aged woman with a round fan in her hand, which is somewhat similar to the proprietress she has met in more than 50 years. Guest officer, please come inside. The boss twisted the water snake's waist and approached Zhang Chen. But when the boss approached Zhang Chen, seeing Zhang Chen's white and tender face, handsome and immature appearance, the smile on his face became a little embarrassing. Guest officer, are you an adult? Zhang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He took out a wad of money from Kabuto with his right hand and shook it in front of the boss, and took out a few chapters and photographed it in the hands of the boss, and said hoarsely. Don't talk nonsense, I just want to find an acquaintance, if I find it, the rest of the money is yours. Seeing Zhang Chen's pompous appearance, the proprietress grinned happily, bent over and flattered respectfully. Master, who did you say you were looking for? He is tall and wears a forehead guard with the word, oil, written on it. His long white hair reaches to his waist. There are Yuhi-colored marks under his eyes. Have you ever seen a man in his 40s wearing a Yuhi-colored coat? Yo, the guest officer is really looking for it. The one you mentioned just left and seems to be drinking too much. You should go to the inn. If you go after it now, you should be able to catch up. The proprietress pointed to the west with her fan. Zhang Chen threw the remaining money on the proprietress, and quickly rushed out of the room. The proprietress nodded and bowed happily, holding the money and staring in the direction of Zhang Chen intoxicated. What a lavish guest, and so handsome. Sure enough, the luck of Zhang Chen, the European emperor, is so nice. Not long after he rushed out, Jiraiya's figure appeared in his sight. He staggered from side to side in a daze. Silver's waist-length hair moved from side to side, and Jiraiya grinned as obscenely as she saw the beautiful woman walking by. Zhang Chen's face was covered with black lines, and he said with a long sigh, it really does not disgrace the name of a lecherous immortal. Jiraiya stared at the beauty who passed by, slipped her feet, and rolled her body to one side. Just as she was about to fall, a pair of jade hands grabbed her. Jiraiya drunkenly looked at the woman who was pulling her. Long silver hair, melon-seeded face, willow leaf curly eyebrows and cherry mouth, the beauty is standard. The bumpy figure and the pink robe are of great classical beauty. Jiraiya stared at the beauty's eyes stupidly, and a touch of Yuhi color flowed from her nose. Are you all right, uncle? The beautiful cherry mouth squirmed and said humming. How could Jiraiya stand up to this sultry mode? Her nose was already bleeding. She hurriedly stood up and straightened her back and said seriously. I'm fine. Thanks for your help, miss. What's your name? It's called Shaoro. The beauty bit her lip and continued to babble. It's a nice name. Nice, haha. To thank you for helping me, I'll take you home, okay? Xiaoro nodded her head greenly, and walked in front. With Jiraiya seems to be close or not, and it seems to be far from far to maintain, constantly chatting with Jiraiya, and always making a strange look. Seeing such a beautiful beauty, Jiraiya's drunkenness gradually disappeared. It wasn't until he reached the river that Jiraiya reacted, and the expression on his face froze instantly. Look back and look back. It is already a kilometer away from the village of Kumogakure. Aren't you going home? No one here. Seeing Jiraiya react, Xiaoro slowly turned around. But at the moment when he turned around, a powerful force appeared on his face. Boom! Xiaoro was kicked by Jiraiya and flew out for dozens of meters, until she hit the cliff by the river and stopped. Jiraiya stared at Xiaoro and said loudly, "I, Jiraiya, are good at capturing women. More than being seduced by women. If you seduce me, you are naturally an enemy, and you can't escape the eyes of a mortal toad. Come on, kid." Boom! After a cloud of white mist, the beauty turned into Zhang Chen's appearance. That's right, Xiaoro just now is Zhang Chen's transformation technique. However, unlike Naruto's seduction technique, the beauty that Zhang Chen transformed was the best of the best in ancient times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so obsessed with Jiraiya. Zhang Chen touched his cheek. Yuhi's footprints were branded on his handsome face. Hot and spicy. Zhang Chen smiled and stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Jiraiya-senpai, you are really showing no mercy." Jiraiya saw this handsome little boy in front of him, 14 or 15 years old, obviously coming prepared. But even when he was exposed, he could still call his senior so calmly. "Boy, what's your name and why are you looking for me?" Obviously, Jiraiya was curious about Zhang Chen. "My name is Zhang Chen, genin of Konoha, the third generation of Hokage asked me to come to you." Jiraiya frowned slightly. 3 generations of Hokage teachers. What are you looking for from me? Jiraiya's attitude softened visibly. "Senior Jiraiya, I want to worship you as my teacher." Zhang Chen slowly walked towards Jiraiya, and when he spoke, his attitude was extremely sincere. This immortal can easily refuse to accept disciples, so you should give up." Jiraiya hugged her shoulders and looked aloof. Jiraiya's appearance, Zhang Chen felt a headache even more in his heart. The lecherous fairy is really like this, and always likes to be handsome. However, he is very clear that it is true that Jiraiya does not accept apprentices easily. In the anime, he can accept Naruto as an apprentice entirely because of the 4th generation of Namikaze Minato. Now if you want him to accept himself as a disciple, he must show his last hole card. Ahem, lecherous fairy. No, Toad Fairy, my grandfather was the ghost knife who saved Konoha 50 years ago, and this time it was the 3 generations of Hokage who asked me to come to you for apprenticeship. In order to make Jiraiya accept himself as a disciple, Zhang Chen had no choice but to activate the Master Mode plus Deterrence Mode. First, using the name of the ghost knife made Jiraiya have a good impression of herself. Erlai used the order of the 3rd generation of Hokage to slightly threaten Jiraiya. With such a 2-pronged approach, Jiraiya should be able to accept himself as a disciple, right? Chapter 63 _ Take advantage of beautiful women and succeed in apprenticeship. Hearing this, Jiraiya hurriedly looked at Zhang Chen's outfit, looking shocked. A smile leaked from the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. This time it should be 9 out of 10. No one can do it. It's not that easy to ask me to be your teacher. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go. After speaking, Jiraiya walked towards the village. Zhang Chen stood there by himself, foolishly unwilling to accept this fact. This shouldn't be, is it that Jiraiya doesn't give face to the ghost knife and the 3 generations of Hokage? This is too out of the way. Seeing Jiraiya walking away, Zhang Chen strode forward a few times, put the Konoha forehead on his head, and put his hands in front of Jiraiya. Pointing to his forehead, he said loudly, "Senior Jiraiya, look at my forehead guard. This is the forehead guard given to my grandfather by the second generation Hokage. It is my token of entering Konoha. I didn't lie to you, I am really the grandson of the ghost knife. Jiraiya's eyes were slightly lowered. She pushed Zhang Chen away, and said angrily. I believe you are the grandson of Ghost Sword, so what? Don't stand in the way of this immortal. Zhang Chen turned around and was almost pushed down. Seeing Jiraiya's angry look, Zhang Chen suddenly thought of the reason. Covering his mouth, he laughed out loud, and murmured in his heart. The lecherous fairy, is it because I became angry with the stunning beauty, followed with full of illusions, and the illusion was disillusioned, so I was indignant? It sure is. Zhang Chen approached Jiraiya again, and said with a smile. Immortal, Senior Jiraiya, how do you say you can accept me as a disciple? I can do whatever you want me to do. Go, don't bother me. Jiraiya pushed Zhang Chen away again, frowning impatiently, still looking like she was grumbling. Quite a bit old-fashioned. Immortal, I also have a sister in Iwagakure village. He is a stunning beauty. Originally, I wanted to take your master to visit her. Zhang Chen said, his eyes turned to Jiraiya's direction, and continued. But now the immortals don't accept me as a disciple, so I'd better find my sister myself. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jiraiya's footsteps instantly froze in the air, and her whole body stayed where she was. Without looking back, he raised his head and said. Cough, in fact, if you can ask your sister to come over and beg me for you, it's not impossible to accept you. Jiraiya leaked a wretched smile, for fear that Zhang Chen would hear it, so she laughed a little lower. Zhang Chen's mouth cracked into a smile. Nice. Seduction succeeded. Senior Jiraiya, you are waiting for me in the gazebo in front, and I'll get my sister here. Okay, you go. Zhang Chen ran towards the village in a flash. Jiraiya sat on the bench of the gazebo, rubbing her hands and staring in Zhang Chen's direction. The lewd smile on her face became even more prosperous. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen brought a very beautiful beauty to the pavilion. The beauty's jet-black shawl-length hair, delicate facial features, and graceful figure make Jiraiya fascinated at a glance. Zhang Chen pulled the beautiful woman to sit beside Jiraiya very knowingly and said. Sakurai-sama, chat with Jiraiya-senpai, and I'll buy you some drinks. Zhang Chen walked towards the village. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen returned to the pavilion with 3 bottles of water. At this time, Jiraiya took Sakurai's hand and spoke with sound and a happy smile on her face. Zhang Chen put 3 bottles of water on the table, and looked at Sakurai with a smile. Sister, I didn't lie to you, right? Senior Jiraiya is a very funny person. Yes. Sakurai Mei raised her eyes slightly, nodded lightly, turned to look at Jiraiya with a pouting mouth, and said delicately. Uncle, are you talking about the good things you just said? Don't let people wait all the time, okay? Sakurai spoke. Jiraiya's clothes were shaking with her jade fingers. This coquettish appearance, even Zhang Chen, who has seen the world, praised him in his heart. This glycemic index is at least 5+ points. Jiraiya nodded again and again by Sakurai's shaking, and the smile on her face became even more fascinated. Immediately turned his head to look at Zhang Chen, the obsession on his face suddenly disappeared, and he said abruptly. Well, this immortal decided to teach you to practice. Hearing this, Zhang Chen happily widened his eyes and raised his hands. Really? Jiraiya closed her eyes and nodded lightly, then continued to look obsessively at Sakurai beside her. Is this satisfied, Miss Sakurai? Sakurai smiled, with a smile on her beautiful face, like a spring flower. Jiraiya bled from her nose and danced with excitement. Sakurai looked at the sunset in the sky and said loudly. Senior Jiraiya, it's getting late, then I'll go first, come back tomorrow, okay? Jiraiya was immersed in the gentle fragrance, unable to extricate herself, nodded heavily and said, okay. Reluctantly, he watched Sakurai leave him. Zhang Chen sent Sakurai to a place where no one was there and stopped. His face became serious. He took out 10,000 taels and handed it to Sakurai, saying, "According to what I said before, I will give you a deposit of 1,000 taels. If you can ask him to accept me as a disciple, I will give you another 10,000 taels. This is money, you order it. From now on, you will come to this pavilion every 2 days, and each time you will give you 10,000 taels." "How?" Sakurai took the money and said with a wink. "Of course." Then twisted and graceful figure disappeared from sight. Zhang Chen looked at Sakurai's back and sighed. "In order to cultivate, we can only spend money. Go back to Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, can you teach me the practice?" Jiraiya held her chin, thinking about the wonderful feeling just now, and sighed. "Yeah, such a good opportunity to get material, so soon." He didn't answer Zhang Chen. It didn't take Zhang Chen's words seriously at all. No choice but to talk about Jiraiya's weakness. "Mr. Jiraiya, Sister Sakurai will come the day after tomorrow, as long as you teach me to practice." Sure enough, it worked. Jiraiya put down her hands, suddenly became interested, coughed a few times and said, "Cough cough. Well, let's start teaching you. What can you do, boy?" Seeing that Jiraiya was going to teach himself, Zhang Chen's heart blossomed with joy. "I can't help but be glad that I've watched anime, know Jiraiya's weakness, and learned Naruto's trick. Sure enough, it's still the pleasure of seduction. Ha ha. I know a lot of ninjutsu, such as Suiten, water style, Doden, earth style, and the like." Jiraiya frowned slightly surprised. "Ho, Genin still has so many ninjutsu skills, so you can show me anyone I want to see." Zhang Chen looked at the big tree dozens of meters away from him, and quickly hand-sealed with both hands. Doden, earth style, earth stone dragon. In an instant, the huge earth dragon under Zhang Chen's feet roared and bit the tree. Boom! Boom! The tree was broken in the middle and immersed in the sand. Jiraiya's eyes widened. "You are very good at using ninjutsu. You are almost at the level of Jonin. There is nothing to teach you about ordinary ninjutsu. I will teach you psychic art." "How?" When Zhang Chen heard this, he instantly became interested. All he wanted to learn was spiritism and sage art. Chapter 64 _ Reverse Psychic, Infinite Darkness. "Okay, teach me now, Teacher Jiraiya." Zhang Chen excitedly moved to Jiraiya's side, his eyes bursting with longing sparks. "Originally, I wanted to call Jiraiya a lecherous fairy, like Naruto, but I couldn't say it myself. Sure enough, I still can't get used to it, so I can only call the teacher in a proper manner." "Haha, boy, see clearly." Jiraiya got up drunkenly and staggered away from the early pavilion. In front of Zhang Chen, he slowed down hand-seal's speed and slapped the ground with his palm. The art of psychic. Boom. After a white mist shone around, a toad with a height of more than 2 meters through Yuhi appeared in front of him. The black pattern on the whole body is matched with Yuhi-colored skin, which is quite mysterious. The loyal, hanging chain hanging between the neck is very eye-catching. This is exactly Mount Myoboku's scroll toad, Toad Zhang. Jiraiya stood on the top of Toad Zhang's head, shook his long silver hair, and posed a pose, and officially made a gorgeous confession appearance. Zhang Chen had already expected these, and Jiraiya who didn't act cool would not be Jiraiya anymore. Just as he was about to applaud to meet him, in the next second, Jiraiya's body swayed. Because he drank too much, the swing just now was too large, causing his body to fall unsteadily to the ground. Zhang Chen looked at Jiraiya squatting on the ground in embarrassment, clapping frantically. "Immortal, this psychic is so handsome, I've learned it, and I want to try it too." Jiraiya scratched her head, and when she heard Zhang Chen complimented herself so much, she happily stood up, pinched her waist and smiled, leaning back and forth. The extremely excited Zhang Chen grinned, and according to Jiraiya's gesture just now, quickly hand-seal. "Hi, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. The Art of Psychic. Seeing Zhang Chen quickly hand seal, Jiraiya quickly reacted, stretched out her hand and shouted loudly. You idiot, haven't signed a psychic contract yet. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and rushed in Zhang Chen's direction, preparing to hold Zhang Chen's arm. His face was ashen, his eyes widened. He knew very well that if there was no contract to use psychics, there would be two outcomes. First, because there is no origin, there is no reaction after the practical channeling, so it is not a big problem. Second, if the ninja has a deep connection with a holy place, they will be reverse channeled to that place. However, that also means that Zhang Chen will become an invader of the Holy Land. It would be fine if the psychic place is Mount Myoboku. After all, he can go back to Mount Myoboku to pick him up. However, what if the channel is Ryachi Cave or Shikatsu Forest? There is no way for him to go there, and with Zhang Chen's strength, how could he possibly survive in those two places? At this moment, Jiraiya's face has become more and more ugly, and the consequences that he thinks of at this moment are making him afraid. On the surface, he doesn't care about the 3 generations of old masters and the ghost knife, but once he let the ghost knife know that Zhang Chen was killed because of his negligence. Then the ghost knife didn't directly kill Konoha. Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't stripped himself alive. Thinking of this, the bowels of regret are all green. Just now, you shouldn't make a pause, but explain the psychic technique to Zhang Chen immediately. He can only pray that Zhang Chen has no fate with any place, and that the psychic does not respond. Just when Jiraiya's arm was about to grab Zhang Chen's arm, a burst of smoke exploded. Zhang Chen disappeared in place. The breeze blew, the smoke faded, and Zhang Chen had long since disappeared. Jiraiya stood there stupidly, dumbfounded. Think about it, Jiraiya immediately channeled deep into it. Little Jiraiya, what are you looking for from me? Small stature stood in front of Jiraiya and asked in a raised voice with his arms crossed. Jiraiya explained the situation succinctly. Fukasaku's expression became solemn, and the white eyebrows were furrowed. Little Jiraiya, I'm afraid that what you were worried about really happened. Xiao Zhangchen should not be in Mount Myoboku. If he channeled to Mount Myoboku, I should have sensed it just now. Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded, and the worst was yet to come. He clenched his fists tightly and had no choice but to sit in the gazebo and look at the 3 bottles of water on the table, like ants on a hot pot. He could only pray that Zhang Chen would be blessed, or return from the other 2 holy places. After a while of dizziness, Zhang Chen fell heavily to the ground. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was endless darkness in front of him. There was no sun, no breeze, not even a sound. Can't see 5 fingers. Where is this? Didn't you use psychics just now? Why did you come here? Zhang Chen stood up suspiciously. Since he couldn't see anything, he didn't move at all. After thinking about it, I suddenly realized, I was so excited that I forgot to sign the psychic contract. Now it should be his own reverse channeling, but why did he appear in this place? He closed his eyes, trying to see what was going on around him through his senses. But just after releasing the perception, the surrounding darkness bounced it back, and there was an extreme tingling sensation in the body. It's over, perception is useless in this space. He bent down slowly, and touched his hands tentatively from left to right. A few minutes later, just 1 meter away from where he had just appeared, there was actually a space that his body couldn't touch. After several attempts, he was surprised to find that the area he was in was actually an overhanging area of only 3 or 4 meters square. There is no way to know how deep the abyss is below this zone. I had no choice but to use stones to test how high the ground was. The right hand naturally stretched out to the position behind him, ready to pull out the ghost knife, but just stretched over the shoulder, the right hand stayed in the air, and punched the ground with resentment. He entered Kumogakure village, he changed into the merchant's clothes, and he didn't bring the ghost sword with him at all. For the sake of convenience, The ghost knife was sealed in the scroll and placed with the box of money. At this moment, he regretted that he wanted to punch himself. Boom! In desperation, Zhang Chen used all his strength and punched the ground hard. Apart from the incomparable pain, there was no change on the ground, not even the slightest unevenness. Hey, it's over, what the hell is this place? Why is my reverse channeling location not the Three Holy Lands, but this endless darkness? Zhang Chen sat on the ground in despair, and in desperation, he remembered his last hope. Little brother. Dude, are you here? Come out. Zhang Chen shouted desperately in his mind. Brother, I'm here, what's your order? Close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. Dude, System-kun, people. Zhang Chen continued to call in his mind, as if he didn't hear the system's voice at all. The system raised its voice and kept shouting. But Zhang Chen still couldn't hear anything, as if he was deaf. System-kun was shocked to detect the environment Zhang Chen was in. At this time, information in the system was continuously interrupted and unstable. This is the first time that System-kun has encountered this situation, the first time it has encountered such a situation in more than 10,000 years. Watching the system gradually become abnormal, and even crash. Desperation, System-kun started the program that Eternal had never started before. Emergency Self-Rescue Procedure. Chapter 65_Immortal Origin, Lost Forest. Emergency Self-Rescue Program is in progress. Program Disorder Analysis is in progress. The analysis result is, this location is a space outside the ninja world, where all the materials of the ninja world are blocked from spreading, and this location is the origin of the fairy body, the Lost Forest. Close black lens bracket. There is no cracking method for this location, and it can only be explored by the host himself. Close black lens bracket. The self-rescue system has been turned on. The system will have 1 minute to notify the host of an emergency, and 1 minute later, the system will enter the hibernation repair phase, and the repair time is 48 hours. Close black lens bracket. This program system can only be opened normally once, and if it is forcibly opened a second time, the system will completely fall. Within 1 minute of turning on self-rescue, emergency information can be passed to the host. Open black lens bracket. Brother. I'm here, I only have 1 minute, you don't need to speak, your location is the space outside the ninja world. Immortal Origin, Lost Forest, no one has ever been here, I can't help you, you can only rely on yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Elder brother. Do it with confidence and boldness, I believe in you. Close black lens bracket. ZZ. With the last sound, the sound of the system completely disappeared in my mind, and everything was quiet again. Zhang Chen stood stupidly, murmuring incessantly. Origin of immortal body, Lost How Forest, what exactly is this place? Is this his own adventure? But where is such a coincidence? If you can't do anything, you don't know anything, you can't let yourself jump straight to your death, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen angrily thumped the ground. Suddenly he raised his head, and the corner of his mouth cracked into a smile. Jump down, die, maybe jump down and die. Holding a glimmer of hope, Zhang Chen slowly got up, kept moving to the edge, took out a breath and bit Kiba and said. Dead or die, allow me to say goodbye to you, Hinata, Naruto, Shizuka, Kakashi, and teacher Jiraiya. Goodbye by fate. With the last greetings of his loved ones, Zhang Chen jumped down. It was another whirlwind, and I felt that my body had been falling for an unknown amount of time. Until the body falls faster and faster. Puff. Severe pain in the abdomen hit him, and he clearly felt that the abdomen was pierced by something, his limbs were limp, and his head was drooping. The faint dizziness struck again. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and he murmured. Looks like I'm still dead, goodbye my favorite, goodbye, my ninja career. Hee hee. He closed his eyes slowly and waited for death to come. Zhang Chen, wake up. Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and when he first saw the still dark sky, his heart was ashes, and he thought he was back in the 21st century. When he saw that the person in front of him was Jiraiya, he happily hugged Jiraiya's arm. Haha, I'm not dead yet. I'm not back in modern times. Great. Crazy stood up and jumped. It was already dark at this time, and when Jiraiya saw Zhang Chen appear outside the pavilion, she was so happy that she almost didn't cry. Where did you just channel? Raichi Cave or Shikatsu Forest? Jiraiya asked curiously. Zhang Chen probably has some understanding of the situation of the three Holy Lands. From the experience just now, that place does not belong to the three Holy Lands at all. As for the immortal body origin mentioned by the system, I don't understand it at all. Zhang Chen touched his abdomen, and found that it was completely intact, and he couldn't even see the slightest scar. What on earth is it? Am I not being penetrated by something? Why have no memory at all? There are not even scars. What happened in this? Nothing at all. I called the system in my mind, but got no response. Snapped. Zhang Chen felt a sharp pain in his head. He covered his head and looked. Jiraiya grinned angrily, and the fist in her hand was still held in the air. After seeing Zhang Chen wake up, she angrily scolded. You idiot, can't you hear me if you don't do it? Tell me, where did you get the psychic? Zhang Chen reacted. He actually ignored the existence of teacher Jiraiya, and panicked and told Jiraiya about his experience. Jiraiya's expression became extremely shocked. She touched her chin and said, You haven't even heard of the situation you mentioned, immortal body origin. How can there be such a place? After finishing speaking, he peeled off Zhang Chen's clothes in disbelief, and checked the wounds on his abdomen. When he found that there was nothing, his eyes were slightly low and he scolded. Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not injured at all. I think you're confused. Well, don't think about it, you can sign the contract first. Jiraiya summoned Toad Zhang again, and placed the scroll beside Zhang Chen. Sign your name and put your handprint on it. Zhang Chen excitedly wrote his name. He had already fantasized about the scene where he would summon Toad Wentai in just one click. He couldn't help giggling. Hey, boy, what are you giggling for? No, nothing. Zhang Chen touched the back of his head, smiled shyly, and continued, Mr. Jiraiya, can I summon it now? Of course, but don't be impatient. Practice slowly, it's getting late. Go back to the inn to rest, and continue tomorrow. Zhang Chen was about to try his psychic skills, but was grabbed by Jiraiya and dragged him towards Kumogakure village. That night, Zhang Chen was extremely excited, tossing and turning in the inn, unable to sleep. My head is full of pictures of tomorrow shining brightly. Summoning Toad Bunta, Jiraiya was shocked and stunned. That's a handsome man. But Jiraiya's room was empty. He came to Mount Myoboku and knelt before the big toad. The big toad is orange all over, with yellow eyes, a string of beads on its neck, and a lavender opal in the middle with the word, oil, written on it. Wearing a doctor's hat on his head, he has been smiling all the time, extraordinarily elegant. This is the ancestor of Mount Myoboku, Gamamaru, who has survived for more than 1,000 years from the Kagaya era to the present. Little Jiraiya, what's the point of coming here at this time? Jiraiya bowed her head respectfully and said loudly. Immortal Big Toad, I recently accepted a disciple named Zhang Chen. He channeled into a dark place without signing a contract. He said that the place is called Immortal Origin, Forest of Mysteries. I want to ask if the Immortal knows Akatsuki that place. Quote. Immortal Big Toad suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the words, and stared ahead with a trembling body. I didn't think anyone could actually go to that kind of place. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima all looked at Immortal Big Toad, and Fukasaku asked in amazement. What's that place? Immortal Big Toad calmed down a little and said earnestly. That is Izumi, the source of the power of sage art in the three Holy Lands. It is known as the unexpected dark space in the ninja world. No one has been there for thousands of years, and no one has seen it. I am afraid that only the Patriarch of the Three Holy Lands knows about that place. Bar. That has another title, The Holy Land Corridor. The Origin of All Sage Art. Chapter 66 _ Son of Destruction. Thank you. Huh. The three froze in shock and looked at each other. Jiraiya was even more shocked to recall what Zhang Chen said when he first appeared, and said excitedly. Immortal Big Toad. Zhang Chen couldn't see or hear anything there, and even jumped off the cliff and was stabbed to death by being stabbed in the abdomen. Only then did he return to the place where he was psychic. What is going on here? Immortal Big Toad shook his head and sighed helplessly. None of us have been there. We just heard that it is a place of death. It is said that only the chosen people can go there, but no one knows how it came out. There was a hint of regret in the fairy's words. Immortal, can you predict Zhang Chen? Could he be the son of prophecy? Zhang Chen's special experience made Jiraiya feel as if he had met the legendary son of prophecy, and he would excitedly wait for the immortal's prophecy. Immortal Big Toad closed his eyes and began to predict, but when he saw a certain picture, he opened his eyes excitedly, and said a little excitedly. I'm afraid this will make you even more disappointed. This Zhang Chen is not the son of prophecy, but the son of destruction. His existence may bring devastating disaster to the ninja world. Ah, fairy, what did you see? Jiraiya and Fukasaku stared at the immortal in shock, holding their breaths, not daring to let out a loud voice. The earth of Kai Yuhi, the frozen mountains, the whole world is shaken by it, all I can see are the eyes and background of the devil. Jiraiya was completely shocked. It was the first time he heard of the son of destruction. If such a person existed, how could there be a future in the ninja world? I have been investigating Akatsuki, but what I heard now, Zhang Chen is a more terrifying existence than Akatsuki. Immortal Big Toad's prediction is very accurate. Zhang Chen's special experience is also destined to have an extraordinary life, and he has a great possibility of becoming the son of destruction in the future. Should he kill Zhang Chen for the sake of future peace and the future of ninjas? Jiraiya's heart was extremely struggling, and her expression became extremely solemn. Jiraiya's complicated expression, the great Toad Immortal asked plainly. Little Jiraiya, what do you think of Zhang Chen? Although I just met him, he is very nice, and his grandfather is the hero who saved Konoha. Zhang Chen himself is a genius that is rare in a century. This, Jiraiya revealed a regretful expression. The Big Toad Fairy smiled and continued. If the character is good, as long as you guide it correctly, the son of destruction may also be another kind of son of prophecy. The words of the Big Toad Immortal made Jiraiya unable to find her brows for a while. Immortal, what do you mean? Haha, little Jiraiya, Zhang Chen will have the power to destroy the world in the future, so he will also have the power to save the world, right? Although he is not the son of prophecy, he can become the son of prophecy. As soon as these words came out, Jiraiya and Fukasaku were deeply shocked. This is true. Having the power to destroy the world also means having the power to save the world. Akatsuki may be the biggest hidden danger in the future, and Zhang Chen can also become Akatsuki's nightmare in the future, right? This, Jiraiya's heart retrieved the information again, and said with a smile. Immortal, I will guide Zhang Chen correctly and make him a world hero like the son of prophecy. Haha, that's good. Toad Immortal smiled. Fukasaku and Shima also looked at Jiraiya and nodded, and said in unison. Little Jiraiya, come on. Jiraiya leaves happily. Back at the inn, Jiraiya's heart was suddenly enlightened. The doubts in the heart are solved, and there is more opportunity to cultivate and guide another son of prophecy. His heart is full of challenges and expectations. The next day. Around 7 in the morning. In the woods further outside the village of Kumogakure. Boy, you can channelize. Zhang Chen nodded lightly, his eyes were almost the same as those of a panda at this time. I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night, and now I'm so sleepy that I can't open my eyes. Zhang Chen forcibly endured his drowsiness, quickly hand seal, and his right hand suddenly hit the ground. The art of psychic. Boom. After a burst of smoke, a toad with a height of less than half a meter appeared in front of him. It is orange in color, and when it appears, it looks like a fork. Yo, kid, come on Toadji. Zhang Chen looked at Toadji in front of him, his eyes almost turned green. Is his level a little stronger than Naruto? The first time Naruto summoned a tadpole, he could only summon a Toadji. Did you make a mistake? Zhang Chen, who was originally full of confidence, was hit too deeply at this moment and fell to the ground. Who fell asleep? Todeyoshi looked back at Jiraiya's dull expression, and said with a fork. Lord Jiraiya, who is this kid? No one, you go back. Jiraiya stared at Zhang Chen helplessly, and kicked him angrily. Brush. The right foot hit Zhang Chen's abdomen with a strong wind force, but it stopped when the heel was 10 centimeters away from Zhang Chen's abdomen. He thought of what the great Toad Immortal said yesterday, and felt that he should treat this kid better. Forget it, have a good night's sleep. The art of psychic. Jiraiya summons the iron-armed toad using psychics. You are here to protect Zhang Chen, I will go to the village to buy some food. After he finished speaking, he went straight to the village. By the time Jiraiya bought the buns, it was already noon. In order to make Zhang Chen sleep a little longer, Jiraiya stopped by the place where she could collect materials. Zhang Chen was sleeping soundly, a fragrant smell of chicken wafted out, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Jiraiya held the drumsticks and steamed buns in front of her. Sleep well, get up and eat something. Seeing Jiraiya's kind smile, and seeing the noon sun, Zhang Chen looked at Jiraiya moved. Thank you, teacher Jiraiya. After speaking, I took the chicken legs and steamed buns and devoured them. After drinking and eating, Zhang Chen was full of energy at this moment, and he was even more happy in his heart. This is the first time he has felt the doting of his elders in the years he came to Hokage. Different from the 3-generation relationship, this feeling is more like his own father. Boy, this time you have the energy, you have to summon a big one. Zhang Chen nodded heavily. This time he definitely won't let himself and Jiraiya down. Adjust the breath, adjust the chakra to the best, and concentrate. Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. The art of psychic. With a loud shout, the smoke suddenly shrouded, and the huge figure blocked the sunlight in front of Jiraiya. Zhang Chen's line of sight instantly surpassed the forest here, and he excitedly looked at the toad under him. Whole body is full of Yuhi's complexion, with a huge body, bandages around his waist, a short sword inserted, and a giant pipe in his mouth. This is exactly one of the top members of Mount Myoboku, Toad Bunta. Zhang Chen jumped up excitedly, and shouted loudly. Mr. Jiraiya, I succeeded, I succeeded. Jiraiya blocked the sun with her right hand and looked at Bunta Toad, and grinned openly. This kid is very capable. But just when Zhang Chen was happy, Toad Wentai glanced at Zhang Chen above his head and became furious. Little devil, did you call me out? Chapter 67 Toad Wentai and Zhang Chen's contest, seeking silver tickets. At this moment, Zhang Chen was very excited, and he didn't take it seriously when he heard Toad Wentai's words. Yes, I called it, haha. Zhang Chen simply sat on Toad Wentai and carefully observed Wentai's appearance. Where's that bastard, Jiraiya? Huh, what do you call me for? Free time. Toad Bunta's voice was deafening. Jiraiya stood under Toad Bunta and shouted, Hey, I'm here. Wentai looked around the surrounding situation, and when he found that there was no danger, he glared at Jiraiya angrily, spit out a long puff of smoke and cursed. Bastard, summon me, do you want me to drink tea? Ha! Seeing that Wentai was in a bad mood, Jiraiya pointed at Zhang Chen. Hey, it was summoned by the boy on your head. It has nothing to do with me. I'll ask you to find him. Jiraiya took a few steps and disappeared. On a branch a few hundred meters away from Wentai, Jiraiya almost broke into a cold sweat on her forehead, grinning and laughing. Wentai started raging, but it's not that easy to deal with. Zhang Chen, come on. Seeing Jiraiya running away, Zhang Chen didn't panic at all. That guy Wanshi was obediently tamed by me, and it was not easy to subdue Toad Bunta. Seeing that Zhang Chen was only 14 or 15 years old, Wentai said furiously. Boy, you need to be recognized by me if you dare to stand on my head. Do you have the strength? Zhang Chen disapproved, the smile on his face gradually faded, he stood up and looked down at Wentai coldly. Not only can I stand on your head, I can also make you completely obey me. My tolerance path has only 7 words, if you don't accept it, I'll beat you to accept it. After speaking, Zhang Chen jumped down. Standing majestically in front of Wentai, his arrogant eyes were full of contempt for everything. It looks like the arrogance of the king. This completely angered Wentai, who widened his eyes and opened his mouth and exclaimed. Stinky boy, you are pulling your head a little bit, believe it or not, I will slap you to death. I don't believe it, Zhang Chen naughty contradicted. His eyebrows twitched, and he spread his hands and continued, you can try it, if you can touch me, I will lose. Stinky boy, Wentai's anger level was on the rise, he stretched out his front legs without hesitation, and suddenly smashed towards Zhang Chen's position. Whoosh! Boom! A gust of wind blew, and Wentai's right hand was like the top of Mount Tai, forming a strong gale, hitting the ground heavily. The loud noise and vibration made Jiraiya sway from side to side on the branches, covering her face and shaking her head and sighing. What the hell did this little guy say to make Wentai so angry? I really don't know how high the sky is. With his left hand, Wentai removed the pipe in his mouth and exhaled thick smoke. Hum. That's what happened when the hairy boy annoyed me. Do you know what's wrong? There was a gap in Wentai's right hand, and he didn't really want to shoot Zhang Chen to death. He slowly opened his right hand, wanting to see the scene of Zhang Chen dying on the ground. But as the arm gradually lifted, there was no one under him. Wentai frowned in surprise. Hey, Mrs. Wen, I'm here. Zhang Chen stood on a branch not far from Tai Wen, holding his arms, a relaxed smile on his face. What did you call me? You son of a bitch. Wentai's right hand waved suddenly, another strong wind, and the back of his hand swept away the trees with one punch. Like steel hitting a popsicle, the trees were vulnerable to a single blow, and some were even uprooted. Boom! As Wentai's right fist swept across, the sound of trees collapsing continuously sounded. This punch was obviously not merciful. From the point of view of Tai Wen, Zhang Chen could easily escape his own palm, and he also had some strength. With such a provocation, he taught him a lesson with one punch with all his strength. Even if he was injured, Zhang Chen brought it on himself. However, the result was again beyond his expectations. Zhang Chen appeared on the top of the tree on the other side without incident again. Boy, since you're so confident, I'm going to get serious. Wentai held up his hands. Sweetened water style iron cannon jade. From Tai Wen's mouth, he spat out a large water ball and hit Zhang Chen's position. The water ball was like a jet cannon. Wherever it went, the trees shattered one after another. Boom! 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 Power of this sweetened water style is on the same level as Aikiao Shukaku's futon wind style, so Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't use ninjutsu hard steel. Jumping forward, the body easily avoided the range of the water cannon. Zhang Chen flew in the air, revealing a relaxed smile. As long as you can't hit me, there's nothing to worry about, hee. Boom! Just as Zhang Chen was complacent, the second water iron cannon struck. You think it's fine to dodge? I'm sorry, I have one more shot. I'll see how you dodge in the air. Call. A mouthful of white mist spit out. Tai Wen grinned and watched Zhang Chen, who was shot in the air by the water cannon. This kid has 2 hits. He can actually force Wentai to use the water and iron cannon. This is real and interesting. But how do you plan to avoid the second water and iron cannon? Jiraiya grinned and watched with interest. It seems impossible to use Shadow Clone to pull the body away from the water cannon that is close at hand. The attack range of the water iron cannon is too wide, and this idea cannot be done at all. In this way, they can only resist the water and iron cannon, and there is no other way. Hey, it looks like this kid Zhangchen is going to rest for a while. This guy is really merciless. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. A foregone conclusion that Zhangchen was hit by this shot, and both Jiraiya and Wentai were prepared for the aftermath. But right now, Zhangchen took out the seal scroll in his hand, and a pitch-black sword appeared in Zhangchen's hand. Jiraiya frowned slightly and exclaimed, "What is this for? Shouldn't he plan to split the water cannon with a knife? How is this possible?" Under the gazes of the two, the ghost sword in Zhangchen's hand was surrounded by black, and it suddenly slashed. Knife up and down. Knife flow, big shock. Boom. For a time, a huge impact sound responded, rippling in this forest. Wow! The water iron cannon was like hitting an invisible round iron ball, and the water splashed out in all directions, and the huge water droplets galloped down like a storm. Nani, how is this possible? Toadbunta and Jiraiya opened their mouths in shock and said in unison. Before the storm dissipated, Zhangchen slashed with a flat A, and the powerful slash was like a ghost, rushing out of the storm. The slash galloped down and went straight to Wentai's head. In a hurry, Wentai handed out a short knife around his waist and stood on top of his head. Boom! The slash and Wentai's dagger collided, and the loud noise struck again. Wentai originally thought that it was just an ordinary slash, so the power he used was not large, but the reality was a serious slap in the face. The power of this slash was simply beyond his imagination. He only felt his arm numb for a while, and the short knife was bounced off in an instant. He was careless. If he had just used all his strength, he probably wouldn't have lost the dagger in his hand. Wentai's eyes became more vicious and shocked, and he picked up the short knife on the ground and said loudly, "Boy, if you don't dodge too much and insist on this trick below, I will agree with you and allow you to be commensurate with my brother. How about that?" Zhangchen landed steadily, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. "I can't ask for it. Chapter 68 Mrs. Wen, please give me more advice." Toadbunta looked at Jiraiya in the distance and shouted, "Jiraiya, do me a favor." When Jiraiya heard the call of Toadbunta, her expression was slightly stunned. She ran over, stood on the top of Toadbunta's head and scratched her head and said, "Ha, what is this? Use the toad oil bullet with me." Jiraiya's eyes widened as she stared at Zhangchen in front of her, whispering in her heart. In the end, Zhangchen is still driving Wentai crazy, and he actually wants to use a combination of skills. If he really uses this trick, I'm afraid Zhangchen won't be able to resist it, right? Jiraiya is very clear that this combination of skills is powerful, and ordinary sweet and water style can't resist at all. Even if Zhangchen used the skills just now, the toad oil bounced off, but the fire that filled the sky would still drown him in it. This move can be used against the enemy, but if it is used to test Zhangchen's strength, it will be too much. Wentai, using this trick to attack a child, are the two of us too bullying? Shut up, it's okay if you don't help, I'm not going to approve of this stinky boy. Toad Wen took a deep breath, looking casual. It means that Zhangchen is your apprentice. It doesn't matter if you want me to disapprove, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Jiraiya had no choice but to take Wentai, and shouted to Zhangchen. "Hey, boy, Wentai and I will use toad oil flame bombs for a while, can you stop it? If you can't stop it, say it in advance." Jiraiya told Zhangchen in advance the skills that he would use for a while, and this really angered Wentai, and he shook his body violently. "Bastard, are you still helping your apprentice?" Jiraiya waved her hand and smiled sheepishly. "Haha, forget it, treat a child, why are you being so serious? It's such a big waste." "Jiraiya, you bastard, mocking me, The two quarreled with each other, which made Zhang Chen burst into laughter in his heart. Of course, he knew that teacher Jiraiya was buying him time to prepare, so that he could think of countermeasures. It won't cause physical persecution when actually picking up this skill. I have to say that Jiraiya's kindness to his apprentices is really not just talk. Hey, two seniors, I've made up my mind. You can use this trick below. I won't hide, I can definitely catch it. Come on. Jiraiya slapped her right hand on her face, shook her head and sighed. Is this kid Zhang Chen an idiot? Do you really think the toad oil bullet can be caught so easily? Although Zhang Chen's strength is absolutely super strong for his peers, his swordsmanship is a level that Jiraiya has never seen before. But despite this, he didn't think that Zhang Chen could use his sword move to catch this fire bullet. As powerful as him, he never thought of any swordsmanship that could extinguish such a powerful Kaiden fire style. But now Zhang Chen agreed, and Mrs. Wen was angry again. This matter, he has no room to maneuver. Haha, good boy, whether you can take it or not for a while, I like you very much, kind of. Toad Wen was too careless and roared, and he couldn't help but have a good impression of Zhang Chen. Hey, Jiraiya, remember to use Kaiden fire style, it's time to start. Wentai took a deep breath and suddenly spewed out powerful water Jinchuriki column, but this water Jinchuriki column was all composed of toad oil. Toad oil just spewed out, and Jiraiya hand sealed with both hands. Kaiden fire style toad oil fire bomb. Boom. The giant toad oily water Jinchuriki column spewed out, and after meeting Jiraiya's Kaiden fire style, they quickly fused together to form a powerful oily fire Jinchuriki column. Aggressive, he went straight to Zhang Chen. This sky is dyed by this fire Jinchuriki column through Yuhi. Wherever the flames go, any trees disappear in an instant, making people feel anxious and uneasy. The ghost knife's body was once again covered with black ghost energy, standing in front of him, swaying along with Zhang Chen's body. One blade flow flame demon slash. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. When the toad oil bullet reached the top of his head, a powerful slash appeared. As soon as the ghost knife came out, the black flame broke off the fire. Boom. Will. This slash slashed with the black flame. Knives out. The toad oil is like a watermelon cut in the air, divided in two. The strong flames scattered with Zhang Chen as the center and connected to each other. The toad oil spitting out by Toad Bunta was like split firewood, knowing that his mouth was divided into two. After the slash of the black flame cut off the flame bullet, it went straight to Toad Wentai. Because of the black ghost that broke through the sky, it gave people a feeling of trepidation. Toad Wen's eyes widened in shock, and the final pipe fell to the ground, staring at the huge black flame in a daze. Really forgot to dodge this attack. Jiraiya, like Tai Wen, was completely shocked by Zhang Chen's slash. What the hell is this guy? This kind of slash is too powerful. Wentai, hurry up and escape. Jiraiya shouted loudly, but Toad Wentai was completely stunned and didn't react at all. No way, it's really troublesome. Jiraiya quickly hand seal helplessly. Doden Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Zhang Chen used Doden Earth Style to stand in front of Wentai. He knew very well that this Doden Earth Style might not be able to stop this slash. Boom. The Balrog slash hit the earth wall, and the earth wall instantly disintegrated and shattered. Sure enough, the earth wall didn't work at all. If it's Jiraiya himself now, there's definitely no problem, but now Toad Wenta is a little dazed. Annoyed, Jiraiya suddenly punched Wentai in the head and shouted. Asshole, wake up. Wentai was awakened by this punch and walked out of the shocking vagueness. But it was too late, the flame demon slash was close at hand, and his huge body couldn't dodge the attack at all, so he couldn't help but blurt out. Oops, too late to hide. Wentai frowned, staring helplessly at the slash at himself. Boom. However, just when the slash hit him, Zhang Chen's figure appeared again. He waved the ghost knife to block the slash. The black flame demon slash and the ghost sword collided, Zhang Chen kept retreating until the arm that hit the problem stopped. When? Boom! Zhang Chen suddenly exerted force, and pushed the flame demon slash away abruptly. The flame demon slash is resolved here. Yahahaha! Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from her head and sighed. Toad Wentai looked at Zhang Chen, who was panting under his feet, smiled and said, "Boy, I approve of you. I have never seen a kid as powerful as you. Today I am convinced that I lost, and I would like to be your brother when in the future." Toad Wentai's words were very sincere. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, his heart blossomed with joy, and he cupped his hands and said, "Brother Wen, please advise." Jiraiya listened to the conversation between the two. Her eyes were low, her face was embarrassed, and she roared loudly. "You two bastards, have you made a mistake in your seniority?" Ah! It was only then that Toad Wentai and Zhang Chen reacted. Wentai and Jiraiya called brothers and sisters. Zhang Chen was Jiraiya's apprentice, but Wentai also called Zhang Chen brothers, which Jiraiya could accept. Toad Wentai doesn't care about that, he just needs to approve Zhang Chen. Watching Jiraiya jump into a rage, he suddenly takes a cigarette. With a puff of smoke exhaled, he laughed. Chapter 69 Senpo, Sage Art Study, Seeking Silver Tickets, Thank you all. With the approval of Toad Wentai, Zhang Chen completely mastered the psychic technique. It only took 1 day. This is simply a genius among geniuses. Not only that, but also completely subdued Toad Wentai. For Jiraiya, Zhang Chen's talent is even more powerful than the 4th generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato. This is simply a once-in-a-millennium wizard. If he really becomes the son of destruction, it will definitely be an unprecedented catastrophe for the ninja world. On the contrary, if he is properly guided to become another son of prophecy, he will be the most dazzling light in the ninja world. Looking at Zhang Chen's back, Jiraiya's mouth leaked a relieved smile, and she murmured in her heart, "Maybe this kid will become a more powerful being than the original Hokage." Zhang Chen's mood was still full of joy at the moment, and he couldn't stop saying to himself, "Look, I really am a genius." It has been 3 or 4 days since he left Konoha village, and the Chunin exam is just around the corner. He must speed up his studies. Spiritualism is not his focus. Only by really learning sage art and improving your physical skills and pupil strength is the key. "Mr. Jiraiya, I have learned psychic art, can you teach me sage art?" When Jiraiya was originally happy for Zhang Chen's talent, she almost fell to the ground when she said she wanted to learn some sage art. How could sage art be such an easy thing to learn? This kid is too ambitious. Cough cough. Sage art training is a long process. How can it be learned as soon as you learn it? I'll teach you other ninjutsu. Jiraiya thinks that learning sage art is not suitable for now, and should teach Zhang Chen more other ninjutsu, such as Rasengan. How about Rasengan? This ninjutsu is very powerful. Zhang Chen thought of the Rasengan used by Naruto, the laborious process, and he didn't even want to learn it now. For a top swordsman, only learning sage art is the most important thing. At that time, with super strong physical skills and top swordsmanship, wouldn't it be very invincible? "No, I just want to learn sage art, okay?" "No." Jiraiya became extremely angry, staring at Zhang Chen angrily. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Why was Jiraiya unwilling to teach himself sage art? What on earth is it? After thinking for a long time, the solution finally came. He stood up behind him, coughing softly. Cough cough. "Teacher Jiraiya, if you promise to teach me sage art, then I will ask my sister to come to accompany you tomorrow. If you don't agree, then my sister will definitely not be able to come tomorrow. You can decide." As soon as Jiraiya heard it, the emotional boy used his sister to threaten him, and he was furious. "You bastard, it's not that this immortal is unwilling to teach you, it's just that there are too many risks in learning sage art. How can I explain to Senior Ghost Sword and Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen in case you have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses?" Only then did Zhang Chen understand that Jiraiya was still an LSP, and if he hadn't dedicated his sister Matsuri, he wouldn't have told himself the truth. Teacher Jiraiya, do you think this will work? You and I go back to Konoha. I will make it clear with the third generation of Hokage with you. As for my grandfather, I will also contact him to make it clear. I definitely don't blame you. How? After speaking, he stared straight at Jiraiya, waiting for an answer with anticipation. It was better to let Zhang Chen learn more powerful ninjutsu earlier. Since he said so, then he might as well do it. Cough. Okay, then I'll tell you the downsides of learning sage art. Ordinary chakra is obtained by mixing one's own body energy and spiritual energy, and sage art chakra is formed on this basis by absorbing natural energy and fully merging. However, to maintain the balance of the three chakras, 1/3 of each can be activated. If it exceeds 1/3, it will be swallowed by the force of nature, and if it is less than 1/3, the sage mode cannot be activated. Explaining the principle, Jiraiya looked at Zhang Chen who was concentrating, and continued. That is to say, the balance cannot be maintained, and the power of nature is absorbed too much. If there is no way to consume the power of nature in time, you will die. Do you dare to continue practicing? Zhang Chen nodded heavily. Of course he knew the pros and cons of sage art. Teacher Jiraiya, I decided to continue practicing. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the more dangerous it must be. I, Zhang Chen, have never been afraid of death. Zhang Chen's words were full of cleanliness, full of good boy, you have the courage. If that's the case, then you don't have to go back to Konoha. I'll arrange to contact the baby to communicate with you 3 generations. How about you communicate with the senior ghost knife? Okay, no problem. In that case, it's not too early today. Go back and rest. I have to stay in the land of thunder for a few more days. I have important things to do. Ahem, remember to ask your sister to come tomorrow. Zhang Chen was completely speechless, and went around in a circle, still for the sake of women. Okay, I will. Zhang Chen agreed weakly, shaking his head helplessly. The next day. Inside Mount Myoboku. Fukasaku and Shima surround Zhang Chen. There are tall mushrooms, waterfalls, and toad statues more than 10 meters high everywhere, and eventually water flows out of the statues. In the training ground, on the peak of Takamatsu is a square stone slab where only one person can squat. Learning Senpo, sage art can only be taught by Fukasaku and Shima, while Jiraiya left Mount Myoboku and went laughing with Sakurai. Xiao Zhangchen, I have already explained to you the study of Senpo, sage art, so you must control this ratio, and this is not something you can learn overnight. You should first feel the power of nature and complete the gathering of qi. Lord Fukasaku will teach Zhang Chen how to gather energy word by word, and he and Shima are waiting for guidance. Zhang Chen is very aware of the difficulty of learning sage art. It took Jiraiya 10 years to learn sage art, and even Naruto, the protagonist of the anime, took half a month to learn Senpo, sage art. And you can only stick to it for 5 minutes after you finish the study. That being said, sage art is not an overnight job. However, he is confident that he can complete the sage art study before the public exam. According to Fukasaku's teaching, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged beside the waterfall, mobilized his body energy and mental energy to keep running, and began to feel the power of nature around him. As the surrounding environment became more and more quiet, Zhang Chen clearly felt the flow of energy in his heart. So clear. Although he is highly concentrated and his body energy and mental power are functioning flawlessly, he still cannot feel the influx of the power of nature. All he felt was the stillness of his body and the stillness of his environment. As time gradually passed, Zhang Chen's heart began to become restless. Shouldn't a genius like him be able to learn it right away? How come most of the day has passed and there is no progress at all? Zhang Chen's excessive anxiety made it difficult for him to remain calm in his heart. He slowly opened his eyes, and didn't wait for him to speak. Lord Fukasaku stared at Zhang Chen in shock and said, "Genius. What a genius. Ha ha." Chapter 70 _ The unexplainable phenomenon of celestial origin. Zhang was inexplicably said by Lord Shenzuo. I obviously just felt irritable and opened my eyes. How could I become a genius? What on earth is it? Is it the opposite? No matter what happened, Zhang had to explain his current state of mind. Lord Fukasaku, I was a little impatient, so I opened my eyes. I think I should try it tomorrow. Zhang scratched his head, and said a little unwillingly. However, only he himself knew best that his heart was really irritable and ruthless at the moment. Little Zhang, do you know how strong the power of nature around you is when you just close your eyes? Although you haven't been able to absorb these powers of nature in your body, they are constantly turning into essence because of you. Pure richness. Quote. Shenzuo's words made Zhang even more confused. The power of nature became strong, and did not enter my body. Does this have any direct relationship with me being a genius? Seeing how confused Zhang was, Shensaku's smile became even stronger. How can I tell you? It's like you are a magnetic field. Because of you, a lot of strong natural forces are attracted by you. This kind of natural force is something I have never encountered before. Of course it can be called its genius. Zhang already understood what Master Shensaku meant, but he still couldn't understand why he caused such a vision. Fukasaku-sama, I didn't actually do anything, just quietly run the energy and mental power in my body. Why does this happen? Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other. Although they had experienced a lot, they still did not encounter such a situation. Little Zhang, I will practice here today, and when I come tomorrow, I will ask Immortal Big Toad to observe your situation. Zhang nodded in agreement and left Mount Myoboku. At this time, the sunset in Kumogakure village has faded, and the night has begun to gradually begin. Sakurai and Senior Jiraiya were still chatting happily. Zhang had already paid Sakurai for the past few days, so naturally he didn't need to go there again. Besides, Zhang felt that he was physically and mentally exhausted right now, and he was indescribably tired, as if every single cell of his own had undergone a layer of baptism. He fell on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, inside Mount Myoboku, Immortal Big Toad and Shenzuo surrounded Zhang. Just like yesterday, Zhang continued to concentrate on running the energy and spiritual power in his body, regardless of the changes in the outside world. Zhang whole body's natural power gradually condensed, even more intense than yesterday's. Feeling the strong power of nature, the Big Toad Immortal slowly opened his eyes, staring at Zhang whole body with wide eyes. Old confused, don't read it wrong, is there any special reason for Xiao Zhang's body? Shima casually cursed at Immortal Big Toad. Immortal Big Toad looked at it for a long time, and said excitedly. This kid's body is somewhat similar to the origin of the fairy body, but this should not be a characteristic of human beings. This is completely impossible. This kind of thing that condenses the power of nature should only be found in the corridor of the Holy Land. The hat on the head of the Big Toad Immortal swayed, and it was even more difficult to understand Zhang current scene, and he continued to murmur. Is it because he has been to the Holy Land corridor once? But even if he has been, how could he have this ability? It really doesn't make sense. The origin of the immortal body, what is that? That is something that even a character like the Six Paths Immortal has never had. How could Zhang get the power of the source of the immortal body? This is really incredible. Seeing the strong power of nature beside Zhang, it bounced back when it touched Zhang's body, and Immortal Big Toad frowned again. What is this force that repels Mount Myoboku's frog sage art? Why is it kept out of the body? What is the structure of this kid? It attracts the force of nature, but repels Mount Myoboku's frog sage art force. This abnormal situation makes it difficult for people so knowledgeable to understand the Great Toad Immortal. Fukasaku and Shima couldn't say one or two when they saw the Big Toad Immortal, and asked anxiously. Immortal, what should we do now? Let's wait and see. As long as it doesn't affect his life, let him continue to practice like this. I think the results will come out slowly. Fukasaku and Shima nodded heavily. The big toad fairy also left here. Zhang Chen was the same as yesterday, his body did not change in the slightest, and the power of nature in his body was still 0. This really upset him. The potential to practice sage art. How is this possible? The strong competitive spirit made Zhang Chen try to absorb the power of nature countless times, but it took a whole day. Still no gain, not even the slightest change. Zhang Chen, I'm really in a hurry. Master Fukasaku, is it because I'm stupid, so I can't learn to absorb the power of nature at all? At this time, Zhang Chen had already questioned his own qualifications. If it wasn't a matter of qualifications, how could there be no change at all in 2 days? Smiled and comforted. Don't worry, you are already very good, and you will get results sooner or later. You compare with little Jiraiya, it took him 10 years to learn sage art. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to go back to rest. 10 days have passed, Zhang Chen's qi-gathering practice has not made any progress. Apart from the fact that the power of nature is getting stronger and stronger every day, Zhang Chen can't feel any power of nature pouring into his body at all. Fukasaku and Big Toad Immortal became more and more related to this matter, and thus became more and more incomprehensible. The day of everyone's exam is approaching. Zhang Chen had to give up the study of sage art and was ready to return to the village. Jiraiya didn't go back to the village with Zhang Chen, she just said to go back 2 days later. Zhang Chen packed his bags alone and set off for Konoha village. Konoha village, inside the Hokage studio. Major Jonins gathered in front of the 3 generations of Hokage to decide who would take the Chunin exam. One of the most controversial is Zhang Chen's question. According to the requirements of the public exam, 3 people must participate in a team. The 3rd generation suggested that Zhang Chen would take the exam alone, which caused strong dissatisfaction among the ninjas. Lord Hokage, the ninjas from all countries are a team of 3, and Zhang Chen is a team of 1 person. How does the specialization make us account for the fire country? Yeah, besides, Zhang Chen's graduation grade is the last one, wouldn't he kill him by forming a team by himself? I suggest to find 2 people for Zhang Chen to form a team. No matter what the result is, they can still help him. There was a lot of noise in the room. Kakashi lowered his eyes slightly and said nothing. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Asuma and whispered, Asuma, how much do you know about Zhang Chen? Why can this kid let the 3rd generation show him this face? I don't know, but it's true that Zhang Chen is the grandson of Ghost Dao, maybe it's because of this. Asuma replied in a low voice. Sandemu closed his eyes, removed the pipe from his mouth, and exhaled a deep plume of smoke. Okay, stop arguing, that's the decision. Chapter 71 _ everyone here is rubbish, seeking silver tickets. Zhang Chen's matter, no matter what other countries say, this is the matter of the country of fire, and the country of fire has not yet fallen to the point where it is being pointed by other countries. 3 generations of Hokage stand in everyone's heart like a giant. A smile leaked from the corner of Kakashi's mouth, and he said loudly. Zhang Chen's strength is not as strong as you think, he is very strong. Yes, although he is the last in the exam, but as the grandson of Ghost Dao, his strength has always been underestimated by us, so I ask everyone to treat Zhang Chen this time. Chen has to have confidence. Quote. Asuma's final smoke moved to the corner of his mouth and smiled. I'm really interested in that kid Zhang Chen. Me too. Yuhi and Asuma looked at each other at the sunset, and they already knew each other. Seeing that Hokage and the elite Jonins agree, the other ninjas are no longer stubborn. As a result, the 10 graduates who have just graduated from the Iruka class will all take the Chunin exam. In the Chunin exam preparation hall, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang and Zhang Chen gathered together. Nara Shikamaru, a listless-looking, good shadow manipulator, always complaining, lack of motivation. Akamichi Choji, obese, good at self-doubling, always loves to eat, and taboos others to call him, fat pig. Zhongshan Ino, sweet-looking, good at heart-turning, likes Sasuke, and always quarrels with Sakura. Rock Lee, like Mr. Guy, is a watermelon head, tights, a physique genius, likes Sakura, and wants to challenge all kinds of geniuses. Hyuga Neji, the son of Hyuga Hazashi, a branch of the Hyuga clan, is known as a genius, and Byakugan is well used. Ten, a quiet and lively little girl, is good at using scrolls to unlock various weapons. There are also the familiar Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto and the protagonist Zhang Chen. Unlike before, Zhang Chen didn't bring the ghost sword this time. He promised Lord Hokage that he wouldn't use the ghost sword this time, and he would not kill anyone, so this time, he was held behind by this wooden sword that was about half a meter long. Yes, you read that right, an ordinary wooden sword. In the hall, there were not many people who took part in the exam for everyone, and there were not many seats. Bustling, so lively. Gaara was carrying a big gourd. The panda eyes stared at Naruto and Zhang Chen as they entered. The cold expression on his face revealed infinite killing intent. Love, on his forehead looked so handsome. Just after entering the hall, Naruto trembled, and suddenly pointed at the crowd and shouted. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I won't lose to you, understand? As soon as this statement came out, Konoha, S12 Xiaoqiang were all dumbfounded, and Sakura's eyes widened and jumped like thunder, completely disregarding the image of a lady. All the ninjas in the room looked at Naruto who was so dangling. In just an instant, Naruto became the thorn in the flesh of all the contestants, staring at Naruto viciously, wishing to kill him directly. Who is this kid? He's so mad, do you want to teach him a lesson? It's not that I don't know that the sky is high and the earth is so arrogant. Go ahead and kill him. ... For a time, all the ninjas were eager to try Naruto, ready to kill Naruto in the next second. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Sakura hurriedly restrained Naruto and said embarrassingly to the ninjas. Everyone, it's all a joke, don't take it seriously. But no matter how Sakura explained, everyone was already planning to kill Naruto. At this moment, Zhang Chen's voice sounded. Ha, Naruto, you are right, they will all lose, but not to you, but to me. If Naruto's words are funny, then Zhang Chen's words are completely provocative. The ninjas were already indignant at what Naruto was pretending to say, but Zhang Chen suddenly said this sentence. This thing is adding fuel to the fire. Zhang Chen disapproved, walking slowly at the front, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said contemptuously. What are you looking at? If you really don't agree with me, in the next competition, use your strength to defeat me. If you can't, take back your anger, little devils. Boom. Zhang Chen's provocation had reached the point where it could not end. Even Naruto and Sasuke stared at Zhang Chen in shock. Sakura and Sakurai looked at Zhang Chen's back and blurted out, it's over. MD, you are courting death, aren't you, or all Konoha ninjas so arrogant? Huh. You guy, I can't wait for the game, I'm going to kill you now. ... Genins of all countries are ready to kill Zhang Chen. Gaara reached out to stop Kankuro and said softly, don't move. Just wait and see. Otogaku's ninjas and Kurigaku's ninjas rushed out of their positions and rushed towards Zhang Chen. Otogaku's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached Zhang Chen's side. Zhang Chen looked at the three ninjas who were slow like snails, and shook his head helplessly. This level is simply too far behind. Accept the move. An Otogaku ninja leapt into the air and kicked in the air, ready to record Maui for Zhang Chen. However, just when this kick was about to hit Zhang Chen's face, he smiled and snorted, and pushed his right hand easily. Otogaku's ninja was like a stone, and fell heavily to a place more than 10 meters away, and the expression of pain was extremely painful. At this time, another Otogaku with a face bandage, handed out his right arm, which was full of small holes, and punched Zhang Chen in the face. Zhang Chen knew very well that this move was a sonic attack, and it was useless to dodge the attack. Zhang Chen unhurriedly stretched out his left index finger and middle finger, pressed it on top of the bandaged Audiobook's right arm, and suddenly pressed down. The bandaged man instantly lay down at Zhang Chen's feet, with no chance to resist. Seeing the scene in front of her, the other female Audiobooker stopped her steps, stared at the two people on the ground in shock, and looked at Zhang Chen like a monster. Gaara's eyes were tightly closed, staring at Zhang Chen. This guy is worth fighting for. Little Li stared at Zhang Chen's body and said with trembling, "Is that the Zhang Chen with the worst grades this year? Why is his physical skills so powerful?" Byakugan. Like Little Li, Neji was also shocked by Zhang Chen's performance, and turned on Byakugan to prepare to see through Zhang Chen. When Byakugan looked at Zhang Chen's body structure, it was like looking into the abyss, full of fear and darkness. It seemed that he would be engulfed by this endless darkness in the next second. He hurriedly retracted Byakugan, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. "What's the matter with you, Neji?" Ten's beautiful eyes narrowed, and he raised Neji suspiciously. "No, nothing. In short, don't provoke Zhang Chen in this exam anyway. This guy is definitely a terrifying existence." The sweat on Neji's forehead was pouring down at this moment. Sasuke looked at Zhang Chen's back, clenched his fists again, bit Kiba and said angrily, "Zhang Chen, how powerful is this guy? I really can't guess his true strength more and more. Is he the most powerful genius?" Chapter 72 Chunin Exam, Forest of Death. The ninjas in Kurigakure village saw Audiobookseries being instantly killed, and they were counseled. Busy is the original position, swallowing saliva, thankful that he didn't shoot rashly. The people in the room who were originally resentful of Zhang Chen, at this moment all turned into fear of Zhang Chen. Kakashi leaned outside the room, shook his head and sighed. "I really don't know which unlucky ghost will provoke Zhang Chen next. It will be a miracle to be alive." Seeing that everyone was not talking, Zhang Chen sat down and looked down at the ninjas. Like an emperor, looked down on the world. As a puff of smoke appeared in front of everyone, the first examiner, Morino Ibiki, made a grand appearance. The subject of the first exam was to test the candidate's information-gathering ability. These Zhang Chen naturally knew, but they were not the focus of the exam results. The point is to see if there is team spirit. With the genius of Naruto, the first test will be done by paddling the entire court. Dozens of minutes later. Because of Naruto's insistence not to give up any of his partners, he successfully passed the exam. Everyone cheered, but before they could relax, the shocking scene was staged again. Boom! The windows of the examination room were smashed by Kuei. Two kunai pierced the glass and hit the ceiling, and a huge yuhi cloth appeared in front of the candidates. On it was written, "Second Examiner Mitarashi Anko." Along with the gorgeous and funny appearance, another big beauty appeared in Konoha village. Brown ponytail hair, delicate face, tall figure, fishnet-lined shirt and fishnet stockings with brown shorts. Coupled with Anko's bold and lively character, the cheerfulness and sexiness are seamlessly connected. She raised her right hand high and shouted with enthusiasm. "I'm Mitarashi Anko, your second-in-chief examiner. Let's go next game." In the examination room, it was instantly embarrassing. The funny way of debut, coupled with the embarrassing blood, made everyone in the examination room stunned. Although the anger was embarrassing, it also heralded the end of the first exam. The start of the second exam. 79 people, 27 teams successfully entered the next test. Anko looked at the number of people in the exam room and asked awkwardly, "Ibiki, how can there be a team of one person?" Ibiki leaned over to Anko's side to explain the situation in a low voice. Her eyes widened and she looked in Zhang Chen's direction, thinking in her heart. "Is he Zhang Chen, that ghost knife's grandson? It's really special care. He can actually be one person in a team. I'll see how you pass your next exam. You are lucky in the first exam. In the second exam, you will be eliminated to less than half. It's really exciting, let's talk about the details tomorrow, disband. The next day. The second exam venue. 44th exercise field Death Forest. Anko stood in front of everyone, holding the consent form in his hand and said excitedly. This is a consent form. Someone will die in this game, so you must sign the consent form. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. The rules of the game are that within 120 hours, with 2 scrolls of day and earth, all members arrive the central tower of the forest as qualified. Quote. You have a total of 27 teams, and 13 teams will take the sky scroll and the earth scroll and compete with each other, and at least half of them will be eliminated in the end. As soon as Anko finished speaking, the ninjas realized something was wrong. The examiner. That's not right, 27 teams and 26 teams have scrolls, what's the matter with one team? Yeah, doesn't that team have to take the exam? The crowd began to shout, and Anko's smile became even more prosperous, and he said with a smile. The next thing I want to talk about is the existence of a special team, the one-man team this time, Zhang Chen. Anko's face became even more excited, he pointed to Zhang Chen's position and said. Zhang Chen, come over here. Zhang Chen frowned and looked at Anko's extremely excited expression, there was always an ominous premonition. Is this woman Anko trying to harm me? Zhang Chen stood in front of Anko, and everyone in Team 26 was shocked. If it is said that who is the most popular in this Chunin exam, it must be Zhang Chen. One person challenged all the candidates, and among them, he killed Otogaker in seconds. Now that there is a team of one person, it seems that you are different. Anko patted Zhang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile. In order to take care of this special team, I decided to give Zhang Chen a pair of scrolls. He doesn't need to snatch your scrolls, he just needs to take the scrolls and escape to the central tower. In addition, I tell you that the central tower is 10,000 meters away from here, be sure to be safe. Quote. After finishing speaking, the handsome face came close to Zhang Chen's ear and whispered softly. How's it going? Am I good to you? I don't need to rob it, I'll give it to you, it's considered a special consideration for you, come on, Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took a scroll of heaven and earth, and snorted coldly in his heart. Where is this special care? This is obviously to make myself a target of public criticism. No matter who I meet, others will choose to attack me. After all, I have any scroll they need. This Anko is really good to himself. However, out of politeness, Zhang Chen still smiled and bowed his head, and said heavily, Senior Anko, I thank you. Next, enter the Death Forest according to their respective entrances. Zhang Chen's selection of the entrance number is not bad, it can be said that it is very good. Number 38. Such an auspicious number, and he is the only one. Fuck, what do you mean? I'm not a woman. Zhang Chen didn't pay attention to the test of the Forest of Death at all, in other words, he didn't pay attention to the entire group of students who took the test. After all, this game of walking around in the novice area with a full level number is simply easier than eating. Zhang Chen turned on his perception, and expanded his perception infinitely, and finally found that his perception could only cover half of the forest. Difficult to find the location of the little Hinata. This test, Naruto and Kabuto are together, and there is not much danger at all. Now he just wants to protect his sister, little Hinata. But at this moment, the mechanical voice in his mind suddenly sounded and began to chatter. Open black lens bracket ding. System data recovery, please wait. System recovery is successful, close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen frowned in surprise, since the last time he was lost in the forest, the system has never appeared again. Now that it finally appeared after so long, Zhang Chen was naturally excited. Brother, what's going on here? Why did it take you so long to show up? Brother Wei, the damage suffered by the system in the Lost Forest was too serious, and the emergency program was not completely spared. After 48 hours of minor repairs and data recovery in the past few days, the restart was really completed. Sorry for the inconvenience. Close black lens bracket. It's really strange, how can this system be so polite? Don't worry about it so much, you can come back as long as you can. I thought you disappeared a few days ago. Open black lens bracket ding. During the system data scan, according to your memory, the system misses too many shock points. Now the shock value will be sorted out, and you may feel severe pain in the head later. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reminder. Please don't panic, you can bite your arm when necessary to avoid biting your tongue. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 73 Zhang Chen was bullied, asking for a silver ticket. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. What's the situation? Should I have a baby or surgery? There is also a warm reminder to bite the arm, what a fuss. Boom. A strong pain in the head struck, and the whole person curled up on the ground with a splitting headache. Originally, I was disdainful of the system, but now I still have the courage to quibble and put my arm in my mouth. Of the system coon in my head sounded again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to Big Brother for summoning Toad when too shocked to Jiraiya. Get 100,000 taels of money, plus 100 sword intent. It is recommended to upgrade the level to 2nd rank. The current progress bar is 2nd rank 35 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to my brother for successfully unlocking the 2nd stage of sword intent. The specific function is, use sword intent to make the opponent fall into the intermediate demonic illusion, and you can control the killing intent to release the target. Successfully unlocked the store function. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen could only hear part of the mechanical sound of the system, and the severe pain continued. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to Big Brother for being shocked to the Toad Wenta, getting. Close black lens bracket. In Mount Myoboku, the things that shocked Fukasaku and Datoad were all scanned by the system and began to make up for it. In the end, Zhang Chen's current progress bar has reached 285 1,000ths for the 2nd stage. At the same time, the pain in the head gradually disappeared. Zhang Chen was lying on the ground with a sore body, and he couldn't even lift the slightest bit of strength. Although sword intent has been upgraded to the 2nd rank, and it has made up for so many shock points, there is still no joy at all. The pain just now made him feel helpless. Hey, someone's lying down there. Go down and see, maybe he has a scroll on him, but be careful, what if there is a trap? This unexpected voice came. Zhang Chen's physical state at the moment couldn't raise his head to observe who it was, let alone resist. He sweated profusely and let out a sigh of relief. This system really knows when to choose. At this time, there is no shock value to sort out, but that's fine. Why does it make me so weak and so fragile? The forest of death is a dangerous place, and since everyone has just entered the forest, everyone is not very far away. Zhang Chen in this state can be said to be a paralyzed tiger. He is very strong but no one can beat him. It's over, but someone came at this time. The scroll is too small, what should I do if I encounter a tiger bee? At this moment, Zhang Chen is most worried that the other party is the master of things. It doesn't matter if you hand over the scroll, after all, you can easily grab the scroll, but what if you take advantage of my illness to kill me? The three jumped down from the tree. Zhang Chen raised his head and looked at their forehead guards. Finally let out a breath, but luckily it was a Kurigakure ninja. If it is the 3 Otogakure that he offended at the beginning, then he is most likely to be miserable. The three gradually approached Zhang Chen, and they could see each other clearly. The fat man with short orange hair walked at the front with a nervous expression on his face. Following behind was a boy with a blue turban, with a relatively strong body. The one who hid behind and did not dare to move forward was a girl with long black hair. The girl had big eyes and thin lips, looking a little cowardly. Fuck, don't leave, isn't this the guy who pretended to be B, Zhang Chen? There must be a deception, don't leave the fat man first. The fat man in front of him was already nervous before he left, but he was even more frightened by such a shout, and he hurriedly turned back and cursed. "Lan Chuan, do you want to scare me to death? Can you not be surprised?" Lan Chuan leaned over to Fatty, stared at Zhang Chen on the ground, and didn't speak for a while. Fatty got impatient, pushed Lan Chuan away and shouted loudly, "Zeme, go and see what's going on." Zeme held Kuwu in her hand and was called by the fat man. Her body trembled with fright, and her beautiful eyes were wrinkled and trembling. "Let me go, can't you go?" Zeme's words were very weak, and she didn't dare to look at Fatty and Lan Chuan. "Damn, don't be so rude, just go if you want to go, or you'll throw yourself here." Zeme instinctively widened her eyes, pouted her grievance and nodded. "Yes." Under the gazes of the two, Zeme moved her graceful figure and slowly approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was completely unable to move at this time. Watching Zeme gradually approaching, he despised the two men to the extreme. A dignified man, to actually let a 14 or 15-year-old girl take the lead for him, he really doesn't even want to face. However, it can be seen from the girl's behavior that she seems to be used to this kind of life. It can also be said that this Zeme is usually a character who is often bullied. Walking to Zhang Chen's side, he looked left and right to see if there were any traps. Zhang Chen was instantly speechless. How the hell did this graduate? If there is a trap, will she still have a chance to look around? You come here, there seems to be no danger. After hearing Zime's words, Fatty and Lan Chuan approached Zhang Chen. Seeing Zhang Chen's dying appearance, the fat man smiled and leaned back and forth. "Haha, lucky, isn't this a pretentious boy with 2 scrolls of heaven and earth? I didn't expect to end up in this field." Fatty and Lan Chuan looked at each other and smiled. The fat man kicked Zhang Chen with 1 foot, and exclaimed, "Boy, take out the earth scroll, hurry up." Seeing that Fatty is so handsome, Lan Chuan stepped forward and kicked Zhang Chen abruptly, kicking 3 times. "Are you going to be arrogant? I wanted to beat you up in the first exam room, but the exam started and you escaped." Speaking of this, Lan Chuan couldn't help but feel angry. Boom! Another foot was put on Zhang Chen's face. The reason why he was so angry was precisely because he thought that he wanted to beat Zhang Chen in the first place, but when they saw Zhang Chen kill Audiobook in seconds, they persuaded and never came forward. Zhang Chen continued to put on B's expression, which always appeared in Lan Chuan's mind. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more angry he became, he kept kicking Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen kept biting Kiba and staring at several people without saying a word. There is no way, Huluopingyang was bullied by dogs, even if he is in this state, he is not convinced. There is no way. He just wants his body to recover quickly. What the hell is this system doing? MD, you dare to stare at Lao Su without handing in the scroll, look at your virtue, and carry a wooden sword. I don't know, but I thought you were going to play like a child, haha. The fat man stared at the wooden sword that Zhang Chen stretched out his hand, and satirized Zhang Chen again. Zhang Chen let out a long breath and closed his eyes to comfort himself. Forget it, I can't be as knowledgeable as rubbish. I don't allow myself to resist in this state. As long as I recover my stamina, I have to kill these 2 dogs. Before Zhang Chen could finish comforting him, he kept groping with both hands on his body. The fat man picked up 2 scrolls, threw the scroll of heaven and earth to Zhang Chen's side, and said with a smile, "It's really good. It's extremely scrolling as soon as you enter the forest. It's really a blessing from God." After speaking, the fat man dragged Lan Chuan. "Come on, go to the center tower." Lan Chuan and Zeme followed behind Fatty. Zeme kept turning her head to look at Zhang Chen, and there was a hint of pity in her eyes. Zhang Chen let out a breath. Fortunately, they only took the scroll. However, at this moment, the thin man suddenly stopped and grabbed the fat man. "Fatty, if that guy recovers, can't he seek revenge for us?" Chapter 74 Zhang Chen was killed. Zhang Chen let out a breath. Fortunately, they only took the scroll. However, At this moment, the thin man suddenly stopped and grabbed the fat man. "Fatty, if that guy recovers, can't he seek revenge for us?" The fat man stopped, turned around and glared at Zhang Chen fiercely. "You're right, although I don't know why he did this, but if he really recovers, he will definitely seek revenge on us. Let's go. Go back and kill him." Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhang Chen was completely anxious. "Hey, brother, come out quickly." "Brother, I am here." Close black lens bracket. "What the hell is going on? Hurry up and let my body recover, I'll be dead later." "Sorry, brother, due to the recovery scan work taken by the system, the burden on the body is indeed huge, and it cannot be recovered in a short time, but it also saves the lost shock value for the host." Close black lens bracket. "Fuck, now there is no time to say shock value. If I can't get up my strength, I will die. MD. Zhang Chen was completely angry, but no matter how angry he was, there was really no way to ease the burden on his body. "Brother, you calm down, Jiren has a natural look, he will recover after a few more minutes, keep persevering." Close black lens bracket. "Fuck, don't say 10 minutes, it's hard to hold on for 5 minutes, and it won't take a minute to kill a person who is helpless." NND. Seeing that Zhang Chen was so excited, System Kun ignored Zhang Chen. No matter how Zhang Chen scolded the system never responded. Fatty held Kuwu in his right hand and approached Zhang Chen. "Boy, go to hell." Between the words, Kuwu quickly stabbed Zhang Chen's heart. Snapped. Jade finger grabbed Fatty's arm. "He's already like this, let her go." Zeme held the fatty's arm tremblingly, biting Kiba and roaring. The fat man threw off Zeme's arm, kicked Zeme's abdomen, and exclaimed, "How dare you stop Uncle Ben? If it wasn't for your father's sake, I'd kill you directly. Don't think that the 5th generation of Mizukage advocates peace, and you rubbish can really become ninjas, it's just a dream." Bah! Lan Chuan dragged the fat man, looked at Zime on the ground, and said disdainfully, "Fatty, don't pay attention to her. If it wasn't necessary for a threesome, who would take her? Deal with Zhang Chen first." Fatty turned his head, raised Kuwu and continued to stab Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's eyes widened, staring at Fatty and Lan Chuan angrily, roaring inwardly. "If I make it through this time, I will have to let these two people kneel in front of me, abolish their legs and hands, let them not stand for the rest of their lives, and let them die." But despite this, Zhang Chen still watched as Kuwu stabbed himself in the chest. Puff! Kuwu was inserted into Zhang Chen's heart, blood continued to flow out, and the blood on the ground slowly gathered. The miracle he expected did not come true, and no one came to rescue him. Looking at the kunai in his chest, Zhang Chen helplessly shook his head. "I didn't expect that Zhang Chen would actually die at the hands of such a nobody in my life. I feel sorry for my ninja career. What a joke." The vision in front of him gradually blurred, Zhang Chen helplessly closed his eyes. At this time, his heart was beating wildly, and endless darkness appeared in Zhang Chen's mind, and a dense white air mass kept rushing towards the position of his heart. He clearly felt that the wound in his heart was gradually healing, and even the injured heart kept recovering. Clang clang. Kunai fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Zhang Chen widened his eyes in shock. What the hell is going on? How is this darkness so familiar? What is going on here? Before Zhang Chen could react, the strangeness of his body appeared again. "I can feel the infinite power gradually attacking my body, like a dry sponge soaked in the sea. The strength of the body is constantly recovering, and more abundant." This. Zhang Chen was completely shocked. This sudden situation made him ecstatic. "Help! Help!" When Zhang Chen was extremely happy, a cry for help came from not far away. Look around. Zeme was held in the air by the raised hands formed by the sand, and her hands kept hitting the sand on her body, her expression extremely painful. As the sand gradually increased, Zeme's body was mostly covered with sand. Fatty and Lan Chuan crazily collapsed on the ground and kept retreating, their expressions extremely frightened, and they lost their souls. Seeing Zhang Chen get up, Zeme stretched her jade fingers towards Zhang Chen, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, and whispered softly, "Save me." Zeme's pitiful expression was like a picture scroll, imprinted in Zhang Chen's mind, and the picture of her preparing to rescue her just now also appeared. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. "Forget it, I never owe anyone a favor, and this time I paid it back." Whoosh! Zhang Chen's figure was like a ghost, and suddenly disappeared in place. Boom! A palm hit the sand that was constantly rushing towards Zeme, and after a loud noise, the sand was scattered by Zhang Chen. Zeme lay limp on the ground, panting and staring at Zhang Chen, with tears in her eyes. She said weakly, "... After he finished speaking, he lay on the ground and panted softly, and stared at Zhang Chen with blinking eyes. Gara Panda frowned slightly, looking in Zhang Chen's direction. Her body began to tremble slightly, and she smiled in a blink of an eye. "I want to kill you." Saying that, 2 grains of sand Jinchuriki column spewed out from the gourd behind, and hit Zhang Chen like 2 water dragons. Zhang Chen's figure swayed, blinking and standing behind Gara. "Gara, don't you be so impatient, I still have some things to deal with. How about a duel with you when I'm done?" Zhang Chen suddenly appeared. Gara widened her eyes in shock and calmed down. Standing still, the sand that stretched out his hand kept gathering into the gourd. "Don't make me wait too long." A cold sentence, but it contains too much interest in Gara. Kankuro looked at Gara, nervous. "Gara, how exciting it is to actually wait for this man." Tamari pulled Kankuro and whispered, "Let's stay away, I've never seen him so excited, this Zhang Chen is not easy." Getting Gara's answer, Zhang Chen leaked a smile from the corner of his mouth, turned around and walked towards Fatty and Lan Chuan. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the big brother who shocked Gara. Got 20 taels of money, plus 20 sword intent. The current progress bar is, second stage 305 1,000ths. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Zhang Chen's footsteps stopped. He never thought that Gara's strength would be so strong. He had been shocked by so many genins, and the system never rewarded him. But now Gara is rewarded with 20 sword intent because he is shocked. Gara's strength is really not to be underestimated. Really looking forward to the showdown with Gara for a while. Ha ha. Walking into Fatty and Lan Chuan, Zhang Chen's 2 colors became even colder. The 2 were trembling with fright, and the fat man's pants started to get wet with a certain liquid. Chapter 75 Gara vs Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen stood in front of the 2 like a god of death, and the 2 people were trembling with such breathtaking aura. The 2 of them knelt down in front of Zhang Chen without hesitation, and kept kowtowing to admit their mistakes. "I was wrong, please don't kill me, this is the scroll of heaven and earth, all for you, all for you. I won't take the exam, I abstain." The fat man cried, his nose and tears had long merged. "Brother Zhang Chen, Grandpa, I was wrong too. As long as you don't kill me, anything is fine. My family has money and can give you a lot of money." Lan Chuan's face was pale, and he was so scared that he lost his soul. Seeing how hopeless the 2 of them looked, Zhang Chen kept shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "This kind of rubbish is really not worth doing by yourself, but this time is different, the previous must be paid back with interest." Zhang Chen grabbed Fatty's right arm and suddenly exerted force. Boom! The sound of bones breaking sounded, and the fat man wailed in pain. The sound was like a ghost crying and wolf howling. "It was this arm that stabbed me with kunai just now, wasn't it?" Zhang Chen bent down. His incomparably cold voice seemed to have penetrated the blood of the 2 of them. The fat man and the thin man subconsciously looked at their right leg and continued to beg for mercy, shivering. They knew very well that they both kicked Zhang Chen with their right feet just now. "Haha, you 2 still have a little self-knowledge, but this doesn't prevent me from continuing to abolish you." Boom! Boom! There were two more sounds of bones breaking. The two lay on the ground and rolled back and forth, dying in pain. Okay, even if the feud between you and me is even, it's time to count the interest. Boom. Zhang Chen kicked Fatty's left arm, and there was a loud noise. Fatty's left arm was torn apart instantly, and the broken arm flew dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. The fat man fainted in pain, bleeding profusely. This time, Lan Chuan was frightened. This guy Zhang Chen is simply a devil, he is simply a ruthless murderer, and he didn't hesitate at all. Lan Chuan frantically kowtowed to Zhang Chen. But it doesn't help. Zhang Chen kicked Lan Chuan's left knee. The powerful impact hit the bone like a huge boulder. Click. Lan Chuan's left knee shattered instantly, and his left leg broke at the joint. Lan Chuan, whose right leg was charged, broke his left leg at this moment, and his body kept twitching on the ground. Zhang Chen looked down at the two of them. The murderous aura in his eyes was extremely terrifying. Zimei was lying on the ground, looking at Zhang Chen in horror, as if she saw a demon. Konkuro looked at Zhang Chen, kept swallowing saliva, and thought in horror. This Zhang Chen is just like Gaara. Cruel, cold-blooded, and ruthless, he is a cold-blooded killer. The feeling of seeing him is even more frightening than seeing Gaara. Tamari, like Konkuro, had her pupils round and murmured. This guy Zhang Chen is even crueler than Gaara. It's better to kill him directly and let him die slowly in fear and pain. This is really too cruel. How could such a person exist in Konoha village? Just the devil. At this time, both of them had the same idea. At the beginning of the war, he was determined not to fight against Zhang Chen, otherwise he would die very miserably. Tamari touched Konkuro's arm and said seriously. Konkuro, if I meet Zhang Chen, I beg you to kill me the first time she tortures me. Konkuro froze in place, and after a while he hesitantly said. Why are you asking that? We shouldn't be able to meet him. Don't worry, if we do meet him, I will abstain directly. Gaara didn't think like Konkuro and Tamari, but her body trembled even more, and she was looking forward to another fight with Zhang Chen. Looking at the bloodless Lan Chuan on the ground, Zhang Chen stretched out his right foot and stepped on his face. Boy, wait here to die slowly, and tell you by the way, messing with me is the worst thing you've ever done in your life. After he finished speaking, he walked over to Zeme and glanced at Zeme who was trembling all over. The tone became calmer. I didn't kill you all because of your obstruction just now. If you want to survive, leave the exam room with those two trash. Leaving Zeme, Zhang Chen came to Gaara with a smile on his face. Okay, my business is done and I can start. Gaara's pupils dilated, she opened her mouth excitedly, and gave a loud drink. Countless sands sprang out from the ground, hitting Zhang Chen like thousands of chains. Zhang Chen didn't dodge, he stood on the spot and waved his arms. The sand, soil and water Jinchuriki column hit Zhang Chen's side. Zhang Chen slapped it with a palm. Boom. The gravel flow was instantly shattered. The sand and gravel flow continued to impact. Zhang Chen's arms were constantly waving in the air, forming countless phantoms. The sand shattered all over the place, and the sand around him gradually piled up. Zhang Chenji kept not flickering, and used physical techniques to fight against the sand, all because he discovered the secret of his body. Just when he was on the verge of death, he clearly felt the change in his body. I am afraid that in terms of raising numbers, his body is closer. Zhang Chen guessed that it might be because the sword intent was upgraded to the second rank. So I want to test what realm my physical skills can reach. The sand and gravel flow in the sky can't help Zhang Chen, but I still use this trick constantly. It's amazing how he can block Gaara's sand with pure physical skills. I don't think he's aware of his danger yet. There should be no one in Genin who can beat Gaara, Tamari said firmly. As the sand became more and more, Zhang Chen became impatient. What does this kid Gaara want to do? Does one move work to the end? It's impossible to hurt me with all the chakra. However, just when Zhang Chen was irritable, the surrounding sand suddenly gathered together. It was like a huge cloth that instantly wrapped Zhang Chen. When Zhang Chen reacted, the sand spread out and trapped him inside. Fuck, bad, he's going to use sand to bind the coffin. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts, he actually wants to kill me in a good fight. But you still underestimate me, Gaara. The sand tightly wrapped Zhang Chen inside. Gaara stretched out her right hand and made a tiger claw. Sand-bound coffin. After a sound, the sand group suddenly shrank. Boom. With a muffled sound, Gaara frowned and whispered, "It really won't kill you so easily." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Chen's figure gradually appeared on the ground not far behind Gaara. Gaara's expression became more excited. I ran with Doden, Earth style, so what's next? Whoosh. 2 strands of sand appeared on the ground and firmly fixed Zhang Chen's feet. The endless sand hit Zhang Chen like a giant wave in the ocean. Doden, Earth style, Earth flow wall. Zhang Chen quickly hand seal, an earth wall appeared in front of him. The sand waves hit the earth wall and stopped. Doden, Earth style, Earth stone dragon. A smile leaked from the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. When it was huge, it suddenly appeared from the ground. The huge earth dragon roared, and when it grew up, it opened its mouth to bite at Gaara. Temari and Kankuro shouted in shock. Is this the ninjutsu that genin should know? Chapter 76_murderous release. Boom. The giant dragon swallowed Gaara in one bite, and the huge impact split Gaara in two. The picture was extremely cruel. Gaara! Gaara! Kankuro and Temari shouted. Boom. The earth dragon slammed into the mountain wall not far away, making a dull sound, and disintegrated in an instant. Sand and stones are constantly flowing, and there is no shadow of Gaara at all. Kankuro's eyes widened in shock, frowning and calling out Gaara's name. Temari's eyes trembled, and she slumped on the ground, her beautiful lips quivering. How is this possible? Zhang Chen's expression was cold, he let out a long sigh, and suddenly exerted force. Boom. The sand binding underfoot was broken. Gaara, come out when you've had enough, wouldn't it be boring to die so easily? As soon as the voice fell, Gaara's figure gradually emerged in the flowing sand river. The sand on the top of the head continued to flow down like flowing water. You two shut up for me, and if you don't want to die, get away. Gaara's icy voice sounded, and she looked at Kankuro and Temari with ruthless eyes. Are you going to use that trick? But not yet. Temari's voice was extremely helpless. Shut up. No one can control me, get out. Gaara's eyes widened, and the terrifying dark circles under his eyes made Temari tremble and nearly collapse. Kankuro supported Temari, frowned and whispered helplessly, Temari, let's go. Don't get too close. Gaara turned around and stared at Zhang Chen, looking extremely excited, grinned and roared hideously. I'm going to kill you here, as long as you're dead, my existence is more meaningful. Seeing the current Gaara, Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. Grim is cool, but Gaara is really annoying at this time. Zhang Chen didn't intend to defeat Gaara here, besides, Gaara at this time was really meaningless. When he really wanted to challenge, he was Gaara of Kazekage. Now that he is fighting against himself, he is still one level behind. Hey, Gaara, I don't want to spend more time with you. How about staying here? Zhang Chen's relaxed expression made Gaara even more angry. I'm going to kill you now. Saying that, Gaara couldn't stop laughing. He knew that Gaara was about to start transforming. Zhang Chen didn't want to make too much noise in the forest of death, and slowly held the wooden sword behind him with his right hand. Hey, Gaara, I didn't want to draw a sword against you, but you forced me to. I don't have time to spend with you here, goodbye. Holding the wooden sword in his hand, looking at this ordinary wooden sword, he had mixed feelings in his heart. I didn't expect that my sword intent had just risen to the 2nd rank, and I actually took a wooden sword to test its power. It's really interesting. Seeing Zhang Chen holding the wooden sword, Temari widened his eyes in shock and pulled Kankuro. I don't think it's safe to be here anymore. Why? Kankuro asked suspiciously. Zhang Chen took out his wooden sword and faced Gaara. This is a naked provocation to Gaara. I'm afraid that Gaara will be so angry that he will go berserk. Tamari's words were a little trembling. She is very aware of Gaara's character, and he will obliterate anything that is worth his shot, not to mention Zhang Chen is the one who has been provoking Gaara. Ha ha, Zhang Chen, how much do you want me to hate you? Zhang Chen stopped talking, stood the wooden sword in front of him, and the black ghost energy wrapped around the wooden sword. In just a few seconds, the wooden sword suddenly turned into a small ghost sword. What the hell is going on? It's obviously a wooden sword, why did it turn into such a terrifying sword? Kankuro was surprised, completely unable to understand the change in the wooden sword. Is it magic, or demonic illusion? It's incredible. Tamari held the tree with his right hand, staring at Zhang Chen incredulously. When Zhang Chen's sword intent only had one paragraph, the system said that one paragraph of sword intent was only invincible with sword moves, and it couldn't achieve the realm of invincible sword intent and murderous intent. Now that you have risen a rank, how far can your murderous aura be? Really can't wait to try it. Boom. Zhang Chen released his murderous aura. In an instant, the murderous aura spread like a hurricane, forming invisible ripples. Haha, it seems that the system is quite good. The seal's murderous aura, it will be released when you say it is released. I don't know if you will need to spend money to continue the sealing after this release. It will not be useless because of the upgrade, right? It's not that Zhang Chen is short of 100,000 taels, he just feels that it's a bit of a waste. He has more than 100,000 trips to good places to be happy, isn't he fragrant? Ha ha. Zhang Chen's murderous aura touched Kankuro and Tamari, and the world in front of them was suddenly shrouded in darkness. In this endless darkness, ghostly figures stand in the sky, making the two of them completely unable to resist at all. They had only experienced the murderous aura of a strong man from their own father, and even the cold-blooded Gaara could only make him feel the fear of the atmosphere at most. It is simply impossible to create such a terrifying deterrent by murderous intent alone. Boom. Tamari and Kankuro fell from the tree, and the severe pain in their bodies woke them up. Wanderingly stood up and stared at Gaara and Zhang Chen. Gaara is not the same as the two of them, but becomes more excited, and the saliva in her mouth has begun to fall. No, Gaara is about to transform. Before the deterrent force of murderous intent reaches a certain height, it is actually an impact on the mind. If a person loses his reason, then the powerful murderous aura will not make him feel afraid. And now, Gaara has lost her mind. In my heart, I just wanted to kill Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen frowned, and murmured in confusion, my killing intent can make QB, Nine Tails, feel scared, why doesn't Gaara feel anything at all? This is also the second stage of sword intent, isn't it too shameless? It seems that I can only cut Gaara, although I don't like cutting him. Open black lens bracket ding. Brother, don't you think about the function of them all? You can purchase the moves to use demonic illusion of sword intent. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. Why is this system still promoting products? Shouldn't you upgrade to the second stage, and the system will give you moves for free? Shouldn't it be a gift as before? Why are you still charging? Cough cough. I said, brother, why do you need to spend money to buy skills? You used to give it for free. Brother Wei, as long as your sword intent is upgraded to the second stage, you will be completely out of the free period for beginners of the swordsman system, and you will need to pay a certain fee for all future operations, including new skills. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Chen felt countless black lines appearing above his head at this moment. This is simply an unscrupulous merchant. You can use it casually in the first stage, and once you upgrade to the second stage, you will start to charge various fees. What's the difference between this and those routine sales? Brother, I found that you are getting more and more dog, what's the matter? When you get used to it, you start charging for everything. Quote. Chapter 77 Magic Moon / Gaara is hit. These you have installed in this system. If you are forced to pay taxes, you will lose all the pants you have already paid for. Close black lens bracket. After being slapped back by the system like this, Zhang Chen coughed a few times and didn't speak again. Why not talk to the system? Because what the system said was the truth, there was no reason for him to be stubborn. Not speaking is the wisest choice. Well, I bought the demonic illusion release skill of Sword Intent. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 2 copies of Intermediate Demonic Illusion / Magic Moon / and Flower Fall / Successfully deducted 200,000 taels of money, and now the / is transmitted to the host's brain. The transmission is complete, thank you for your next visit. Close black lens bracket. Following the system's operation, the use of the 2 demonic illusion slashes in Zhang Chen's mind has been firmly grasped by the master. But when I saw that the 200,000 was gone, I was really distressed. However, this move is really cool. Well, let's practice with Gaara. Seeing that Gaara's right arm began to gradually change into Shukaku's appearance, Zhang Chen put the wooden sword on top of his head without any haste. The right hand holds the wooden sword facing the sky, and the left hand stretches out the index finger and stands in front of him. The wooden sword slowly circled around himself clockwise, leaving countless afterimages, like an invisible clock. Boom! Following Zhang Chen's right hand, he suddenly slashed down. The wooden sword, mixed with countless afterimages, suddenly merged into a line. The general special effects of Wanji and Guozong. In an instant, Gaara's eyes widened, staring at Zhang Chen's direction in shock. Above Zhang Chen's head, the sky became darker and darker, and gradually countless waning moons appeared, illuminating the endless night sky. Changing and spinning of the waning moon made Gaara's eyes gradually dazzled. And Zhang Chen's figure gradually disappeared in this dark night, turning into an ethereal existence. Gaara's body also froze in place, staring straight at the countless waning moons, without any fighting power. Zhang Chen took back the wooden sword, glanced at Gaara and said, "Goodbye, Gala, I will definitely find you to have a good fight if I have the chance." After speaking, Zhang Chen jumped towards the tree and threw the extra scroll in his hand to the ground, and left here. Kankuro and Tamari were stunned by what was in front of them. Just now, none of them saw the special effects of Zhang Chen's remnant sword, Heiyi, remnant moon, and 10,000 swords returning to the sect. They only saw Zhang Chen swing the wooden sword. Watching Zhang Chen casually leave, Gaara was still standing still. What the hell is going on here? Did Zhang Chen use some technique to restrain Gaara? Tamari looked at Zhang Chen's back in confusion. She didn't make a sound, and she wouldn't make a sound. A terrifying expert like Zhang Chen, he was even more terrifying than Gaara, he could leave so easily. Only a fool would stop him. I am afraid that Gala has hit the demonic illusion. Can swinging the sword also make people hit the demonic illusion? I have never heard of this before. Kankuro said, rubbing his chin. Tamari turned his head to look at Kankuro and chased after him, released demonic illusion with a sword. Gaara should be able to untie it by himself, what the hell is going on? Kankuro shook his head helplessly. You're so frightened, why can't you figure this out? Gaara is about to unleash the power of Shukaku, how can he unlock the demonic illusion by himself? He doesn't even know that he is in the demonic illusion. Go and unravel the demonic illusion for him. Tamari nodded and walked in the direction of Gaara. Snapped. Kankuro grabbed Tamari's arm suddenly and said loudly. Go with a clone, go there so rashly, you will be injured by Shukaku's power. When Tamari's clone unlocked the Gaara demonic illusion, Gaara was regarded as an enemy and flew away with one palm. But because of this, Gaara woke up from the excitement of killing. After readjusting the state, the three continued to walk towards the central tower. Gaara didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, she already regarded Zhang Chen as the person she had to challenge. leaving Gaara, recalling Gaara's sluggish expression just after using magic moon slash. Zhang Chen smiled secretly. He never dreamed that he could use demonic illusion as a swordsman, and he would have the opportunity to make demonic illusion even more powerful in the future. As long as the sword intent continues to rise, it is not impossible for his demonic illusion to reach the level of Tsukuyomi. Zhang Chen is full of energy at this time, and he will definitely seize the opportunity to get shock points in the future to earn more shock points. However, it seems that there is no point in this forest of death. Kabuto won't kill Naruto and Sasuke, he doesn't have to deal with Kabuto himself. As for Orochimaru, if he really wanted to beat him back, he would have to work hard. Moreover, his identity will be questioned by many people. Let's follow little Hinata as originally planned. Zhang Chen released his perception again, and the result made him laugh out loud in shock. After upgrading to the second stage, his perception has doubled, and now he can feel most of the forest of death. Inuzuka Kiba walked in front, Akamaru above his head squinted and wagged his tail happily. Hinata followed behind Kiba, 12-year-old little Hinata, more beautiful at this time, and her figure gradually began to show. Shino was at the back, the bugs on his face kept crawling, and the bugs around him kept flying out and back. Around the three of them, Shino was already full of scout bugs, ready to tell the situation within a kilometer of the neighborhood. Their group had already collected all the scrolls, and there was absolutely no need to participate in unnecessary battles, so they kept dodging others and rushed to the center tower. Suddenly, Shino stopped, his body trembling slightly. Wait, change direction and run quickly. Hinata turned around in shock. Kiba stared at Shino with a frown. What's wrong, Shino? Cold sweat broke out on Shino's face and tremblingly said. There is a high-speed moving individual behind us, and in just an instant, the bug was killed. Can you understand what I mean? Kiba's face suddenly turned ashen, and he kept sniffing. But the distance was too far, and no smell was found. He is very aware of Shino's character, he doesn't talk much, and he will never lie. Hinata, go now, listen to Shino, let's go in a different direction and hurry up. The three of them did not hesitate to change their direction to avoid the direction they had just traveled. Shino-kun, what kind of person killed the bug? Hinata asked curiously. Kiba also wanted to know this question. No matter how fast he ran, the impact force would not kill such a small bug. The three kept walking through the tree, and Shino was still sweating on his forehead. I don't know who this person is, but I can conclude that it is definitely not an ordinary character. The speed of this impact force is probably a speed I have never seen before. What? How can everyone be genin so fast? Could it be Teacher Enko? The three of them hurried along while discussing. Shino wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said something that shocked them even more. At this speed, I'm afraid even Teacher Enko can't reach it. Chapter 78 Zhang Chen appeared and shocked Shino. Shino's words were like a bolt from the blue. The two were shaking all over. Not to mention who this person is, there are candidates in this forest now, if such a powerful character really exists. Wouldn't the next exam be lost by such a master at any time? At such a fast speed, it is impossible to run. All three start to be more vigilant. Shino unleashes more bugs, and even sets quite a few traps. Prevent that terrifying man from chasing after him. Shino, is that person chasing after you? Kiba asked anxiously. At this time, what he cares most about is the goal of this mysterious master, whether it is the three of them. I don't know yet. I have released the bug at the position just now. If he gets close, I will know as soon as possible. We must go quickly, and I hope those traps can stop him for some time. Awesome, Shino, I thought so much. Kiba grinned and laughed, and Hinata pursed her lips in admiration for Shino's calm adoration. And at this moment, Shino's face suddenly turned even paler. If it wasn't for the glasses to block his eyes, he would have stared out in horror. What's wrong, Shino? Here, he's coming in our direction, very fast, and it shouldn't take a few minutes to catch up with us. Ah! The two screamed in panic. The thing that Kobo was most worried about was still here. He never thought that the target of this mysterious master was really the three of them. Akamaru whimpered as a sign of sadness. Shino, don't you think he is the accomplice of the few people we defeated? Come to seek revenge for us. Shino didn't reply to Kobo's words, but told everyone to stop and stand where they were. He dragged his glasses and said calmly, "Don't run away, I set 5 traps, and he broke 2 easily in just 1 minute. If his target is us, he can't escape anyway. Shino is right, it's better to fight with him if you run away like this, and prepare in advance, right?" Shino nodded lightly and continued to say to Hinata, "I will set up a trap here. You can use Byakugan to observe which village he is from, and prepare yourself mentally in advance." Hinata nodded heavily. Shino and Kobo start to set traps and discuss countermeasures. As long as Hinata finds out who it is, they will place special traps based on their village's ninjutsu. The two waited for a long time without seeing any reaction from Hinata. Instead Yuhi bowed his head embarrassedly. "What's wrong with you, Hinata?" Kobo asked suspiciously, leaning in front of Hinata. Shino pushed the glasses and looked to the right. "Wong wong." Akamaru shouted a few times above Kobo's head, and Kobo smiled and looked to the right. "I know, it's Naruto and the others, right? What a coincidence." At this time Kobo finally knew the reason for Hinata's face. Yuhi. Naruto saw that Hinata was busy extending his hand to say hello, but Hinata only lowered his head and looked pretty, and Yuhi lowered his head and did not dare to answer. "Don't approach people outside your team easily, everyone is still in the confrontation stage." Sasuke hurriedly stopped Naruto and said. Naruto didn't care that much. In his heart, Hinata would never be malicious to himself anyway. He rushed over to Naruto and Kobo and said triumphantly, "Have you gathered all the scrolls of heaven and earth?" "Baga, we have already gathered." Soon as the two groups met, Kobo and Naruto started arguing. Shino frowned, because just now, the mysterious person suddenly disappeared. "Stop procrastinating, we must hurry to the center tower." Shino dragged Kobo away from Naruto. Hinata leaned next to Naruto, lowered his head and whispered, "Are you?" "Naruto-kun, come on." After he finished speaking, he turned his head and turned to leave. Yuhi's little face turned into an apple. After seeing a few people leave, Naruto was frustrated and didn't speak anymore. "Even though there is no scroll, I pretended to have it all by myself, really," Sakura complained. Zhang-chen has been hiding in the dark looking at Naruto's silly appearance. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth and he muttered, "Come on, you can grow through hard work. You go your own way, and I'm going." After speaking, Zhang-chen left the place and continued to approach Hinata secretly. "Looks like that Shino guy found me, is it a bug? It looks like it's time to come forward." Whoosh. While Hinata and the others were rushing to the central tower, Zhang-chen suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Kobo and Shino were already afraid of Zhang-chen, and they didn't like them at all. "Yo, little Hinata, it's me." Zhang-chen stretched out his hand and greeted Hinata with a smile. "Zhang-chen Nissan." Hinata grinned happily. Kobo stared at Zhang-chen. Akamaru screamed, "Woohoo!" At this time, Zhang-chen's murderous aura has been sealed. As long as he does not deliberately release others, he will not feel the murderous aura. The reason why Akamaru was still called was because he smelled the chakra on Zhang-chen's body. It can judge the strength of the person based on the chakra of the human body. Hearing Akamaru's trembling cry, Kobo's face turned even paler. "What did you say? Zhang-chen is very powerful." Hearing Kobo's voice, Shino frowned and stared at Zhang-chen, carefully releasing the bug. "Okay, Shino, I don't mean anything to you, take your bugs back, and that thing can't handle me at all." Hinata with a very relaxed look. At this time, Zhang-chen was 170 centimeters tall. while Hinata was only 148 centimeters tall, a whole head taller. Touching Hinata's head, he said softly, "It's great that you are safe and sound, so I've been chasing you until now, haha." Boom. Zhang Chen said this casually, but it scared Shino and Kiba. Shino's face was even more ugly, and only he knew how powerful the mysterious man just now was. According to Zhang Chen, isn't that mysterious person just now Zhang Chen? Kiba also reacted, and Akamaru is now trembling with fear, which is enough to show how powerful Zhang Chen is. Zhang Chen Nisang, you have been following us just now, is that extremely fast mysterious master you? Hinata blinked with big eyes, waiting for Zhang Chen's answer. Shino and Kiba swallowed, their nerves tense, waiting for the exact answer. Zhang Chen was stunned. What mysterious master? What did you do yourself? A stunned face. I've been following you all the time, and I'm also afraid of you being in danger, haha. Zhang Chen scratched his head, and it was only at this time that he realized that he was so impatient to catch up that he forgot to control the speed, which made them feel that their speed was pervert. Shino swallowed his saliva, pushed his glasses with trembling hands, and thought in shock. The one just now was really Zhang Chen, so what level is this guy? I feel that his strength is really getting more and more unfathomable. I used to think that his level should be at the level of Chunin, but now it seems that he should still be underestimated. Now, I'm afraid he didn't have the level of Jonin early in the morning. Has he been pretending? Chapter 79 The Duel of the Otogakur Trio. Ha ha. Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly, and said helplessly. Why are you looking at me like a monster? The three just kept swallowing their saliva and stopped talking. Since Zhang Chen didn't admit it, who would dare to continue to ask? Except for Hinata, the two of them felt terrible even talking to Zhang Chen. Coupled with Akamaru's trembling with fear, Kiba couldn't wait any longer, and kept winking at Shino. Shino could see clearly that this mysterious person had already been identified as Zhang Chen, and his worries were resolved. It's getting late, let's get to the central tower before it gets dark, Hinata, Kiba. Kiba nodded frantically, afraid to leave right away. Hinata looked at Zhang Chen reluctantly with big eyes. Okay, let's go, I will be no more than 1 kilometer away from you. I think no one should dare to touch you. Zhang Chen said to the three with a smile. This sentence is so natural and plain. Kiba didn't find it abrupt at all. If Naruto said this, he would definitely have a big quarrel with Naruto and scolded him by the way. But these words came out of Zhang Chen's mouth, and they convinced him like that. With such a terrifying person as Zhang Chen, who would dare to touch Hinata, or would he be courting death? Hinata didn't think so much. Hearing that Zhang Chen's brother was going to protect him from behind, he nodded his head happily, and his little hands were extremely happy. Since the three of them were trying to avoid Zhang Chen, the distance from the central tower was not much closer at this time, but instead a lot of time was wasted. As before, Kiba was still in the front and the three-man formation remained the same. Zhang Chen followed less than a kilometer behind. Wait, someone, back up. And Kiba shouted loudly. Byakugan. Hinata opened Byakugan, and in the woods dozens of meters ahead, the Otogakur trio was ambushed in it. Bypassing them, the three of them are not easy. The bugs on Shino's face kept crawling and said softly. The three were ready to turn around and avoid a few people. Hey, it's all coming, how can there be any reason to leave? The talking ninja had his entire head bandaged, with only his left eye exposed. With a long broom-like cloak behind his back, this is Two's anvil of the Otogakur trio. Jin and Sak from the trio stopped in front of Kiba and the others. Little devil, hand over your scroll and leave to save you from dying. Sark looked down at the three and said contemptuously. Kiba snorted and ignored Sark. If he was facing terrifying masters like Zhang Chen and Gaara, he would naturally admit to it. Facing the Otogakur trio, there is no reason to admit it. What if I don't give it to you? If you don't pay, then you will only be killed, haha. Without hesitation, Sark jumped into the air and stretched out his hand to hit Kiba. Kiba grinned at Sark in the air. I don't have time to spend with you. Kiba pass Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru turned into two whirlwinds and hit Zack in the air. Ho, twice, but that's all. Chopping the air waves. Ultrasonic waves were ejected from the wind cave in Zack's hand, and when Kiba attacked him, a chakra-like air pressure was formed, blocking Kiba's attack. Boom. Kiba's attack was blocked, not only that the attack was bounced back in an instant. The two cyclones stopped in the air and suddenly fell. Kiba and Akamaru landed on the branches, wiping a wisp of blood from the corners of their mouths. Cut. You can bounce back attacks, Shino, here you go. Shino didn't speak, and bugs kept coming out of his body. Zack looked contemptuously at Kiba on the branch. A kid is a kid. Do you really think you can beat me? Don't look at how much you weigh yourself. Shino, be careful behind your back. Kiba shouted loudly. Tuz lifted his sleeve, leaking the porous armor of his right arm, and slammed into Shino's back. Boom. Just an instant, Shino's body was covered with insects, and the insects told the rotation to form a wall-like defense. This was Shino's secret technique, the insect wall technique. Boom. Toph's porous armor hit the bug pile, and the bugs scattered in an instant. However, it was Shino who felt a dizziness in his head. Although he resisted the attack, he was still pierced by the sound of Tuz. Shino fell from the tree to the ground. Humph, this kind of rubbish has the courage to be handsome. It's too much. Shino who fell to the ground, his eyes looked in the direction of Hinata, just about to attack. Jin stretched out his right hand to stop it. I'll deal with this little girl. I want to see how powerful Byakugan is. As soon as the voice fell, the figure appeared beside Hinata, and with the sound of the bell, he kept attacking Hinata. Hinata opens Byakugan, the two of them are fisting each other, two beautiful women coming and going. Tuz looked at the two women fighting with disdain, and looked at Shino on the ground again. Shino on the ground turned into a pile of bugs and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind of bugs came swiftly from behind Toph. The crazy bug seemed to swallow Toph. Nani? Tuz was surprised by the sight in front of him, and before he could react, the bug wrapped it in it. Boom. Boom. With a few loud noises, the tornado-like bugs scattered. Shino behind him panting, his eyes became extremely sharp. Boy, you really are the most powerful of the three, I'm going to get serious. The two kept staggering between the two branches, and the sonic vibration made it difficult for insects to get close, and Shino couldn't eat Tuz for a while. And Tuz was also too defensive, and couldn't even attack Shino at close range. The attacks of the two were basically at a stalemate. Kiba is different. Zack's sonic attack and rebound made Kiba's simple physical attack impossible to start, and the strands fell to the ground after being hit by Zack. But still refused to admit defeat and scuffled with Sark. Hinata and Chin's attacks are not so bells and whistles now, just pure physical combat. It's just that due to the influence of the bell, Hinata has been completely suppressed by the piano. Without Byakugan, I am afraid that it would have been defeated long ago. Chin sneered, you little girl looks pretty good, but your hair is not as good as mine, otherwise, you are not as beautiful as me. Hinata doesn't care what Jean says, and doesn't make money. Stinky girl, it's really annoying to talk to you, I'm going to slash your face twice, haha. Saying that, he took out his kunai and used the bell to attack Hinata again. Zhang Chen had already sat on the tree and watched the battle for a long time. The lack of a shot is entirely because it is not necessary, and the three of them are generally trained. Under the influence of the leader, Hinata suddenly lost his balance and fell to the tree. Jin followed and jumped down, showing the kunai in her hand, and quickly ran to Hinata's side. Stinky girl, go to hell. Said the kunai in his hand suddenly poked at Hinata's face. Then, at this moment, a powerful murderous aura suddenly moved in front of her eyes, causing her to lose control of her limbs in an instant, and she stood there trembling all over. Chapter 80 I never hit a woman. Hey, have fun. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't kill women, you would have been dead from the very beginning when you attacked Hinata. Zhang Chen's words were like a ghost in a canyon, deep and resounding in his heart. Just like Qin, everyone present stopped and stared at Zhang Chen's direction with trembling all over. No one dared to take another step. Even if they wanted to go, they couldn't take that step at this time. This powerful murderous aura had already made several people tremble. Their eyes are all the same, and a huge black shadow appears to cover their body. Akamaru even hid in Kiba's arms, trembling and screaming. Kiba was sweating coldly on his forehead, staring in the direction of Zhang Chen and murmured tremblingly. Come on, this feeling has reappeared. It was the same feeling when I saw Zhang Chen for the first time. Now it's even more terrifying than then. No, I don't want to stay here for a second, I have to leave here. Kiba tried his best to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, it was as if an invisible force held him firmly on the ground. There's no way to move an inch at all. Shino's bugs were still attacking Toth, but at this time they were all hidden in Shino's body, constantly restless. Shino mobilized the chakra throughout his body to stabilize the bugs in his body, and the sweat on his forehead kept leaving. Toth and Sak recognized Zhang Chen, and the scene of being killed by Zhang Chen for the first time appeared in their minds. Even more terrified. Now seeing such a terrifying murderous aura, there is no time to continue fighting, and I just want to try my best to make my body move. Like Kiba, no matter how hard the two of them tried, their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Damn, why did I meet this guy? Is this genin or not? I can't live with such a terrifying murderous aura. All 5 people present fell into endless panic. But Hinata stood up, staring at Zhang Chen with a pretty face like Yuhi, and said softly. Zhang Chen Nissan. She looked at the situation of everyone present, full of puzzlement. She didn't even know that Zhang Chen's murderous aura was only released to the 5 of them, not to Hinata. Zhang Chen's sword intent has been upgraded to the 2nd stage, and he can freely control the target of his murderous aura, and it can have no effect on other people. Hinata doesn't know this, she just sees the others and she can't move like demonic illusion. Zhang Chen slowly approached Hinata, bent down, and said gently. It didn't hurt, did it? Little Hinata. Hinata shook his head. After all, the tree was not tall, and the ground was covered with grass, so it was naturally unobstructed. Okay, it's fine. Whoever bullied you, Brother Zhang Chen will avenge you. After speaking, the smile on Zhang Chen's face suddenly disappeared. Walk slowly to the piano. Chen's beautiful eyes trembled, trembling with fear. Didn't you say, don't kill women? At this time, she only thought about how to survive, she didn't think about resisting at all, she just thought of what Zhang Chen said just now. It was brought here to try to save his life. Zhang Chen grabbed Chen's hair with one hand, and said coldly. I said don't hit women, but that doesn't include women who bully Hinata. Zhang Chen loosened Chen's hair with his right hand, and kicked her stomach. Boom. This kick kicked the piano more than 10 meters and hit the tree heavily. Puff. She spurted out a mouthful of blood, her beautiful eyes rolled over, and she fainted on the ground. One kick instantly kills Chen. This kick of Zhang Chen once again interprets what is called terror. He looked up and glanced at Sark next to Kiba. Sark's body trembled, so frightened that he lost his soul. Next, it's you. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was beside Sak, holding Sak's head with a palm. Boom. It suddenly hit the ground, and the soil on the ground spread out in an instant. Zak Byakugan rolled over, his body slumped to the ground. With one palm, kill Sark in seconds. Kiba looked at Zhang Chen's death-like eyes, and his body trembled with fright, and he couldn't help worshipping all kinds of gods in his heart. Thank goodness, if this person is an enemy, I'd rather not be a ninja than meet him, it's too scary. Zhang Chen turned his head. When Tok's one-eyed and Zhang Chen looked at each other, Tok's whole body almost didn't urinate. He just asked for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a severe pain came from his right arm. Boom! The porous armor was instantly crushed by Zhang Chen's right hand. The pained tooth fell to the ground, blood shot in one eye, and kept twitching. Zhang Chen threw away the remnant Mukuro with the porous armor in his hand, looked down at Toth, and pointed at Hinata. Little devil, remember that woman over there, provoking her is equal to provoking me. If you don't want to die, you know what to do in the future. If you don't kill you this time, there will be another one. Kill Wush. Zhang Chen's words were word by word, and each word was like a sharp sword stabbing into Tok's heart. Where is the reason for not agreeing to this? He endured the pain and nodded again and again. Not to mention anything else, the murderous aura released by Zhang Chen was greater than the fear Orochimaru gave him. What qualifications did they have to be obedient? Seeing the three solve it, Zhang Chen withdrew his murderous aura. Kiba and Shino were relieved, hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, lowered their heads and leaned towards Zhang Chen. Thank you for coming to the rescue. Thank you. The two of them expressed their thanks to Zhang Chen one after another, only smiling and leaning beside Zhang Chen. With such a cute appearance, Zhang Chen did not mention how happy he was. Hinata Byakugan looked at Zhang Chen with a smile. Zhang Chen was startled in his heart, as if his whole person was stunned by little Hinata's smile. Little Hinata is so cute. It's great that I can come to Hokage to have a cute sister like Hinata. As expected, having a sister loli is what I want the most, ha ha ha. After this incident, Zhang Chen and the three of them got closer, and walked towards the central tower together. Central tower monitoring room. Anko and the examiners stared at the surveillance screen and discussed each other. This time in the Forest of Death exam, the strength of this group is really too strong, and I don't think it's incredible until now. It's been so long, but no team has come over yet. It seems that this group is definitely unbeatable this time, especially the one with the gourd on his back. I've checked, the one with the gourd is Gaara, the one with the fan is Tamari, and the one with the ghost-like face is Konkuro. Gaara, the name is so special, I don't know who will come to the central tower next. Just as several people were discussing, Chunin, who was sitting next to the monitor, shouted loudly. Come on, it's Hyuga Hinata and the others. The eldest lady of the Hyuga family. Hey, why are there 4 people? Who is the one with the wooden sword on his back? Anko turned to look at the screen with an unpleasant expression at the corners of his mouth. That person's name is Zhang Chen. He is a person specially approved by the 3rd generation of Lord Hokage to participate in the team. Hee, I didn't expect him to pass the competition so quickly. Anko, you don't seem to like Zhang Chen's appearance, haha.